Chapter 1. Transmigration to the Fengshan World. The weather in summer is notoriously capricious. A once clear sky suddenly darkens, unleashing a torrential downpour. The stifling air, already thick with heat, now feels clammy and oppressive, just as the villagers often lament, akin to water-boiled fish. Wu Xiaomu, already in a foul mood, found his spirits further dampened by the dismal weather. He could have enjoyed the comfort of his air-conditioned home, but now, with the power cut by the deluge, he was forced to stand outside and watch the rain, his mood sinking deeper with each passing moment. Having recently lost his job, the arduous search for employment had proven fruitless. He could hardly blame others for his misfortunes. After all, it is his lack of ability that led to this predicament. And as if that were not enough, he was plagued by his inadequate height. If only he were taller, he might have secured even a position as a security guard. To compound his woes, his wife had also been in a sour mood lately, and he dreaded the thought of a confrontation. He bore with her whims and acquiesced to her every demand, stifling his own opinions. Thankfully, the children remained a source of solace, sparing Wu Xiaomu from further worries. Yet this suppression of his own feelings was becoming increasingly stifling. The more he pondered, the worse his mood became, and it was impossible to escape it. He was at a loss for the path ahead, gazing at the rain falling from the heavens. He watched as it gradually pooled together, forming a small stream that meandered across his courtyard and towards the street. The pressures of life weighed heavily upon him, observing others prospering, some opening factories, others constructing two-story houses, and yet more purchasing homes in the county. Felt like a failure, stagnant and unaccomplished. It felt as though something was constricting his heart. In a moment of frustration, he shouted to the sky, "Why must I be so short? Finding a job is arduous enough without being mocked for my height. Why, oh heaven, must you treat me so cruelly?" Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Wu Xiaomu defiantly challenged the heavens once more. "Come on, I fear you not. Strike me if you dare." A flash of lightning surged towards him, striking him squarely on the crown of his head. In that fleeting moment of lucidity, he thought to himself, "I shall never return to this world. It is too exhausting. If I were to be reborn, I implore you, dear heavens, grant me height." When Wu Xiaomu next opened his eyes, he initially believed he had arrived in the underworld. He looked around, seeking to glimpse the landscape of Hades, but wait. This was not the realm of the dead, it was a cave. Surely he was dreaming. He slapped his own face, urging himself to awaken. "Come on, wake up, wake up." But the pain was real, and his hand throbbed with discomfort. Upon catching sight of his own hand, he gasped in shock. "Is this truly my hand? Where am I? There are no mirrors here for me to see myself." Suddenly, a piercing headache engulfed him. As if something were burrowing into his mind, an unfamiliar memory surged forth, flooding his consciousness. He had transmigrated to the Fengshan World and found himself within the body of Tu Xing Sun. Now it makes sense why I feel so small. He thought Tu Xingsun had become distracted during his cultivation and succumbed to a fit of madness, leading to his soul being struck by heavenly lightning. By a twist of fate, Wu Xiaomu had now become Tu Xingsun. Overwhelmed with despair, Wu Xiaomu sat upon a stone and wept, lamenting, "Heaven, I beseech you to grant me height, yet you have made me even shorter. I once stood at a respectable 1/6 well now I barely measure up to 120. Why must my fate be so wretched?" He cried until exhaustion overcame him. Eventually drifting into slumber, upon awakening, he discovered that Tu Xing Sun's cultivation was merely at the tribulation stage, far from achieving the status of a human immortal. The realms of Fengshan are divided into various stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, spirit transformation, great ascension, tribulation, human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint, saint, and Daoist saint. Tu Xingsun had been distracted during his tribulation, which led to his demise by lightning. Ironically, it was the same bolt that struck Wu Xiaomu, resulting in this bizarre twist of fate. Why could I not have transmigrated into the body of a tall and powerful individual? He lamented. In the novels I read, protagonists are either emperors or formidable deities. Why must I be Tu Xingsun? His dream had been to gain height, not to regress. The more he pondered, the worse his mood grew, and he felt tears welling in his eyes once more. After some time, he remembered that this was the Fengshen era, and his master was Jiu Sun, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. It seemed he was his eldest disciple. In the beginning, his master had treated him kindly, but that had changed over time. They were but pawns in the grand scheme of evading calamity. Looking at the time, he realized it was not yet the moment for Shun Gongbao's arrival. I must solidify my cultivation. He resolved now that I am here. There's no turning back, he called out to the air. Oh, artifact of transmigration, system, reveal yourself. Do not hide from me. Yet, silence answered him. Perhaps he needed to trigger some sort of quest. Best to cultivate, it will benefit me and ensure that the 7 killing star Zhang Kuei does not take my lifetime past within the cave. And he lost track of the years. Wu Zioma's cultivation progressed to the late tribulation stage. Yet he found himself stagnating, pondering whether he had hit some form of bottleneck. While lost in thought, Jiu Sun entered the cave. Upon seeing Tu Xing Sun's progress, he smiled and said, I've gone to Kunlun Mountain, and I see you have not been idle. Excellent. Maintain this momentum. Wu Xiaomu regarded his master with a mix of admiration and trepidation, thinking, maintain it. Indeed, he replied, all thanks to your teachings. Master, however, my cultivation has not shown any signs of advancing lately. I implore you to enlighten me. Chapter 2. Cultivation. Jiu Sun gazed at the present state of Tu Xing Sun, pondering to himself, what is happening today? This lad, when I usually urge him to cultivate, he always complains about discomfort or some ache. However, perhaps this is for the best. When the time of the divine tribulation arrives, he might secure a more favorable position among the deities. With a smile, he said to Tu Xing Sun, one must not rush in cultivation. Progress should be gradual. Elevating one's cultivation without corresponding growth in one's mindset is a reflection of your current state. Maintain a tranquil heart and gradually attune yourself to the Tao of this world. Wu Xiaomu listened to his master's words, utterly bewildered, thinking to himself, what on earth are you talking about? Stop pretending to be profound. It's infuriating. He scratched his head in confusion and asked, Master, I don't quite understand what you mean. Could you perhaps simplify it a bit? Jiu Sun, feeling rather pleased with his earlier display of profundity, was incensed by his disciple's words. He retorted, I have advised you to read more. Yet you refuse. And no matter how high your cultivation, without a solid mindset, you'll be easily manipulated by others. What I mean is that your current mindset does not match your cultivation level. You still need to undergo trials that you understand? Wu Xiaomu sheepishly replied, but master, where should I go to cultivate my mindset? I don't wish to leave this place. He continued, who wants to venture out right now? The world is in chaos with battlefields everywhere, but if I step outside, I could be killed in an instant. It's much safer to remain here in the cave. Jiu Sun addressed his disciple. Not long ago, I procured a mindset pill from my grandmaster for you. Here, take it. Cultivate diligently. He thought to himself, I hope you don't blame your master when the time comes. This is beyond my control. This is your destiny. And all I can do now is enhance your cultivation to face the impending tribulation. That Wu Xiaomu understood his master's intention. It was indeed about the divine tribulation that he mused. Once my cultivation is sufficient, I want to be bound by the paths laid out by you all. I assent that going against the natural order, I refuse to be a puppet for the divine. He thought, for now, I still have the means to resist. Jiu Sun handed the pill to Wu Xiaomu, who consumed it without hesitation. I must break through to the human immortal stage before stepping out. Only then can I grasp the path. Calming his mind, he adjusted his attitude and began to circulate the teachings of his sect, turning the energy in circles. Jiu Sun returned midway and, seeing his disciple's diligence, felt a wave of relief. He thought, I will do my utmost to assist you, ensuring you do not become a casualty of this tribulation. That if Wu Xiaomu had known what his master was contemplating, he would have said, you traitor of the Chan sect, why would you help me? You should go to the Buddhist path and become the Buddha. Jiu Sun. On the battlefield of the mortal realm, the armies of the Zhou dynasty fought fiercely, their morale soaring, with even King Wuqing of the Shang dynasty seeking refuge among them. Seated in the central military tent, Jiang Zia surveyed the Zhou forces and spoke to the assembled generals. The Shang dynasty is nearing its end, that if we redouble our efforts and unite with the other lords, victory will be ours. He mused, if I complete the task assigned by my master, what deity position should I claim when I attain divinity? If Wu Xiaomu had known his master's thoughts, he would have remarked, you think you'll ascend to divinity. You will merely be a sacrificial pawn. Once the positions are filled, you will gain nothing, that a guard announced. Prime Minister, the Grand Master of the Shang, leading a great army, approaches. King Wu wishes to convene in the council hall to discuss this matter. Upon entering the council hall, the military and civil officials gathered, all aware of the formidable prowess of the literary grandmaster. Engaging in a head-on confrontation might prove futile, and employing cunning strategies would be necessary, as the grandmaster was adept in such arts. King Wu turned to Jiang Ziya and asked, Prime Minister, what should we do about this literary grandmaster who comes to attack us? Jiang Ziya replied, Your Highness, do not panic. When the enemy comes, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall block them. What is there to fear? If we cannot win, I will summon aid from the Chan sect. King Wu thought to himself, You are a celestial being. You have no fears. I am but a mortal, and should the literary grandmaster capture me, my demise would be certain. Must it end before it even begins? I refuse to accept this, the newly arrived King Wu Qing contemplated. What a thrilling start! Had I known, I would have delayed my arrival. If the grandmaster prevails, I too shall face dire consequences. What shall I do? Jiang Ziya, noticing the tension on everyone's faces, smiled and said, The punishment of the Shang is the decree of heaven, that we must align ourselves with the will of heaven. Let us not forget, we have the might of the Chan sect at our disposal. What is there to fear? Chapter 3. Encounter at the mountain gate. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's words, everyone felt a sense of reassurance. King Wu Gfa thought to himself, Is it easy for me to aspire to be the Emperor of humanity? Were it not for you all, I would be enjoying a life of luxury at home, dining and reveling. And now, I am filled with trepidation, fearing the literary grandmaster will breach our defenses. Jiang Ziya addressed the group, You must hold the fort here. I shall be back shortly. Once I leave, do not allow the grandmaster and his forces to breach our defenses. King Wu Gfa urged Jiang Ziya. Prime Minister, return swiftly. We cannot afford for you to abandon us. Jiang Ziya laughed heartily. I will be back in no time. With that, he vanished. Upon seeing the Prime Minister depart, King Wuqing Huang Feihu remarked, Your Highness, do you think we stand a good chance? I knew of the literary grandmaster's undefeated record while in Chaogad. He is also a member of the GS sect. If he breaches our defenses, we may all perish. King Wu Gfa replied, Then we must defend the city with all our might. He turned to Huang Feihu and said, I suggest you fortify your defenses should the literary grandmaster invade. I fear I will be the first to perish, followed closely by you. Huang Feihu thought to himself, Why should I sacrifice myself? Had I known the literary grandmaster would come, I would not have joined this rebellion. You are trying to push me out there. I refuse to fall for your schemes. If death is inevitable, let us all perish together, he assured King Wu. Do not worry. We will hold our ground. Once reinforcements from the Chan sect arrive, we will no longer fear anything. Outside the city, the literary grandmaster led the 4 generals of the Mo family, advancing towards the function platform. Yet Jiang Ziya was nowhere to be seen. Huang Feihu, growing increasingly anxious, asked the guard, Has the Prime Minister not returned? If he does not come back soon, we may all face doom. And how will we ever assault the Shang? As the literary grandmaster entered the city, he addressed Huang Feihu, You are being ungrateful to the Shang, who have treated your family well. How can you betray the king? Huang Feihu, resigned to his fate, replied, You know how the king treats me. Must I spell out for you? The literary grandmaster, seeing he would not surrender, ceased further discussion. Just then, Jiang Ziya returned with powerful celestial beings from the Chan sect, turning the tide of battle. The literary grandmaster was forced back to Julong Ridge, and the life he dedicated to the Shang was reaching its conclusion. Far away in the Feiyun cave of Jialong Mountain, Wu Xiaomu remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. His sole focus was on cultivating, ensuring he had the strength to engage in the upcoming divine battle. Through decades of training, combined with the elixir provided by his master, Wu Xiaomu's cultivation had reached the celestial immortal stage, that he recalled that when Tu Xing Sun descended from the mountain, he was merely at the earth immortal stage. This meant that he had now surpassed Tu Xing Sun at that time. However, he recognized that this level of cultivation was still insufficient. Stepping outside would lead to instant defeat. Before the arrival of Shun Gongbao, he resolved to accelerate his cultivation in the palace of Chaoga. Upon hearing of the literary Grand Master's demise, King Yinsho, also known as Diexin, felt a sense of bewilderment, unsure of why he felt this way, yet he found himself under the influence of an unknown power. Declaring, "Then we shall send men forth. Who should we dispatch?" A minister suggested, "Your Majesty, I believe General Dengjiu of the Three Mountains should lead the charge against GFA." Without hesitation, King Yinsho consented. "Agreed, let the general proceed." National Master Shun Gongbao added, "Your Majesty, I will journey to the celestial mountains to seek assistance from powerful immortals to expedite our assault." "Approved, just do not disturb my enjoyment." The king replied, sounding like a puppet. Shun Gongbao soared from the Shang dynasty, uncertain of his destination, when a thought crossed his mind. The simple-minded Tu Xing Sun, he is my nephew, he pondered. This lad is easily deceived. I shall send him to assist Dengjiu. Moreover, his daughter may also be a means to bind Tu Xing Sunday. Arriving at Jialong Mountain's Feiyun Cave, he sought out Tu Xing Sunday. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaomu, deep in meditation, felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. He thought, "I have become an immortal. How could anything bad befall me? Could it be that Shun Gongbao is here? I must hide and ensure he does not see me." After searching the mountain for a while, without finding Tu Xing Sun, Shun Gongbao mused, "Where could this lad be? I must find him quickly. Otherwise, my mission may fail." Wu Xiaomu observed Shun Gongbao's restless pacing and realized the plot was unfolding. "I am about to become cannon fodder. This is truly frustrating. If only I had a few more decades, I could surely break through to the profound immortal level that he burst forth, declaring, 'Who dares to invade my Feiyun Cave at Jialong Mountain? Do you not fear my staff?' Shun Gongbao, upon seeing Tu Xing Sun, exclaimed joyfully, 'Nephew, it is I, your uncle Shun Gongbao. Do you not recognize me? Is your master present?" Wu Xiaomu could not claim ignorance of who Shun Gongbao was. However, he feared facing him. "Still," he replied, "my master has gone to Kunlun Mountain, that if you have matters to discuss, you can seek my master there." How could Shun Gongbao be unaware that Zhiliu's son had gone to Kunlun? He had no other means of arriving. "To the Earth Element's son," I said, "I am currently serving as a national advisor in the Shang dynasty, yet that GFA and Jiangxia seek to make us enemies. I have specially invited my apprentice to assist us." Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xiaomu replied, "I shall not go. You may leave. Do not disturb my cultivation." Shun Gongbao was taken aback. This lad was not playing by the rules. How could he persuade him to go? After pondering, he said, "I have mentioned you to the daughter of Deng Jiogong, and she greatly admires you, claiming she would marry no one else." Wu Xiaomu, with starry eyes, exclaimed, "Is that true? I have admirers." Noticing the glint in the earth element's son's eyes, Shun Gongbao insisted, "Indeed it is true. How can my master deceive you?" Wu Xiaomu, grinning mischievously, replied, "Even so, I shall not go. You may seek whomever you wish. I refuse to join." Shun Gongbao's smile froze. Had this lad consumed the wrong elixir? How could even a beautiful woman fail to entice him? He could not give up. He had to find a way to convince him. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaomu's body was invaded by an unknown force. This was the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. He thought to himself, "It's over. I must go. How could I, an inconspicuous immortal, disturb the venerable heavenly Tao?" Unconsciously, he addressed Shun Gongbao, saying, "Master, I will go, but I need to retrieve some artifacts first." Shun Gongbao, nearly ready to abandon hope, perked up upon hearing this and asked, "What artifacts?" The earth element's son replied, "It is the rope of immortality left by my master. No matter how powerful you are, if ensnared by this rope, escape is impossible." Shun Gongbao, puzzled, inquired, "Such a powerful artifact exists? Quickly, fetch it. Accompany me to the border." Wu Xiaomu was speechless, filled with frustration. "How can we proceed now? System, where are you? Who will rescue me? I do not wish to go." The earth element's son, having obtained the rope of immortality, departed with Shan Gongbao. Finally, Wu Xiaomu felt he could control his body again, but it was too late, he thought. Then I shall go. If I do not, my master will surely find a way to compel me. The two arrived at the Sand Mountain Pass, with Shan Gongbao leading the Earth Element Sun to meet Deng Jiogong, so he could assign a position for the Earth Element Sun and expedite their journey to the battlefield. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Deng Chanyu. Shan Gongbao addressed the guards at the entrance. Quickly report that the national advisor has arrived with an immortal. Deng Jiogong was currently strategizing an offensive. The guard outside announced, "General, 2 individuals have arrived, claiming to be the national advisor and an immortal here to assist us." Deng Jiogong replied, "Quickly invite them in. Chanyu, you should join us," hearing her father's words. Deng Chanyu did not dare delay and accompanied the guard outside. Upon reaching the gates, she beheld a Taoist with thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes, clearly not a good person, accompanied by a child. Deng Chanyu thought, why does the national advisor bring a child? The child's appearance was quite alarming. Well, let them in for now, she said to Shan Gongbao. "National advisor, please come inside. My father awaits you in the hall." The moment Wu Xiaomu laid eyes on Deng Chanyu, he thought, this woman is extraordinarily beautiful. Yet upon realizing his impending demise because of her, he instantly perceived her as poison. Best to keep my distance. I cannot become entangled with her. Upon entering the hall, Shan Gongbao announced, "General, I have brought my apprentice. His powers are formidable and will aid you." Deng Jiogong scrutinized the Earth Element Sun and thought, "Formidable? I can hardly approach for fear of stepping on him." He smiled and remarked, "Your apprentice is indeed a fine figure." Wu Xiaomu, regarding Deng Jiogong, mused, "This old Deng must be blind to call someone like me a fine figure. It seems this is my fate. In modern terms, I shall never enjoy a feast of 4 dishes." Nevertheless, he replied to Deng Jiogong, "General, do not flatter me, so that it is you who is truly impressive. Handsome beyond measure." Shan Gongbao pondered, when did this lad become so eloquent? My master said he was a stubborn fool, one who would not turn back until he hit a wall. How is he so smooth now? He chuckled, "Do not be deceived by my apprentice's stature. His abilities are indeed vast." Deng Jiogong inquired, "Where does the esteemed apprentice cultivate?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "I reside on Jialong Mountain, in the Feyun Cave. My master is the revered Jiu Lushan of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan School." Deng Jiogong, upon hearing the Earth Element Sun's introduction, chuckled, "Ah, so you are an immortal of the Chan School. Chanyu, quickly bring tea. I wish to converse with a national advisor and this young immortal." Deng Chanyu said nothing, simply proceeding to serve tea. She approached the Earth Element Sun, pouring tea for him. The Earth Element Sun recoiled, wary of contact. "Immortal, do I carry poison?" she asked. Wu Xiaomu replied, "Miss, you are as beautiful as a celestial being. How could you be poisonous? I have merely caught a slight cold these past few days and wish to avoid spreading it to you." He thought, not only do you carry poison, but your father does too. I would rather not perish so soon. Hurry and assign me a task, so I may remain inconspicuous and avoid you." Hearing the little one speak thus, Deng Chanyu felt he harbored ill intentions toward her. With a huff, she turned and left. Deng Jiogong remarked, "My daughter has been spoiled. Please, make yourselves comfortable." Though not particularly familiar with the investiture of the gods, Wu Xiaomu was aware of Deng Chanyu, renowned for her expertise with hidden weapons. "I must tread carefully. Women only hinder my cultivation speed." The gathering continued in the hall, where the Earth Element Sun was conferred a position as a transport officer. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaomu thought, "We are still following the original plot." As he walked through the camp, everyone avoided the Earth Element Sun, not out of fear of him, but rather out of concern for stepping on him. Initially unaware, Wu Xiaomu believed they feared him. After learning the truth, he was enraged and confined himself to bed for 2 days. The soldiers outside began to murmur, "Not only is the Earth Element Sun small, but he is also a sickly one." Wu Xiaomu could no longer contain himself. He stormed out, demanding an explanation from the group. As he stepped outside, everyone parted to clear a path. "Why do you all retreat so far?" he questioned. A soldier replied, "General, we feared obstructing your grandeur, so we stepped aside. Please do not misunderstand." As he spoke, He could hardly suppress his laughter, and the others were similarly amused. Wu Xiaomu was furious. What nonsense! Are you all so idle? Fully armed, he shouted. I did not command you to halt. You are not permitted to stop. Just then, Deng Chanyu happened to pass by, confused by the commotion. What is happening? Why is everyone running? A soldier reported, Miss, the new transport officer has us running. Deng Chanyu asked. Why? The soldier explained, we made way for him, fearing we would obstruct his grandeur, and he ordered us to run. Hearing this, Deng Chanyu could not contain her laughter. Why not say you feared stepping on him? Wu Xiaomu, observing Deng Chanyu's enchanting laughter, felt a surge of anger directed at her. You vile woman, just wait and see how I deal with you. Yet, I can only think this. If I were to kill her, the heavenly Tao would not permit it. How difficult this is, seeing the scowling earth element's son. Deng Chanyu remarked, all right, they have acknowledged their mistake. We leave tomorrow. Let this suffice. Grant them leniency for my sake. Wu Xiaomu, still fuming, replied, this time I shall spare you for the sake of the young lady, but should I hear further gossip, I will execute you all. Observing the earth element's son's diminutive figure, his lively demeanor made Deng Chanyu unable to contain her laughter as she doubled over, clutching her stomach, clearly struggling to regain her composure. Wu Xiaomu, incensed, thought to strike her down. Instead, he approached and inquired, Miss, what ails you? Are you unwell? We must summon a physician. We cannot allow you to perish here. Should anything happen to you, your father would hold us accountable. The soldiers exchanged glances, none daring to approach. Realizing he was furious, Wu Xiaomu, noticing their hesitation, became even angrier. Am I your superior? Or are you all rebelling? Deng Chanyu, hearing Wu Xiaomu speak thus, ceased her laughter and regarded him with a glare. Thinking this insufferable brat, how can he speak so harshly? Resolving to remain calm, she reminded herself, I will need him on the battlefield. I am fine. General need not worried. I am quite well. Wu Xiaomu retorted, I am merely concerned. If you were to perish here, would not the general demand our lives? You need not meddle in my affairs. Concern for yourself would serve you better. Do not let them trample you, if they were to trample you to death. We could not justify it to your master. Wu Xiaomu, hearing this, angrily exclaimed, You wretched woman! You shall never marry, destined to die in your father's household. With that, he turned and stormed away. Deng Chanyu was nearly incensed to pursue him, but held herself back. Thinking, this is my father's transport officer. I shall not be angered that I will not be angered. Ah, Earth Element's son, I will kill you. Where are you? Come out if you have the ability. Do not hide. I challenge you to a duel. Chapter 5. Marching with the army, the transport officer Wu Xiaomu concealed himself. Wary of being caught by Deng Chanyu, he was not afraid of her. Even if they fought, she would not best him. He simply wished to avoid escalating the situation. Yet, Deng Chanyu persisted, shouting, O you, who could possibly compare with you, you mad woman? Once I endure this tribulation, I shall revel in my freedom, and you will be of no consequence to me. You may call out as you wish. Lord Deng gazed at his daughter and said, Chanyu, the army shall march forth tomorrow. Perhaps it would be prudent to reconsider. Let us settle our accounts with him after we secure victory. Angered, Deng Chanyu tied her hair back and replied, Father, I heed your words, but I wish not to lay eyes upon him. Lord Deng responded, Very well, I shall make arrangements that will satisfy you. As Deng Chanyu departed, Lord Deng pondered to himself, I cannot afford to offend either side. Perhaps it is best to make a concession to Tu Xing Sun. Upon reaching Tu Xing Sun's quarters, he implored, Noble nephew, cannot you relent? Chanyu has always been willful. For my sake, why not take on a role of grain officer tomorrow? This way, your chances of meeting her will be diminished, as you wish. General, I shall follow the army's rear and ensure the supplies remain intact. Wu Xiaomu earnestly replied. Having returned, Lord Deng was left with Wu Xiaomu, who felt powerless. His abilities were insufficient, and he lacked the strength to engage in a contest of strength with others. For now, it was best to avoid the unfolding drama. As night fell, the army prepared to set out, and Wu Xiaomu found himself at the rear, contemplating, I am but a specter, no matter who is sent to battle. I shall not participate. After several days, they finally arrived at the western border of Qi. Lord Deng's journey had been relatively smooth, achieving several victories, and they were on the verge of reaching the capital. However, the appearance of Neza and Yang Jian halted their momentum. Lord Deng sustained injuries from Neza's Qingquan circle, and Deng Chanyu retaliated by wounding Neza with flying stones, resulting in a stalemate. Wu Xiaomu, disinterested in their affairs, remained in the grain officers' camp until a guard arrived with the news that the vanguard commander summoned him to the council hall. Wu Xiaomu replied, "Kindly inform the general that I've caught a chill and cannot leave my quarters." The guard returned to report to Lord Deng. The vanguard commander claims he has fallen ill and will not emerge from his tent. In a fit of rage, Deng Chanyu exclaimed, "That little imp! After showing him courtesy, I shall personally summon him out. I am curious to see whether my whip is harder than his flesh." Wu Xiaomu leisurely sipped tea within his tent when Deng Chanyu stormed in, saying nothing before striking him with a whip. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been severely injured. "You fierce woman, have you lost your senses? Why strike without a word? If you have something to say, say it." Deng Chanyu continued to lash out. "You dare take my kindness for weakness. My father summoned you to the hall, yet you lounge here while our soldiers fight outside, that I will make you pay for your laziness." As Wu Xiaomu fled, he protested, "I truly am unwell. Why involve me when you are all so capable? I fear being trampled. Fear? I shall whip you into submission. Do not run. I have a few lashes to spare. You little harpy, do you think I am unaware of your ferocity? You do not know how dangerous I can be." Wu Xiaomu brandished the binding rope and swiftly subdued Deng Chanyu. Challenging her, "Go ahead and strike. I stand right here. You cannot hit me." Deng Chanyu, nearly driven to madness, retorted, "You little rascal, if you dare, release me and face me one-on-one. I shall beat you to a pulp." Eventually, Lord Deng intervened, and Wu Xiaomu released Deng Chanyu. Lord Deng then addressed Tu Xing Sun. "When do you plan to take the field?" Wu Xiaomu stared blankly at Lord Deng. "Take the field? I am merely overseeing the grain supplies. This is my battlefield. I shall not go anywhere. I will stand or fall with the provisions." Lord Deng, exasperated, returned to recuperate, restoring peace to the camp. That night, Yang Jian arrived to set fire to the supplies. Wu Xiaomu had previously assured Lord Deng that the provisions would remain safe, that he warned Yang Jian, "If you depart now, I shall overlook your transgressions. Make haste." Yang Jian, surveying the area, spotted Tu Xing Sun and smirked. "Whose little brat is this? You are hardly taller than a cart and dare to boast. I will not slay a child, so run along." Wu Xiaomu, already sensitive about his height, bristled at Yang Jian's words. "Who do you think you are? You are the offspring of Celestial who descended to consort with mortals. Are you not? Should you not be devising a way to rescue your mother instead of seeking scorn here?" Yang Jian, equally provoked, retorted, "You little imp, you know more than you ought to. Tonight, I shall capture you and feast upon you." Wu Xiaomu disregarded him, ensnaring Yang Jian with a binding rope. Yang Jian, skilled in the 8-9 profound arts and capable of transformation, realized escape was futile, reflecting, "After years of battling swallows, I have finally been caught." Wu Xiaomu taunted, "You illegitimate child. Your uncle does not care for you, choosing to cultivate with Master Yuding instead. Have you come here seeking ridicule? I shall make you regret your choices." Yang Jian, bewildered, inquired, "Who are you? And how do you know so much?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "I hail from Feiyun Cave on Jiaolong Mountain, and my master is Zhu Lushun. We are of the same sect, that I bear you no ill will, provided you obey." Chapter 6. Tu Xing Sun goes to battle and captures Neza. Yang Jian stared in astonishment at Tu Xing Sun. "You have captured me. Whether you listen or not is irrelevant. Furthermore, does Zhu Lushun know you are here among the Shang army? If he finds out, your fate will be far worse than mine." Wu Xiaomu dismissed his concerns. "Do not trouble yourself with my affairs. I shall govern my own actions," he thought to himself. How could he not know? If he disapproved, how could Shingongbao seek me out? For now, I shall feign ignorance and address it when my master arrives. Yang Jian, absorbed in thought, remained silent, pondering how Tu Xing Sun knew so much about him. Standing before Tu Xing Sun, he felt as though all his secrets were laid bare. His immediate goal was to find a way to escape. Wu Xiaomu observed Yang Jian's silence and decided to step outside, having said all that needed to be said. Now it was up to Yang Jian to determine his course of action. A soldier reported, "The vanguard commander requests your presence in the main tent." Wu Xiaomu contemplated briefly. "Very well. I shall go," he mused. "This may be the moment I am sent to the battlefield. If the plot unfolds as it should, I might capture Neza, and later, my master will come to retrieve the binding rope, leaving me no choice but to remain in Qi, facing death and the possibility of being inscribed on the function list." Just thinking about it feels like a trap. Upon entering the central command tent, he saw Lord Deng, whose head had been injured, and the other generals, visibly unsettled. Lord Deng addressed Tu Xing Sun, "Noble nephew, it appears you may be called to battle. I am injured, and Chan Yu has also sustained wounds. You are our only hope. Soon, you must take the front lines and demonstrate your prowess against the enemy." Wu Xiaomu replied, "General, I've been unwell these past few days. Perhaps you should assign someone else." Deng Chanyu, incensed, retorted, "You little imp, my father summoned you as a courtesy. Do not overstep your bounds, or you shall face my wrath." Wu Xiaomu, equally irate, shot back, "I do not require such courtesy. If you wish for it, take it all. I have no need for it. If you are so capable, why not fight yourself?" Addressing Lord Deng, he added, "General, I shall take my leave." Deng Chanyu, infuriated by his words, advanced to strike him, but was restrained by He Gu. Observing the escalating conflict, Lord Deng urged Tu Xing Sun, "Noble nephew, go forth and show them that your reputation is not unfounded. Besides, you are the vanguard commander. It is imperative you make an appearance on the battlefield." Wu Xiaomu, contemplating Lord Deng's words, thought, "I am not inclined to go. The moment I reveal myself, my master will be coming soon. No matter what, he will arrive. I might as well seize this opportunity, as I will have to face it eventually." To Lord Deng, he declared, "General, I shall return with an enemy general in tow, so prepare a feast for my return." Upon reaching the front lines, the army had formed ranks. Wu Xiaomu called out, "Whoever is unafraid of death, step forward, and I shall give you a taste of my prowess." Neza, still incensed by Deng Chanyu's earlier attack, turned to Jiang Zia, "Master, allow me to confront him. Let us see what he is capable of." Jiang Zia warned, "Be cautious. Do not fall into the enemy's trap." As Neza approached the front, he could not find anyone to speak to. He shouted, "Who is it that boasts so boldly? I have arrived. Reveal yourself." Wu Xiaomu retorted loudly, "Are your eyes blind? Cannot you see I am right here? Whose child are you, at such a tender age?" He has already found himself on the battlefield. Observing the situation, it appears that there are none left to fight. Not even a child still nursing has been spared. Upon hearing this, Neza, incensed, retorted, "You, who stand but 3 pieces of tofu high, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Is there truly no one left in the Shang dynasty? Are you not afraid of being trampled upon?" He continued, "I suggest you return home and grow a bit more before attempting to confront me." Wu Xiaomu, who harbored a deep-seated sensitivity regarding his height, felt the sting of Neza's words. Angered, he declared, "Enough of your nonsense. I am eager to see what prowess a mere infant possesses." Neza, equally frustrated by his own stature, could not let this slight go unpunished. With his feet upon the windfire wheels, a fiery spear in hand, and the mystical cloth of the heavens draped over his shoulder, he prepared to charge at Wu Xiaomu. Seeing Neza adorned with such an array of divine treasures incited Wu Xiaomu's ire further. "Look at you, a disciple of the Chan sect, flaunting your wealth while I possess but 2 treasures, one of which I pilfered from my master. Truly, the comparison is disheartening." Just as he pondered this, Neza was upon him. Wu Xiaomu, having no intention of engaging in combat, swiftly ensnared Neza with the binding rope of immortals and dragged him back to the Shang camp. Once there, the Shang soldiers rejoiced at the capture of an enemy general, showering praise upon Wu Xiaomu, who, feeling slightly embarrassed by the attention, announced, "I shall confine this child for now and seek out the great general." He proceeded to the location where Yang Jian was held captive, placing Neza alongside him, and sternly warned, "Behave yourselves. Even if you wish to misbehave, escape is not an option. You shall remain here quietly." This proclamation infuriated both Yang Jian and Neza, who implored Wu Xiaomu, "Release us at once." Otherwise, when Uncle Zhu Sun arrives, it will be the end of you. Wu Xiaomu replied, you need not concern yourselves with such matters. Just remain here peacefully. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the forces of Shiqi upon learning that their formidable warrior, Neza, had been captured, that a soldier reported to Jiang Zia. The vanguard commander has been taken by the enemy. Jiang Zia rose incredulous. What? Even Neza, with such formidable power, has been captured. Who could have done such a thing? The soldier replied, a diminutive figure did it, wielding a wave of his hand, and the vanguard commander was ensnared. Jiang Zia pondered, that must be the binding rope of immortals, a treasure belonging to my senior brother Zhu Sun. How did it come to be in their possession? I must visit Mount Jialong and seek out Zhu Sun. He addressed the gathered troops. During my absence, hang the truce banner and await my return. With a gentle breeze guiding him, Jiang Zia, possessing considerable cultivation, took to the clouds, reflecting, my cultivation is still insufficient. I am merely at the human immortal stage. While most of my disciples have attained the earth immortal level, Yang Jian and Neza are both at the celestial immortal stage, far surpassing me. What kind of immortal am I becoming? Arriving at the entrance of the cave on Mount Jialong, he called out, Senior Brother Jiang Zia has come to visit. Please step forth. Inside, Zhu Sun awaited, wondering, why is he taking so long? By now, Wu Xiaomu should have captured both Yang Jian and Neza upon hearing Jiang Zia's voice. Zhu Sun joyfully announced, my junior brother has arrived. Come in. Within the cave, Jiang Zia spoke. I have heard that you possess a treasure that can bind those of high cultivation. Zhu Sun replied. How could you know? Indeed, I do possess such a treasure, residing right here in my cave. Do you wish to borrow it? Jiang Zia explained, no. It is that during the battle against the Shang forces, a young general wielded this treasure to capture my two esteemed generals. I was informed it is your artifact, hence my inquiry. Zhu Sun, astonished, responded, a mere young general wielding my treasure? Where is he? A disciple informed him. Your senior brother has descended the mountain and ventured with someone claiming to be Shan Gongbao. Fuming, Zhu Sun declared, that ungrateful disciple. I intended for him to assist in punishing the Shang, yet he dares to ally with them. We must go together to retrieve him. As they flew above the Shang army, Zhu Sun observed Neza and Yang Jian engaged in lively conversation despite their bindings, that he mused, when did Wu Xiaomu become so talkative? It is fortunate they are of the same sect. Perhaps their camaraderie will grow. He called out to Wu Xiaomu, you rogue, why have you descended the mountain? And how dare you steal my binding rope of immortals? What punishment do you deserve? Wu Xiaomu, hearing his master's words, replied, I came at your command. Zhu Sun retorted, when did I command you to assist the Shang forces? Wu Xiaomu explained, it was Shan Gongbao who instructed me to aid the Shang in defeating Shiqi, promising me wealth and glory, and claimed it was your wish. Zhu Sun chuckled inwardly. This fellow is quite clever, he admonished. You have gone astray. You should be aiding Jiang Zia. Quickly release them and accompany me to Shiqi. Wu Xiaomu thought to himself, what fate is this? How can I avoid death? Joining them would surely lead me to marry Deng Chanyu. And if I wish to avoid that, what excuse could I provide? I will decide when the time comes. He addressed Zhu Sun. I shall obey your command and release them to accompany you to Shiqi. Arriving at the Shiqi camp, Zhu Sun stated, Junior brother, I have brought the rogue to you. Let us decide his punishment. Jiang Zia, astute, recognized this as a test and smiled. As long as my disciple can reform, I shall not hold it against him. He may remain here. The implication was clear. With a powerful backing, he would not face severe repercussions, provided he kept a low profile. Zhu Sun smiled. Your uncle does not blame you. Work diligently with him, and do not disappoint your master. Wu Xiaomu, inwardly scoffing, thought, you old rascal. How dare you place blame on me? Even without your words, that old man would not dare to harm me. He smiled and replied, thank you for your understanding. Master, I shall certainly assist my uncle in achieving great things. Zhu Sun regarded his disciple with a smile. Very well. You may stay here. I shall take my leave. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, seek me out. Wu Xiaomu replied. Understood. Master, I shall take my leave now. Upon exiting, he spotted Neza and remarked, hey, little brat, since you're here, I assent to your father arriving soon. Neza retorted, you little squirt, Do not mention my father. I have no father, and if you speak of him again, I shall strike you. Wu Xiaomu thought, this little brat has quite the attitude. If I do not teach him a lesson, he will never understand why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Neza shot back. You stand barely taller than 3 pieces of tofu. You think you can challenge me? I have 3 heads and 6 arms. Let us go elsewhere to fight, lest I make you cry. Wu Xiaomu replied. Let us go. Whoever refuses is a dog. Yang Jian interjected. We are currently waging war against the Shang. Would it not be unwise to return? Wu Xiaomu shot back. You 3-eyed bastard, being a love child. What gives you the right to judge us? Yang Jian, irate, replied. You cannot use the binding rope of immortals, and Neza can only wield the fiery spear. I will show you that I can beat you senseless. As the 3 of them jostled out of the main camp and into a secluded valley, Neza stated, Let us agree that whoever loses shall not complain. We will fight fairly, without using our powers. I want to see what skills you possess to dare challenge us. Yang Jian remained silent, but watched Wu Xiaomu cautiously, fearing he might flee. The atmosphere was charged as the 3 began to clash. Wu Xiaomu, clearly outmatched, found himself unable to withstand Yang Jian's assaults, compounded by Neza's relentless offense. Desperate, Wu Xiaomu conceived a cunning tactic, executing the monkey stealing peaches move, landing a painful strike right where it hurt most for Yang Jian. You little squirt, dare employ underhanded tactics, Yang Jian exclaimed, preparing to retaliate. To Wu Xiaomu then unleashed the double dragons emerged from the sea, grabbing Neza by the hair and relentlessly striking his face, causing Neza to roll on the ground in agony. Once he regained his composure, Neza accused Wu Xiaomu. How despicable! No wonder you have not grown taller. All you possess is cunning. He turned to Yang Jian, urging, Do not hold back. Let us attack together. I refuse to believe he can withstand us both. The 3 resumed their fierce battle, with Wu Xiaomu nearly numb to the blows raining upon him, primarily from Neza, while he bit down on Yang Jian's arm, refusing to let go. This spectacle caught the eye of Deng Chanyu, who, unaware of Wu Xiaomu's allegiance to Shi Qi, felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing him being bested. Initially reluctant to intervene, she reconsidered, realizing they were on the same side. As Wu Xiaomu and the others noticed her passing by. They exchanged wary glances, concerned she might seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Thus, the 3 individuals engaged in a fierce confrontation. As Deng Chanyu observed the trio, she remarked on the flying stones. Neza, already haunted by shadows, instinctively dodged, and the projectile struck directly upon the head of Tu Xing Sun, rendering him on the verge of unconsciousness. In that critical moment, Wu Xiaomu shouted loudly, lamenting the plight of the common folk and women. Yang Jian and Neza, witnessing this scene, both chuckled, with Yang Jian expressing gratitude to Deng Chanyu, saying, My lady, we owe you one. Without that stone, our battle would have been far more difficult. As he spoke, Neza playfully kicked the fallen Tu Xing Sun a couple of times. Deng Chanyu, observing this, contemplated her initial intention to assist, which seemed to have turned into an unintended favor. Just as she was about to depart, Yang Jian called out, Are you planning to leave after coming here? Join us on our return. Saying this, he swiftly approached Deng Chanyu and apprehended her with a deft maneuver. Realizing escape was futile, Deng Chanyu turned to Yang Jian and inquired, May I make one final request? Neza, with a swollen face, asked, What more could you possibly want? Deng Chanyu glanced at Tu Xing Sun and exclaimed, Could you allow me a moment to strike him? Just one blow, and I will accompany you. Yang Jian, considering the situation, thought, A single blow won't harm us, and replied to Deng Chanyu, Go ahead, just ensure you don't kill him. Releasing Deng Chanyu, she approached Tu Xing Sun and declared, Didn't you say that I am the Mother Night Demon? Allow me to show you what that truly means. With that, she struck him. The 2 onlookers felt a pang of sympathy for Tu Xing Sun as he suffered even greater injuries from Neza's earlier assault. Now rendered unable to walk, and was subsequently carried back by the trio. Upon returning to the military camp, they were met with incredulous stares from the soldiers, and Neza's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling a dumpling. Yang Jian limped, and Tu Xing Sun was in such a state that he looked as though he had been run over by a freight truck. Jiang Zia, upon seeing them, addressed Yang Jian, saying, "You captured a single Deng Chanyu, and look at the state you're in. She remains unscathed, and you all should be ashamed. Furthermore, this disciple of the revered Jiu Gong is utterly lacking. He can hardly move." Jiangzi said no more and instructed them to rest and recuperate. Turning to Deng Chanyu, he remarked, "You young lady are impressive. You have managed to subdue 3 of our great generals. I suggest you marry Tu Xing Sun." Deng Chanyu, astonished, responded, "I may have struck him, but marrying him is out of the question. Besides, why should I heed your words?" Jiangzi replied, "You are destined to be together. You must embrace your fate." Deng Chanyu retorted, "We are subjects of the human emperor and do not believe in fate. That I suggest you try to deceive someone else." Jiangzi declared, "Then I shall have you bound and present you before my army tomorrow." Compelling your father to agree to your betrothal to Tu Xing Sun, Jiangzi also aimed to recruit Deng Jiugong and his faction, believing that her prowess in defeating the disciples of the Chan sect indicated her exceptional talent. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaomu awoke in the military tent, feeling excruciating pain throughout his body, particularly in his face, which he dared not touch. He thought to himself, "Neza and Yang Jian, I shall remember this grudge. You have truly crossed the line." The beating he received was so severe that even his master might not recognize him. Neza was in no better condition, his face a shade better than Tu Xing Sun's, but still painful enough to keep him indoors, biding his time to recover before confronting Tu Xing Sun again. Yang Jian was also nursing his injuries in the tent, unable to walk due to leg pain, while the discomfort in his groin was even worse. He contemplated, "Just wait. Once I heal, I shall make Tu Xing Sun feel the same pain." Early the next morning, the Western Qi army arrived at Deng Jiugong's camp, with Deng Jiugong being informed that his daughter had wed his disciple. "Tu Xing Sun, upon your return to the Shang dynasty, even Emperor Xian will not spare you. I suggest you pledge allegiance to me." Deng Jiugong's son, upon hearing that his sister was marrying Tu Xing Sun, charged into the Western Qi army, only to be captured by the forces of Ziki. In a state of despair, Deng Jiugong had no choice but to surrender, even his 15,000 troops capitulating. Unbeknownst to Wu Xiaomu, still recuperating in his tent, Jiangzi had sold him out. Days passed, and after 5 days, Wu Xiaomu was finally able to rise from his bed. Hearing music outside, he assumed a wedding was taking place and thought little of it. Returning to his thoughts, suddenly, Huang Tianhua burst in, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother! The master has arranged a marriage for you." This announcement startled Wu Xiaomu, who sprang from his bed, momentarily forgetting his pain, and rushed to Jiangzi's tent. Upon arriving, he confronted Jiangzi, saying, "Master, is it really appropriate to arrange a marriage for me without my master's consent?" Jiangzi replied, "Your master has agreed. You should prepare for your wedding. I shall handle the rest." Wu Xiaomu thought to himself, "What nonsense is this? You know nothing. If I must marry this Mother Night demon, it would be better to end my life. Had it not been for her stone, he would not have ended up in such a predicament." Just then, he noticed Yang Jian and Neza entering. Casting sympathetic glances at Tu Xing Sun, Wu Xiaomu pondered, "What is the meaning of these looks? Why do they regard me so? My face has healed." He was oblivious to the unfolding situation until Yang Jian stated, "Master, Deng Chanyu has agreed to marry Tu Xing Sun. What shall we do?" Jiangzi responded, "Then there is no problem. You may leave." He then turned to Tu Xing Sun, instructing him to prepare as well. Wu Xiaomu, raising his voice, protested, "Master, I am still present. Are you not going to ask me whether I consent?" The others regarded him with incredulity, as if to say, "You still have a choice. With a face like that, you should count yourself lucky. Were it not for the Chancellor, would you even find a bride?" Fuming, Wu Xiaomu declared, "I do not consent. My heart is not set on women. I seek the path of cultivation. Women will only hinder my progress. Master, I implore you, let Neza marry Deng Chanyu instead." Neza, chuckling, replied, "But I am still just a child. How can I marry?" Yang Jian, observing the situation, thought to himself about the amusing image of Tu Xing Sun being bested by Deng Chanyu. Unable to contain his laughter, seeing Yang Jian burst into laughter, Wu Xiaomu turned to Jiangzi, saying, "Master, I believe Yang Jian would be quite suitable. Look at how jovial he is. Just let them be together. Yang Jian, realizing the heat was now on him, retorted, Master, I still have unfinished tasks. Matters of love are not for me. I believe Tu Xing Sun is more fitting for her. They're destined for each other. Wu Xiaomu, in a fit of rage, shouted, You illegitimate child, and you little brat. Do you seek a beating? If you have not had enough, shall I teach you another lesson? Nez equipped, Who fears you? Come on, why not bring your wife along? She hits harder than we do. Yang Jian also laughed. While Wu Xiaomu's face darkened to a stormy hue, seething, I refuse to marry. Whoever wishes to marry may do so. I'm going to sleep. Jiang Zia began to calculate, pondering how this fated pair had become separated, contemplating the possible interference of the great calamity. Ultimately, he decided that if Wu Xiaomu was unwilling, he would offer Huang Tianhua instead. After all, he was a third-generation official. Returning to his tent, Wu Xiaomu felt a reduction in his burdensome fate. Pondering, what is this? Why do I feel so much better, so light? Yet, no one paid heed to this minor twist of fate. Thus, Wu Xiaomu extricated himself from this troublesome predicament, while Jiang Zia found himself in a quandary. As Huang Tianhua also refused to marry, leaving Jiang Zia in deep distress, for he could not allow King Wu to wed her. Deng Jiugong, upon hearing that no one wished to marry his daughter, raged, cursing Jiang Zia as a fraud. Deng Chanyu, equally furious, declared, If you do not wish to marry me, I shan't marry either. It is all Tu Xing Sun's fault. I shall find an opportunity to strike him again. My previous blow was too gentle. Wu Xiaomu's injuries had healed, and Neza's father arrived with his army. Neza had no time to seek out Tu Xing Sun, instead engaging in fierce battles with Li Jing, who fled in terror multiple times. Had it not been for Randang providing Li Jing with a pagoda, Neza might have killed him. Chapter 9. Tu Xing Sun becomes the sixth wheel. The anticipated individuals had nearly all arrived, and the time had come to commence. The Western Qi united with various lords to officially launch an offensive against the Shang dynasty. The initial assault targeted the cities of the Shang. And to their credit, the soldiers proved formidable. Without the assistance of the Chan sect, the Western Qi would have had no hope of overcoming the Shang in this lifetime. But the Zishui Pass. Jiang Zia had initially contemplated sending Tu Xing Sun to execute a surprise attack using the Earth Shield, but the garrison commander, Han Rong, was no pushover. Thus, he boldly told Jiang Zia, Recently, I've been struggling with my cultivation. I require time to stabilize my foundation, so I suggest you send someone else. Neza, tauntingly, stated, Fear not, little one. If you are frightened, allow me to teach you the art of battle. Just call me senior brother. Yang Jian looked down upon Tu Xing Sun, thinking to himself, This fellow must be up to no good. I must remain vigilant and not fall for his tricks that Wu Xiaomu mused. What can you do if I refuse to fight? I am currently in the Western Qi. Perfectly fine, just attending meetings. I shall do nothing. Whoever wishes to fight may do so. My goal is to survive until the end of the divine sealing. Left with no choice, Jiang Zia permitted Neza to launch a night attack. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness to breach Zishui Pass, that Wu Xiaomu did not even bother to show up. After organizing the military affairs, they prepared to move on to the next city. Seizing the opportunity while they were out on campaign, Wu Xiaomu accelerated his training, striving to attain the status of a golden immortal by the time they reached the city of Okinawa. He truly possesses such capability. His master generously bestowed upon him numerous 6 transformation golden pills, sufficient for him to transcend into the realm of the golden immortal. That juncture, I shall see who dares to challenge me. Neza and Yang Jian. Brace yourselves. Once I attain the golden immortal status, I will certainly give you a sound thrashing. Soon, the army encountered obstacles. It was rumored that the 10 heavenly lords that were involved, that Wu Xiaomu did not even contemplate advancing, as it would be folly to march to his own demise. Thus, he became known as the 6th of the Western Seven, also dubbed as the God of Survival, with remarks claiming he merely occupied a latrine without relieving himself, and others demanding he vacate the military camp. Upon hearing such comments, Wu Xiaomu felt a sense of delight within. Let the commotion arise. The greater the uproar, the more likely I might be expelled by Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia approached the dwelling of the Earthwalker and said, Nephew, There has been considerable discussion regarding you outside that you think you can engage the 10 heavenly lords. They have set up the 10 absolute formation, and I hope you can lead the charge. What say you? Wu Xiaomu rose, declaring, if my master wishes for me to fight, I shall do so at once, to show them that I too possess a temper. As Wu Xiaomu reached the entrance of the 10 absolute formation, he had barely stepped inside when a voice from within boomed. Who dares to intrude upon our 10 absolute formation? Are you not afraid of death? In response, Wu Xiaomu called out, I, the junior Earthwalker, come to dismantle your formation, but alas, I find myself unable to contend with you all. Thus, I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off, farewell. Or rather, never to meet again. The 10 heavenly lords, taken aback, witnessed the Earthwalker hastily retreating, prompting the elder to inquire, Brother, did we engage him? Why did that fellow flee so swiftly? The elder replied, This may be a tactic of the enemy. We should remain vigilant and not fall into their trap. Upon returning to the army, Wu Xiaomu tearfully addressed Jiang Zia, Master, I cannot match them in combat, so I retreated. You ought to send the more powerful Yang Jian instead. It is too terrifying. I must return, Jiang Zia questioned. Did you even enter the formation? I saw you did not. Wu Xiaomu explained. I was not even inside before they expelled me. Their cultivation levels are all at the golden immortal stage. How could I possibly compete? I am but a mystic immortal, while Yang Jian has reached the pinnacle of the mystic immortal stage. You should send them instead. If there is nothing pressing, I shall return to my training. Neza interjected. Is that all you can do? Allow me to teach you a lesson. Master, I am willing to go and subdue the 10 heavenly lords, Neza declared. Jiang Zia regarded Neza with a puzzled expression. Contemplating, you dare to go? Those are golden immortals. You are but a celestial immortal, and your cultivation is even inferior to the Earthwalker. What audacity! He chuckled and said to Neza, Nephew, you ought to rest. I will summon others to assist in breaching the 10 absolute formation. You may withdraw for now. Wu Xiaomu left without a backward glance, intent on returning to his training, having no time for idle chatter. Neza pursued him, asking, Earthwalker, how have you elevated your cultivation so swiftly? Wu Xiaomu replied, Swiftly? Look at this illegitimate child. He has reached the pinnacle of the mystic immortal stage. Why do you not inquire of him? Yang Jian, infuriated, warned the Earthwalker, I caution you, if you dare call me illegitimate again, I shall end you. Wu Xiaomu retorted, Illegitimate child. What of it? Are you angry? I assure you, it brings me great joy to see you fuming. Neza remarked, You little rascal, despite your small stature, your words can truly provoke. He added, Shall we step outside to settle this? Wu Xiaomu regarded them and said, I am not in the mood. Once I break through, I shall seek you out. Yang Jian declared, I shall wait for you. Do you think your breakthrough will deter mine? I am eager to see what abilities you possess. Wu Xiaomu pondered for a moment and said to Yang Jian, Your master truly cares for you. Surely he has bestowed upon you numerous elixirs. I have heard that Taishang Shibua possesses the 9 transformation golden pill, which can elevate even mortals to the golden immortal status. Surely your master has not given you one? Yang Jian replied, Nay, my master left me with only a few 6 transformation golden pills, yet that is sufficient for me to break through to the golden immortal stage. Wu Xiaomu responded, My apologies, my master also gifted me several 6 transformation golden pills. Let us see who achieves the golden immortal status first. Upon hearing this, Neza, enraged, exclaimed, I too shall request some golden pills from your master. How is it that your cultivation rises so rapidly? It infuriates me that my master grants me none. He resolved to seek out his master immediately. Wu Xiaomu and Yang Jian paid no heed to Neza and returned to their respective quarters, both diligently focusing on their cultivation. Chapter 10. Breakthrough to Golden Immortal, and another beating as the 10 absolute formation fell to the cunning of the Western Seven. The army proceeded to the next city, and in a pivotal moment, Wu Xiaomu achieved a breakthrough to the Golden Immortal stage. He mused, Now I shall see who stands against me. I am already a Golden Immortal. Among the third-generation disciples, I should be the first to achieve this status. Yang Jian, Neza, Deng Chanyu await the wrath of this young master. After experiencing the 10 absolute formation, Yang Jian, Neza, Deng Chanyu, and Huang Tianhua convened to discuss their strategies. Neza remarked, "I believe this Earthwalker is merely a coward. He was so frightened at the prospect of facing the formation that he rolled back in haste, truly shaming our master." Lu Sunday Yang Jian chuckled. "I suspect he was trampled by the enemy. We ought to forgive him, for he is but a child." The others erupted into laughter at Yang Jian's words. Just then, the Earthwalker overheard their banter and stormed in. "Fuming, you illegitimate child! How dare you speak of me? And you little brat, what business do you have with the likes of me?" Upon hearing the Earthwalker's retort, Neza challenged, "Shorty, how about a duel? Let us see whether your physique is stronger than your words." Wu Xiaomu seized the opportunity to taunt the group, proclaiming, "Come one, come all. Let me witness who truly stands as the foremost among the third-generation disciples." With that, they exited the tent, prompting the soldiers to speculate if another siege was imminent. Observing the Earthwalker at the forefront, Soldier A commented, "Do you think this time the Earth General will be carried back again?" Soldier B replied, "I suspect so. With so many young generals against one, there is no doubt he will face a grim fate." Upon arriving at an open space, Wu Xiaomu declared, "How shall we proceed with this battle?" "I am open to any approach," Yang Jian, with a grin, suggested. "Little Shorty, just as before, if we all attack together, will that not be unfair to you?" Wu Xiaomu laughed. "Bring it on. Allow me to teach you why flowers bloom so vividly. If I emerge victorious, you must all walk around me." Neza, with his fiery temper, was the first to charge in, followed closely by Jin Jia and Mu Jia, with Huang Tianhua joining the fray. Yang Jian lay in wait, seeking the Earthwalker's vulnerabilities, while Deng Chanyu sought her own opportunity. Seizing the moment, Wu Xiaomu launched an attack against Neza, regardless of the incoming strikes. Neza, unable to escape the onslaught, retaliated against the Earthwalker. Yang Jian saw his chance and aimed a kick at the Earthwalker's groin. Wu Xiaomu exclaimed in shock, "You illegitimate child!" resorting to underhanded tactics. Just as he shielded himself, Neza countered with a punch to his face, and the others joined in their assault on the Earthwalker to end this chaotic melee. Wu Xiaomu was left to fend for himself, desperately attempting to evade their blows. Just as he prepared to flee, he heard a shout, "Look out for the flying rock," and felt another blow to his head. "Curse it! I was careless. And this Mother Yasha too. It's over. I shall be beaten once more," Wu Xiaomu lamented. Huang Tianhua shouted, "Who struck my face?" due to the Earthwalker's diminutive stature among the crowd. Friendly fire was inevitable. As the skirmish continued, Wu Xiaomu couldn't help but mock, "See, you dare to strike me. Huh. Now you are hitting your own." As they returned to the military camp, all but Deng Chanyu bore injuries. Wu Xiaomu was the worst off, to the point he struggled to articulate words. Neza was similarly incapacitated, while Yang Jian limped, and the others bore swollen faces or limping legs. Jiang Zia observed their condition and inquired, "What transpired? Did they send assassins? Look at the Earthwalker. It is truly a tale beyond words. And Neza, pray tell, who has reduced you to such a state?" Silence reigned, and Jiang Zia turned to Deng Chanyu, saying, "They are all injured. It appears they fought to protect you. It seems the Earthwalker cannot bear to be apart from you. Tell me, who struck you?" As the group exchanged glances, the Earthwalker finally spoke. "I suggest we cease standing around. Master, I believe you should hasten to provide me with some healing elixirs, lest I perish from this beating." Jiang Zia, surveying the group, replied, "I do not possess such a quantity of elixirs. You must procure them from your sect. I have none here." The group collectively thought, "What a miser! He cannot even spare a few elixirs." They failed to realize that Jiang Zia genuinely had none, prompting them to send messages to their respective masters. Only Tu Xing Sun was chatty, his mouth swollen from the beating, yet still insufferably arrogant. Wu Xiaomu spoke into the communicator, "Master, please hurry and bring some healing elixirs. If you delay, you may never see your beloved disciple again. I'm on the verge of being beaten to death by them." Upon hearing this, everyone urged their masters to come, fearing that Master Ju Lu-san would arrive and, upon seeing Tu Xingsun in such a state, would punish them. Chapter 11. The 12 Golden Immortals of Chan Jiao arrive, and Jiu Lu-san gets beaten. Upon receiving the message, The great Luo golden immortals of Chan Jiao immediately suspected that Jie Jiao had attacked their disciples and rushed over, anxious that a delay could lead to trouble. When they reached the camp of Shiqi, they saw Jiang Zia and inquired, "Junior brother, did someone from Jie Jiao come? How are my disciples faring?" Jiang Zia, seeing all his senior brothers gathered, replied, "I'm not sure what happened. They went out for a while and returned looking utterly battered. I think it would be best for you to see for yourselves." They are all together now. The crowd, already worried about their disciples, made their way to the tent, only to be stunned by the sight before them. What on earth happened? Who did this? It's truly appalling. Tai Zhenren, seeing his precious disciple Neza with a face swollen like a bun, asked, "Who did this to you? Tell your master, and I shall avenge you. Look at the state you're in." Ju Sun, noticing that his disciple was hurt worse than the others, asked, "Tu Xingsun, why are you more injured than they are? Your leg is broken, and your face, were you used as a punching bag?" Neza, in tears, replied, "Master, it was Tu Xingsun who hit us. He even called me a little brat. It was all his doing. Master, you must seek justice for me." Yu Dingzhenren looked at Yang Jian and said, "As their senior brother, you should have intervened when they were fighting." Then, astonished, he turned to Yang Jian, "Your leg is broken, and you have so many injuries. Tell your master who did this." Yang Jian glanced at Tu Xingsun and said, "It was Tu Xingsun. He called me a coward, saying I was afraid to fight, and in a moment of anger, I got into a scuffle with him." This moment, all eyes turned to Tu Xingsun. Ju Sun exclaimed, "Why are you all looking at my disciple? He is in this state, and I haven't even asked yet. Tu Xingsun, what is the meaning of this? Why did you fight? And if you must fight, why did you beat him so badly?" Wu Xiaomu interjected, "Master, you don't understand. I broke through to the golden immortal level and was so thrilled to share the news with you. As I passed by their tent." He pointed at Yang Jian. "He called me a coward and said I was afraid to face the enemy, that I was provoked into confronting him. And then Neza suggested we settle it with a fight. I was furious, and we started brawling. But master, they ganged up on me. Doesn't that count as bullying?" He cried as he spoke. Hearing Tu Xingsun's account infuriated Jiu Sun, who shouted, "Do you have no shame? A group of you beating my disciple alone? And you even had to include me in the fray. I see you are nothing but bullies, taking advantage of my disciple's good nature." Tai Zhenren remarked, "Jiu Sun, you must see that this was a consequence of your disciple's own actions. He has no one to blame but himself. In my opinion." Tu Xingsun's response was justified. Why Yu Dingzhenren nodded in agreement. Tai speaks wisely. I concur with his assessment. As the brothers began to side with Tu Xingsun, Ju Sun, witnessing the state of his disciple, grew angry and declared, "My disciple can take on all of yours alone. And so can I. Brothers, shall we settle this here or outside?" Wu Xiaomu crawled over to his master, having been beaten to a pulp, clearly indicating that he would face whatever came next alongside his master. This moved Jiu Sun greatly, saying to Tu Xingsun, "You stay back and watch while your master avenges you." The group then moved to confront Tu Xingsun, and in that moment, Tai Zhenren saw Jiu Sun feigning weakness and threw a punch. Though Jiu Sun was not significantly taller than Tu Xingsun, he still had considerable fighting prowess. Thus commenced the chaotic brawl outside the camp of Shiqi, with 11 of them pitted against Jiu Sun. Tu Xingsun shouted at Neza and Yang Jian, "Your master has no shame, attacking me all together. This is not honorable." Upon hearing Tu Xingsun disparaging his master, Neza could not contain himself and began to unleash a furious assault on Tu Xingsun. On one side, 11 were beating Jiu Sun, while on the other, a dozen were targeting the disciples, leading to utter chaos. When Jiang Zia arrived and witnessed the scene, he was dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Why is everyone attacking Master Jiu Sun? And why are they all targeting Tu Xingsun? This master-disciple duo is truly unfortunate. He hesitated to intervene, choosing instead to observe, contemplating that he would inquire once the dust settled. Initially, they refrained from using any magical powers, relying solely on physical strength, and soon the ruckus subsided. Jiu Sun, dragging his injured body, approached the battered Tu Xingsun, feeling utterly defeated. "This is so frustrating." Jiang Zia, seeing the aftermath, asked the group, "How did things escalate to this point?" Tai Xinren's face resembled Nez's, and he painfully replied, "Isn't it because Tu Xingsun stirred up trouble?" Tu Sun, looking at his disheveled disciple, retorted to Tai Xinren, "We caused trouble. Look at what they did to me and my disciple, ganging up on us. If you have the ability, take me on one-on-one. I'll show you what I'm capable of." Yang Jian observed Tu Sun and thought, it's clear that Tu Xingsun is his disciple. Their mannerisms are identical, and no wonder he got beaten. At this moment, Wu Xiaomu struggled to speak. "Master, look at them. They are unreasonable. Please, give me the healing elixirs." The others pulled out healing potions for themselves and their disciples while still casting wary glances at Tu Sun and his disciple. Undeterred, Tu Sun mused, "Come on, one-on-one, I fear no one. If you and all ganged up on me, would I have lost?" Wu Xiaomu, feeling slightly better, added, "Master, that illegitimate son and the little brat, they all ganged up on me and got beaten by my disciples. They're not all that impressive." The crowd, hearing that Tu Xingsun was in such a state yet still acting tough, fell silent, thinking, "Say whatever you want. As long as I'm not angry, it's fine by me." Tu Sun, eager to fan the flames, declared, "Did you see that? Even when they ganged up on me, they couldn't do much to me. I agree, they're not impressive at all." This laughter strained his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. Wu Xiaomu joined his master in laughter. Master is the strongest among the 12 golden immortals. The others could only shake their heads at this shameless master-disciple duo. Truly, they were like two peas in a pod. Jiang Zia, after much persuasion, finally managed to send off the 12 brothers. He then worried about the next steps, thinking, with everyone injured, how can we proceed with the battle? I can't possibly lead the charge myself. Chapter 12. Preparing for the siege, collective healing. The 12 golden immortals returned to Kunlun Mountain to seek their master, Yuan Shi Tianzun. The remaining disciples, all in poor condition, also went off to recuperate, leaving Jiang Zia in a state of distress, pacing back and forth in the main tent. That moment, King Wu, GFA, happened to pass by and saw the Chancellor circling within the tent. He approached and asked, "Chancellor, what troubles you?" Jiang Zia, with a forlorn expression, replied, "The city we need to besiege is right before us, yet our attacking generals are all recovering from injuries. What shall we do?" King Wu smiled and said, "My younger brother, Lei Zhenzi, has returned that we can have him lead the siege." Jiang Zia responded with a smile, "That works. The army of Shiqi has been corrupted by Tu Xingsun. These few are always getting into fights. It's truly vexing. You wouldn't believe it. Just now my senior brothers came, and inexplicably they started fighting as well. 11 of them ganged up on Master Tu Sun, leaving him with a limp and a swollen face, while the rest were also injured. Tai was hurt a bit less than Tu Sun, that if we were to summon reinforcements, it would take time. King Wu chuckled, "Chancellor, with my younger brother leading the siege, we'll be fine if Jie Jiao sends more people. R&T, there's still those who aren't severely injured." After discussing for a while, King Wu departed, leaving Jiang Zia staring blankly in the tent. When Lei Zhenzi returned, his first stop was Neza's tent. Upon seeing Neza's condition, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Did your father do this to you? Why do you wish to stand up for Neza? Wait until I recover, and then we shall fight. At present, I am not in the mood." Lei Zhenzi, observing that Tu Xing Sun had been so thoroughly beaten, could hardly contain his laughter as he remarked, "Look at you, in such a wretched state, and yet you still try to act tough. Once you are well again, I will show you what it truly means to be beaten." Wu Xiaomu, casting a disdainful glance at Lei Zhenzi, retorted, "You, a mere fledgling, are at best at the early stages of celestial being. How high can you possibly soar? Begone, and do not disturb my rest." Lei Zhenzi chuckled and replied, "Very well, I shall take my leave. However, you truly deserve this. Your insolence has led you to this fate. Next time you speak so brazenly, I will strike your mouth, rendering you speechless." With that, Lei Zhenzi jovially exited. This infuriated Wu Xiaomu, who thought to himself, "You, a mere fledgling, just wait until I am back on my feet. I will strip you of your feathers." Meanwhile, the group at Kunlun Mountain arrived before the primordial celestial lord. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of his 12 disciples, he furiously demanded, "Who dares to strike my disciples?" The eldest brother, Guang Qingzi, explained, "Master, our injuries were inflicted by junior brother Tu Xingsun. Not only did he assault us, but his disciple, Tu Xing Sun, also laid hands on our disciples." Tu Xingsun, in tears, interjected, "Master, look at how my elder brother has twisted the truth. Just see how grievously I am injured. It was they who attacked me in a group of 11. You must seek justice for me." Seated in his place of authority, the primordial celestial lord regarded his battered disciple and asked, "How did you come to be in such a state? And how is it that you, brothers, came to blows?" Tu Xingsun, amidst his tears and snot, explained, "Master, I received word from my disciple, Tu Xing Sun, that he had been assaulted, and I rushed to his aid, but they followed me, and only then did I realize that their disciples had jointly attacked mine. You cannot fathom how unrecognizable my disciple has become." Tai Yizhenren remarked, "Isn't it true that your disciple brought this upon himself with his sharp tongue? If he had not spoken so provocatively, my disciple is quite obedient and would not have retaliated." Yu Dingzhenren concurred, "Master, Tai Yi's words hold truth. It was indeed your disciple who stirred up trouble, that he has received his just deserts." The primordial celestial lord surveyed the group of disciples, some swollen and others limping, and questioned whether these were indeed the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. He addressed his disciples. "So, you 11 ganged up on Tu Xingsun? It seems Tu Xingsun, though not tall, possesses quite the fighting spirit." The others laughed at their master's words, and Tu Xingsun finally understood why Tu Xing Sun was so brazen. Had he been able, Tu Xingsun would have long since vanquished them. That he smiled and said, "This is all thanks to Master S teachings." Hearing this, the primordial celestial lord instructed his disciples, "You all must learn from Tu Xingsun." Tai Yizhenren, with a hint of sarcasm, quipped, "Learn to be thick-skinned like him." The crowd erupted in laughter once more, while Tu Xingsun secretly nurtured a seed of resentment. As Lei Junzi launched an assault on the city, he was on the verge of a breakthrough when Shen Gongbao arrived, accompanied by a formidable figure whose mere presence sent Lei Junzi fleeing. Back at the main tent, Lei Junzi reported to Jiang Zia, "Uncle Master, I was just about to breach their defenses when a powerful figure appeared. It must be an immortal from the Jiejiao sect." Upon encountering this unexpected adversary, Jiang Zia felt uncertain and inquired of Lei Junzi, "What did this Taoist look like, and what was his cultivation level?" Lei Junzi replied, "The Taoist rode a leopard and possessed immense power. Even if my master would come, he might not prevail against him." Jiang Zia fell into deep contemplation, pondering, who could this be? Surely not a third-generation disciple of Jiejiao. It must be a second-generation disciple, which complicates matters. That I must go to Kunlun Mountain to seek reinforcements. He warned Lei Junzi, "During my absence, no one is to engage in battle. Await my return before making any plans." With that, he transformed into a gust of wind and departed, leaving Lei Junzi in the tent. Lost in thought, Jiang Zia arrived at Kunlun Mountain and sought out his master, the primordial celestial lord. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, a young acolyte informed him that his master was in seclusion. With no other option, he sought out his elder brother Guang Chengzi, only to find that he too was recovering from injuries. Thus, Jiang Zia visited the caves of all 12 golden immortals in succession, receiving the same response. They were all recuperating. Frustrated, he mused, "At such a critical juncture, they are all occupied with healing. Who can assist me now?" Just then, the Taoist of the burning lamp appeared beside him and asked, "Disciple, what troubles you? Why have you come to Kunlun Mountain instead of attacking Shiqi?" Upon recognizing the vice master of the Chan school, Jiang Zia replied, "Greetings, Uncle Master, that I was engaged in the campaign against the Shang when a powerful Taoist on a leopard appeared, overwhelming our forces. Thus, I came to inquire about his identity." The burning lamp Taoist, recalling the description of the Taoist on the leopard, informed Jiang Zia, "The Taoist you speak of is the outer sex elder brother of Jiejiao, at the peak of the Deluo golden immortal realm. Not only you, but even the 12 golden immortals would struggle to match him. That I shall accompany you down a mountain." Jiang Zia, elated at the prospect of the vice master joining him, thought, with a being of such caliber, defeating a Deluo golden immortal should be child's play. He expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Master. Let us go and deal with this elder brother of Jiejiao." The burning lamp Taoist accompanied Jiang Zia to the main tent at Shiqi, where the officials were embroiled in heated arguments over whether to withdraw or press forward. Jiang Zia entered and bellowed. "What is all this commotion? I have brought the vice master of the Chan school. You must all pay your respects." After the crowd acknowledged the burning lamp Taoist, Jiang Zia continued, "I have clarified the situation. We face the outer sex elder brother of Jie Jiao, but with the vice master at our side, who possesses the cultivation of a quasi-saint, we stand a chance." All present perked up at this news, eagerly anticipating the vice master's potential to vanquish the adversary, especially given the formidable fortress that lay before them. Mounting his strange steed, Jiang Zia approached Zhao Gongming and declared, "I know you are the outer sex elder brother of Jie Jiao. Do you dare to engage in battle?" Though Jiang Zia was not particularly skilled in combat, his bravado was commendable. Zhao Gongming replied, "Fight you? You, a mere mortal in the human celestial realm, are hardly worthy of the effort." Jiang Zia, though incensed, retorted, "It is not I who wishes to fight you. It is my uncle master who seeks to engage." Zhao Gongming, amused, inquired, "Who is this master? Let him step forth." When the burning lamp Taoist appeared, Zhao Gongming immediately recognized him as the vice master of the Chan school. "I see," he scoffed. "Is this not the pitiful wretch without a sect? Instead of groveling before the primordial master at Kunlun Mountain, you come seeking a fight?" Meanwhile, as the burning lamp Taoist and Zhao Gongming clashed, Wu Xiaomu was preoccupied with healing, remaining unconcerned with the outside turmoil. He understood that whether he fought or not, he would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of the forces at the Chongqing Pass. Thus, he pondered how to evade this fate. His facial wounds had nearly healed, yet he could not walk on his legs, relegating him to his bed, contemplating how to escape disaster. Just then, Yang Jian hobbled in. Observing Tu Xing Sun lying on the bed, he approached and asked, "Tu Xing Sun, do you think our vice master is stronger? Or that Zhao Gongming from Jie Jiao?" Wu Xiaomu, surprised, replied, "Won't you venture outside to see?" "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Yang Jian chuckled. "I sense you know the answer. Only you and your master, as well as the Jade Emperor, are privy to my identity. You cannot claim ignorance." Wu Xiaomu, smiling, countered, "Yang Jian, let me ask you, are you human or divine?" Yang Jian, taken aback, responded, "Why do you ask?" "I am, of course, human." "That is good. That if we have an emperor of humanity, why does the vice master assist the Western GFA? Moreover, GFA dares to call himself the son of heaven. Do you understand what that implies?" Yang Jian paused, contemplating before responding. "They seek to weaken the human race to better control it." Wu Xiaomu grinned. "Little Yang Jian, you are quite astute. I now suspect that the current emperor is certainly being manipulated. Otherwise, with the backing of the human path, Western Qi would never dream of breaching Chaoga. Who would have the audacity to control the emperor? Who would dare to oppose the human path?" Yang Jian asked. Bewildered, the earthly path has been suppressed by the heavenly path and has become the empress of tranquility, unable to escape the underworld. You think the heavenly path would permit the human path to emerge?" Wu Xiaomu sighed, revealing, "Your family has been ensnared by others. Consider who your mother is. She is the sister of the Jade Emperor. Could she possibly descend to earth for a mere mortal like your father? Is it mere coincidence that while you were pursued by the heavenly court, your master, Yu Dingzhenren, appeared just as you were on the brink of collapse?" As Yang Jian absorbed Tu Xing Sun's words, his anger swelled. You know who has plotted against our family. To be precise, it is not merely your family that has been schemed against. They are targeting the heavenly court. Your family is insignificant in the vastness of the wilderness. Yet the heavenly court governs the 3 realms and 6 paths. What a tempting prize that is! Who would not covet it? Yang Jian has come to a profound realization. He has been manipulated by others, who exploited his animosity towards the heavenly court to further their own ends. Wu Xiaomu remarked with a smile, "If I were in your position, I would refrain from taking any action and simply await the conclusion of the divine calamity. With your current strength still at the pinnacle of the Chenxiang realm, how could you possibly seek vengeance, let alone rescue your mother? For now, patience is key." Yang Jian understood this reasoning, yet his heart remained restless. He turned to Tu Xing Sun and inquired, What shall we do next? If Shi succeeds, humanity may find itself subservient to the myriad gods and Buddhas. How can we expect the human race to thrive under such circumstances? Wu Xiaomu chuckled and replied, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about humanity. Given our current capabilities, we can do nothing. Even our Holy Mother is aiding them. What options do we have? You must have a plan, or else you wouldn't say such things. Please share it, so we can devise a solution. Yang Jian urged excitedly to Wu Xiaomu asked, Are you afraid of death? If you're not, then go to Chaoga and assess the situation. It's wise to prepare, Yang Jian agreed, saying, Very well, I'll make a trip to see what binds the human emperor. There's no immediate plan for us to engage in battle, so this visit is timely. Wu Xiaomu, indifferent to the ongoing conflicts outside, cared not for the battles. As long as he remained uninvolved, it mattered not who fought. Yang Jian, having received the response he sought, turned and departed, heading for Chaoga, while Wu Xiaomu did not obstruct him, knowing that the heavenly Tao would not allow Yang Jian to ascend to the list, as he was the war god of the heavenly court. Outside, the battlefield saw the Lantern Master fleeing from Zhao Gongming, losing the imposing air of the vice master of the Chan sect. Wu Xiaomu was aware of how Zhao Gongming would meet his demise. When the time came for them to curse him, he would throw the straw man into the fray and relish the ensuing chaos. As Chapter 15 unfolds, Luya arrives, and Zhao Gongming is rescued by Tu Xing Sun. Yang Jian began to trust Tu Xing Sun's words. Although Tu Xing Sun's tongue was sharp, he seemed to possess a sound rationale. Lost in thought, Yang Jian soon found himself in the capital of the Shang dynasty. Eager to witness the human emperor's grandeur, transforming into a gentle breeze, he arrived at the residence of Tu Xingsun, who was seated upon his throne, perplexed and unable to comprehend his own words, which he had not intended to utter, yet seemed uncontrollable. Suddenly, he noticed a figure approaching him. The figure was none other than Yang Jian, who, without uttering a word, charged forth, only to be repelled by the aura of the human emperor before he could draw near. Yang Jian began to believe Tu Xing Sun's assertions. Tu Xingsun looked at Yang Jian and smiled. Do you intend to assassinate me? But you cannot. I'm a human emperor, on par with the Jade Emperor of the heavenly court. How dare you? Yang Jian retorted. Human emperor, you indulge treacherous ministers, disrupting the governance of the Shang. The entire realm is engulfed in flames of war. What right do you have to claim the title of human emperor? Tu Xingsun laughed heartily, proclaiming, The human emperor's duty is to ensure the populace is well-fed and clothed. I have abolished slavery, yet the high-ranking officials oppose this. I act with a clear conscience. But you face rebellion from 800 feudal lords. You ought to reflect on your actions over the years. I've spent my life waging wars to expand the territory of Shang, ensuring my people have sustenance and shelter. Have I erred in this? Yang Jian fell silent, unable to counter his claims, simply stating, The rise of Zhou and the fall of Shang is the will of heaven. You are powerless against the myriad gods and Buddhas. As the human emperor, why must I answer to them? They have no right to govern my actions. Having said all he needed, Yang Jian addressed Tu Xingsun, The heavens have decreed the fall of your Shang. There is nothing anyone can do. I've spoken my piece. I take my leave. With that, he transformed into a breeze and vanished. As if he had never been there, Tu Xingsun recognized that the myriad gods and Buddhas were preparing to act against humanity. If Zhou succeeded, humanity would lose its human emperor, leaving the myriad gods and Buddhas uncontrolled on the battlefield. The Lantern Master was driven away, uttering a fierce remark before fleeing. Zhao Gongming realized he had gone to seek reinforcements, and he did not stop him, allowing the Lantern Master to escape, while the remaining forces of Shi scrambled back to their camp. The Lantern Master sought out the prince of the demon clan, Luya, who was currently in meditation. Upon seeing the Lantern Master approach, he asked, What brings you here? The Lantern Master replied, I have some good news to share. Luya inquired, What good news could you possibly have? Do not disturb my cultivation. The Lantern Master smiled. The human realm is in chaos. Now is the time for you to choose sides. The Chan sect is currently aiding Shi in their conquest. Once successful, you too shall gain heavenly merit. Luya, already at the late stage of quasi-sainthood, but struggling to break through, thought to himself, Very well, it is time for me to venture out, he said to the Lantern Master. All right, I will accompany you, but do not renege on this agreement. The demon clan of the 10,000 Mountains must not be touched by the Chan sect. The Lantern Master assured him, my presence here signifies my authority over this matter. You need not worry, he thought to himself. Once the divine calamity passes, I shall join the Buddhist sect. Who cares for your agreements? If you are unwilling, go seek the Chan sect yourself. Luya and the Lantern Master arrived at the battlefield. Addressing the Shang army on the city walls, let Zhao Gongming come forth. Someone seeks his life, that if he is afraid, he should quickly retreat to the Chan sect. Zhao Gongming, known for his fiery temper, stormed out of the city upon hearing this, only to see a Taoist standing before him. Thinking, is this Taoist mad? What is there to smile about? If you wish to fight, come at me. He called out, are you the one seeking my life? Luya laughed. Do you not recognize me? Zhao Gongming replied, I do not know you, nor have I wronged you. Why seek my life? Luya smiled, I come at the behest of Lantern Master to take your life. Do you have any final words? Zhao Gongming, unable to perceive Luya's strength, realized he was likely a quasi-saint level figure. Yet Zhao Gongming, ever headstrong, retorted if Lantern Master had not fled a bit too quickly, he would have met his end. Yet you dare to come and seek your demise? Luya, contemplating the Lantern Master as cowardice, thought, this fool cannot defeat me, so he sends me instead. Were it not for the few innate spiritual treasures left by my father, I would truly hesitate. Resolute for the sake of the demon clan, he steeled himself, and they began to battle. Initially, they seemed evenly matched, but once Luya brought forth his spiritual treasure, the tide turned. Observing Luya wielding an innate treasure, Zhao Gongming summoned his own treasures, the Dinghai Pearl and the Fu Ling Rope, overwhelming Luya with ease. Desperate, Luya brandished his ultimate treasure, the Seven Sword of Nails. A cursed blade. While it bore no poison, those struck would be cursed to perish within 7 days. Thus, Zhao Gongming was forced to retreat. Upon returning to the camp, Luya immediately created a small effigy. Bowing before it, intending to pay homage for 7 days, Wu Xiaomu observed silently. Amused by the spectacle, Luya declared to the onlookers, I must bow for 7 days, after which Zhao Gongming shall certainly meet his end. Wu Xiaomu, watching his confidence, almost laughed aloud, thinking, if you wish to curse Zhao Gongming to death, you ought to consult me first. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming felt increasingly unwell over the ensuing days, plagued by dizziness and discomfort. He pondered, this is peculiar. I am at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal. How could I fall ill? Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xiaomu, utilizing Earth Escape, made his way to Zhao Gongming's quarters. Upon seeing the small figure, Zhao Gongming dismissed him, laughing, what brings you here, little one? On account of your fledgling cultivation, I shall let you be. Wu Xiaomu replied, I should address you as Shu, for we are both disciples of the Xianmen. Zhao Gongming, bewildered by the term, responded, young one, we are currently at war. On account of your respectful address, I advise you to leave quickly. Wu Xiaomu then asked, Shu, have you been experiencing dizziness and discomfort lately? Zhao Gongming queried, how do you know this? You have not come here to treat me, have you? Wu Xiaomu replied, Shu, you have been ensnared by Luya. His 7 Sword of Nails is a curse upon you. Since you have yet to reach quasi-saint status, you cannot detect it. In a few days, you shall die a violent death, and your soul will ascend to the divine list. Fearful, Zhao Gongming asked, Shitsi, you did not come here merely to deliver this news, did you? How can I evade this fate? Wu Xiaomu suggested, feign death. Simply deceive them. I shall switch the effigy, and when the time comes, you will pretend to be deceased and return to your mountain to cultivate. The divine list is a ruse designed to draw Chan sect immortals into its trap. Why reveal this to me? How do you know all this? Zhao Gongming inquired. Wu Xiaomu replied, I too am a victim of this calamity. All disciples of the Chan sect's 3rd generation are sacrifices meant to shield the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect from disaster. Even if my soul ascends to the divine list, I intend to stir the waters and ensure they do not have an easy time. Zhao Gongming began to trust Tu Xing Sun, saying, you are aware this is a deception, yet you still enter. Are you not afraid of death? Wu Xiaomu replied, I am indeed afraid, yet I am also left with no choice. However, I am devising a way to deceive them. Just trust me, and when the time comes, I shall emerge and frighten them. However, I require a treasure that can conceal me from the heavenly Tao-esque scrutiny. Otherwise, my fate will surely be revealed. Zhao Gongming conceded. Very well. I shall follow your lead. I possess a Dinghai pearl that can temporarily shield you from the heavenly Tao's gaze. Zhao Gongming spoke helplessly. With only 1 day remaining, Wu Xiaomu stealthily entered, using the Ding Heizu to temporarily obscure things and swiftly replaced the little straw man. Thus, even if calculations were made, the blame would not fall upon him. After completing this task, he hurriedly departed, taking the little straw man to Zhao Gongming, leaving it to him to decide what to do. He still needed to return to his own affairs. Following the method of Tu Xing Sun, Zhao Gongming met his demise on the 7th day, much to Jiang Ziya's delight, who proclaimed to the army, "Tomorrow, we shall besiege the city." Without Zhao Gongming's obstruction, the army quickly seized the city. However, during Jiang Ziya's investigation, he could not find Zhao Gongming's soul on the Fengshan Bang. Logically, Zhao Gongming's soul should be on the Fengshan Bang at this point. Why was it absent? He dismissed it, firmly believing that Zhao Gongming, being at the pinnacle of the Luo Jinxian, might simply be delayed in ascending the ranks. Zhao Gongming transformed into a gentle breeze and returned to a Mei Mountain. Never to emerge again at this moment, his mind was clear, and he was on the verge of breaking through to Quasi-Saint. Randang still sought Zhao Gongming's Ding, not having seen it. He pondered, where could it be? Has it been transferred? Who might possess it? Anyone daring to steal my treasure must undoubtedly be Luya. These demon folk truly are something. I shall confront him about it. Chapter 16. The 3 Shaos emerge. The 12 golden immortals have their 3 flowers severed. Randang arrived at Lu Ya's residence and inquired, "Did you take Zhao Gongming's treasure? If so, hand it over quickly, or you shall face the consequences." Lu regarded Randang and replied, "Friend, I have not seen Zhao Gongming's treasure. You might as well search elsewhere." Lu Ya was currently being counterattacked by the Dingtu 7 swords, so how could he afford to offend Randang? Randang, seeing Lu Ya's demeanor, chose not to press further and departed. Not wishing to provoke Lu Ya, who might still be of use to him, he warned Lu Ya, "You better think carefully. Do not let the demon race suffer because of you." With that, he left, and Lu Ya felt relieved once Randang had gone, allowing him to focus on nursing his wound in the Western Zhou camp. Wu Xiaomu had nearly recovered and wished to take a stroll. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Yang Jian standing at a distance. That Wu Xiaomu approached Yang Jian and asked, "Did you go? How did it go? Was the human emperor controlled?" Yang Jian responded, "When I arrived, he seemed relatively normal. But there was an indescribable force within him, influencing his will. Our cultivation is too low to assist him." Wu Xiaomu gazed at the sky and remarked, "Our troubles are fast approaching. Zhao Gongming has 3 sisters. The 3 Shaos of Jiejiao. The eldest, Yin Xiao, possesses quasi-saint cultivation, while Chenxiang and Bi Xiao are at the pinnacle of the Luo Jinxian. Not to mention Yin Xiao. Even the youngest, Bi Xiao, we cannot defeat. When they arrive, you must stay far away. Otherwise, how will you save your mother?" Yang Jian solemnly replied, "Do not be deceived by appearances. Though your body is small, your mind is sharp. For now, let us cease hostilities. Once this Fengshan calamity passes, you shall see how I deal with you, to the point your master won't recognize you." Wu Xiaomu retorted angrily, "You, the illegitimate child, certainly have a lot to say. I await your return. Your group has done nothing to me. You should reconsider." The two parted on unfriendly terms. In the military tent, Jiang Ziya joyfully addressed the crowd. "We have overcome 3 barriers. The remaining ones will be no challenge. Let's press forward and charge into Chaoga City." Jiang Ziya's words excited everyone. This was truly a contribution worthy of a dragon. Promotions and wealth would surely follow. They had forgotten that their survival was a prerequisite. That Wu Xiaomu remained silent, standing to the side. While Neza jumped up in excitement, that Wu Xiaomu thought to himself, "What are you so thrilled about? Victory or defeat has nothing to do with you. Just focus on your own business. Children are indeed carefree and unreserved. Look at how composed Yang Jian is, and that Birdman is quite ugly. What is Dang Chanyu laughing about?" Truly, apart from Neza and Yang Jian, they are all destined for the Fengshenbang. Jiang Zia issued orders to swiftly proceed to the next city. The army quickly arrived at the next stronghold, but trouble awaited them. 3 beautiful women appeared in the sky. Jiang Zia approached and asked, "May I inquire why you block the road?" Bi Xiao exclaimed, "Is that Jiang Zia down there?" Jiang Zia answered, "Indeed, it is I. What guidance do you have?" Bi Xiao replied, "Did you kill Zia Gongming?" Zia Gongming defied heavenly orders and aided tyranny. Thus he was slain and his soul placed upon the Fengshenbang. Bi Xiao angrily declared, "You vile scoundrel! You dare to kill my brother! You truly do not regard Jie Jiao with any respect. Just you wait." Yin Xiao added, "Jiang Zia, my sisters and I have set up the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation here. If you have the capability, come and challenge us." With that, they transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished, leaving the path ahead obscured in fog. Jiang Zia addressed his disciples, "Who will scout the formation?" Neza volunteered, "Uncle, I shall investigate." He dashed in, but after several hours, Neza had yet to emerge. Yang Jian, feeling uneasy, said to Jiang Zia, "Uncle, Neza has been inside for too long. I shall go check." Jiang Zia replied, "Go, but be cautious. If you encounter danger, return swiftly." After entering, Yang Jian also did not return, causing Jiang Zia great distress. He urged the others, "Who else will go and see why they have not come out?" Huang Tianhua wished to go, but was stopped by his father, Huang Feihu, who said, "Prime Minister, I shall take a look." 4 or 5 people had entered, but none emerged. Left with no choice, Jiang Zia declared, "The army shall retreat 30 miles and set up camp." Returning to the military tent, Jiang Zia spoke to Tu Xingsun, "Disciple, you possess the ability to travel through earth. Go and assess the situation." Wu Xiaomu replied, "Uncle, I cannot. My injuries are not fully healed. Look, I'm still limping. Please allow someone else to go." Jiang Zia, irritated, said, "Tu Xingsun, you have come to the Zhou army. You are a general of the Zhou army. You have not fought even once, putting me in a difficult position." Lei Zhenzi laughed, "Tu Xingsun, if you are afraid, I shall go in your stead." Wu Xiaomu retorted without hesitation, "I am afraid. You go, little bird." This infuriated Lei Zhenzi, who had no choice but to enter alone, yet he too did not return. Jiang Zia addressed the crowd, "I shall go to Kunlun Mountain to seek reinforcements. None of you are to engage in battle." Huang Tianhua, worried about his father, contemplated sneaking out, but upon hearing his uncle was off to find reinforcements, he decided against it. Wu Xiaomu remained silent, turned, and returned to the military tent to sleep. Jiang Zia arrived at Kunlun Mountain and encountered his senior brother, Guang Qingzi. "Senior brother, I encountered 3 women claiming to be Zia Gongming's sisters. Do you know them?" Guang Qingzi smiled and replied, "Indeed, they're the 3 Xiaos of Jie Jiao. The eldest, Yun Xiao, is in the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Even I cannot defeat her. The second and third are at the pinnacle of the Luo Jinxian. Not to mention you. But even we few cannot contend with them. I shall hurry to inform the other disciples. I will descend the mountain with you." Jiang Zia was overjoyed but cautioned Guang Qingzi, "Brother, we must not engage in conflict this time." Guang Qingzi's expression darkened as he replied, "I will not fight. Will you still proceed?" Jiang Zia smiled, "Yes, let us go." The 12 golden immortals of the Chan school had all arrived, and their disciples came forth to greet their masters. Tai Yizhenren and Yu Dingzhenren asked Jiang Zia, "Why do we not see Neza or Yang Jian?" Jiang Zia explained, "They have gone into the formation and have not returned for a day." Tai Yizhenren addressed his fellow brothers, "Everyone, do not wait any longer. Let us charge in and see that I refuse to believe that we, 12, cannot overcome 3. The brothers rushed into the formation, only to find themselves unable to exit. Not only did they fail to emerge, but the 3 Xiaos also severed the 3 flowers atop their heads. Now, the situation had worsened. They could only blame Tai Yizhenren for his unkind words. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such a fate. Jiang Zia waited outside the formation for several hours without seeing his brothers emerge, thinking to himself, "This is bad. My brothers have likely been captured." He hurried back to the camp. Wu Xiaomu had been keeping a close eye on Huang Tianhua, for only he could enter and exit. Thus, Wu Xiaomu waited for him to go inside before he could follow and speak with the 3 Xiaos. Unable to resist any longer, Huang Tianhua rushed into the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Upon entering, he found his master and father turned to stone. What could he do? Just then, a mist wafted by, and with a swift swing of the sword in his hand, Huang Tianhua dispersed the mist and quickly escaped. Bixiao remarked, "Sister, this little fellow's sword is quite extraordinary." "That is Wu Xiaomu's magic sword," said Yin Xiao. "It is highly effective against these mists." Yin Xiao glared at Tu Xing Sun and asked, "Why are you not fleeing?" "Who are you?" Wu Xiaomu bowed to the three Xiaos and stated, "I am the disciple of Zhu San." Tu Xing Sun, "I have come to inform you that trouble is brewing, that my master will certainly take action against you. You should quickly summon your master Tong Tian. Otherwise, you will end up on the Fengshen Bang." Yin Xiao questioned, "Little fellow, how do you know this? And why are you helping us if you are from the Chan school?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "We are all sacrifices to the Fengshen. You should know a bit about this as a quasi-saint. If not for your Nine Curves Yellow River Formation temporarily blocking the heavenly Tao's scrutiny, I would not have spoken so much. You ought to hasten and summon your master. If you delay, you will end up on the list. Not ask further. I must take my leave." Chapter 17. Master Tongtian arrives. The three Xiaos depart safely. Bixiao turned to Yin Xiao and said, "Elder sister, can we trust this little fellow?" Yin Xiao replied, "He should be trustworthy. Let us prepare for both contingencies. In the event that second master arrives, we shall have a contingency plan. Qiong Xiao, you are to return to Jinao Island to inform master, so he may come to our aid should we find ourselves in peril." With that, Qiong Xiao transformed into a gentle breeze and departed, leaving Yin Xiao and Bai Xiao awaiting in silence. Although the 12 golden immortals had slain Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao harbored no intent to kill. Thus she merely diminished their 3 flowers, serving as a lesson for them. Upon returning to the main camp, Wu Xiaomu observed that no one was around, and he entered his tent, where Jiang Zia was anxiously pacing back and forth, exclaiming, "What shall we do? All my senior brothers have been inside for quite a while, and they have yet to emerge. Something must have gone awry." Just then, Huang Tianhua rushed in, kneeling before Jiang Zia, and declared, "Uncle Master, punish me as you see fit. I entered the formation and saw my father and master turn to stone." Jiang Zia, taken aback, inquired, "Tianhua, you mean you entered the formation and managed to come back?" "Indeed. I was nearly frantic upon seeing my father and master trapped that I attempted to rescue them, but upon stepping into the misty formation, I felt unwell that I drew my sword and struck at the fog, which dissipated upon my attack. I did not dare linger and fled." "Uncle Master, please punish me." With a smile, Jiang Zia said, "Hand me your sword. Let me examine it." Huang Tianhua presented his treasured sword, and Jiang Zia scrutinized it, then asked, "What kind of sword is this?" "My master said it is a demon-repelling sword that can protect me." "If you hadn't asked, I might have forgotten. My master mentioned this sword drives away all malevolent spirits," Huang Tianhua explained. Jiang Zia chuckled, "Truly, the heavens favor me. With this sword, I can enter the formation at that moment." Wu Xiaomu entered the tent and remarked, "Uncle Master, while you may possess a sword, can you contend with these 3 individuals?" "Indeed, I cannot defeat these women," Huang Tianhua lamented. "What shall we do? If I feign weakness, I would surely meet a tragic end. Yet if I do not pretend, it would be equally unacceptable to be here." Jiang Zia pondered deeply. Wu Xiaomu suggested, "Uncle Master, I believe it would be prudent to seek assistance from Kunlun Mountain. Our chances of success would be greater." Jiang Zia turned to Tu Xing Sun and asked, "But the 12 golden immortals are within the formation. Who else could assist us?" Wu Xiaomu thought to himself, "Isn't Ran Dang quite adept at feigning weakness? Let the 3 Xiao diminish your 3 flowers and see how well you can pretend." He proclaimed, "Uncle Master, the Chan sect has a deputy leader, the South Pole Immortal, and Yun Zhongzi. All of them surpass the 12 golden immortals. Furthermore, they are all quasi-saints." After contemplating, Jiang Zia grinned. "No wonder Neza remarked that you have not grown taller. You are burdened by your own cleverness. Very well, lead me to Kunlun Mountain, but none of you shall enter the formation." Wu Xiaomu and Huang Tianhua took their leave, while Jiang Zia sought reinforcements. Wu Xiaomu pondered, "What excuse shall I use to enter the formation now?" He soon spotted Huang Tianhua with a distressed expression and said, Junior brother, I shall venture into the formation to gauge the situation. You must not share this with Uncle Master Tu Xing Sun. Have you lost your senses? Even Master is trapped. What can you accomplish? Huang Tianhua exclaimed. What do you know? I merely wish to take a look. I never said I would enter. If the situation proves dire, I can always use Earth Escape. Wu Xiaomu retorted before departing. Huang Tianhua thought, what is this little fellow scheming? Perhaps he intends to rescue his master. He is indeed cherished by his master. Very well. I shall pretend not to see. After all, he is unlikely to perish. At worst, he would turn to stone, and surely Uncle Master will be there to assist. Wu Xiaomu entered the formation and approached Bai Xiao, saying, My lady, I have returned. This time, Uncle Master has gone to Kunlun Mountain, and soon Ran Deng, Yin Zhongzi, and the South Pole Immortal will arrive. Are you confident in diminishing their 3 flowers? Bai Xiao replied with a smile. Aside from my master, neither Primordial Master nor the Chan sect can escape. Excellent. By the way, please turn me to stone as well, and place me beside my master. Once he is freed, he will be able to see me. Bai Xiao, perplexed, asked, What do you mean by that? If I announce your presence in the formation and you emerge unscathed, others will surely notice. I wish to make my master regret, to shield him from calamity. Wu Xiaomu explained, Bai Xiao smiled and said, Very well. I shall transform you into stone. Do not resist. With that, she cast a spell, turning Wu Xiaomu into stone, positioning him directly behind Zhu Lushan, appearing as though he had attempted to rescue his master but had been unsuccessful and thus turned to stone. Xiong Xiao returned and informed her elder sister, Master has said he will come, and there is a sword aura bestowed upon us. Yin Xiao smiled and said, Now I feel reassured. Even if we fail to eliminate Jiangxia, we shall not be in danger. Upon glancing up, she noticed Tu Xing Sun had also turned to stone and turned to Bai Xiao, asking, Sister, what transpired? Bai Xiao recounted the earlier conversation with Wu Xiaomu. Yin Xiao, astonished, exclaimed, Is this not too audacious? This is the highest combat strength of the Chan sect. Do you not fear the wrath of Primordial Master? Xiong Xiao chuckled, Sister, have you forgotten about Master S sword aura? Yin Xiao gazed at the stone-turned Tu Xing Sun and said, This little fellow has devised a clever plan. Let them follow us, and we will have a backup. Thus, we need not ascend the function list. Prepare yourselves. I sense they shall soon arrive. When Zhang Zia returned to the tent, he found Huang Tianhua pacing anxiously. He approached and asked, Tianhua, what troubles you? Surely you did not venture into the formation again. It wasn't me. It was Tu Xing Sun who sought to rescue his master. Yet he forbade me from informing you. He has been gone for a day now, and may well have turned to stone. Huang Tianhua replied. Jiang Zia remarked, Indeed, it is commendable of Tu Xing Sun. He acts out of concern for his master. We must rescue them at once. Addressing Ran Deng, the South Pole Immortal, and Yin Zhongzi, he declared, Brothers, let us prioritize saving our comrades. As they entered the formation, they were met with the sight of the 12 golden immortals, all turned to stone, and Ran Deng's fury erupted. Yin Xiao, is this how you treat your brothers? Watch as I take you in. Yin Xiao retorted, Ran Deng, you orchestrated the death of my brother, Zhao Gongming. Do you still have the audacity to speak? Enough of your words. Let us see your true abilities. Ran Deng charged forth, while the South Pole Immortal advanced upon Xiong Xiao, and Yin Zhongzi confronted Bai Xiao. After a brief skirmish, the 3 formidable powers of the Chan sect found their 3 flowers diminished. Their cultivation reduced to the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and they were rendered helpless, transformed into stone. Jiang Zia sensed the dire situation. Wielding Huang Tianhua's sword, he slashed left and right, making his escape, his heart heavy. The entirety of the Chan sect was on the verge of being trapped. He must seek Master, for he surely possesses a means to counter them. Jiang Zia ascended Kunlun Mountain and implored the reclusive Primordial Master. Master, please emerge. If you delay any longer, the Chan sect shall cease to exist. Upon hearing this, Primordial Master ceased his meditation and inquired, Zia, do you not assist the Zhou in their governance? Why have you come? Jiangzi, in tears, replied, Our forces have been thwarted by the 3 Xiao of the Jie sect, and the deputy leader, South Pole Immortal, Yin Zhongzi, and all 12 Golden Immortals have been captured as a disciple lacking in skill. I can only beseech you for aid. What do you mean they have all been captured? Yin Zhao's cultivation is already formidable. Few can contend with her even without formations. Ah, very well. I shall accompany you. Primordial Master resolved. Arriving at the formation, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao greeted Primordial Master, saying, Disciple pays respect to Primordial Master. Yun Xiao, did your master not instruct you not to emerge? Why do you obstruct the Chenxiang's affairs? Master, Ran Dang devised a scheme to slay my brother Zhao Gongming. I merely sought to teach them a lesson. You call this lesson the diminishing of their 3 flowers? Do you understand how long it will take to recover? It appears you need not return. You might as well ascend the function list. Master, if you intend to strike us, do you not fear my master seeking retribution? You defy the mandate of heaven. Your fate is sealed. Accept your destiny. Furthermore, Yin Xiao, if you were to join my Chan sect, I might spare you. Primordial Master fell silent, urging, break the formation. I never imagined that one day my formations could withstand a saint. Primordial Master harbored a murderous intent and unleashed his sacred power against the 3. Just as he was about to strike them down, a sword aura erupted from Qiong Xiao, aimed at Primordial Master. Primordial Master, astonished, exclaimed, Tong Tian, should you protect them, I shall not hold back. My brother, you declare intent to slay my disciples and threaten me. What gives you the audacity to speak such words? I, too, wish to know if you can breach my exquisite sword array. Tong Tian descended and commanded Yin Xiao, release them at once. Yin Xiao obediently complied, and upon seeing Primordial Master, Guang Chengzi cried, Master, she has diminished our 3 flowers, reducing our cultivation to the Tai Golden Immortal. You must take action on our behalf. The disciples knelt in unison. Wu Xiaomu, witnessing this, followed suit and thought, what good is crying? Lacking ability, you call upon your elders. How impressive! Even if you plead, it is futile. Master seems unable to contend with Tong Tian's exquisite sword array. Primordial Master, in a fit of rage, declared, Tong Tian, you must provide me with an explanation, or I shall seek my master for judgment. Tong Tian surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao have disobeyed their master and descended the mountain without permission. You are hereby sentenced to remain on Jinao Island for 1,000 years. Is that all? My disciples have even lost their 3 flowers, and you merely have them face a wall. This punishment is far too lenient. That is merely a reflection of your disciples' incompetence. Had they possessed any true capability, they would not have been outmatched by my 3 female disciples. Brother, how can you even show your face? It is truly exasperating. Depart now, and do not further burden your master with your presence. Ha ha ha. The primordial supreme being was so enraged that he felt inclined to strike his own disciple. Yet he admonished them instead. Return and diligently cultivate. Do not bring shame upon yourselves. In Chapter 18, the profound bond between master and disciple becomes evident, as Zhu Sun is filled with regret. Observing their master's displeasure, no one dared to utter a word as they prepared to return to Kunlun Mountain. Zhu Sun, realizing the danger his disciple had faced alone to save him, chastised Tu Xing Sun. Why are you so foolish? Do you not know they are all quasi-saints? If you were to perish, you would be enshrined on the list of deities that do not act so recklessly in the future. Wu Xiaomu turned to Zhu Sun and said, Master, I have been by your side since childhood. How could I ignore your peril? Besides, I grew anxious waiting outside for so long, so I entered on my own. Foolish disciple. Having you as my disciple is already a blessing. I still have a few techniques here. Would you like to learn any? Wu Xiaomu replied, Master, I wish to cultivate the 8-9 profound art. Can you teach me? What? You wish to practice the 8-9 profound art? That is exceedingly difficult, as far as I know. Only Yang Jian from the Chan sect has attempted it, and no one has succeeded. Wu Xiaomu insisted, I wish to cultivate this art if that illegitimate son of Yang Jian can do it. So can I do very well? I shall impart the 8-9 profound art to you. But remember, do not push yourself beyond your limits. Understood? Master, I will be cautious. You must also hasten to recover your 3 flowers. Otherwise, they will bully you again. Zhu Sun, feeling a twinge of reluctance, said, Be careful while you are here. If you find yourself in danger, inform your master. and I will come to your aid." The primordial supreme being, observing this pair of master and disciple, closed his eyes in frustration and remarked, "Zhu Lu Sun, this is not a matter of life and death. What is the meaning of this? Hurry back and cultivate. With so many of you, you cannot even defeat 3 women. You have brought shame upon me. Now go back and focus on your training." As Zhu Lu Sun departed, he discreetly left an 8 transmutation gold pill and some healing elixirs for Tu Xing Sun. He turned back repeatedly as he walked away, and along the way, regret filled his heart. He thought, "This Tu Xing Sun has followed me since childhood. I put him in danger. I must find a way to rescue him. If he were to die, he would be at the mercy of the heavenly court and could never return to my side again. What can I do?" Wu Xiaomu, witnessing Zhu Liusun's departure, returned to his lodging and examined the 8 transmutation gold pill. After reviewing the 8 transmutation profound art, he contemplated if the Chan sect possesses the 8-9 profound art. The Jie sect must also have it. I shall inquire with Zhao Gongming. Wu Xiaomu retrieved the sea-settling pearl that Zhao Gongming had once bestowed upon him and addressed it. "Zhao Shu, does your Jie sect have the 8-9 profound art?" He soon received a response stating that the Jie sect indeed possessed the 8-9 profound art, but questioned why Tu Xing Sun desired it. Zhao Gongming mentioned that no one had succeeded in mastering it, and if Wu Xiaomu wished to cultivate it, he would pass it on to him. Wu Xiaomu eagerly replied, "Please impart it to me." He thought further, if the Jie sect has it, the Chan sect must also possess it, and the Rin sect likely does as well. However, I am not well acquainted with the Rin sect. Perhaps I should simply merge the teachings of the Chan and Jie sects into my own practice. Zhao Gongming transmitted the Jie sect's 8-9 profound art to Tu Xing Sun. Wu Xiaomu observed that the 2 versions of the 8-9 profound art were nearly identical, differing only in their origins. He integrated the 2 texts and commenced his cultivation. The processes of refining qi and refining the body are vastly different. The latter is indeed arduous, yet, with the improvements from the Jie sect's techniques, he progressed relatively swiftly, soon reaching the 4th transmutation and attaining the status of a profound immortal. Wu Xiaomu consumed the 8 transmutation gold pill from his master, pondering what realm he might reach. For that would depend on his own fortune. In Chapter 19, titled Zhangke of Okinawa Prefecture, Wu Xiaomu spent this period delving into the 8-9 profound art, unaware of the events transpiring outside. At last, on a fateful day, he emerged from his seclusion, his cultivation having ascended to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, with the 8-9 profound art reaching its 6th transmutation. He thought to himself, "Now I need not fear. The Jie sect likely will not send any more formidable opponents. The remaining adversaries are not particularly strong, with the exception of Zhang Kuei and Kong Xian, the latter being a peak quasi-saint in terms of combat prowess. If it were not for the shamelessness of Kunni, I would find it exceedingly difficult to overcome." Suddenly, the army came to a halt. Wu Xiaomu inquired, "Where are we?" "Why have we stopped?" the guard replied. "Ahead lies a small county in Okinawa. The walls are not high and can be easily breached." Wu Xiaomu commanded the guard, "You may leave. This does not concern you." The guard departed, and Wu Xiaomu mused, "My tribulations have arrived. If I perish here." I recall that the garrison commander of Okinawa is Zhang Kuei, who is adept in earth escape techniques, likely even faster than I. How can I survive? I shall simply refrain from engaging in battle and observe how I meet my end. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am a genius. Jiang Zia regarded the small county with indifference and addressed his generals. Who will capture this small city? It is a chance for merit. Huang Feihu chuckled, saying, "Prime Minister, allow me to take charge. I will surely breach this city." Jiang Zia smiled. "Very well, Huang Feihu, you are appointed as the vanguard. Quickly penetrate the small city of Okinawa." Huang Feihu led his generals forth. Jiang Zia awaited news of Huang Feihu's progress, while the remaining generals protested. "Prime Minister, I too can breach the city. Why must it be Huang Feihu?" Jiang Zia replied with a smile, "It is all fate. Let the king of military accomplishments earn his merit." Before long, a guard rushed in with urgent news. "Prime Minister, the king of military accomplishments, Huang Feihu, has been slain by the enemy commander." "What? Huang Feihu has been killed? Who commands the defense of the city? How can they be so formidable?" The guard responded, "At present, we do not know who the commander is." Jiang Zia turned to Yang Jian and instructed, "Go into the city and discover who the commander is so that we may better arrange our next move." Yang Jian accepted the command and departed. While the other generals urged, "Prime Minister, let us avenge the king of military accomplishments, Huang Feihu." Jiang Zia surveyed his generals and replied, "Very well. Let Ji Shuming, Ji Shusheng, and Zhuju Jiang, along with Cheng Heihu and Huang Feibao, lead the charge." The generals affirmed, "We obey your command. We shall engage in battle on the battlefield." Ji Shuming was the first to confront the enemy, but he was swiftly slain by Zhang Kuei after only a few exchanges. Ji Shusheng, enraged, charged forward to avenge his brother, only to meet the same fate after a few more rounds. Cheng Heihu, witnessing this, also rushed into battle, yet ultimately fell to Zhang Kuei's blade. Huang Feibao, eager to join the fray, was called back, incensed by the turn of events. Returning to the military tent, he demanded, "Prime Minister, why have we retreated? I was just about to avenge my brother." Jiang Zia replied, "Do not be hasty. Wait for Yang Jian's return before you engage." He then turned to Tu Xing Sun and said, "Nephew, you should also ascertain this person's cultivation level." That Wu Xiaomu responded, "Sure, Shu, I have just recently broken through and have yet to stabilize my power. Perhaps it would be better to send someone else." Neza interjected, "Are you afraid? Allow me to confront this individual and showcase my prowess." Jiang Zia cautioned Neza, "Do not linger in battle. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, retreat swiftly." With spirited determination, Neza approached the battlefield and confronted Zhang Kuei, asking, "Are you the one who has slain our 4 great generals?" Zhang Kuei laughed and replied, "What? Have you no one else? You sent a mere child to his doom." "Ha ha ha!" Neza, incensed, declared, "I am Neza of Chuntang Pass. Allow me to break your bones." He prepared to charge forward. Huang Feibao, quicker than him, rushed in, exclaiming, "I will avenge my brother, Huang Feihu." In mere moments, Huang Feibao also met his demise. Joining the ranks of the fallen, Neza then surged forward to engage Zhang Kuei, exchanging blows. However, with Zhang Kuei's status as a golden immortal, Neza, being merely a profound immortal, stood no chance. Neza enveloped Zhang Kuei in the 9 Dragons Fire Shield. Yet Zhang Kuei utilized Earth Escape to evade. Neza, noticing Zhang Kuei's retreat, returned to camp. Neza reported to Jiang Zia, "Sure, Shu, I observed that the enemy's garrison commander possesses golden immortal cultivation. Although I encased him in my 9 Dragons Fire Shield, he was able to escape using Earth Escape techniques." Additionally, Huang Feibao was slain. Jiang Zia sighed and lamented, "This is fate. Ever since Huang Tianhua's death, Huang Feihu has been distracted. Perhaps it is for the best. When it comes time for enshrinement, we shall grant them a more significant divine status." Neza suggested, "Since that person can also use Earth Escape, why not send Tu Xing Sun to confront him?" He instructed, "Bring Tu Xing Sun here, for I have matters to discuss." Shortly, a guard returned with the news, Tu Xing Sun is in seclusion. He insists on remaining until he emerges before heading to the battlefield. Since his arrival, Tu Xing Sun had yet to engage in combat. It was either due to poor health or his continued seclusion. Was Zhu Yosuan's intention merely to have me look after him? Perhaps I shall wait for Yang Jian's return. At that moment, Yang Jian returned and informed Jiang Zia, "Sure, Shu, I have discovered that the commander is Zhang Kuei, a disciple of the Jie sect, and possesses golden immortal cultivation. His wife is also formidable. We must not underestimate them. Once again, the Jie sect, they seem to appear everywhere. They claim to have thousands of immortals. How can we contend with them? Last time, even the Tongtian sect leader appeared. How shall we face them now?" Yang Jian insisted, "Sure, Shu, allow me to engage in battle. I am now a golden immortal. He should not pose a threat to me. Furthermore, I possess the 72 transformations, which he cannot counter." "Very well, you may proceed to battle. Neza, keep a close watch on Tu Xing Sun. When he emerges, let him join the fray." Yang Jian set forth for battle, while Neza lingered outside Tu Xing Sun's tent. Pondering, this Tu Xing Sun is truly a coward. I have never witnessed him in battle. He spends his days hidden within the tent, honing his skills. I cannot discern whether this is truth or mere pretense. Should I venture inside to investigate? Wu Xiaomu, aware of Neza's arrival, kept his eyes closed, anticipating Neza's entrance. As he pondered how to fabricate an excuse, upon Neza's entry, he would declare, "Neza has disturbed my meditation, causing me to teeter on the brink of madness. I must now seek tranquility," and he would laugh heartily. Neza, lingering outside, contemplated for a moment before stepping in. Wu Xiaomu suddenly opened his eyes, startling Neza. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xiaomu bit his lip, drawing blood, and admonished Neza, "What prompted your intrusion? Are you not aware that I am in the midst of cultivation? Now, look what you have done. I am on the verge of losing my sanity. You ought to leave at once." Neza stood bewildered, questioning his own actions. "Where am I? What have I done? I merely entered. I made no noise, and yet you are losing your mind. You are rather fragile." "Aren't you?" Neza ultimately exited, seeking out Jiang Ziya. Upon reaching the military tent, he addressed Jiang Ziya. "Master Uncle, it seems I have erred." Jiang Ziya inquired, "What has transpired?" Neza explained, "Tu Xing Sun is in seclusion, and I recklessly entered his space." He bled from his mouth, claiming he was losing his mind. "What should I do?" Jiang Ziya replied, "Were you not instructed to wait outside? Why did you enter? Now we have lost our only capable fighter against Zhang Kuei." And he is in a state of madness that a guard arrived with news. The Prime Minister's vanguard, Yang Jian, has been captured. "What shall we do?" Jiang Ziya, taken aback, declared, "Hang the truce banner high. I will seek reinforcements." Observing the banner's ascent, Wu Xiaomu mused, "Master Uncle must be off to find assistance. He is likely seeking my master. What if my master commands me to fight? I am merely at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. But wait, my master is also at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. I wonder how his three flowers are faring. Can he recover?" As Wu Xiaomu speculated, Jiang Ziya arrived at Jialong Mountain, seeking brother Zhu Lusan. Upon knowing Jiang Ziya's presence, Zhu Lusan emerged from his cave, asking, "Has something happened to my disciple?" Jiang Ziya responded, "Yes and no." Zhu Lusan pressed for clarity, "Please, elucidate the situation." Finally, Jiang Ziya disclosed, "Tu Xing Sun is losing his mind, and there is also the matter of Zhang Kuei." Zhu Lusan, having not heard of Zhang Kuei, immediately reacted to the news of Tu Xing Sun's plight. Hastening to Okinawa County with Jiang Ziya, Zhu Lusan, ignoring Jiang Ziya's subsequent remarks, dashed directly to Tu Xing Sun's tent. Upon entering, he found Tu Xing Sun lying weakly on his bed at this moment. Zhu Lusan had not fully regained his own powers and could not perceive that Tu Xing Sun was merely feigning weakness. He produced a pill and administered it to his disciple. Wu Xiaomu gazed at his master and said, "Master, I am fine. Why have you come? I have disappointed you." "Disciple," Zhu Lusan replied, "do not speak of anything. Focus on your recovery. Once you are healed, that will suffice." He then turned to Jiang Ziya. "Master brother, I entrust my disciple to you, that he has been injured multiple times. How can I possibly rest easy?" Jiang Ziya, feeling speechless, thought to himself, "Am I responsible for his injuries? Would he have been struck had he not been so reckless? Furthermore, Tu Xing Sun has not participated in battle. Is it not merely a case of losing his mind? A single pill should suffice." In Chapter 20, as Zhang Kuei is dispatched, Tu Xing Sun becomes the target. That Zhu Lusan disregards Jiang Ziya's caution and inquired of Tu Xing Sun, "How are you faring? Are you feeling better?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "Master, I am much improved. After a few days of rest, I will be well." Had Neza not appeared so suddenly, I would not have lost my mind. Zhu Lusan glared at Neza, rebuking, "You little rascal, did you not see my disciple in seclusion? You barged in recklessly. If anything happens to my disciple, neither your master nor anyone else will be safe." Neza remained silent, merely observing, while internally lamenting, "Who knew your disciple was so fragile? I entered out of curiosity, and now he is losing his mind. What has my master to do with this?" The two masters were indeed exasperating. Jiang Ziya interjected, "Brother, do not let anger consume you. We must focus on how to confront Zhang Kuei." Zhu Lusan, astonished, replied, "Who is Zhang Kuei? Why should I confront him? Did you not mention upon your arrival that Zhang Kuei wields the earth escape technique? Only you and Tu Xing Sun possess that ability. And now, with Tu Xing Sun in a state of madness, it falls upon you. Zhu Lusan, feeling exasperated, responded, "Did you not mention this when you arrived? I do not recall. Brother, you must resolve this quickly. When will the task bestowed upon me by our master conclude?" After some contemplation, Tu Sun concluded, "Indeed, it appears that you few cannot handle this alone, that I shall go and deal with Zhang Kuei. However, you must take good care of my disciple. If I hear that he's been harmed by any of you, I shall hold you accountable." Jiang Zia, taken aback, retorted, "What concern is it of mine? They are merely peers sparring, after all, to hone their skills. Brother, I suggest you refrain from interfering." The Tu Sun said nothing further and proceeded to the battlefield, where he beheld Zhang Kuei, a golden immortal, and realized he could not overpower him. "Jiang Zia, what are you doing?" Confronting Zhang Kuei, Tu Sun asked, "Are you the defending general of Okinawa?" Zhang Kuei, unable to discern Zhu Liusun's strength, acknowledged, "Indeed, I am he, a disciple of the Tu Sun stated, I have no intention of fighting you. I am not here to kill you, merely to observe." Zhang Kuei, puzzled, thought, what does he mean by that? Is he here to merely watch? I am not a child. As Tu Sun turned to leave, he returned to Jiang Zia, stating, "Master brother, I cannot kill that individual. There are those who will. However, I am not among them. I shall take my leave." Jiang Zia wished to protest, but Tu Sun had already departed, leaving Jiang Zia frustrated. Who else could slay Zhang Kuei? Shortly thereafter, Yang Jian returned, addressing Jiang Zia, "Master uncle, I employed a Tran, however. I have now honed my physical prowess, which makes me quite different." Smiling at Jiang Zia, I said, "Master uncle is no longer here, but I shall show you that I am not to be trifled with. Let us proceed." Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Neza charged once more, unleashing a punch at the Earthwalker's son. However, it was evaded by Wu Xiaomu, who seized Neza's hair and struck his face with considerable force. Yang Jian quickly joined the fray, and as the three engaged in battle, Yang Jian's trepidation grew. Retreating from the conflict, he asked the Earthwalker's son, "You have also cultivated the 8th and 9th mystical arts?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "This is the technique of the Chan sect. If you can cultivate it, why can't I? How do you find my training?" Chapter 21. Kong Xian takes the stage. Zhuanti intercepts. Yang Jian realized that continuing the fight would yield no advantage for himself or Neza. Thus he addressed the Earthwalker's son, "Let us conclude for today. Continuing further will bring no harm to us. We shall resume our battle another time." That he thought to himself, "Just wait. Once I break through to the 6th transformation, you shall see me leave you unable to rise." Neza, fuming, exclaimed, "Brother, are we letting him off just like that? Look at what he did to my face. This matter is far from over." And so, they returned to the military camp. With the next challenge looming ahead, Jiang Zia was filled with anxiety, uncertain of who the next guardian would be. After all, it was a grand city. Even a small town had Zhang Kuei, such a formidable figure. Who could possibly be next? Kong Xian had already received word that the army from Shichi was approaching, yet he felt uncertain. If the primordial heavenly venerable of the Chan sect intervened, he would be rendered inconsequential. His fortunes were tightly bound to the Deshang. Should the Shang dynasty fall, his cultivation would suffer a backlash. Due to the limited involvement of the intercepted sect's immortals, Jiang Zia's forces advanced smoothly to the walls of Kong Xian. Who is Kong Xian? He is at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, an invincible existence beneath the saints. Thus he did not regard the Shichi forces with any seriousness. Jiang Zia instructed Yang Jian, "Nephew, go forth and issue a challenge. It will serve to intimidate them." Yang Jian complied, descending to the foot of the city wall to declare, "Who dares to face me in battle? Is the Shang army merely a band of cowards, with not a single capable warrior among them? Step forward." Hearing Yang Jian's bold proclamation, Wu Xiaomu felt sympathy for him. "You are so reckless. Do you even know whom you are confronting?" If Kong Xian becomes enraged, a single slap could end your life. Yang Jian continued to shout, and a soldier hurried to report to Kong Xian, "General, there's a young warrior challenging us at the city wall. What should we do?" Kong Xian glanced at the soldier and replied, "I will go see for myself. Not even Jiang Zia nor the 12 golden immortals can intimidate me. My only fear lies with the primordial heavenly venerable." A Upon reaching the wall and observing Yang Jian, he noted that the young warrior was at the level of a golden immortal and mused, "This lad has decent cultivation. It would be a pity to kill him." He then called out to Yang Jian, "What brash child dares to shout at my city? Return whence you came." Yang Jian boldly declared, "I am a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, a student of the Jade Ding real person. If you are afraid, then open the gates and surrender." Wu Xiaomu, witnessing Yang Jian's reckless bravado, stepped forward. "We mean no offense. Please consider Yang Jian's youth and ignorance, and let him be. We shall take our leave." He reached out to pull Yang Jian away, but Yang Jian was taken aback. "What are you doing? We are in the midst of battle. This is no time for retreat." Wu Xiaomu urged, "Hurry before he grows angry. We might still escape, but if we wait too long, we should be captured. What are you afraid of? Are you not a disciple of the Chan sect? What is there to fear?" Wu Xiaomu retorted angrily. "Have you lost your mind? Do you not see the level of his cultivation?" Yang Jian glanced at Kong Xian, but his own low cultivation prevented him from discerning Kong Xian's true power. Instinctively, he felt an overwhelming dread emanating from the man. Kong Xian turned his gaze towards the Earthwalker's son, inquiring, "Which family do you belong to, and what brings you here?" With no other choice, Wu Xiaomu revealed his lineage. "I am a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, apprenticed to Zhu Lu's son. May we take our leave?" Yang Jian, infuriated, exclaimed, "Earthwalker's son, what are you doing? You have not slain a single enemy on our journey. And now you wish to flee. If you choose to run, so be it. But why must you drag me along? You are bringing shame upon the Chan sect." Kong Xian laughed. "This young lad is quite impressive. His cultivation surpasses that of this little fellow, reaching the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Truly remarkable. It would be a loss to slay you." "What late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal? When did the Earthwalker's son reach such heights?" Yang Jian pondered, but Wu Xiaomu chuckled. "Well then, esteemed sir, might you allow us to depart? Since we have arrived, why not stay for a meal and chat?" "Ha ha ha!" Saying this, with a wave of his hand, Kong Xian seized both the Earthwalker's son and Yang Jian. Jiang Zia watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how they had vanished. He thought to himself, "This is bad. The adversary is formidable. I must summon reinforcements." He ordered a retreat to set up camp. Jiang Zia rode upon a cloud towards Kunlun Mountain, where the mountain was present, as the 3 flowers atop his head had diminished, prompting him to intensify his training. Upon arriving at his master's secluded area, Jiang Zia said, "Master, we are in trouble once again." The primordial heavenly venerable, already in a foul mood, responded, "You wouldn't happen to be unable to pass even a single trial, would you? Very well, let your senior brothers handle it. It will expedite the sealing of the gods." The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, Randing, Yun Zhongzi, and the old man of the South Pole, were all dispatched to assist Jiang Zia. On the journey, Jiang Zia felt elated, thinking, with such a lineup, how could the Shang army not surrender? The intercepted sect has not sent anyone. This is a sure victory. Upon reaching the foot of the city wall, Jiang Zia issued a challenge. "Oh, guardian of the city, why do you not come forth to meet your demise?" Kong Xian, in good spirits, was infuriated by Jiang Zia's taunts. This Jiang Zia still not finished. I shall capture him and see how he manages the Shang." Ascending the wall, he addressed Jiang Zia. "Are you never going to cease your incessant prattle?" With that, he attempted to seize Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, save me!" Randang rushed to capture Kong Xian, and the two were swiftly separated. Randang, astonished, inquired, "Who are you?" "You possess quasi-Saint Peak cultivation." The others who were about to assist halted in disbelief. "Quasi-Saint Peak? How are we to combat that?" Huang Longzhen suggested, "I think we should make a hasty retreat." The others shared this sentiment. However, fleeing would be exceedingly disgraceful. How could they escape without losing face? Jiang Zia was drenched in sweat, pondering, "Who is this person? What have I done? I am still alive. How fortunate I am." The feeling of having survived a calamity washed over him. Randang addressed Kong Xian. "Friend, wait here. I shall return shortly." The primordial heavenly venerable became aware of the situation and journeyed to the North Sea, summoning the demon master Jing Peng to confront Kong Xian. Upon hearing the primordial heavenly venerable's conditions, the demon master quickly agreed. Before Ran Deng could gather allies, he sensed an overwhelming demonic aura filling the air, wondering, what sort of unparalleled demon is this to possess such a potent aura? Upon recognizing the arrival of the Demon Master, Ran Deng remarked, "Demon Master Jingpeng, what brings you here?" The Demon Master laughed. "Who is Kong Xian? Let me see what abilities you possess." Realizing this was an ally, Ran Deng said nothing further and stepped aside. Kong Xian, enraged, retorted, "Demon Master Jingpeng, why do you not hide in your North Sea and instead seek death?" The Demon Master, contemplating, asked, "You are the son of the Phoenix. Kong Xian, are you not? Knowing this, you dare to approach. Today, I shall take you down." With that, he unleashed a radiant display of seven-colored light, blinding the Demon Master. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Xian attempted to slay Jingpeng. The Demon Master Jingpeng, having lived through several calamities, recognized the danger and fled, leaving the assembled immortals in a state of confusion, exchanging glances. Zhuan Ti, seizing the moment, posed an enticing proposition to Kong Xian. "Would you care to join my Buddhist sect?" Kong Xian was aware of the saint's identity, but could not concede, responding, "What bold donkey dares to speak here?" Thus, Kong Xian was captured by Zhuan Ti, and the onlookers had yet to witness any battle before Kong Xian vanished from sight. Jiang Ziya, unperturbed, commanded his soldiers, "The guardian has fallen. Let us breach the city." The Chan sect had indeed experienced a roller coaster of fortunes. Yet, as instructed by his master, they were to follow Jiang Ziya, and once they breached the capital of the Shang dynasty, everything would be resolved. Chapter 22. The Sealing of the Gods concludes. The sealing of the gods begins. The remaining cities had few capable defenders, though some immortals from the intercepted sect emerged to confront the Shiqi army, only to be swiftly dealt with by Yang Jian and Neza. After a month of travel, as Jiang Ziya neared completion, he gazed upon the final city and thought, "Once we pass through this last city, we shall reach Chaoga. My mission will soon be accomplished. What divine rank shall I bestow upon myself? The lesser ones are beneath my consideration, yet the greater ones seem beyond my reach. How vexing!" In Chaoga, Shen Gongbao was in a state of frantic anticipation, pondering, "Why is Jiang Ziya taking so long? We are so close now. This is infuriating." Unbeknownst to Shen Gongbao, the deities of the sealing list were insufficient. Due to the intercepted sect's immortals having remained largely on the mountaintop, there were still over a dozen positions unfilled. The primordial heavenly venerable also recognized this, noting that the intercepted sect had not dispatched inner disciples, but rather outer disciples, or those with mere nominal status, which posed an insurmountable challenge for him to address. Send a message to Shen Gongbao, instructing him to seek out some higher-level loose immortals. Even a few can suffice for our purposes. After pondering for a while, Shen Gongbao concluded that the 7 monsters of Meishan would be the best choice. As they possess considerable power, it is said that Yuan Gong has reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, while the others are also at the peak of the Golden Immortal rank. If this plan succeeds, it would be more than sufficient. Without delay, he set out. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of Tu Xingsun, he found the king indulging in wine. He said, "Your Majesty, do not be troubled. I will go find loose immortals to assist us." At Tu Xingsun, at that moment, was sober enough to refrain from showing his true feelings and replied, "Is there still hope for the great Shang?" Shen Gongbao chuckled and responded, "Your Majesty, you are the emperor of humanity. You are the sovereign of the human race. How could there be no hope?" Tu Xingsun, uninterested in his words, simply urged him to leave. As Shen Gongbao exited the hall, he mused, "What is amiss with Tu Xingsun today?" Nevertheless, he resolved to hasten his search for loose immortals to complete the list for the investiture of the gods. His master had promised him a significant divine position. Meanwhile, in a military camp far away in Shiqi, Wu Xiaomu was idly observing the soldiers outside, lost in thought. Suddenly, he turned around to find King Wu GFA standing before him, inquiring about his deep contemplation. Wu Xiaomu quickly responded, "I pay my respects to His Highness, King Wu. Might I ask what matters you seek me for?" GFA replied, "I have no particular business. But as we approach Chaoga City, it feels as though something is missing." Wu Xiaomu regarded GFA, thinking, what could possibly be missing? Is it not the throne of the Emperor of Humanity? He is the Emperor. standing equal to the Jade Emperor, while you are merely a son of heaven, the offspring of celestial beings. What could you claim to have lost? He smiled and said, Your Highness must be overly excited. We are almost there, Fei echoed. I also sense a lack of something. I spoke to Lei Jinzi about it, and he suggested I consult you, as you might possess insight. Wu Xiaomu sighed heavily. Why do you oppose the great Shang, King Wu? Fa replied, because DXN is tyrannical, trusting treacherous ministers, and has imprisoned my father. Furthermore, all 800 lords have rebelled. Wu Xiaomu countered, and what will you do if the common folk go hungry while those lords feast? Surely, you would reduce their taxes to ensure they have enough to eat. The lords govern their territories, and they can act accordingly. Wu Xiaomu continued. This is where you differ from the Emperor of Humanity. DXIN would compel those lords to relinquish their ill-gotten gains, for he sees only the plight of the people, whereas you're blinded by self-interest. If DXN falls and you ascend to power, the human race shall perish under your rule. In my view, you are the true scourge of humanity, turning our people into mere puppets of the deities. He chose not to elaborate further, leaving GFA in shock, pondering, how have I become the villain of humanity? Had it not been for Jiangxia urging me to rebel, would I have come here? Now I'm branded a sinner. Why can't I be the Emperor of humanity? Shun Gongbao and the 7 monsters of Meishan arrived at the final stronghold, where their leader, Yuan Hong, had been appointed Grand Marshal and was defending the last city. Jiangxia had commanded Yang Jian and Neza to attack, but they had yet to breach the defenses. Neza was swiftly repelled by Yuan Hong, and Yang Jian proved no match either. In dire straits, the 12 Golden Immortals came to their aid, launching an all-out assault on Yuan Hong. Yet they too found themselves outmatched. GFA sat in the military tent, contemplating the words of Tu Xing Sun, as well as the people's sentiments and the support of numerous loose immortals. It seemed he had no allies left aside from the Chan sect, with those who came only doing so out of respect for it. Meanwhile, DXN and Chaoga had regained some clarity. Gazing at the empty hall, burdened with unspoken anguish, with the situation as it was, he felt powerless, yearning for the human race to break free from the shackles of the divine, even if it meant sacrificing his last drop of blood. As the others struggled against Yuan Hong, the primordial heavenly venerable borrowed the map of mountains and rivers from Yuhua, trapping Yuan Hong within it. The remaining monsters were subdued by Yang Jian and Neza, with the man-eating pig demon being eviscerated in the process. The last stronghold fell, and the 800 lords gathered beneath the walls of Chaoga. Jiangxia aimed for a swift assault, but he hesitated, fearing the fate of the human race, as the entire populace had ascended the city walls, prepared to share in its fate. Perhaps this was the final tribute of the Emperor of Humanity. DXN donned his armor, wielding the sword of humanity, and rode forth on a fine steed outside the city. Like a tea that moment, an absurd scene unfolded as all 800 lords knelt in reverence to the Emperor. Jiangxia's face darkened. Having reached this critical juncture, why were they still bowing instead of attacking? Turning, he saw GFA had also knelt, and he questioned him. Why do you kneel? King Wu, get up. Such actions will shake the morale of the troops. No sooner had he spoken than all the soldiers had knelt, chanting, We pay homage to the Emperor. DXN looked upon them and commanded, Rise. My life has been spent in battle, striving to expand the territories for our human race. The demon race desires to consume us. The giant race seeks to do the same. We have made them fear us, and they no longer dare to attack our kind. You rebel against me, yet I bear no hatred towards you. However, if you intend to deliver our race to the deities, I shall not permit it, nor will our ancestors. Come now, let me see what you are capable of. None of the human race dared to charge forth, for he was the Emperor. Their king, Wu Xiaomu, gazed at the Emperor, overwhelmed with emotion, pondering, This is our king. With him, our race will not be oppressed by gods or demons. But should he fall, the human race shall be devoid of an emperor. Jiangxia confronted DXN, declaring, You have slaughtered your ministers, leaving the people of the great Shang in turmoil. What right do you have to be called emperor? He brandished the god-seizing whip and charged at DXN. A mere jester dares to strike at me. Wu Xiaomu, not fully grasping the situation, felt compelled to protect the emperor without a second thought. He rushed forward, declaring, "How dare you, Jiang Zia? If you wish to harm our emperor, you must first step over my corpse." Tu Xing called out, "Step aside. Do not make a futile sacrifice that he cannot kill me." Jiang Zia questioned Tu Xing Sun. "What are you doing? We are acting in accordance with the will of heaven. You are going against the natural order." Wu Xiaomu retorted, "Why must our emperor heed the will of heaven? My fate is mine to dictate, not heaven's. Should heaven wish to obliterate me, I shall obliterate heaven to we. The human race shall strive ceaselessly," Xing addressed Tu Xing Sun. "If I perish, will there be another emperor?" Wu Xiaomu broke into tears, crying out, "If you die, our race shall remain without an emperor. They will be mere puppets for the deities, punished for every small grievance, and offered as sacrifices." Hearing this, Tu Xing shouted, "How dare you insult my race by claiming there is no emperor?" He turned to GFA, asking, "Can you rise to become the emperor?" GFA remained silent, clearly unworthy of such a title. "How can it be that the noble human race has no emperor left? I am filled with rage. Why must my race endure such suffering?" The 12 golden immortals showed no mercy, charging at Tu Xing. Wu Xiaomu fought valiantly in defense, but was struck down by Ran Deng's light, nearly earning a place on the investiture of the gods. Had it not been for his master, he would have met his end. Tu Xing addressed the soldiers and citizens on the city walls. "Abandon your resistance. Let them enter the city." With a heavy heart, Tu Xing departed. The mood among the crowd turned somber. There was no excitement in their victory. And GFA felt particularly despondent. The Emperor of Humanity, Tu Xing, self-immolated at the star-picking tower, marking the end of an era. GFA attempted to grasp the sword of humanity, yet it shattered in his hands. He was simply unworthy. Jiang Zia promptly handed GFA the face of the Son of Heaven, and thus all earthly rulers became mere sons of heaven. What a humiliation! The title of emperor had been diminished to that of a son of heaven. Commencing with GFA, Wu Xiaomu observed the unfolding events in silence, quietly withdrawing. Jiang Zia, filled with vigor, stood atop the investiture platform, proclaiming, "The investiture of the gods begins. The positions of the 360 deities shall be filled." When it came time for Tu Xing Sun, Jiang Zia declared, "Because Tu Xing Sun misprotected Tu Xing, he shall be relegated to the position of Earth God, serving in the heavenly peach garden." A surge of divine fortune flowed into Wu Xiaomu, elevating him to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. His mastery of the 8-9 mysteries advanced to the late stage of the 7th turn, poised to enter the 8th turn at any moment. Yet he paid little mind to it, feeling disheartened, and took up his post in the heavenly peach garden. Left alone was Jiang Zia, now devoid of a divine position, having truly shot himself in the foot. Thus, the calamity of the investiture of the gods came to an end, and all returned to their respective places. Chapter 23. A monkey stole a peach. He claims his name is Sun Wukong. The dreary life of the earth began anew in the heavenly peach garden, where Wu Xiaomu gazed at the grove of peach trees, feeling somewhat intoxicated. Yet, it was indeed a splendid place for cultivation. While lost in thought, Neza entered. Visibly agitated, that Wu Xiaomu asked, "What troubles you, little one? Why the long face?" Neza, looking at Tu Xing Sun, replied, "The Chan sect has split. Your master, along with Ran Deng, Si Heng, Wen Shu, and Pu Xian, have defected to the Buddhist sect. Moreover, the Jie sect has also seen traitors. Ding Guangxian has led 5 immortals to join the Western teachings, with the leader, Wangxian, in pursuit. They have been suppressed by the Buddhas in the 8 treasure pool. Our ancestors and Uncle Master knew of this, and went to the Western teachings, summoned by Hongjun Laozu, to the Purple Cloud Palace, and have yet to return. The eldest disciple of the Jie sect has also taken this opportunity to join the Western teachings. Presently, both the Chan and Jie sects are gravely weakened. Fortunately, the Chan sect has Guang Qingzi, and the Jie sect has Zhao Gongming, as well as the 3 heavens and 2 direct disciples. Otherwise, both sects would face obliteration. What does that have to do with me?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "I am now the earth god of the heavenly peach garden, the lowest rank of divine position, and I cannot even leave. Besides, the sects have not yet been completely extinguished, have they?" Neza inquired, "Are you still angry about the matter of the human emperor?" It has been several years. Isn't it time to let it go? Let it go. They plotted against my kin. Neza, you too belong to the human race. Have you not noticed the plight we now endure? I retorted. Why should I let it pass? I tell you, you may have ascended to divinity and forgotten your human roots, but I remain human, a proud member of the human race. Depart at once. If you linger, I fear I shall have to strike you. Neza glanced at the earth spirit, opened his mouth but said nothing, and walked away. Thus, within the peach garden, aside from cultivating, there was little else to occupy our time. Time flows swiftly for an immortal. After more than 1,000 years of seclusion, Wu Xiaomu emerged to find the peaches nearly ripe, reveling in the beauty of the scene. Suddenly, he spotted a monkey pilfering peaches. How could he tolerate such audacity? However, upon closer inspection, he realized this monkey possessed the cultivation of a peak golden immortal. Yet, this was his duty. He shouted at the monkey, "Where do you come from, wild monkey, daring to steal from the peach garden? Do you seek death?" The wild monkey looked at the earth spirit and retorted, "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the great sage equal to heaven? I shall inform you that I am sent by the Jade Emperor to oversee the peach garden. And you, what deity do you serve? The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Is the journey to the west about to commence? How swiftly it approaches. I merely secluded myself, and now here it is." He chuckled, "Great sage, I'm the land deity of this peach garden. I apologize for any offense." Sun Wukong, also chuckling, responded, "Ah, so you are the land deity. Why have I not seen you before? I was in seclusion. Hence your lack of acquaintance. Please, continue with your business. I shall take my leave." Sun Wukong dismissed him, not considering the earth spirit's cultivation level. Assuming a land deity's power could not be substantial, Wu Xiaomu had recently advanced to the mid-stage of the 8th transformation, while Yang Jian remained at the 7th transformation, having only progressed due to the heavenly court's fortuitous influence that Wu Xiaomu refrained from meddling in affairs, recognizing it was the scheming of the heavenly court and the Buddhas. He had little desire to stir trouble, especially with so many stronger than himself. Days passed, and a group of celestial maidens arrived to gather peaches. Sun Wukong inquired, "Fair maidens, what brings you to harvest peaches?" The lead maiden replied, "Great sage, we gather peaches for the Queen Mother of the West peach banquet." "Whom do you invite to this peach banquet? Am I not included?" Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. The maidens pondered. "It seems all realms are represented, even the great immortals of the sea. Yet we have not heard of your invitation." "What do you mean, all realms, even those from the underworld? Yet I am excluded?" "Truly outrageous," the maidens debated. "Who are you?" "Merely a monkey. Why would we invite you to perform?" They scoffed, unaware of his true identity. The more Sun Wukong thought about it, the angrier he became. Just as he was about to confront them, Wu Xiaomu interjected, "Great sage, temper your wrath. They are but young maidens. How could they possibly know?" At that moment, a maiden declared, "We are the 7 fairies of heaven, daughters of the Jade Emperor. Who are you to speak here?" Wu Xiaomu laughed and approached the maidens, shaking them gently while addressing Sun Wukong. "Great sage, this is a misunderstanding. Please release them." However, Wu Xiaomu shook each maiden in turn, causing them to blush with embarrassment. Sun Wukong noticed their flushed faces and inquired of the earth spirit, "Why are the maidens blushing?" Wu Xiaomu explained, "They are merely flustered by your words." Sun Wukong replied, "I shall not concern myself with this. I'm off to drink. Earth spirit, will you join me?" Wu Xiaomu contemplated. The young maidens cannot leave the peach garden. They lack fortune, that he mused, having already consumed the 8 transformation golden elixir. Do I truly need these peaches? As was foretold, Sun Wukong caused a ruckus at the peach banquet, infuriating the Queen Mother of the West. Her ire was directed not at the monkey, but at the earth spirit. Upon the maiden's return, the Queen Mother noticed their disarray. The Jade Emperor, equally enraged, declared, "Were it not for the earth spirit being a disciple of the Chan school, I would have executed him." They all knew of the earth spirit's deeds beneath Chaoga City and dared not act against him, especially since his master was the Buddha of the Chan school, Ju Lu. Severe penalties are spared, yet he must descend to the mortal realm as a land deity. Wu Xiaomu was summoned to the Grand Hall, where the Jade Emperor inquired, "Do you acknowledge your crimes? What crimes have I committed? I acted to save them." The Jade Emperor, Rising in anger, retorted, "You a quasi-saint, and that monkey a golden immortal. Do you truly resort to such methods? You must be intentionally tarnishing the heavenly court's reputation." Wu Xiaomu, smiling, replied, "And what of it? What can you truly do to me? Go forth to the mortal realm for training. When you have sorted your thoughts, return. I have been exiled," he announced to the Jade Emperor. "As you command, I shall descend at once," he thought to himself. Who would desire to come here? Uncertain of where he was being sent, a disciple of the Chan school directed him. "Brother, go to Ally Nation, to Huagua Mountain, and serve as the land deity there. The celestial energy is abundant." Wu Xiaomu barely heard the instructions, fixating instead on the notion of abundant celestial energy, and thus set off for his new post. Chapter 24. The Heavenly Court attacks Huagua Mountain. Upon arriving in Ally Nation, he began searching for the land deity temple. After circling the nation, he found no temple and became infuriated. "How is it that I am assigned here without a place to reside?" He called out loudly to the mountain god, "Come forth. I have matters to discuss." As a systemic deity, the mountain god quickly appeared before the earth spirit, asking, "Who are you, and what do you seek here? Why summon me? For trivial matters?" Wu Xiaomu was incensed. Having endured indignities in the heavenly court, he now faced disdain from the mountain god. "I am the local land deity, here to assume my post. Yet I cannot find the temple. Oh, you know where it is?" The mountain god scrutinized the earth spirit and remarked, "So, you are the one sent down by the heavenly court? I shall tell you. 50 miles from here lies a land deity temple. That is your abode. Hurry along." Wu Xiaomu disregarded the mountain god and made his way to the temple at Huagua Mountain. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. "This is a temple? What manner of discarded bricks are these? Were it not for the sign, I would think this place abandoned." "Very well. If no one will tend to it, I shall construct my own land deity temple. At least I shall have a place to stay. This desolate wilderness, and yet they speak of abundant celestial energy, a pack of liars." Meanwhile, on Huagua Mountain, Sun Wukong was training his monkey soldiers. Having consumed the peaches and celestial wine he provided, they had transformed into demon soldiers. As he admired their training, a monkey soldier rushed in to report, "Great King, a pair of heavenly soldiers have arrived, demanding you come out to meet your end." Furious, Sun Wukong declared, "Gather your weapons. Children, let us show them our might." Upon emerging, he beheld countless celestial soldiers preparing to assault Huagua Mountain. Sun Wukong bellowed, "Who dares to invade my Huagua Mountain?" The giant spirit god charged forth, engaging Sun Wukong in battle, only to retreat swiftly. Neza was poised to join the fray, but the Earth King Li Tianwang cautioned, "Be mindful. Do not strike him down. Just put on a show, exchange a few blows, and we shall fulfill our mission." Neza, glancing at his father, replied, "Understood. If you hadn't spoken, I would have returned by now." Sun Wukong, noticing Neza, asked, "Who is this little brat? Why have you come to the battlefield?" "I do not strike at children," Neza, incensed by Sun Wukong's words. "Thought, that scoundrel Earth Spirit speaks of me thus because I cannot best him. Yet you dare to belittle me. It must be because you've been instructed not to kill me that he launched himself at Sun Wukong." And after numerous exchanges, Neza found himself retreating, further inflating Sun Wukong's ego. King Li Tianwang ordered the assault, and all the celestial soldiers surged forward, only to return quickly, observing from above in the heavenly court. Avalokiteshvara, also known as the Merciful Traveler, approached the Jade Emperor, saying, "I recommend one for you. Your nephew, Erlang Shenyangjian, he is sure to defeat the demon monkey." The Jade Emperor, contemplating Avalokiteshvara's words, thought to himself, "I am well aware, not to mention Yang Jian. Even Neza could overpower him, but how to proceed?" He chuckled, "Very well, summon Yang Jian. Let him subdue the demon monkey." Soon, Yang Jian arrived at Huagua Mountain, addressing Sun Wukong. "So, you are the demon monkey." Not much to boast of. Upon arrival, his master had advised him to avoid serious conflict, suggesting he engage Sun Wukong in a manner that preserves his pride. Sun Wukong queried, "And you are from which clan, little deity?" Yang Jian declared, "I am the Jade Emperor's nephew, Erlang Shenyangjian." Sun Wukong laughed, "Ah, you are the child born from a mortal woman without the Emperor's consent." Yang Jian, already irked, felt his temper flare at Sun Wukong's taunt. The two clashed fiercely, but Yang Jian dared not unleash his full strength, fearing he might inadvertently kill Sun Wukong. As they fought, they engaged in a contest of transformation techniques, each utilizing their respective skills. Yang Jian mused, "This monkey's transformations grow increasingly alarming. His abilities seem tailored to counter mine. How shall I navigate this?" Their contest of transformations led them before Wu Xiaomu's land deity temple. Sun Wukong erected a mock temple beside it, and upon noticing the land deity's temple, Yang Jian's ire ignited. He approached the earth spirit's temple, vowing to strike it down, not forgetting to demolish Sun Wukong's sham temple as well. Unbeknownst to Wu Xiaomu, who was still in slumber, danger lurked nearby. Upon hearing that his temple had collapsed, an overwhelming frustration surged within him. Without uttering a word, he rushed outside, and his gaze immediately fell upon Yang Jian and Sun Wukong. Angrily, he exclaimed, "If you wish to engage in a fight, take it elsewhere. Could you not see that I was asleep? And who, pray tell, has dismantled my land temple?" Observing that the land belonged to the peach garden, Sun Wukong inquired, "Are you not the deity of the peach garden? What brings you here?" Wu Xiaomu retorted, "Is it not your fault? Had you not caused such a ruckus, would I have been demoted? And who is responsible for the destruction of my temple?" Sun Wukong replied, "Fear not. I shall avenge you. That it was none other than Erlang Shun who raised your temple." Wu Xiaomu shot a cold glance at Yang Jian and said, "I ask you, you illegitimate child, why do you trespass upon my sacred ground? And what compels you to destroy my temple?" Yang Jian did not relent, responding, "You little dwarf, who could possibly know this was your territory? I was merely following the heavenly edict to capture the demon monkey. How is it that in your pursuit of the demon monkey, you chose to demolish my land temple? Why not topple the Lingxiao palace instead? I care not. If you do not compensate me, I shall take matters into my own hands." Sun Wukong stood dumbfounded, contemplating, is this land deity so fierce? I cannot best Yang Jian, yet this minor deity dares to threaten him. I wager he could not even defeat Yang Jian's hound. Yang Jian countered, "Once I have captured the demon monkey, I shall rebuild your temple, if that suffices." Wu Xiaomu insisted, "No, I demand that you repair it now, or I shall not hold back." Neza, observing the impending misfortune befalling Yang Jian, descended and said, "Little dwarf, do you not see we are quite occupied? How can my second brother assist you in your repairs now? You have no place here." Sun Wukong boldly proclaimed, "I too shall stand with you, and we will confront the two of them together." However, no one acknowledged Sun Wukong's declaration, and Neza cast a glance at him, thinking, "Who are you? Were it not for your usefulness, I could easily knock you down with a flick of my hand." Feeling slighted by the disregard, Sun Wukong retorted, "I possess the ability to transform 72 times, traversing vast distances in a single leap. Are you not afraid of this? Will the heavens not be alarmed at the destruction wrought by this land deity?" At that moment, Taishang Laojun hurled a black iron ring, striking Sun Wukong squarely on the head, prompting the celestial soldiers to swiftly carry him away. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and Neza remained locked in a tense stare with the land deity. Reluctantly, the two began the task of reconstructing the land temple under Wu Xiaomu's direction, which only served to further aggravate them. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, who had been captured by the heavenly forces, he remained oblivious to the schemes against him, still convinced of his invincibility. Even the celestial war god required the assistance of Taishang Laojun to subdue him. Continuously boasting, he found himself thrust into the alchemical furnace by Taishang Laojun. As Yang Jian and Neza completed the repairs to the land temple, Wu Xiaomu released them, allowing their return on their way back. Neza declared, "I shall remember this grievance." Chapter 25. The reluctant relocation of the land deity, with Sun Wukong confined within the alchemical furnace. Tranquility reigned in the heavenly realm for 49 days. While the heavens enjoyed peace, Huagua Mountain had been ravaged by celestial troops, leaving scant remnants of demon monkeys and demon soldiers, with the few that remained having relocated. Wu Xiaomu surveyed the desolate Huagua Mountain, reflecting, this was once a place brimming with celestial energy, now tainted by Sun Wukong's demonic presence. How can one reside here? I am the land deity. I too require offerings. Without residence, how can there be offerings? This will not do. I must venture to the heavenly court to consult the Jade Emperor regarding my predicament. Upon arriving at the heavenly court, Wu Xiaomu discovered a celebration underway, with Sun Wukong's involvement and even Guanyin present. Yet, Wu Xiaomu paid no heed to the festivities and approached the Jade Emperor, exclaiming, "Master, my Huagua Mountain is on the verge of being trampled by the heavenly soldiers. I can no longer reside there. Where am I to go?" The Jade Emperor, taken aback by the address of Master, found himself at a loss. To follow the heavenly protocols would be one course of action, yet it would be inappropriate. Adhering to the rules of the celestial way, he felt compelled to find an appropriate place for the land deity. However, Wu Xiaomu had not rendered service to the heavenly court nor wished for a high-ranking position. He was indeed a late-stage quasi-saint, creating a conundrum. He called out, "Fellow celestial beings, where would be a fitting place for my disciple's son?" The gathered deities exchanged glances, offering no responses, as the inquiry seemed to imply an expectation of favors. However, if the offering was insufficient, the Jade Emperor might be displeased, and if it were excessive, the land deity would refuse to work that moment. The star Venus stepped forward, suggesting, "Your Majesty, I propose we assign the land deity to oversee the terrestrial land gods." The Jade Emperor smiled, addressing Wu Xiaomu. "What do you think of this arrangement?" Wu Xiaomu pondered briefly before responding, "I defer to you. Master, I shall undertake the duty of surveying the lands of mortals. Since you are here, let us share a meal before you depart. There are acquaintances here, making it easier for discussions." Guanyin interjected, "Nephew, your cultivation seems to elude my master's perception." Wu Xiaomu inquired, "Should I address you as master or as Guanyin Bodhisattva?" Guanyin replied, "It is merely a title. The name is inconsequential." Wu Xiaomu continued, "Bodhisattva, does it not seem that matters of our heavenly court should not fall under the purview of your Buddhist sect? I suggest you tend to your own affairs. I have heard that our master is soon returning. Should he learn of your movements, might there not be repercussions? Your master is also part of the Buddhist sect. Is he not? Do you not fear for your own safety?" Wu Xiaomu retorted angrily, "That is a matter for my sect to handle. Your Buddhist sect is overstepping its bounds." Guanyin was incensed, pondering, "This insolent fellow has no sense of gratitude. I merely inquired about your cultivation, and you respond with such disdain." Observing Guanyin's rising fury, the Jade Emperor interjected, "Enough. Regardless of the matter, he is still your disciple. Does not your sect preach release? You too should let go." Wu Xiaomu replied, "Master, it seems our celestial way does not recognize the Buddhist teachings. Where does this notion of master come from?" Guanyin added, "So, land deity, are you standing up for your sect? Or do you wish to provoke us into pursuing you? Chase me, with your meager Buddhist power? Were it not for the deceit of the likes of Zhuan Ti, who tricked so many celestial beings, your sect would be a mere jest. You remain unaware of my capabilities. Today you shall stay and repent before the Buddha," Guanyin declared. The Jade Emperor scoffed, questioning, "Do you truly believe this is your Buddhist domain? This is the heavenly court, and to openly bully my rightful deity is to disregard my authority." With the overwhelming aura of a quasi-saint, the Jade Emperor confronted Guanyin, who had only recently entered the realm of the Luo, leaving her unable to withstand the pressure. She hastily apologized and withdrew. Wu Xiaomu had thus established a grievance with the Buddhist sect, unperturbed by the impending turmoil. Should the heavens collapse, I have a towering deity to rely upon. What do I have to fear? Upon exiting the heavenly court and returning to the mortal realm, Wu Xiaomu pondered where to go next, finding himself without direction. Resigned, he thought, "I shall wander wherever fate takes me." Aimlessly, he meandered until he arrived at a land temple, only to find it devoid of any land deity. This shall suffice, he decided. It is a suitable place to rest. After arranging the area, he reconstructed the land temple, deeming it a place for slumber. Uncertain of his surroundings, he noted the isolation, yet the mountains provided a semblance of comfort. Expanding the space of the temple, he stepped inside, indifferent to the affairs of the outside world, leaving it to whomever it may concern. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Sun Wukong endured the agonizing process of refinement within the alchemical furnace, crying out in pain. This torment was, in fact, orchestrated by Taishang Laojun to ensure that Sun Wukong would properly assimilate the celestial pill. For had a demon king confronted him during the journey to the west, what hope would there be for success? After all, the senior disciple of the had been deceived into becoming the Buddha, originally intended to divide the fortunes of the Western teachings, only to be outsmarted by Zhuan Ti, leading to the current need to repay the karmic debt within the confines of the furnace. Sun Wukong struggled to break free. He was thwarted by the blazing flames. In anguish, he cursed, "You old official, hurry and refine me. Once I escape, I shall topple your furnace." Thus, the refining continued for a full 49 days. At last, nearing completion, Taishang Laojun, a sage of great renown, would not shy away from the challenge posed by Sun Wukong. He was prepared to play his part in this grand performance. Suddenly, Sun Wukong leapt from the furnace, kicking it over in the process. Their astonishment. The celestial beings recoiled, fearing they might inadvertently harm him. Having successfully refined the celestial pill, Sun Wukong's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal stage. Brandishing his golden cudgel, he charged into the Lingxiao palace. Just then, the Buddha arrived, intent on wagering with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, ever audacious, accepted the challenge, only to find himself subdued by the Buddha's palm. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaomu, lost in a deep slumber, felt something plummeting from the sky. Upon awakening and stepping outside, he beheld a colossal mountain descending from above. Squinting his eyes, he realized, is that not the Five-Finger Mountain? How did I end up here? The land temple I just built is about to be destroyed again. No, I must divert this mountain from here. Pointing toward the sky, I use my magical powers to shift it by 100 miles. Exerting my will over the Buddha of Five Fingers Mountain. I could sense a formidable force akin to his powers moving the mountain, and I thought, there are indeed great beings aiding Sun Wukong, even figures of quasi-saint caliber. If they intend to suppress him, things may not end well. I amplified my magical energy and directed it towards Wu Xiaomu's land temple. Wu Xiaomu was taken aback, pondering, is it merely a matter of a few miles for the Buddha? Can he not overcome this obstacle? Why must he oppose me? He too increased his magical power. Seeing the Buddha struggling, Guanyin Bodhisattva lent her assistance, and the other Buddhas joined in as well. That moment, Wu Xiaomu was on the verge of collapse. When did the Buddha's power become so immense? I cannot hold on much longer. Glancing back at my land temple filled me with distress. It still wasn't protected. Their magical duel was tormenting Sun Wukong, who was suffering greatly. He thought to himself, had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have engaged in a magical contest with the Buddha. Now stepping outside poses a problem. As he was about to descend, Sun Wukong struggled, landing right before Wu Xiaomu's land temple. Wu Xiaomu managed to shift it by a meter, thus preserving the temple. But Sun Wukong was left in anguish. Witnessing Sun Wukong's struggle, Wu Xiaomu wished to assist him. Yet after the earlier contest with the Buddhist forces, his own magical energy was nearly depleted, his heart willing but his strength lacking. Sun Wukong ultimately ceased his resistance, and Wu Xiaomu approached him, saying, "Great sage, what a coincidence. We meet again." Sun Wukong was taken aback, asking, "Aren't you supposed to be tending to the land at Flower Fruit Mountain? How have you ended up here?" Wu Xiaomu, irritated, replied, "Isn't it because of you? If you hadn't caused such chaos, would the heavenly court have sent troops to attack Flower Fruit Mountain? Now look, my land temple has been destroyed, and just as I built a new one, you appear. Your presence brings misfortune." Sun Wukong retorted, "Can you really blame me? Do I have any choice in the matter? It was the Buddha who sent me here. If you have grievances, take them up with him. Indeed, I shall go to the heavenly court and seek justice from the Buddha, demanding compensation for my losses." Ignoring Sun Wukong, he proceeded to the heavenly court. Upon arriving at the Lingxiao palace, he saw the Buddha conversing with the Jade Emperor. The Wu Xiaomu approached and inquired, "Did you use a mountain to smash my land temple? Do you realize how much effort I put into building it? I demand compensation." The Buddha regarded the little figure before him and asked, "Are you the disciple of the Buddha of Jiu Lu, the Earthwalker?" Wu Xiaomu, enraged, replied, "Listen closely, I am a disciple of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. The chief disciple of Jiu Lu, who hails from Mount Jialong, Feiyun Cave. I am not your Jiulu Buddha. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. The Buddha, angered, exclaimed, You dare refer to me as a bald donkey? Who gave you the audacity? Wu Xiaomu laughed heartily, saying, Haha, my two uncles gave me this courage. One is the leader of the Chan teaching, and the other is the Jade Emperor. What do you think? Can they protect me? Let us not forget I have my own master, who is quite protective. The Buddha's face darkened as he looked to the Jade Emperor, asking, Jade Emperor, do you intend to protect him? The Jade Emperor chuckled, He is my grandnephew. What do you think? Or do you believe my heavenly court lacks the power? You may certainly test that. Amit Ba, Jade Emperor, you have become muddled. Let this Buddha take a look. The burning lamp Buddha approached. Wu Xiaomu regarded him disdainfully. Who do you think you are? A traitor from the Chan teaching. Do you truly believe you have any standing here? At that moment, numerous disciples of the Chan Gate emerged from the Lingxiao Palace, and Burning Lamp dared not advance. When Zhong stepped forward, stating, A traitor from the Chan teaching dares to speak here. Do you truly think our Chan Gate is without power? Most deities in the heavenly court are disciples of the three teachings. Will we allow the Buddhist sect to take advantage of us? As tensions escalated, a Buddha reported, Buddha, that monkey is about to break free from the mountain. Should we suppress him? The Buddha handed the messenger a tablet, instructing him to carry out the suppression. Thus, what began as a joyous occasion was disrupted by the Earthwalker, leading to an unhappy conclusion. As the celestial beings departed, the Jade Emperor asked, Earthwalker, do you harbor a dislike for the Buddhist sect? Uncle, do you not? Wu Xiaomu queried. You little rascal, I do dislike them, but as the sovereign of the three realms, I must remain magnanimous. The Buddhist sect is shameless. They abducted my master, though I may not be able to defeat them now. One day I shall make them pay. The Jade Emperor regarded the Earthwalker, proposing, I have a task for you. Accompany them to the west. Along the way, create chaos. Would that suit you? Uncle, is that truly feasible? If the two saints of the west discover this, they will surely kill me. Ah, you little rascal, you also have fears. No worries, the Chan and Chan teachings will assist you. Chapter 27. The Arrival of Tang Sung. Earthwalker goes to the west, returning to Five Fingers Mountain. Wu Xiaomu arrived at the land temple, observing Sun Wukong and stating, We are neighbors now. If you require anything, feel free to seek me. With that, he did not wait for Sun Wukong's response and returned to the temple, leaving Sun Wukong in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, the overseers of Sun Wukong were at a loss and returned to report to the Buddhist sect, who had no solution. This was a tough situation. Guanyin, having learned from the Buddha about the Earthwalker's quasi-saint status, was also cautious in her actions. Sun Wukong, now with nothing to do, conversed with Wu Xiaomu, no longer feeling as lonely as before. However, he still craved iron balls and copper juice, which Wu Xiaomu neglected, finding it preferable to sleep in the land temple. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 500 years had gone by to this juncture. Guanyin Bodhisattva approached, noticing the Earthwalker had not emerged from the land temple. She said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, you have been here for 500 years. I offer you a chance to escape your predicament. What do you think? Sun Wukong, excited, replied, Bodhisattva, I have long recognized my mistakes. Please allow me to return to Flower Fruit Mountain. Not to Flower Fruit Mountain in due time. A seeker of scriptures will arrive. You must protect him to the western paradise. Once your merit is complete, you shall be free. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Guanyin flew away, sensing the Earthwalker was about to emerge. What was that? Could she not clarify her words before leaving? What am I to do? Sun Wukong pondered. Wu Xiaomu slept for over 100 years, awakening to find Sun Wukong. He asked, What troubles you today? Monkey, you seem so pensive. Sun Wukong replied, Just now, Guanyin Bodhisattva visited, saying I must protect the seeker of scriptures and earn my freedom. You wish to go? If you do not, I can help you refuse. Wu Xiaomu spoke lightly. Sun Wukong questioned, But how can I leave? I've been trapped here for 500 years. I wish to go out. Very well, you shall go. I need to inspect the land temple anyway. Let us go together. After some conversation, Wu Xiaomu headed to the Tang dynasty, where he saw Guanyin transformed into an old monk. Wu Xiaomu, wanting to tease her, transformed into a beautiful woman and accidentally bumped into the old monk. "Help! A rogue is assaulting me," he shouted. This drew the attention of everyone nearby. Leaving Guanyin flustered as she hurriedly explained, "You clearly bumped into me. How can you claim I assaulted you?" Wu Xiaomu then pointed at Mujia, saying, "It was this little monk who pushed me. Otherwise, I couldn't have passed." Just then, Jin Chanzi arrived, stating, "Benefactor, I am a disciple of the Buddhist sect and do not indulge in female allure. You must be mistaken." Wu Xiaomu feigned surprise, asking, "Doesn't your Buddhist sect have the joyful Buddha? Is he not also exempt from such pursuits? Or is it that rabbits are allowed?" Guanin's expression changed dramatically as she asked, "Friend, have I offended you in some way?" Mujia, noticing the tone of her speech, scrutinized the beautiful woman. Wu Xiaomu shouted, "This little bald donkey is still staring. You claim to be innocent." Mujia, astonished, exclaimed, "Earthwalker, will you ever cease? We are engaged in serious business. If you have no matter, go play elsewhere, or I shall teach you a lesson." Wu Xiaomu transformed back, saying, "You little traitor, you dare threaten me? You should consider whether the big traitor dares to." The crowd erupted in shouts. "The immortals have descended. Quickly, pay your respects." Even Li Shimin was about to kneel. Wu Xiaomu's gaze towards Guanyin shifted. He quickly helped the emperor up, addressing Guanyin, "Bodhisattva, why do you not reveal yourself?" Seeing Guanyin Bodhisattva, Li Shimin nearly knelt again, but was stopped by Wu Xiaomu, who said, "You are the emperor of humanity. How can you kneel before an immortal?" Li Shimin replied, "It is customary for emperors of all ages to bow to immortals. I am no exception. You are the king of humanity, the human emperor, and your status surpasses theirs. Why should you kneel?" Upon observing that Li Shimin had lost the aura of the human emperor, now only radiating the light of the Ziwei star, it became evident that he was merely the current ruler of humanity. The more I contemplated this, the more incensed I became, and I shouted at Guanyin, "Bodhisattva, you have brought calamity upon our human race. How dare you act in such a manner? If the human Emperor Xuanzang were still alive, would you dare to have him kneel before you?" Guanyin Bodhisattva replied, "Tu Xing Sun, I am merely following the will of heaven. It is not within my power to decide, but it is all your doing. I shall reclaim a portion of what is owed to me." With that, I charged at Guanyin Bodhisattva. She hastily handed her staff and robe to Tang Sung and fled with Muza. Wu Xiaomu turned to Li Shimin and said, "You are the emperor of our human race. Cease kneeling before the deities. Our kind was once formidable." Without waiting for Li Shimin's response, he departed, leaving Li Shimin and the populace at a loss for what to do. Following the original narrative, Tang Sung embarked on his journey to the west, while Wu Xiaomu returned to the Earth Deity Temple to await events. After Tang Sung encountered Tiger, he arrived at the foot of Wuji Mountain. Sun Wukong, upon seeing Tang Sung, shouted, "Master, master!" Tang Sung, noticing a monkey trapped beneath the mountain, inquired, "Are you calling for me?" Sun Wukong responded, "It is Guanyin Bodhisattva who instructed me to wait for you here to protect you on your journey to the west. Yet, without a hammer, how can I rescue you?" Wu Xiaomu emerged from the Earth Deity Temple and said, "Just remove that talisman." Tang Sung recognized the individual and asked, "Benefactor, do you still remember this humble monk?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "Of course. Now hurry along." Once Tang Sung removed the talisman, Sun Wukong prepared to break free, but Wu Xiaomu advised Tang Sung, "Let us keep our distance." As Sun Wukong emerged, he urged Tang Sung, "Master, let us depart." Wu Xiaomu added, "As it happens, I also wish to journey west. Let's travel together." Chapter 28. Arrival at Gao Laozhuang. Zhu Beiji cries out in fear. Sun Wukong and Tang Sung did not dwell on the matter, as Wu Xiaomu was a land deity, akin to a celestial being, and would offer some protection along the way. Thus, the three set out, and the journey was relatively smooth. They soon reached a pond, where Wu Xiaomu recognized they had entered the territory of the White Dragon. He chose not to intervene, not out of fear, but caution, for perhaps Beauty was observing from the heavenly realms. Suddenly, a white dragon emerged and devoured Tang Sang's white horse. Sun Wukong, arriving too late, questioned Tu Xingsun, "You too are a land deity. Why do you not take action?" Wu Xiaomu chuckled, "Great sage, my divine powers are modest, insufficient to contend with this dragon." Sun Wukong, unfamiliar with Wu Xiaomu's capabilities, dismissed it and went to confront the White Dragon. The White Dragon, annoyed by Sun Wukong, engaged him in battle. Wu Xiaomu observed the small white dragon, contemplating. This creature possesses the strength of a Chenxiang. How could it possibly compete with Sun Wukong, who is at the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm? The disparity in their realms is vast. Soon, the white dragon fled, diving back into the pond. They remained in a standoff for an entire day until Guanyin appeared and called to the dragon. Little white dragon, your master has arrived. Come forth and accompany him to the west for scripture. Upon hearing Guanyin's summons, the little white dragon emerged from the pond and performed a bow to Tang Sung. Guanyin Bodhisattva remarked, Little white dragon, you devoured your master's white horse. Transform into a white steed and carry your master to the west for scripture. The little white dragon complied, transforming into a horse. Turning to Wu Xiaomu, Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired, Why are you, a land deity, accompanying the scripture-seeking party instead of remaining in the heavenly palace? Wu Xiaomu glanced at her and retorted, This appears to be under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, not your Buddhist domain. Must I report my whereabouts to you? Tang Sung, astonished, said, Land deity, you are a legitimate divine being. How can you speak to Guanyin Bodhisattva in such a manner? This is disrespectful to our Buddhist order. I shall let your transgression pass. Out of the compassion of our faith, Wu Xiaomu laughed, saying, What can a traitor dare to say? Guanyin, incensed, replied, Do not label me a traitor. I will not hold this against you, but I hope you do not disrupt the journey to the west. Otherwise, our Buddhist order shall not be lenient. Wu Xiaomu, grinning mischievously, said, What does not being lenient entail? I am right here. If you are truly not lenient, then do show me. I await your demonstration. Guanyin, in a huff, departed, thinking to herself, Were it not for my inability to overpower this fellow, he would have long since been reduced to pulp. Sun Wukong, witnessing Guanyin's departure, questioned, Land deity, are you truly this defiant? She is a bodhisattva of the Buddhist order. You have succeeded in driving her away. To Wu Xiaomu, unfazed, replied, It matters not. I have not wronged her, so why should she target me? Sun Wukong then inquired, What do you mean by traitor? Wu Xiaomu responded, You shall understand when you reach that level. For now, let us continue our journey. They resumed their quest towards the west, and along the way, Tang Sung wished to inquire about Tu Xing Sun, yet he found himself at a loss for words, remaining in a daze throughout the journey. Their path led them to a serene mountain villa, where Tang Sung wished to rest for the night before continuing their journey. As they approached the estate, they collided with a hurried villager. Tang Sung asked, Benefactor, why are you in such a rush? The young boy replied, Master, I am seeking a demon-slaying master. A monster has invaded our village and imprisoned our young lady. Upon hearing of the monster, Sun Wukong's interest piqued, and he declared, We are indeed demon slayers. We shall accompany you. The boy, startled by Sun Wukong's presence, exclaimed, A demon! Wu Xiaomu interjected, Child, do not speak so foolishly. What demon could possibly be here? The young boy looked at Tu Xing Sun, who, though shorter in stature, appeared human enough to ease his worries, and asked, Who are you? What abilities do you possess? Wu Xiaomu replied, I am the land deity here. Hearing of the monster, I came to investigate. However, I am not inclined towards violence, so let this monkey take the lead. The boy led them into the villa, where they encountered the villager in charge, who questioned, Did you not go to fetch a master? Why have you returned so soon? The villager named Zhao Kai responded, Sir, I have brought the land deity. What land deity? Which one did you summon? Wu Xiaomu chuckled, It is I. I am the land deity of this place. Drawn here by tales of a monster, the elder, overjoyed, ushered Tang Sung and his companions into the courtyard. Inside the house, Sun Wukong asked, Now, tell me about the monster's origins. The elder sighed, This monster is our family's son-in-law. He recounted Zhu Beiji's story, prompting Sun Wukong to chuckle and exclaim, So you are all related? Young master, he is indeed a monster. I was so frightened I could hardly move. Sun Wukong insisted, Take me to rescue your young lady. They successfully freed the young lady, and Sun Wukong, assuming her guise, prepared for Zhu Beiji's arrival. That a gust of dark wind heralded Zhu Beiji's approach. Wu Xiaomu remained skeptical, suspecting Zhu Beiji was a spy sent by the heavenly court to disrupt the journey to the west, and decided to observe as Zhu Beiji carried his bride. Wu Xiaomu followed closely, confirming his suspicions when he discerned Zhu Beiji's peak level of Tai Golden Immortal Strength. He realized that Zhu Beiji was aware of Sun Wukong's true identity. Zhu Beiji had cultivated the 36 transformations of the Celestial General, which were far superior to the 72 transformations of the earthly spirits. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, Sun Wukong revealed his true form. Zhu Beiji engaged in combat with Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "You, the stable keeper, are meddling in affairs that do not concern you." A gust of dark wind swept them back into the cave. Wu Xiaomu followed Zhu Beiji inside and questioned, "How could a peak Tai Golden Immortal be unable to contend with one at the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal realm? This seems implausible." Zhu Beiji, on guard, asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "We are both disciples of the Mystical Gate. You are the senior disciple of the Grand Master Xuandu, are you not? I am a disciple of the 12 Golden Immortals from the Chan School. We may consider ourselves fellow disciples." Zhu Beiji looked at Tu Xing Sun and inquired, "You must be Tu Xing Sun, right? How did you know?" Wu Xiaomu, puzzled, responded, "I could tell from your height, and you're the only one shorter than me in the heavenly court, the other being Neza. It was quite easy to guess." Hearing this, Wu Xiaomu struck Zhu Beiji, overpowering him effortlessly. "Now, tell me, were you sent by the heavenly court?" Zhu Beiji replied in a hushed tone, "Yes, the Jade Emperor sent me. Who would have thought I would end up in the wrong pig's body? Enough of this charade. Hurry and find Tang Sung and the others. Do not let your cover be blown." Chapter 29, Arrival at Guanin's Zen Temple. Slaying the Black Bear's Spirit. Zhu Beiji emerged once more, re-engaging Sun Wukong in combat, but he was swiftly subdued again. Sun Wukong declared, "You, pig demon, do not hesitate to break off your engagement with the Gao family and leave here at once." Zhu Beiji protested, "No. Guanyin Bodhisattva commanded me to await the scripture seeker and to protect him on his journey west." Sun Wukong, chuckling, replied, "You fool. I too am tasked with protecting the scripture seeker. Now come along and pay your respects to the master." The two took to the clouds and returned to Gao Laozhuang. Sun Wukong urged Zhu Beiji, "Make haste. The master awaits." Zhu Beiji rushed forward and bowed to Tang Sung, introducing himself, "Master, I am Zhu Ganglai, your disciple." Tang Sung was taken aback. "What is this? You call me master upon first meeting." He turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Wukong, what is the meaning of this?" Sun Wukong explained, "Master, he too has been inspired by the Bodhisattva to protect you on your journey to the west." Tang Sung then looked at Tu Xing Sun and said, "Since this is the will of Guanyin Bodhisattva, you shall accompany us on our journey. However, this Zhu Ganglai does not conform to the appellations of the Buddhist realm. From now on, you shall be known as Zhu Beiji. Your Dharma name shall be Wu Neng." Zhu Beiji remarked, "Master, I have already become your disciple. Does this mean I can eat meat from now on?" Tang Sung replied, "You are already called Beiji. I believe it is best to continue as Beiji." In the eyes of the people of Gao Laozhuang, Zhu Beiji was quite commendable. Upon his arrival, he was diligent in labor. And thus, the crowd bid farewell to Zhu Beiji and his companions at Wu Xiaomu's side, saying, "Such is your fate. Let us depart." The group journeyed for several days, during which Zhu Beiji constantly bantered with Sun Wukong, which brought them much joy. Upon reaching a temple, Sun Wukong approached the gate and, upon raising his gaze, saw that it was the Guanyin Zen Monastery. He said to Tang Sung, "Master, we have arrived at the Zen Monastery of Bodhisattva Guanyin." Tang Sung chanted, "Amit-ba." Zhu Beiji urged, "Why not hurry and knock on the door, so they may prepare us a vegetarian meal?" "You fool. All you think about is eating. Let me go knock," he said. However, when the door was opened, the young monks saw they were from afar and did not permit them to enter, which infuriated Sun Wukong. He struck the gate with his staff, causing everyone to flee in fear at that moment. The abbot of the Guanyin Zen Monastery emerged and said, "What wild monks dare to cause trouble here?" Tang Sung adjusted his robes and replied, "I hail from the Eastern Tang, on a pilgrimage to the Western Thunder Sound Temple for scriptures. We merely wish to stay here for a night before continuing our journey." Upon hearing that they were monks from the Tang dynasty, the abbot said, "Then please come in." As they walked, he inquired, "The Tang is a land of great wealth. What treasures do you bring?" Sun Wukong answered, "My master possesses a set of kasayas, a 9-stream Zen staff, and a purple gold poyu. All are treasures indeed. This kasaya, for instance, is impervious to water and fire. Wearing it ensures one does not descend into hell or enter the cycle of reincarnation." Upon hearing this, the abbot was intrigued. Indeed, the Tang held treasures. He promptly invited them to stay in the Zen chamber and provided them with food. Once satisfied, he asked, "May I take a look at the kasaya?" Sun Wukong presented the kasaya for the abbot to inspect. Upon seeing its golden radiance, the abbot was captivated and said, "May I view it overnight? I shall return it to you by morning." Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong agreed, and before Tang Sung could interject, the kasaya was lent out. That Wu Xiaomu observed that the abbot bore an ominous air. Deducing that he must have consorted with man-eating demons, he thought to himself, "This black bear demon must have devoured many. He shall not live." As night fell, the abbot commanded a fire to be set. Sun Wukong borrowed a fireproof cloak from the heavenly realm and shielded Tang Seng's dwelling, simultaneously igniting the Guanyin Zen monastery. Wu Xiaomu witnessed the black bear demon stealthily taking the kasaya, while the abbot was crushed to death by falling timber. When dawn broke, Tang Sung awoke to find the surroundings charred, and turned to Sun Wukong, saying, "Quickly, see what has become of the kasaya." Sun Wukong inquired, "Where is your abbot? He should return the kasaya to us." The young monk replied, "The abbot was killed by falling timber, and the kasaya is nowhere to be found." Sun Wukong asked, "Are there any demons nearby?" The young monk responded, "100 miles from here, there is a mountain where the black bear demon resides. He was a close friend of our abbot." "A temple abbot befriending a demon. It seems you are not such virtuous folk yourselves." Wu Xiaomu scoffed. Tang Sung insisted, "Let us hasten to recover the kasaya, so we may continue our journey." Sun Wukong then proceeded to the Black Wind Cave, calling out at the entrance, "Thief of the kasaya, come forth." The black bear demon was currently admiring the kasaya. Upon realizing they had arrived so swiftly, he emerged to confront Sun Wukong. Yet he was no match for Sun Wukong. How could a mere demon contend with a celestial immortal? Wu Xiaomu, seeing the malevolent aura surrounding the black bear demon, understood that this demon had taken many lives. After Sun Wukong departed, Wu Xiaomu struck the black bear demon dead with a single blow, also dispatching the snake demon in passing. Meanwhile, far in the South Sea, Bodhisattva Guanyin felt a sense of loss. Upon calculation, she discovered the black bear demon had been slain. This was troubling. The black bear demon was supposed to be my mountain guardian. How could he have been killed? I must investigate. That Wu Xiaomu presented the kasaya to Tang Sung, saying, "We must not flaunt our wealth. Otherwise, we shall invite great trouble." Sun Wukong asked, "Land deity, how did you retrieve the kasaya?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "Have you forgotten I am a land deity? It is but a simple matter for me to take something to tea." That moment, Bodhisattva Guanyin, with a stern expression, inquired, "Is it you, Sun Wukong, who killed the black bear demon?" Sun Wukong, bewildered, replied, "I did not slay him. When I returned, he was still well." Guanyin turned to Tu Xing Sun and asked, "Did you kill him?" Wu Xiaomu innocently replied, "I entered to retrieve the kasaya and did not encounter the black bear demon. How could I have killed him?" Bodhisattva Guanyin looked at Tu Xing Sun and stated, "Sooner or later, the Buddhist realm will take action against you," huffing before departing. The group stood speechless, pondering, "What is this? Is it such a grave matter to have killed a demon?" Were it not for the tightening of the headband, Sun Wukong might have asked Guanyin the reason behind it. The party resumed their westward journey, with Sun Wukong curiously asking, "Land deity, truly, you did not slay the black bear demon?" "I am but a minor deity. I cannot even contend with the white dragon horse, let alone kill the black bear demon." Wu Xiaomu chuckled. "You have a point," Zhu Beiji observed, while Tu Xingsun remained silent. Contemplating, this is a being of considerable power. To slay a mere black bear demon is surely within reach. Did you not see even Bodhisattva Guanyin dare not say a word? Wu Xiaomu mused. The next foe should be the yellow wind monster. This little rodent, should I learn he consumes humans, I shall not spare him. Above him seems to be Lingji Bodhisattva, regardless of who it may be. If they feast upon humanity, they shall meet their end. After several days' journey, they arrived at the territory of the Yellow Wind Monster. As anticipated, Tang Sung was captured by the Yellow Wind Monster, and Sun Wukong was blinded by the wind. Wu Xiaomu recognized that this Yellow Wind Monster had indeed devoured people, and without further ado, he aimed to slay him. Just then, Lingji Bodhisattva was prepared and blocked Tu Xingsun, leading to a fierce battle in the heavens, resulting in Lingji retreating back to Ling Mountain, while Wu Xiaomu vanquished the Yellow Wind Monster, ensuring not a single little rodent escaped. All were slain. Sun Wukong, upon recovering his sight, returned seeking vengeance, yet found no demons, only Tang Sung bound. Upon releasing him, Tang Sung inquired, "Master, what are those demons? And where is the land deity? That old rascal fled at the first sign of danger." Wu Xiaomu suddenly appeared, saying, "Who ran? You left not long ago, and Lingji Bodhisattva has already dispatched those demons. Otherwise, would you have had such an easy time?" Zhu Beiji suppressed a laugh, intimidated by a single glance from Tu Xingsun. Tang Sung stated, "It is nothing. Let us continue our journey." Zhu Beiji quietly asked, "Elder brother, I perceive those demons were slain by you, right? And are you not concerned about the Buddhist realm seeking retribution?" Wu Xiaomu chuckled. "I fear them not. If they were truly inclined to trouble me, they would have come long ago. I have already driven Lingji Bodhisattva away." Chapter 30. The River of Flowing Sand and the Subjugation of Shasung. Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Guanyin all arrive. The two engaged in a casual exchange when Sun Wukong inquired, "What are you discussing? It sounds captivating. Do share it with me." Wu Xiaomu chuckled. "I believe the great sage should scout ahead. I sense the road ahead may be somewhat treacherous." Sun Wukong, growing irate, retorted, "Land deity, what do you mean by that? I, the great sage equal to heaven, have no one daring to defy me." Zhu Beiji laughed. "Elder brother is indeed formidable. I doubt any demon would dare approach." Sun Wukong responded with a smile. "Beiji, sometimes you can be quite endearing, but remember to remain humble. Haha." Tang Sung, listening to their banter, chose not to interject, merely hastening forward. Observing Guanyin's demeanor towards the land deity, he sensed that Tu Xingsun was not ordinary. There must be something that caused the Bodhisattva to regard him with caution, hence his silence along the journey. After several days of travel, they arrived at a great river. Zhu Beiji noticed a stone tablet stating, "Flowing Sand River, 800 miles. How shall we cross?" Just as he spoke, Sun Wukong suggested, "Why not carry the master across the river? Beiji, you are the marshal of the heavenly court. Your swimming skills are excellent. Why not carry the master over?" Zhu Beiji replied, "It is not that I refuse to carry the master. His mortal body is frail, and I fear I might drown him." Tang Sung said nothing, merely looking at Tu Xingsun, awaiting his response. That Wu Xiaomu, observing Tang Sung's gaze, thought, "What do you expect of me? Even if I could carry you, I wouldn't. Just wait. Someone will come to take you across shortly." But Wu Xiaomu ceased looking at Tang Sung, remaining silent as he listened to Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji bicker. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the river. Approaching Tang Sung, Wu Xiaomu knew that this Shasung had devoured previous pilgrims. He could not let this happen, or they would be stuck. He pushed Shasung away, prompting Sun Wukong to charge in and engage in battle with Shasung. While Zhu Beiji followed suit, Tang Sung turned to Tu Xingsun and said, "Land deity, thank you for saving this poor monk. Surely you have a way to cross?" Wu Xiaomu looked at Tang Sung with curiosity and asked, "How do you know I possess a means?" Tang Sung replied, "I noticed that Bodhisattva Guanyin seems somewhat wary of you. That if you lacked a solution, I truly would not believe it." That Wu Xiaomu gazed at Tang Sung and said, "Very well, let me share my plan with you. The shadow before you is none other than your third disciple, known as Shasung. He serves as the heavenly court's general of the curtain, having been demoted to the mortal realm for shattering the glazed lamp. Therefore, there is no need for concern. Guanyin will arrive shortly." Tang Sung remained silent, merely observing the scuffle between them. Soon, the shadow was vanquished. Plunging into the water, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss and urged Zhu Beiji to descend into the water to lure him back up. Zhu Beiji complied, entering the water to engage in a mock battle with Shasung. though they were merely putting on a show, as both were familiar with one another, being denizens of the heavenly court. When Sha Sung deemed it sufficient, he called out to Zhu Beiji, "You should ascend now. I'll follow shortly, but do not let the monkey strike me." Zhu Beiji retorted, "Can't you manage to stay half submerged? I'll go up first. Hurry now, and for heaven's sake, do not provoke Tu Xingsun, lest you find yourself unaware of how you perished." He had heard tales of Tu Xingsun, a formidable being indeed. Even if he had 2 lives, he would not dare to confront him. Once on land, according to plan, Sha Sung stood upon the water, refusing to ascend, which greatly distressed Sun Wukong, who urged Zhu Beiji to go once more. Zhu Beiji replied, "I shan't go again. If you wish to, then do so yourself." Just as they were fretting, they noticed Tang Sung, who remained calm, seated nearby. That moment, several celestial figures emerged in the sky. Zhu Beiji, upon seeing them, shouted, "Behold, it is Guanyin Bodhisattva, along with Manjushri and Samantabhadra. I do not recognize this one. Yet 4 have come at once." Following the plan, Guanyin brought Sha Sung up and instructed him to pay his respects to his master. Tang Sung remained composed, as if he had anticipated this all along. Zhu Sun turned to Tu Xingsun and inquired, "My disciple, how have you fared in these years?" Wu Xiaomu looked at Zhu Sun and exclaimed, "Who are you? Who is your disciple?" "My master is Zhu Sun, the sage of the Chan school. And who might you be? Speak again, and I shall strike you." Guanyin Bodhisattva interjected, "Is this how you converse with your master?" Tu Xingsun, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra echoed, "Were it not for your master, you would have long since met your end on the divine list, and you would not have attained a corporeal form of sanctity. What nonsense are you spouting?" "Silence," Wu Xiaomu retorted. "Who are you? Speak again, and my staff shall not be merciful." He released his power, the aura of a late-stage quasi-saint, overwhelming Manjushri and Samantabhadra, rendering them unable to raise their heads. That Zhu Sun was unperturbed. Tu Xingsun still shared a bond of master and disciple with him. He addressed Zhu Sun, "Pray tell, who are you?" Zhu Sun replied, "I am the Buddha." Zhu Sun. Upon uttering this, he ascended into the heavens, while the diminutive Tu Xingsun unleashed a flurry of punches upon Zhu Sun. Devoid of any mystical powers, relying solely on brute force, his actions were witnessed by all celestial beings above and below, as Tu Xingsun vented his frustrations, while Zhu Sun refrained from retaliating. After this bout, Wu Xiaomu lamented, "From henceforth, the Chan school shall be without the presence of the true Zhu Sun," and tears streamed down his face. Zhu Sun regarded his disciple, but offered no words, quietly stepping aside and refraining from intervening. Guanyin, Samantabhadra, and Manjushri observed the furious Tu Xingsun, contemplating escape, yet the quasi-saint's pressure immobilized them, leaving them to watch helplessly. Suddenly, Wu Xiaomu declared, "You may depart. Do not dare to claim you are disciples of the Chan school, lest I cleanse my ranks." The 3 hastily withdrew, as Sun Wukong beheld Tu Xingsun's wrath for the first time. Truly a fearsome sight. This pressure surpassed even that of his master, Bodhi Patriarch. Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung remained silent. Yet Tang Sung was utterly astonished. Such power! With such a deity, no obstacle could stand in their way. Each pondered their own thoughts, and none mentioned their concerns, as they soon embarked upon the 81 trials. For the journey ahead was still long. Having traversed several months, the master and his disciples arrived before a great mountain. As they approached, Sun Wukong detected a malevolent aura and warned the others. "There may be monsters ahead. You must protect the master and, if necessary, draw near to the land deity." Tang Sung mused, "None are foolish. They cannot see me. Have we not remained in the realm of the land deity throughout this journey? This is a great being." Even Guanyin Bodhisattva was frightened away by him. Could there truly be blind monsters along the way? Zhu Beiji remarked, "Brother, we shall encircle the master and the land deity." Venturing nowhere else, Sha Sung remained silent, tacitly agreeing to that moment. Tang Sung instructed, "Wukong, go find us something to eat. I am famished." Sun Wukong glanced at the land deity and replied, "Very well, I shall seek provisions. You must stay close to the land deity and not stray." That Wu Xiaomu chided, "You monkey, when will you ever be finished?" Hurry up. I shall await you here. Wu Xiaomu employed his divine senses to scrutinize the mountains, observing a family of 3 laboring in the fields, yet something felt amiss. He pondered, in this desolate wilderness, how does a family of 3 appear? They possess some power, albeit lacking in strength. They must be actors for the white-boned spirit. Never mind. We shall see when the white-boned spirit arrives. The group grew impatient, and Tang Sung approached the land deity, asking, Great land deity, what is your purpose? Will you accompany us on our journey? Wu Xiaomu asserted, I am the greatest of the land deities in the 3 realms. No one can obstruct my path. Tang Sung remained silent, sitting quietly aside, while Zhu Beiji cautiously approached to inquire. Brother, what shall we do now? It appears the monster is soon to arrive. What should I do? Wu Xiaomu responded, Do as you must, follow your heart. I am untroubled here. As they deliberated, a young maiden approached, carrying a small wicker basket, and inquired, Masters, are you hungry? I happen to have some food. If you do not mind, please partake. Zhu Beiji moved to take some, but Tang Sung halted him, saying, Beiji, you should consult the land deity first. Inquire if this food is safe to eat. Wu Xiaomu regarded Tang Sung, pondering, when did he become so astute? Why does he ask me? If I disclose the truth, how will you cultivate? Addressing Beiji, he replied, You decide for yourself. Do not inquire of me. I am merely here to inspect. The white-boned spirit also directed her gaze towards Tu Xing Sun. However, she could not discern the nature of the land deity. Nonetheless, she approached and asked, Are you the land deity of this mountain? I have not encountered you before. Wu Xiaomu replied, I am the land deity of the heavenly court, dispatched by the Jade Emperor to inspect the mortal realm. I wish to avoid trouble. Do not cause any, for I am quite busy. The white-boned spirit remained silent, retreating to observe Tang Sung and his companions. Tang Sung found himself further bewildered. How could they proceed? What did this mean? Was this truly a monster? Suddenly, Sun Wukong returned, ready to strike the white-boned spirit, but Tang Sung stopped him, saying, Wukong, why do you seek to attack upon your return? Sun Wukong protested. Master, this is a monster. If we do not slay her, she will consume you. Tang Sung, remaining calm, retorted, but the land deity has yet to voice any concerns. Have you inquired of the land deity? Sun Wukong turned to Tu Xingsun and asked, Land deity, is this person a monster? Surely, you can see that. Wu Xiaomu replied, Whether she is a monster is for you to determine. I am not involved, nor can I be. Did your master not teach you? Worry breeds fear. The decision rests with you. Sun Wukong remained perplexed, yet he still struck at the white-boned spirit, dealing a fatal blow, yet she seized a moment to escape, leaving only the corpse of the maiden. Tang Sung began to chant sutras, while Beiji commenced his sermon. Sha Sung remained silent, and Sun Wukong inquired the land deity, You knew full well this was a monster. Why did you not speak on my behalf? Wu Xiaomu responded, Sometimes, one must relinquish something to attain perfection. Do you not agree? Tang Sung appeared to grasp part of this, while Beiji remained confused, and Sha Sung had no further comments, for he was truly the wisest of the pilgrimage team. Thus, they resumed their journey, each lost in their own thoughts, as they passed a mountain path. An elderly woman leaning on a cane appeared and asked, Masters, have you seen my daughter? She went to bring food to her father. Sun Wukong discerned this was yet another monster in disguise. He approached and struck her down with a single blow. Tang Sung was furious, exclaiming, You've killed yet another person. You've slain 2 already. The Buddha forbids killing. How shall we ever retrieve the true scriptures? Wu Xiaomu, observing the calamity cloud over the pilgrimage team, thought, So it begins. I must investigate what lies behind the white-boned spirit. He followed the spirit's essence to her lair, where the white-boned spirit, injured by Sun Wukong, remained unaware of his presence, quietly watching her heal. The white-boned spirit, a manifestation born of resentment, was indeed a figure with a story. Very well. I shall offer you aid. Wu Xiaomu materialized before her and inquired, What tremendous grievance has led you to take such form? The white-boned spirit, startled by the sudden appearance of the land deity, exclaimed, You, land deity, surely overstep your bounds. Wu Xiaomu replied, I am here to assist you. I am the land of this realm. I can oversee all monsters, should you have matters to discuss. I am here to listen. The white-boned spirit recounted her grievances with the Buddhist sect, compelled by Wu Xiaomu's quasi-saintly pressure. Upon exiting the white-boned spirit's lair, he observed Sun Wukong's disciples divided in opinion, with only an old man missing. Wu Xiaomu approached Sun Wukong and advised, when the old man arrives, do not deliver a lethal blow, merely wound him. Sun Wukong, perplexed, questioned, why not? Are we not meant to slay monsters? Why leave them alive to cause harm? Wu Xiaomu, angered, retorted, do as I instruct without prattling. Is your skin feeling tender? Though fierce, Sun Wukong was not foolish. Understanding the futility of opposing the land, one heeds its counsel, in accordance with the agreement between Wu Xiaomu and the white-boned spirit. She transformed into an old man. Sun Wukong, following Wu Xiaomu's instructions, refrained from slaying the white-boned spirit directly. Consequently, her resentment did not infiltrate the minds of the pilgrimage team. After her escape, the team felt a significant clarity of thought. Wu Xiaomu accompanied the white-boned spirit to her lair, utilizing the teachings of the Chan school to transform her, enabling her to ascend to divinity on the spot. He bestowed upon her a token, instructing her to seek Neza. Thus passed the episode of the 3 confrontations with the white-boned spirit that Wu Xiaomu chuckled, expressing his eagerness to witness the true and false Monkey King. Tang Sung did not allow Sun Wukong to depart, and they continued their journey into the territory of the kingdom of Baoxiang. In a moment of inspiration, Tang Sung declared that he was off to partake in a vegetarian meal, with Sun Wukong in tow. He transformed into a fly, following Tang Sung to the monster's lair, whereupon he reported back to the land deity that Wu Xiaomu suggested patience, stating that Tang Sung would soon emerge on his own. Following the orders of the Earth Spirit, they waited for Tang Sung's return. This caused great anxiety for Kuei Mu Lang and the Yellow Robe King, who wondered why no one had arrived. Will they let him go? If so, how? What sort of disciple is this? The master is lost, and yet he cannot even symbolically approach to request his return. I could then let him go with ease. After waiting a day without a soul in sight, Kuei Mu Lang decided that today would be a day of vegetarian fare, thus releasing Tang Sung, who would relay the matter of the Princess of 100 Flowers himself. In Chapter 32, titled The Golden Horn and Silver Horn, Uncle of the Earth Spirit, Tang Sung emerged from the cave and found Sun Wukong and the others, exclaiming, why did you not seek me? Had that monster not decided to eat vegetarian today, I would have been its meal. Moreover, a princess from the kingdom of Baoxiang rescued me from the cave. We must devise a plan to save her as well. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong urged, Master, let us hasten our journey. Once we arrive in Baoxiang, we shall discern the truth of the princess's words. After a day's travel, they finally reached the kingdom of Baoxiang, where they promptly reported to the palace. Tang Sung addressed the king, Your Majesty, I escaped from the monster's lair thanks to the princess. The king, weeping, replied, Esteemed monk, have you seen my daughter? Is she well? Tang Sung inquired, Why, knowing that the princess is in the monster's lair, have you not attempted to rescue her? The king lamented, You do not understand. That monster is immensely powerful. The armies I dispatched have been annihilated. How can I rescue my poor daughter? Feeling emboldened, Tang Sung declared, I have 3 disciples capable of vanquishing demons. Let them rescue the princess. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing simultaneously turned to the Earth Spirit, each remaining silent, awaiting Wu Xiaomu's words. Wu Xiaomu, observing their gazes, remarked, What you look to me for? I am merely here to oversee matters. The vanquishing of demons is not my concern if you wish to rescue her. Then go forth. Thus, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing set out on their mission to save the princess. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaomu and Tang Sung were accommodated within the palace, treated to a sumptuous vegetarian feast. The king inquired, Esteemed monk, may I ask who this is? He does not appear to be one of your Buddhist disciples. Wu Xiaomu replied, I am the Earth Spirit, here to inspect the local affairs and ensure they are conducted properly. The king, smiling, acknowledged, the Earth God? Pray, why do you not accompany the monk's disciples in their quest to rescue my daughter? Wu Xiaomu chuckled, Alas, my powers are modest. With great saints such as they, I see no need to intervene. The topic was dropped as they awaited the return of Sun Wukong. With the inner elixir, Kuei Mulang could engage in a match with Sun Wukong, while Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing recognized him, thus refraining from exerting themselves to eye in this way. Kuei Mulang pretended to be overwhelmed and retreated, allowing Sun Wukong and the others to rescue the Princess of 100 Flowers. Seizing this moment, Kuei Mulang approached the palace, intending to transform Tang Sung into a tiger. However, upon seeing the earth spirit seated nearby, he pondered, "What is this great deity doing here? What should I do? I cannot defeat him." Deciding to test the waters, he jested, "Earth God, why do you descend from the heavenly realm to the mortal world?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "Ah, the tale is lengthy, rooted in the romance between Lord Kuei Mulang and the Fairy of 100 Flowers. Would you not agree that Kuei Mulang deserves his fate?" Terrified, Kuei Mulang protested, "My sins do not warrant death. Is it not merely a romantic affair? Is not the sister of the Jade Emperor also involved?" Wu Xiaomu countered, "Who is mightier, you or Yang Jian? Can you defeat him?" Kuei Mulang admitted, "I cannot." To which Wu Xiaomu retorted, "Then how can you hope to protect the Fairy of 100 Flowers? Is it your stubbornness or your powerful backing?" Kuei Mulang knelt, beseeching, "I implore the Earth God to guide me." Wu Xiaomu instructed, "Return, go back to the heavenly realm. The Fairy of 100 Flowers shall return after this tribulation. Do not descend to the mortal world again." All present were bewildered. The previously menacing monster now knelt, suddenly taking flight. Tang Sung, however, remained composed, contemplating. Even Guanyin Bodhisattva fears the earth spirit. Who is this foolish deity that dares to challenge him? Had Wu Xiaomu heard Tang Seng's thoughts, he might have chosen to depart. Upon the return of Sun Wukong and his companions, the pilgrimage resumed. Yet, throughout the journey, Tang Sung maintained a cautious distance of 2 steps from the earth spirit. Unwilling to stray too far, Wu Xiaomu said nothing, leading them to a grand mountain, where Golden Horn and Silver Horn awaited impatiently. A minor demon reported the arrival of Tang Sung and his disciples. Silver Horn proposed, "Brother, allow me to capture Sun Wukong in a gourd, so they may witness our prowess." Silver Horn approached the path of Tang Sung and his disciples, confronting Sun Wukong. "Are you the monkey who caused havoc in heaven?" Sun Wukong replied confidently, "Indeed, I am that monkey grandpa." Just as a confrontation was about to unfold, the earth spirit, slowly approaching, greeted Silver Horn, "Greetings, little nephew." This revelation terrified Silver Horn. How had he been recognized? How can we fight now? He chuckled nervously. "Little fellow, have you mistaken me for someone else?" Wu Xiaomu laughed. "If you have indeed mistaken me, your demise is imminent. The holy pressure of the saint is about to be unleashed." Silver Horn stammered, "Nephew, surely you jest. Please release me." Wu Xiaomu responded, "I have made no mistake. How could I? You, dear nephew, are so charming. How could I err? And your brother Golden Horn is here as well. Let us hasten to the lair." With a distressed countenance, he led Tang Sung and his disciples into the cave. Golden Horn, upon seeing Tang Sung and his companions, remarked, "My brother is indeed clever. He managed to capture them so swiftly." Wu Xiaomu interjected, "Little nephew, do not forget my presence. Do you not recognize me?" Upon noticing the earth spirit, Golden Horn understood immediately that their attempt to capture Tang Sung had failed. "Nephew, how could I forget? We are kin. Quickly, prepare a feast to satisfy my nephew." At this point, Tang Sung was more convinced than ever. Being with the earth spirit promised sustenance, and they treated him with utmost respect. There was no alternative, for they could not contend with the earth spirit. Thus, they safely escorted Tang Sung and his disciples away, returning to the heavenly realm to report their deeds. In this manner, the group journeyed for over a month, finally emerging from the mountains and arriving in the kingdom of Wajiji, where they took refuge in a temple, awaiting dawn to visit the palace and expedite their quest for scriptures. In Chapter 33. Titled Subduing the Red Boy, the earth spirit is deceived from the pilgrimage team. Night descended. Wu Xiaomu observed Tang Seng's movements. As a spirit emerged and entered Tang Seng's dreams, Wu Xiaomu accompanied him, but chose not to intervene. Upon waking, Tang Sung did not summon Sun Wukong, but rather approached the earth spirit, asking, "Earth God, I dreamt of the king of Wujiji. He claimed to have been thrown into a well by a monster. Look, here is the jade pendant he gave me. Wu Xiaomu casually inquired. What do you intend to do? Tang Xing replied, I wish for Wukong and Beiji to retrieve the king of Wujiji. It would be even better if we could bring him back to life. Wu Xiaomu chuckled, very well. As their master, they will surely comply with your request. Thus, Tang Xing summoned Sun Wukong, instructing him to rescue the king of Wujiji. Wu Xiaomu recalled that it was Manju Shri who had previously attempted to enlighten the king, who had been submerged in the river for 3 days. Now, he would leave the king to languish in the well for 3 years. Let us wait and see. Manju Shri, should you dare to come, I shall ensure your stay lasts 3 days as well. In due course, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji retrieved the king of Wujiji and brought him before Tang Xing. Tang Xing inquired, Wukong, how can we revive him? Sun Wukong suggested, we must visit the Supreme Old Lord to obtain the reviving pill. Wu Xiaomu interjected, no need to go to the Supreme Old Lord. I possess one right here. Give it to him. Tang Xing administered the pill to the king of Wujiji, who awoke and bowed to Tang Xing, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, holy monk. Tang Xing modestly replied, it is the earth god who provided the divine medicine that saved you. The king then bowed to the earth spirit as well. Let us not dwell on this. It is your tribulation. After all, you must bear some blame. Otherwise, you would not have been submerged in the well for 3 years. The king, puzzled, asked, Earth God, what is the meaning of this? Wu Xiaomu took the king aside and inquired, was it not you who submerged a wild monk in the river for 3 days? The king of the black chicken remarked. Indeed, this monk's methods are rather peculiar. He shows little respect for the heavenly court and overly venerates the Buddhist path, even claiming he wishes to guide me towards it. Wu Xiaomu chuckled and inquired, do you know who that wild monk is? The king scratched his head and asked, who is this wild monk? Wu Xiaomu replied with amusement, that wild monk is none other than Manjushri Bodhisattva. He desires for all your subjects to embrace Buddhism, intending to have you ascend to the West as an arhat. Yet, you allowed him to soak in the river for 3 days. Now, his steed, the blue lion, has come to punish you. Angrily, the king retorted, what religion to follow is not solely my decision. Even if Buddhism is made the state religion, one cannot prevent others from believing as they wish. This Buddhist sect is exceedingly overbearing. What shall I do tomorrow? Wu Xiaomu suggested, you should discuss this with Tang Xing and his companions. Tomorrow, I will accompany you if Manjushri dares to come. I shall ensure he soaks for another 3 days. The king of the black chicken then consulted with Tang Xing and his disciples on how to proceed. At dawn, the prince arrived at the temple to burn incense. Sun Wukong addressed the prince. I possess knowledge of events 500 years past and 500 years hence, thus deceiving the prince and facilitating his recognition of the king of the black chicken. Together, they made their way to the royal palace, where the false emperor sat upon the throne, stamping the passage documents for Tang Xing at that moment. The prince demanded, you demon, who pushed my father into the well, dare to sit here, prepare to face my sword. The king of the black chicken soon appeared before the crowd, exposing the true nature of the monster. Upon realizing he had been uncovered, the blue lion demon hesitated, as his mission remained unfinished. How could he flee? Wu Xiaomu observed the malevolent aura emanating from the blue lion, indicative of the many lives it had consumed. Angered, he thought, this monster has devoured humans and seeks to escape unscathed. Even if Manjushri Bodhisattva appears, it shall not prevail. The blue lion demon clashed with Sun Wukong, who soon found himself facing a doppelganger of Tang Xing. Undetectable even to Sun Wukong's fiery eyes, Wu Xiaomu stepped forward, binding the false Tang Xing with the celestial binding rope. The blue lion demon reverted to its true form, trembling in fear, and declared to Tu Xing Sun, I am the steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva. What you dare to do to me? Wu Xiaomu chuckled. Farewell. No, rather, never to return, delivering a punch while proclaiming, is the human race delectable. You feast upon my kin. This is your fate. Do you not think that even Manjushri can save you? You will perish, mark my words. In no time, the blue lion demon was slain by Wu Xiaomu's might. With his mastery of the 8-9 profound arts reaching the pinnacle of the 8th transformation, his physical prowess matched that of the witch clan, making him capable of vanquishing a demon of the Tai golden immortal rank. When Manjushri Bodhisattva arrived, he was met with the sight of the blue lion slain beyond the possibility of resurrection, which infuriated him. He queried Sun Wukong, "Did you slay my steed?" Sun Wukong remained silent, while Wu Xiaomu stepped forward. "What of it? I did indeed slay it. If you are aggrieved, direct your ire towards me. Do you fear confrontation?" Manjushri's eyes reddened as he addressed Tu Xingsun. "Tu Xingsun, is this how you converse with my esteemed uncle? You are well aware it was my steed, yet you killed it. What is your intent?" Upon hearing him claim such a relation, Wu Xiaomu felt compelled to assert his authority as a quasi-saint, pressing Manjushri down from the sky to the ground, landing him squarely in a pond. "How does this feel? I did it intentionally. And who are you calling uncle?" He taunted. "Should you dare speak again, I shall cleanse the sect of its impurities. I speak as a Taoist." Thankfully, Manjushri recognized Tu Xingsun's presence within the pilgrimage team and had summoned Jade Sun to accompany him. Jade Sun, upon witnessing Manjushri's demeanor, emerged and pleaded, "Release him. The blue lion demon is dead. Do you truly wish to wage war against the Buddhist sect?" Wu Xiaomu glanced at Jade Sun, hesitating to harm his own master, ultimately allowing Manjushri Bodhisattva to depart alongside him as they left. Jade Sun seemed poised to say something, but was swiftly pulled away by Manjushri. In this manner, Tang Sung learned that Manjushri Bodhisattva was the uncle of the land deity, and that Jade Sun held a favorable relationship with him. The land deity had acted against Manjushri, yet refrained from doing so towards Jade Sunday. What story lies behind this? The king of the black chicken expressed gratitude to the land deity for aiding them in vanquishing the monster, erecting a temple in honor of Tu Xingsun, who now also garnered a following. The group resumed their journey, traveling for over a month until they arrived in a mountainous region, where they heard a child calling for help. Tang Sung inquired, "Do you hear a child's cries for assistance?" Sun Wukong replied, "Master, in this desolate wilderness, I cannot hear anything." Zhu Beiji asserted, "I do hear it. Not far from here, a child is calling for help." The group approached the child, asking, "Whose child are you? How did you come to be in the mountains?" The child, known as the Red Boy, replied, "Master, I was captured by a monster. Please save me." Tang Sung rescued the Red Boy, instructing Sun Wukong to carry him on his back. Meanwhile, in the western paradise of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Manjushri Bodhisattva relayed the events concerning Tu Xingsun to the Buddha, Tathagata. The Buddha responded, "This Tu Xingsun possesses the cultivation of a late-stage quasi-saint. If I do not intervene, only the ancient Buddha of Lamp could contend with him, and we would need to summon the Peacock King and several other quasi-saint Buddhas. I refuse to believe we cannot overcome him." Jade Sun added, "Buddha, my disciple practices the 8-9 profound arts and may have reached the pinnacle of the 8th transformation that I suggest we lure him out of the pilgrimage team. If we desire to suppress him, I doubt the Chan sect would allow it." The Buddha then inquired, "Where are Avalokiteshvara and the others?" Avalokiteshvara replied, "They have arrived at the location of the Red Boy, and I wish to take him as my disciple." The Buddha instructed, "You should all go together. Just lure Tu Xingsun out. We cannot afford to lose any more of our people on this journey to the west. Otherwise, if Tang Sung reaches the west, we shall soon be bereft of our followers." Unbeknownst to Wu Xiaomu, the Buddhist sect had mobilized its Buddhas, all except Tathagata, in a bid to confront him. Having observed the Red Boy, Wu Xiaomu noted that the child had not consumed human flesh and bore no malevolent aura. Thus, he had no intention of killing him, but he simply watched as they fought. Sun Wukong, carrying the Red Boy, nearly ignited him with the 3 flavors of true fire. Like a tea that moment, Avalokiteshvara appeared, accompanied by 2 or 3 dozen Buddhas. The Red Boy was bewildered, thinking, is it truly necessary to summon so many Buddhas just for capturing a Tang Sung? I am merely a Tai golden immortal. Is this truly warranted? Avalokiteshvara took the Red Boy away, and the Buddhas approached Tu Xingsun. The ancient Buddha of Lamp addressed Tu Xingsun, "Will you depart willingly? Or shall I escort you?" Wu Xiaomu laughed. "You traitor, ancient Buddha of Lamp. Allow me to experience your skills. Without further ado, the Buddhas surged forward. Wu Xiaomu shouted, "You lack martial ethics. We agreed on one-on-one combat. Why do you all attack together?" It is quite taxing. After considerable effort, they managed to confine Tu Xingsun within the Buddha's palm realm, though such confinement would not last long. Should Tu Xingsun unleash his full strength, he could escape in less than 2 years. Avalokiteshvara turned to Tang Sung and said, "You may continue your journey. I will await you at the Great Thunder Sound Temple." Tang Sung asked, "Bodhisattva, where has the land deity gone? Is he not accompanying us?" Avalokiteshvara replied, "The land deity has pressing matters and was summoned back by the heavenly court." Sun Wukong was taken aback, realizing the extensive mobilization of Buddhas was solely to contend with the land deity. This was indeed terrifying. He had once caused an uproar in the heavenly palace, yet now he could not even best the land deity overseeing the peach garden. Thus, Tang Sung and his disciples resumed their pilgrimage. Meanwhile, within the Buddha's palm realm, Wu Xiaomu continued his relentless assault in waves, realizing that this method augmented the strength of his physical form. Chapter 34 finally unfolds, revealing the true and false Monkey Kings. Within the Buddha's palm realm, were it not for the numerous Buddhas erecting barriers, he would have emerged long ago. However, he was determined to break through the restrictions swiftly. The pilgrimage team, now without Tu Xingsun, slowed their pace. When confronted by monsters, Tang Sung was captured repeatedly. Longing for the presence of the land deity, in every place they visited, Tang Sung would worship the land deity, imploring for protection against being captured by monsters. Sun Wukong began to doubt his own abilities, while Zhu Beiji fared better. As a great Luo golden immortal, no monster posed a threat to him. Sha Wujing, however, was somewhat lacking, being merely a budding Tai golden immortal. During battles, Sun Wukong had advanced to the mid-stage of Tai golden immortal, which inflated his EG as they journeyed. Tang Sung bore a heavy heart. Zhu Beiji remained lost in thought, and Sha Wujing fell silent. Thus, they faced several monsters along the way, and true to form, Tang Sung was inevitably captured. Whenever Tang Sung found himself ensnared in a monster's lair, he would call out the name of Tu Xingsun. Leaving the monsters bewildered, they pondered, should we attack? Yet, we cannot overpower him. The key concern is if Tu Xingsun were to emerge and seek vengeance. It seems no one could stop him. Every time Tang Sung mentions the name of the Earth Master, he is met with lavish feasts and hospitality, which lends him a certain air of authority. After all, whenever he is captured, he simply invokes the name of the Earth Master, and upon hearing that the Earth Master is associated with the teachings of the Chan sect, he sometimes resorts to mentioning these teachings when the Earth Master's influence seems insufficient. This has led Tang Sung to develop a slight bias against the Buddhist path. When I declare myself a monk journeying to the West for scriptures, they threaten to devour me. Yet, when I claim to be under the protection of the Earth Master, the demons tremble in fear and are eager to release me. Thus, a rift arises within our questing team, primarily between Tang Sung and Sun Wukong. Tang Sung realizes that Sun Wukong seems rather ineffective. Sun Wukong, in turn, grows increasingly exasperated with Tang Sung's complaints, especially when Tang Sung is captured by demons and Sun Wukong must seek help. Upon their arrival in the Kingdom of Women, Sun Wukong causes chaos once more, and Tang Sung finds himself in a precarious position, nearly losing his essence to the scorpion demon. Were it not for the intervention of the star god, Sun Wukong would have struggled against the scorpion demon. Throughout the journey, Tang Sung incessantly chatters, and while Sun Wukong initially responds, he eventually falls silent. Ultimately, Tang Sung drives Sun Wukong away, only to be confronted by a monkey akin to Sun Wukong, who proceeds to attack him. Sha Wujing confronts Sun Wukong to seek resolution, only to discover that Sun Wukong is not playing fair, prompting Sha Wujing to become enraged as a series of confrontations ensue, leading to the emergence of the true Sun Wukong, who is currently lodging a complaint with Guanyin Bodhisattva. The false Sun Wukong also appears, resulting in a chaotic melee that blurs the lines of distinction. With a final blow, the Buddhist realm in his hand is shattered, and the assembly of Buddhas trembles. Wu Xiaomu approaches Tang Sung, observing the two Sun Wukongs locked in battle. Tang Sung, in a state of distress, recites the tightening sutra that Wu Xiaomu approaches him and inquires, Tang Sanzang, have you taken on another disciple? It seems he can hold his own against Sun Wukong. Everyone rushes to the side of the Earth Master. And Tang Sung, on the verge of tears, laments, Oh, Earth God, where have you been? Do you not know? I've been captured by demons multiple times. Fortunately, there are two Sun Wukongs here. Even Guanyin cannot discern the difference. Wu Xiaomu smiles and responds, It is quite easy to tell them apart. Sun Wukong, come here. Then addressing the false Sun Wukong, he continues, Six-eared macaque, your disguise is rather convincing, yet Sun Wukong is merely a mid-stage Tai golden immortal. While you are already a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal, who would fail to see through such a ruse? You diminish your own prowess to spar with Sun Wukong. Perhaps Guanyin fears you. After all, Guanyin is only a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal, and you have been in the game longer than she. The teachings of the Tao do not bestow wisdom upon the 6 ears. Have you aligned yourself with the Western teachings, or has Jane Zhuanzi granted you some boon? The 6-eared macaque, taken aback by the Earth Master's words, abandons the pretense and replies with a smile. Earth Master, were you not suppressed by the lamp god? How have you escaped so quickly? Are you not afraid they will come for you? The 6-eared macaque clearly speaks without consideration. Even if they do come, I have the teachings to protect me. My ancestral master, Yuan Shi Tianzun, would not allow them to prevail as for you, who stand behind you. Jane Zhuanzi, they likely cannot contend with my master. And tell me, you a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal, what courage do you possess to oppose me? A wave of pressure, akin to that of a pinnacle quasi-saint, descends upon the 6-eared macaque, who, on the brink of collapse, find himself confronted by the Buddha. The Buddha addresses the Earth Master. The 6-eared macaque's sins do not warrant death. Let him go. A palm strike follows, and Wu Xiaomu, witnessing the Buddha's power, smiles in response. The clash of two pinnacle quasi-saint powers, shaking all present to their core. Fortunately, Wu Xiaomu employs his powers to shield Sun Wukong from being obliterated by the Buddha in Sun Wukong's eyes. Wu Xiaomu perceives fear. A fear of the Buddha, a surge of power dissipates. Sun Wukong swiftly approaches the Earth Master, kneeling and seeking to join the teachings. Wu Xiaomu replies, This matter is not solely mine to decide. We must await the nod of my ancestral master. Inwardly, Wu Xiaomu contemplates that the Buddha aims to eliminate Sun Wukong to place the 6-eared macaque in his stead on the journey to the west. The potential of the mid-stage 6-eared macaque is indeed formidable, and if he were to accumulate merit from the journey, he might even ascend to quasi-sainthood. The Buddhist sect seems intent on replacing the true Sun Wukong, allowing him to join the teachings, and with that backing, who would dare oppose him? The discussions among the Buddha, the Earth Master, and the 6-eared macaque remain unheard by others. Wu Xiaomu employs a secret method to convey his thoughts to his master. While the Buddha transmits a message to Zhuan Ti for their decision, Wu Xiaomu receives a transmission, not from Yuan Shi Tianzun, but from Zhejiao's Tong Tian Shizu, who instructs Yin Xiao to take Sun Wukong as his disciple, adding that Yin Xiao would arrive shortly. The Buddha also received a message urging him to flee, indicating that Yin Xiao is nearing, and with his arrival, the Buddha might not stand chance. Upon hearing that Yin Xiao is coming, the Buddha decides against lingering. However, if he departs, the 6-eared macaque would likely perish at the hands of the Earth Master. Yet, remaining could result in his own demise at the hands of Yin Xiao. A true dilemma. A flash of light descends as Yin Xiao appears, addressing the Earth Master. Nephew, which one is Sun Wukong? The Earth Master replies, This monkey beside me is the one. Sun Wukong, taken aback by the Earth Master's deference, realizes that this celestial being must possess far superior powers. Yin Xiao glances at Sun Wukong and then turns to the Buddha, asking, Why do you not flee? Shall I assist in easing your burden? The Buddha, now sweating profusely, finds himself confronted by the 6-eared macaque, who retorts, Which wild deity dares speak thus to the Buddha? Do you seek to descend into hell? Let me remind you, when the Buddha is enraged, the corpses will float for miles. Do you not fear? Wu Xiaomu and Yun Xiao regard the six-eared macaque with bemusement, ignoring his words. Yun Xiao turns to the Buddha and queries, is he speaking the truth? Speak up, Tathagata. Listening to the six-eared macaque, the Buddha nearly succumbs to tears, pondering how he might withstand the onslaught of the Buddhas. Just then, over 30 beams of light converge, and the assembly of Buddhas inquires, Buddha, why have you summoned us all? Surely you can handle the Earth Master alone. Upon turning to see Yun Xiao, silence envelopes the assembly. After all, this is the being who has bested the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, and can even exchange blows with Yuanshi Tianzun. How could this motley crew contend with such might? All eyes turn to the Buddha, and the six-eared macaque, seeing the arrival of the Buddha's followers, taunts, do you see? Our allies have arrived, just moments ago. You were so proud. What has become of your bravado? The Buddha, in his heart, muses, curse you. Were it not for the present circumstances, I would have sent you straight to hell. What a troublesome monkey you are. The other Buddhas cast disdainful glances at the six-eared macaque. Yun Xiao declares, it appears everyone is here. Even the Dingguang, immortal, has arrived, saving me the trouble of seeking you out. Let us commence from the rabbit. With a swift motion, Yun Xiao captures the Dingguang immortal, while the others attempt to intervene, only to be thwarted by the Earth Master. The joy of the Buddhist realm is abruptly overshadowed as the Dingguang immortal falls to the hands of Jie Jiao's Yun Xiao, leaving no trace of his spirit behind. Sun Wukong is taken away by Yun Xiao, whereas the six-eared macaque accompanies Tu Xing on the journey for scriptures, with the Earth Master continuing his patrol of the mortal realm. In Chapter 35, the enraged Earth Master witnesses the demise of the demons of Lion Camel Ridge. The six-eared macaque, now masquerading as Sun Wukong, travels with Tu Xing, who remains oblivious to the truth. Merely noting that this monkey appears more obedient than before, whatever Tu Xing commands, he complies. Zhu Beiji glances at the Earth Master and inquires, Brother, is there something amiss with this monkey? Has he been cowed by the Buddha? Wu Xiaomu chuckles and replies, do not question this matter. It has been decreed from above, and none can alter it. The whereabouts of the original monkey remain a mystery, yet it is evident that the current one is far from authentic. This imitation pales in comparison. Zhu Beiji muses that this monkey is now aligned with Jie Jiao and has taken Yun Xiao as his master. It is likely he will soon break through to the status of a Deluo golden immortal. Upon overhearing the Earth Master conversing with Zhu Beiji, Tu Xing approaches, Earth Master, why is this Sun Wukong behaving so strangely? He appears far too compliant, and I secretly recited the tightening sutra, yet he showed no reaction. This must be a false monkey. What should we do? Wu Xiaomu counters, is it not better that he is obedient? Furthermore, if he has complied, your recitation of the tightening sutra will no longer hold power over him. The thoughts of the master and disciples become increasingly tangled, with Tu Xing uncertain of what to do and Zhu Beiji similarly distracted. Only Sha Sung seems to possess an inkling, remaining silent throughout the journey. Time and again, Tu Xing is captured, while Sun Wukong scours the land for aid, yet he refrains from confronting the demons directly, knowing well that they have powerful backing. Upon arriving at Lion Camel Ridge, Wu Xiaomu contemplates the ominous reputation of this place. This is a realm of corpses and blood. Surely, it cannot be as dire as it seems. We are nearing the west, and the Buddhas would never allow such a fate. Just then, Tu Xing vanishes once more, having been abducted by Princess Peacock. The false Sun Wukong, frantic, rushes to confront the demons, arriving at their lair and shouting, who dares to seize my master? Release him at once. The golden lion and white elephant, former celestial beings deceived into serving as mounts for Manjushri and Samanabhadra, are incensed. They never intended to be here, forced into the role of demons, and are now quite frustrated. Hearing Sun Wukong's shouts, they emerge, demanding, which wild monk dares to make such a ruckus here? Do you not fear that I, the golden lion, shall devour you? When the golden lion white elephant emerged, Wu Xiaomu noticed that both of them were enveloped in a dense aura of malevolence. What a staggering number of human lives must have been extinguished to amass such a sinister presence. None detected the change in expression on the face of Tu Xingsun upon seeing the golden lion white elephant. Far away in Lingshan, The Buddha Relai proclaimed that Tu Xingsun has arrived at Tu Ridge. Quickly summon all the Buddhas. I shall seek out the Mother Buddha. You must hasten that if we delay, the golden lion, white elephant, and the great pung bird shall perish, and all the monsters we have painstakingly subdued will be lost. Upon hearing this, Wenshu, Puxian, Guanyin, and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats sprang into action, leaving Lingshan nearly deserted Tu Ridge. The golden lion was still uttering something when the false Sun Wukong struck him. The white elephant joined the fray, as did Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung. Yet Wu Xiaomu remained unmoved. He held his ground against the golden lion, white elephant. According to the original narrative, they arrived in the kingdom of Shurtu, and upon witnessing the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Wu Xiaomu could no longer restrain himself. He shouted, "You monsters dare to harm my human kin. None of you shall escape today." He aimed to charge and slay the entire horde of monsters, but was thwarted by the false Sun Wukong, who retorted, "Tu Xingsun, do you seek to engage in a battle to the death with the Buddhist sect? These are all disciples of the Buddha." Wu Xiaomu replied, seething with anger, "If you dare to obstruct me, you shall meet your end as well. The golden lion, white elephant, and the great pung bird are no match for Tu Xingsun." Soon, it became apparent that Tu Xingsun was on the verge of vanquishing them, and the sky filled with Buddhas directing their power toward Tu Xingsun. Wu Xiaomu glared at them, declaring, "Today, I demand their demise. Who among you can stop me? Where is Relai? Does he wish for you to meet your doom?" Everyone understood that combined, they could not overpower Tu Xingsun. What could they do? Wenshu and Puxian, in a state of urgency, pleaded, "Tu Xingsun, we are your seniors. Must you truly stand against the Buddhist sect?" Wu Xiaomu, still furious, replied, "I do not wish to oppose you, but the golden lion, white elephant, and the great pung bird have slaughtered countless humans. It is inconceivable for me to spare them. All these monsters must die, and if you impede me, you shall perish as well." Guanyin pondered anxiously, why has Relai not yet arrived? If a battle ensues, the losses to the Buddhist sect will be catastrophic. Relai himself was more anxious than anyone else. Zhuanti and Jane were in seclusion, circling around their secluded domain. Fortunately, Zhuanti noticed and asked, "Relai, why have you abandoned the journey to the west to come here?" Relai stepped forward, exclaiming, "Mother Buddha, calamity has struck. Tu Xingsun has reached Tu Ridge and is slaughtering the monsters there, all of whom are disciples of our Buddhist sect. Is Tu Xingsun still with Tang Sung and the others? Hurry, I shall emerge from seclusion at once. The peak of a quasi-saint is no trifling matter. If mishandled, the entire Buddhist sect is at risk." When Zhuanti arrived at Tu Ridge, he found the Buddhist sect nearly prostrate on the ground. The golden lion, white elephant was dead, and the great pung bird was on the brink of death, saved only by the essence of Yuan Feng. Kong Xian had not shown up. Had he been present, he might have matched Tu Xingsun in combat. Relai surveyed the mountain strewn with monster corpses and mused, "Alas, the power we painstakingly gathered has now been squandered." Zhuanti, enraged, declared, "Tu Xingsun, why do you obstruct the journey to the west? Do you know your sins?" Wu Xiaomu retorted with a smile, "When they ravage my human kin, I did not see you appear. Why is it that when I slay these monsters, you come forth? Are you in league with them?" Furious, Zhuanti exclaimed, "You insolent child, if you do not receive a lesson, you might truly believe that our Western teachings are without defenders." With a flick of the seven treasures glorious tree, a surge of saintly energy engulfed Wu Xiaomu, causing him to bleed from his mouth. Wu Xiaomu chuckled and replied, "Zhuanti, you are shameless, bullying the weak. Do you not fear my esteemed master?" Zhuanti laughed, "Your master is currently enjoying tea in the heavenly realm. He has no time for you." As he spoke, he prepared to strike Tu Xingsun, but a powerful force descended from the heavens, shattering Zhuanti's seven treasures glorious tree. A voice echoed from the sky, "Zhuanti, do you presume there is no one left in the Chan sect to confront you? Do you seek to wage war against the Chan sect?" It was the voice of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Zhuanti abandoned his intention to slay Tu Xingsun, saying, "Brother Yuan Shi, this Tu Xingsun has repeatedly obstructed the journey to the west. I act in accordance with heaven's will." Such shameless words could only come from Zhuanti. "If you dare to kill Tu Xingsun, I shall declare war on you and the Chan sect. Even Tong Tian has come. What shall we do? Zhuan contemplated. My two brothers. I suggest we imprison Tu Xingsun until he has reformed his ways. Then we can release him, if that is agreeable. Zhuan said with excitement. Brother, this Tu Xingsun has opposed our Buddhist sect multiple times. If we let him go, where shall we find our face? Zhuan, do you and Jia still have any shame? Your holy status was attained through disgraceful means. How can my human kin be slaughtered by you, while my disciple cannot slay them? Laozi has arrived as well. This situation is truly insurmountable. All 5 saints have gathered at Tu Ridge. The surviving monsters have never encountered a saint before. The weaker monsters were slain by the overwhelming saintly power. Jia chuckled. Laozi's elder brother speaks wisely. Let us imprison Tu Xingsun, allowing him to govern the land but restricting his freedom beyond that. As he spoke, they can find Tu Xingsun, but to where, none could say. Tu Xingsun was cast into a mountain by a surge of saintly power, landing squarely in a land deity shrine. The false Sun Wukong sought out Tang Sung. Without Tu Xingsun in the team, something fell amiss. Tang Sung became less talkative, and Zhu Beiji occasionally glanced at the false Sun Wukong without uttering a word. They resumed their journey to obtain the scriptures. Chapter 36. Visitors on the mountain. A few individuals introduced themselves as Chenxiang. Thus, without Tu Xingsun, Tang Sung and his companions completed the journey to the west. Tang Sung was replaced by Jin Chanzi. The false Sun Wukong was conferred the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha. Zhu Beiji became the purifier of the altar. Sha Sung was honored as the golden body arhat. And the white dragon was elevated to the bodhisattva of the 8 dragon hosts. Wu Xiaomu found himself imprisoned in a desolate mountain, surrounded by wilderness with scarcely any wildlife, bored to tears. He lamented, "What is this predicament? Have I truly brought the Buddhist sect to the brink of annihilation? Must I languish here with naught but a few birds? When will this end? The crucial point is that no one knows I am confined here. I can only roam within a 10-mile radius, and there is no indication of how long this imprisonment shall last. How am I to survive?" He shouted to the heavens, "Zhuan, Jane, do not let me out. Once I am free, I shall ensure your Buddhist sect faces dire consequences." That he merely grumbled, for had he been able to escape, he would have fled long ago. Saints are indeed formidable. Even the lowest rank of Zhuan is beyond his capability to defeat. Perhaps it is best to cultivate, he decided. After all, he had little else to occupy his time, and this could serve as a form of vacation. The primordial wilderness knows no time. Moreover, Wu Xiaomu had now reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. So long as the primordial wilderness endures, he would find it difficult to perish. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Xiaomu's land deity shrine was on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for the rain leaking through, he might still be trapped inside. Wu Xiaomu had lost track of how many years had passed. Upon touching the bricks, he found them crumbling to dust. With no other option, he gathered stones nearby to shield himself from the elements. After much effort, he finally repaired the land deity shrine. Just as he entered, he overheard voices outside, one of whom declared, "There is a land deity shrine here. Let us see if there is anything to eat." Wu Xiaomu thought to himself, "If there were food, I would have eaten it long ago. What about you? How rude. You see this deity and fail to bring offerings, yet you come to pilfer my provisions." People these days, the 8th prince of the Dragon Palace remarked, this land deity shrine is in such disrepair. There isn't even an offering. How impoverished. Chenxiang commented, in this desolate wilderness, having a land deity shrine is already a feat. Why don't we summon him and inquire where we are? The little fox, feeling uneasy, suggested, I think it's best to avoid that. If there truly is a deity, what shall I do? I am a monster. The land deity would slay me. What are you afraid of? You've never killed anyone. You're a good monster. Even if the land deity seeks to slay you, we will protect you. Besides, we've cultivated for so long. If we cannot even stand against a land deity, how can we contend with the heavenly court? The 8th prince spoke leisurely. Chenxiang added, Indeed, little you, you're a good monster. The land deity does not differentiate between right and wrong. The group continued conversing beside the land deity shrine when the howling celestial dog arrived, laughing, Run, Why aren't you running? Let's see if you can outrun me. Ha ha ha. Chenxiang and the others panicked. What should we do? We can't defeat him. The howling celestial dog lunged at the group, accidentally toppling the land deity shrine that Tu Xing Sun had just repaired as Chenxiang attempted to flee. An enraged voice boomed. Who has toppled my newly repaired land deity shrine? Do you not respect the land? A flash of white light appeared, and Wu Xiaomu emerged from the shrine. The howling celestial dog, unfamiliar with Tu Xing Sun, approached and said, "Do you know who I am? I advise you to mind your own business, or I shall deal with you as well." Wu Xiaomu stared at the howling celestial dog in astonishment. "You are but a dog. What can you do to me? Have dogs become so arrogant nowadays?" As Chenxiang and the others attempted to flee, Wu Xiaomu blocked their path, declaring, "You cannot leave. You have destroyed my land deity shrine. You must repair it, or I shall strike you." The howling celestial dog laughed. "What a world we live in, you, a mere land deity, dare to challenge a heavenly deity." Wu Xiaomu chuckled. "A 1T strike. But I will kick you." With a swift kick, he sent the howling celestial dog flying, adding, "This dog is truly bothersome. The atmosphere has quieted, so please hasten to repair it for me." A few individuals exchanged glances, each pondering, this land is indeed formidable. The Xingtian hound is a celestial being, and yet it was driven away. Even Zhu Beiji dared not confront it, or perhaps he simply did not recognize the Xingtian hound. No one uttered a word, and thus the repairs to the land temple commenced. After the Xingtian hound was expelled, it returned to the heavenly court and sought out Yang Jian, saying, "Master, there's a land deity who has rescued Chenxiang. What shall we do?" Yang Jian replied, "What land deity would dare lay hands on you? Have you reported your grievances?" "No, I was just about to say so," the Xingtian hound lamented. "Let us go and see who dares to shelter a fugitive from the heavenly court." The two arrived at the great mountain, where Yang Jian sensed the faint trace of a sage's power, albeit weak. Just a hint, but as a peek to Luo Jin Xian, he detected it, yet he brushed it aside. Upon reaching the land temple, he found Chenxiang and others diligently repairing it. "Chenxiang, I see you fleeing in that direction." Upon noticing Yang Jian's arrival, Chenxiang and the others realized escape was futile. They said, "We wish to complete the repairs of the land temple before returning with you." Yang Jian chuckled. "What land temple? Come back with me at once, or I shall take action." With a wave of his hand, a surge of power erupted from Yang Jian, dismantling the newly repaired land temple once more. Wu Xiaomu was sleeping when he noticed the temple had been torn down again. Incensed, he emerged. "Who is so reckless? Is this never-ending? I cannot even enjoy a simple nap. Who is responsible?" Yang Jian recognized him. "Is this not the Earthwalker's son? I cannot contend with this little fellow. Neza is absent. And the Xingtian hound is indeed hard to deal with." The Xingtian hound retorted, "How audacious! You, a mere land deity, do not even greet the divine enforcer of the heavenly court and dare to speak thus. You seek a beating." Wu Xiaomu lifted his eyes, addressing Yang Jian. "Is this your dog? Perhaps I should prepare a dog meat hot pot." Yang Jian quickly covered the Xingtian hound's mouth, saying, "Were you not imprisoned by Junti? How come you are here?" Chenxiang, unaware of who Junti was, sensed their familiarity and thought the land deity quite formidable. For even Yang Jian dared not speak freely. He stepped forward and stated, "Grandfather Land, this wicked deity has imprisoned my mother beneath Mount Hua and intends to capture me as well." Wu Xiaomu glanced at Chenxiang, asking, "You are Chenxiang, and your mother is the Three Holy Mother, correct?" Chenxiang confirmed, "Yes, do you know my mother?" Wu Xiaomu could not contain his laughter, saying, "Yang Jian, does your family possess this peculiar gene? Your mother was likewise so, and now your sister follows suit. Truly amusing." "Ha ha ha." Yang Jian's expression darkened. "Earthwalker's son, I see you are itching for a fight. Do you wish for me to demonstrate my might against you, you illegitimate child? Speak less and fight more. Or shall you summon Neza to settle both new and old grievances?" Aware he could not defeat Earthwalker's son, Yang Jian declared, "Wait here. I shall return with reinforcements." With that, he took the Xingtian hound and departed. Chenxiang remarked, "So he simply leaves. Grandfather Land, do you two know each other? And why do you refer to him as an illegitimate child?" Wu Xiaomu reflected, "We are brothers from the same sect." And he is, after all, your uncle. He cultivated his powers solely to rescue his mother, and you must strive diligently to save yours. Being from the same sect means your cultivation level is comparable to Yang Jian's. Correct? Would you teach me to cultivate? Chenxiang inquired, but Wu Xiaomu replied, Your master is another person. Not I. Now. You may leave. I wish to return to my slumber. The little fox asked the land deity, Do you know Sun Wukong? Could you defeat him in a duel? Why do you ask such a question? Do you know Sun Wukong? The little fox smiled but remained silent. The eighth prince suggested, Grandfather Land, would you accompany us to the city? There are delicacies we would treat you to. Wu Xiaomu observed the eighth prince. You little dragon certainly knows how to curry favor. Very well, I shall join you in the city for a meal. Though I have not dined in 1,000 years. Wu Xiaomu sensed he could no longer remain confined here and decided to venture out with them to enjoy some fine food. Upon reaching the city, Wu Xiaomu parted ways with Chenxiang and his companions. Yearning for a delectable meal, he ventured into a high-end restaurant, where he could observe the happenings outside. After separating from Wu Xiaomu, Chenxiang and the others wandered a few blocks until they encountered Zhu Beiji and Chang'e engaged in conversation. Chenxiang approached and asked, Master, what brings you here? The eighth prince, delighted, inquired, Is this not the Dragon Palace? Zhu Beiji replied, This is not the Dragon Palace. It is the mortal realm. Moreover, my temple is right here. I was just wondering where you all had been, as I had not seen you for some time. Chenxiang questioned, Master, who is stronger, you or Yang Jian? Could you defeat him? Without a hint of hesitation and with Chang'e present, Zhu Beiji declared, How could Yang Jian ever surpass me? In my prime, I was the marshal of the heavenly canopy. He is still under the tutelage of his master. That is splendid. Master, Yang Jian may arrive shortly. You must drive him away, the eighth prince exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji's expression shifted to one of unease. Internally contemplating, What shall I do? How can I possibly contend with Yang Jian? Not even Sun Wukong could manage it. Although Sun Wukong has been honored as the victorious fighting Buddha, he remains a mid-level Deluo Jinxian. Yang Jian is at the pinnacle of Deluo Jinxian, nearly a true sage. Yet he knew he could not lose face and chuckled, Very well. When Yang Jian arrives, I shall drive him off. Back in the heavenly court, Yang Jian approached Neza to explain his intentions. They then sought out Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Lei Zhenzi, including Deng Chanyu, but left Yin Jiao and Yin Hong behind. They had gathered to confront Earthwalker Sunday. Jin Jia and Mu Jia were Buddhist practitioners, yet this posed no issue. They would join forces. The most powerful among them was Lei Zhenzi, a mid-level true sage. While Jin Jia was merely a novice Tai Yi Jin Xian, Neza was at the initial stage of Deluo Jin Xian, Deng Chanyu at the later stage of Tai Yi Jin Xian, and Huang Tianhua at the mid-level of Deluo Jin Xian. If this group acted in concert, they might indeed stand a chance against Earthwalker Sunday, led by the Xingtian Hound. They arrived at the city where Earthwalker Sun resided. A glance revealed Zhu Beiji. Alongside Chang'e, Zhu Beiji was startled by the multitude of people, while Chenxiang was even more astonished, thinking, To capture me, they have dispatched so many powerful beings. How shall I escape? Chang'e too was taken aback, pondering, Is this truly necessary? It is merely a matter of capturing a small Chenxiang. Why mobilize the heavenly court's forces? Yang Jian can handle it himself. Zhu Beiji, despite the pressure, stepped forward, saying, Yang Jian, is this necessary? You bring so many to confront me. Shall we fight one-on-one or in a group? Yang Jian replied, This is no concern of yours. Leave now while you still can. Zhu Beiji, desiring to save face in front of Chang'e, retorted, Yang Jian, others may fear you, but I do not. Come, let me see just how strong you are. While dining, Wu Xiaomu happened to witness the unfolding drama outside. Choosing to ignore it, reveling in the spectacle, Yang Jian wasted no time and swiftly engaged Zhu Beiji in battle. Nearby, Huang Tianhua asked Neza, Should we join Yang Jian in confronting Zhu Beiji? Neza laughed. With Zhu Beiji, my second brother can handle it alone. That be why the time we arrive, Zhu Beiji will already be at a disadvantage. If anyone can best Zhu Beiji, it is Jin Jia. In mere moments, Zhu Beiji found himself thrown into the water, exclaiming, I have not eaten a proper meal today. Let me finish my meal before I return to fight. Chenxiang, who had considered fleeing, was seized by Yang Jian, who demanded, "Where's the land deity who was with you?" Chenxiang stammered, "The land deity separated from us upon entering the city. We do not know where he's gone." Deng Chanyu called out to Earthwalker's son, "You little dwarf, how can you sit so high despite your stature? Aren't you afraid the wind will topple you? Your mother must be quite distressed. Are you still unmarried?" Yang Jian and the others quickly surrounded Earthwalker's Sunday. Neza smirked. "Earthwalker's son, if you beg for mercy now, we might go easy on you. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." Zhu Beiji, upon seeing Earthwalker's son, rushed to his side, lamenting, "Brother, Yang Jian is attacking me. You must defend me." Chenxiang, the eighth prince, and even Chang'e were bewildered, realizing the severity of the situation. Is the land deity truly so powerful? He is at a Luo Jin Xian. Wu Xiaomu chuckled. "Beiji, step aside and watch. Let me show you how to incapacitate Yang Jian." And Neza, does your face still ache? Zhu Beiji retreated to Chenxiang's side, who implored, "Master, how can a land deity be so formidable? He might be slain by Yang Jian. You must save him." Zhu Beiji laughed. "Do you know who imprisoned him?" Chenxiang replied, "How could I possibly know? I may not have even been born at that time." Zhu Beiji explained, "It was the Buddha mother of the Buddhist sect, also known as Junti. When we passed through Lion Camel Ridge, Earthwalker's son witnessed the blood-soaked battlefield of Lion Camel Country. Enraged, he vowed to slay the blue lion, the white elephant, the great pung, and all their minions. That it can be said that the entire Buddhist sect intervened to protect them. Yet Earthwalker's son nearly obliterated their faith single-handedly, had it not been for Junti and Jie Yin's timely appearance. The situation would have ended differently. It seems there may no longer be a Buddhist sect. That time, the saint of Junti sought to eliminate Tu Xing Sun. However, Tu Xing Sun was a disciple of the Chan sect, and even the primordial supreme being had arrived, alongside the celestial master of heaven, the master of humanity, and the five saints, all present for Tu Xing Sunday. Had Junti dared to slay Tu Xing Sun, the primordial supreme being, the celestial master of heaven, and the master of humanity might have united to eradicate the Western teachings. Do you believe that Yang Jian and his companions could have fared any better? They too were beaten. Chenxiang was bewildered, astonished by the ferocity. Yet, how could he be the god of the land? Zhu Beiji remarked that during the calamity of the Fengshan, Tu Xing Sun had offended Jiangxia, which led to his designation as the land of the peach orchard, coinciding with Sun Wukong's tumult in heaven, prompting the Jade Emperor to cast Tu Xing Sun down to the mortal realm. Chenxiang inquired, "May I take him as my master?" Zhu Beiji pondered, "I am uncertain. We shall seek him out once the fight concludes. That I believe it will be over soon." Yang Jian had already launched an assault on Tu Xing Sun, and Neza had also joined the fray. While Wu Xiaomu was seething with anger, it was the perfect opportunity to unleash their skills, trading blows in a chaotic melee. Before long, Neza's face was rendered unrecognizable, and Yang Jian was left limping, while Tu Xing Sun fared little better. Just as he raised his head to speak, a flying rock struck. Alas, Tu Xing Sun was again struck down by Deng Chanyu. The combatants quickly resumed their fierce clash, each refusing to yield. Chapter 38. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect arrive, and Zhu Lu's son is once again beaten. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. There was no magic here, merely physical confrontation. That Neza's face was swollen, and Yang Jian had been left crippled by Tu Xing Sun's blows. Apart from Deng Chanyu, who remained unscathed, everyone else had been thoroughly beaten. The most unfortunate was Tu Xing Sun. With so many assailing him, how could he possibly endure? Chenxiang asked Zhu Beiji, "Master, why does the god of the land not utilize magic, if he is indeed so formidable? Wouldn't it be over swiftly?" Zhu Beiji chuckled. "They're not sworn enemies. Besides, they're brothers in arms. None could bring themselves to strike hard, even though they nearly wiped out the Buddhist sect in the past." He did not lay a hand on Jin Jia or Mu Jia. Then who is the master of that land god? Chenxiang queried. Surely he must belong to the Chan sect. A master capable of producing such a remarkable disciple must be extraordinarily powerful. Zhu Beiji contemplated for a moment and replied, "You ought to inquire about that yourself. I am not in the know." How could Zhu Beiji be unaware? Yet he chose not to disclose it. For one, Tu Xing Sun's master had betrayed the Chan sect, and secondly, it appeared Tu Xing Sun harbored no fondness for this master, so it was better for Chenxiang to inquire directly. Chang'e interjected, "Zhu Beiji, your senior brother is astonishingly powerful. Yang Jian, Neza, Lei Zhenzi, and Huang Tianhua are no match for him. Who exactly is he? Why have I never heard of him before?" Zhu Beiji, reluctant to answer, remarked, "Isn't he merely the god of the peach orchard? This is the very same god who once infuriated the Queen Mother of the West. Otherwise, why would he have been banished to the mortal realm? Moreover, given his remarkable cultivation, the Jade Emperor must have been quite generous." Zhu Beiji chuckled. "This is a matter beyond our understanding, but I can assure you that, apart from the saints, it seems no one can rival my senior brother. Is he truly that formidable? May I also take him as my master? That way, my standing in the Dragon Palace would surely rise." The eighth prince laughed. Tu Xing Sun and Yang Jian were both practitioners of the Nine Mysteries. Their bodies remarkably resilient, yet this left others in a dire state. Neza quickly withdrew, standing aside in silence. As Lei Zhenzi's feathers were nearly plucked clean by Tu Xing Sunday, Huang Tianhua lay on the ground. Speechless, while Deng Chan you dared not approach, only occasionally tossing stones, causing Tu Xing Sun to lose his bearings. Far away in the heavenly court, the deities observed the battle through the Haotian mirror, none daring to speak. The Jade Emperor, however, chuckled. "What-s this? Have they all become mute? Why does no one intervene?" The deities exchanged glances, unsure who would dare to act. This was, after all, a family matter of the Chan sect. The Star of Venus stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should inform the Chan sect and allow them to manage it themselves?" The Jade Emperor regarded the Star of Venus, replying, "Very well. You may journey to Kunlun Mountain and urge them to hasten." The Star of Venus accepted the decree and made his way to Kunlun Mountain. Upon arrival, he encountered the South Pole Elder and conveyed the situation before returning to the heavenly court. The South Pole Elder swiftly informed the 12 golden immortals, who all descended to the mortal realm city. Upon witnessing their battered disciples, the Jade Dingzhenren, upon seeing Yang Jian in such a state, asked with concern, "Who has reduced you to this condition? Tell your master, and I shall seek vengeance for you." Tai Yizhenren approached Neza, witnessing his disfigured visage, and was filled with fury. He glared at Zhu Lu Sunday. Guanyin, Pu Xian, and Wan Shu stood closely together with Zhu Lu Sun, yet upon seeing her disciple in such a state, Guanyin's gaze turned toward Zhu Lu Sun, leading Wan Shu and Pu Xian to distance themselves from him. Zhu Lu Sun glanced at Tu Xing Sun, and the sight nearly incited conflict. Was this truly Tu Xing Sun? Were he not so diminutive, one might mistake him for a lump of flesh. Zhu Lu Sun hastily retrieved a pill to offer Tu Xing Sunday. However, Tu Xing Sun did not accept it. Instead, he turned to his grandmaster, Guang Chengzi, who sighed, "Nephew, why must you engage in conflict again? Quickly consume this elixir." The others also produced pills to feed their own disciples. The Zhu Lu Sun stood frozen, at a loss for words, yet the piercing gaze of Jade Dingzhenren made him uneasy. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded angrily. Tai Yizhenren, filled with rage, retorted, "Zhu Lu Sun, your disciple has beaten mine to this state. Will you not afford me the opportunity to address this?" Zhu Lu Sun shot back, "Address what? Do you not see my disciple is on the verge of being beaten to death by yours? And yet you demand an explanation. I see you're no different. Perhaps we should all face off together, and I would like to see how formidable your skills truly are." Dao Wu Xiaomu gazed at his master, thinking, "Master, even now, you feign ignorance. You may well be beaten by them. You are no longer a disciple of the Chan sect. You belong to the Western teachings. Such trivial matters are beyond the purview of Jin and Zhuan Ti." The onlookers, hearing Zhu Lu Sun's pretense, grew irate and charged at him. These were all pinnacle great Luo golden immortals. Zhu Lu Sun, a mid-stage quasi-saint, stood no chance against this assembly of peak great Luo golden immortals. They did not engage in physical brawls like Tu Xing Sun. They wielded magical powers that darkened the skies. The Jade Emperor, observing from the heavenly court, furiously exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? Someone intervene!" Yet they had already descended into chaos. Initially, 11 individuals targeted Tu Sun alone. Yet as the fray unfolded, Guanyin, Puxian, and Wen Shu were soon sidelined, leaving three factions, Guanyin, Puxian, and Wen Shu as one group, Tu Sun as another, and the remainder as a third, all focused on Tu Sun Day. Before long, Tu Sun faltered and was struck to the ground. The throng charged at him, and Wu Xiaomu wished to assist his master but found himself unable to approach. He still could not confront his own master. Chang'e, observing the battle, was at a loss for words. Yang Jian and the others, having consumed elixirs, felt their injuries mend and sought to join the fray against Tu Sun, but were halted by Tu Xing Sun. The melee erupted once more, descending into utter chaos. It was merely a confrontation between masters and disciples. With his head bandaged, Tu Sun, witnessing his disciple suffer further blows, rushed toward Yang Jian and the others, delivering a punch that sent Tu Sun staggering back. Chenxiang, Xiaoyu, the eighth prince, Zhu Beiji, and Chang'e observed this duo of beleaguered masters and disciples, thinking they truly can endure punishment. They are indeed alike, in stature and in their pretenses. Lying on the ground, Tu Sun and Tu Xing Sun gasped for breath, while the others lay sprawled about. Zhu Beiji remarked at last, "It is over. Otherwise, who knows who else would have come forth?" Tu Sun turned to Tu Xing Sun, saying, "Disciple, would you prefer to perish within the Chan sect or accompany me to the Buddhist realm? Given your cultivation, you are certainly worthy of being a Buddha. Let us depart together." Wu Xiaomu looked at his master, asserting, "I shall not go. I am a disciple of Tu Sun, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, not a disciple of your Buddhist sect. You should return whence you came." Guanyin Bodhisattva thundered, "You ungrateful disciple. Your master acts for your own good." Guangqingzi laughed, replying, "Compassionate navigator, you are mistaken. This is a family matter of the Chan sect. The Buddhist teachings would do well to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, my Chan sect is not easily trifled with." Chapter 39. Chenxiang takes a master, Yang Jian's stealthy delight. Chenxiang was stunned. Here stood Guanyin Bodhisattva, along with Wen Shu and Puxian, even Tu Sun himself, figures one seldom encounters. Today, they were all present. Moreover, Yang Jian's and Nez's masters were also here. How extraordinarily powerful! The eighth prince and Xiaoyu were equally at a loss, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the gathering. These were figures whose very stamp could shake the heavens. Xiaoyu turned to Zhu Beiji, asking, "Is your master not here?" Zhu Beiji proudly replied, "My master is their eldest brother, of higher rank. He cannot simply appear at will." Chenxiang stealthily approached Tu Xing Sun, kneeling and beseeching, "Please take me as your disciple and impart your magic. I wish to rescue my mother from Huashan." Wu Xiaomu observed Chenxiang, stating, "Did I not inform you? Your master is not me, yet his powers are formidable, rivaling Yang Jian." Guanyin Bodhisattva, witnessing their disregard for the Buddhist sect, angrily declared, "Tu Xing Sun, you ought to return to your master. Otherwise, the Buddhist realm may take serious action against you." Wu Xiaomu, with a smile, retorted, "Do you truly dare? I have refrained from employing magical powers against my fellow disciples. However, regarding your Buddhist sect, that is an entirely different matter. Zhuan-Ti has imprisoned me here for a millennium. Why should I seek him out? What does he expect? As for the matter concerning Chenxiang, it is best left to him to navigate his own trials, is it not?" Guanyin Bodhisattva remarked. Wu Xiaomu chuckled and said, "What are you afraid of? Afraid I might disclose the affairs of your Buddhist sect? Ha! I shall reveal it to you now, so you may witness the great compassion of Buddhism. Let us begin with Yang Jian. Do you truly believe your mother could be captivated by a mere mortal? He has fallen victim to Zhuan-Ti's scheme, which is aimed at your uncle, that he used his powers to bewitch your mother's mind, leading her to unite with your father, all to bring shame upon your uncle. Now, regarding Chenxiang, who is San Shengmu? She has already experienced her mother's ordeal. Do you think she would still consider marrying a mortal? This, too, is a matter concerning Buddhism. They aim to exert pressure on the heavenly court, seeking to liberate Buddhism from its oversight. Moreover, Chenxiang, your father undoubtedly adheres to Buddhism, does he not? This is the machination of Buddhism. targeting the heavenly court. They intend for Yang Jian and Chenxiang to assault the heavenly court, thereby undermining its credibility and facilitating their own departure. Am I not correct? Guanyin Bodhisattva was incensed, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you uttering? How could my Buddhist sect engage in such deeds?" Chenxiang, do not heed his ramblings. Believe in your own ability to rescue your mother. Upon hearing Tu Xing Sun reveal the schemes of Buddhism, the Jade Emperor felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, Yao Ji was his sister. He too harbored no desire for this. Were it not for Junti being a sage, he would have long since declared war on Buddhism. He had even sacrificed his niece. Yang Jian was lost in thought, glancing at his master, Yu Ding Zhenrun. When Yu Ding turned his gaze away from Yang Jian, he understood. Tu Xing Sun spoke the truth. They had indeed been ensnared by Buddhism. Presently, they were unable to contend with them. Even if Guang Qingzi and the others were present, their power had been diminished, and if they attempted to forcibly retain them, Tu Xing Sun still had the means, as his master too belonged to Buddhism. It was a daunting situation. Chenxiang, upon hearing Tu Xing Sun's words, and still young and naive, was unaware of the complexities of the matter. He simply believed Guanyin Bodhisattva's words to be true and asked, "Guanyin Bodhisattva, may I take Tu Xing Sun as my master? Could you assist me in this?" Guanyin Bodhisattva, looking at Chenxiang, was at a loss for how to respond and fell silent. Wu Xiaomu glanced at them and said, "Chenxiang, do you truly wish to take me as your master?" He pointed towards the 8th prince and Xiaoyu. "What about you? Teaching one is the same as teaching 3. Do you agree?" Chenxiang, 8th prince, and Xiaoyu joyfully knelt before Tu Xing Sun, exclaiming, "Master, we bow before you." Wu Xiaomu laughed, saying, "Very well. Rise. I shall inform you that our sect is known as Changjiao, with Yuanshi Tianzun as its leader, residing in the outer heaven. Currently, my master Uncle Guang Chengzi oversees Changjiao. Come, pay your respects to him and our esteemed uncles." Chenxiang, 8th prince, and Xiaoyu bowed before Changjiao. When they approached Guanyin, Puxian, and Wen Shu, Wu Xiaomu stopped them, saying, "They belong to Buddhism. They have no connection to us. Additionally, your ancestral master is not a Buddhist, but one of the 12 golden immortals of Changjiao. Should anyone dare to betray the sect, I will take measures." Yang Jian was pleased, for with Tu Xing Sun as a mentor, Chenxiang would surely grow swiftly. The disciples of Gu Lu Sun, feeling disgruntled, remained silent. Subsequently, they returned to Buddhism, while Guang Chengzi and the others departed, leaving the brothers together. Yang Jian inquired, "What will you teach them?" Tu Xing Sun. Cheng'a also questioned, "But Chenxiang is still a fugitive of the heavenly court. Shouldn't you discuss this with the Jade Emperor?" Yang Jian replied, "There is no need. Chenxiang is now our 4th-generation disciple of Changjiao. The Jade Emperor will surely grant us some consideration." Wu Xiaomu smiled and asked, "What spells do you 3 wish to cultivate?" Chenxiang responded, "I simply wish to practice as Yang Jian does." Wu Xiaomu gently tapped Chenxiang on the head, saying, "The 8-9 profound art is not suitable for your cultivation. Begin with the techniques of Changjiao. And once you achieve results, I shall teach you the 8-9 profound art." 8th prince, what do you wish to cultivate? Aochuan replied, "Whatever my master teaches me, I shall practice." "Very well. This is the Golden Dragon 9 transformations I comprehended from your Dragon Clan's treasures. You shall cultivate this. Be cautious, for the Golden Dragon 9 transformations is akin to the 8-9 profound art, yet it is the technique of the Ancestor Dragon, so do not share it with others." Aochuan joyfully bowed to Tu Xing Sun and declared, "Master, I shall diligently cultivate." He then turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "You belong to the Demon Clan, yet you have not consumed the flesh of mortals. You possess a kind heart. What do you wish to cultivate?" Xiaoyu replied, "My grandmother gifted me a manual on the heaven-splitting divine palm, and I wish to practice that." "What heaven-splitting divine palm?" "Such a trivial technique would take an eternity to reach the golden immortal stage. What purpose does it serve?" Tu Xing Sun remarked, "Instead, I have a 9-tail bewitchment technique left by Daji. Practice that. When you grow your 9 tails, you shall already be on the path to quasi-sainthood. Why bother with the heaven-splitting divine palm?" Xiaoyu laughed, saying, "I shall not practice that. I will cultivate the techniques my master has taught me." "Now, go pay your respects to your uncles," Chenxiang urged, "but they may unite against you. This is our brotherhood practicing. Hurry and pay your respects. Remember, our Chan Jiao has strict rules. Do not bring shame upon me. Also, accompany me to the heavenly court to have the Jade Emperor revoke your wanted notice." After paying their respects to Yang Jian and the others, Tu Xing Sun led the three to the heavenly court, where the Jade Emperor sat upon his throne, observing Tu Xing Sun and inquired, "Disciple, what brings you here?" Wu Xiaomu smiled and replied, "Master uncle, I have just taken on disciples, and I came to show them to you." The Jade Emperor chuckled, saying, "You wish for me to revoke his wanted notice, do you not? Look, we are all of the same kind. Kindly extend mercy towards my disciple. Enough of your pretense. Return home," he ordered. Then addressed Chenxiang, "You must diligently follow Tu Xing Sun's teachings. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly assist you." Chapter 40. Guiding Chenxiang in cultivation, the false Sun Wukong is defeated. Upon returning to the dilapidated earthen temple, Wu Xiaomu asked his three disciples, "Are you prepared?" The others responded, "Please teach us." Master Wu Xiaomu imparted the foundational techniques of Chan Jiao to them, allowing them to cultivate independently. The eighth prince, Aochuan, was already at the celestial immortal stage, and he quickly grasped the principles of Chan Jiao's techniques. Xiaoyu, though at the earth immortal stage, also managed to master the techniques, albeit not as swiftly as Aochuan. Chenxiang had been learning from Zhu Beiji for several months and had yet to establish his foundation. Being of half-immortal lineage, he was still struggling with the techniques of Chan Jiao, and he too felt a sense of urgency. Aochuan and Xiaoyu shared their cultivated methods with Chenxiang, slowly enabling him to make progress. Wu Xiaomu advised them to proceed steadily, especially Chenxiang, who had learned the 36 transformations from Zhu Beiji, albeit in an unrefined manner. After observing for a while without intervening, he retired to the earthen temple for rest. Guanyin Bodhisattva informed the Buddha of the situation regarding Tu Xing Sun taking Chenxiang as a disciple. The Buddha had initially intended for the false Sun Wukong to take Chenxiang under his wing, as this would allow them to cause a significant uproar in the heavenly court, rendering it nearly powerless, thus facilitating their takeover of the underworld in the West. That it was all Tu Xing Sun's fault. He had devised a strategy to strike against the heavenly court, and now, what was to be done? The Buddha pondered in distress. Guanyin Bodhisattva suggested, why not have Sun Wukong directly approach Chenxiang, claiming they share a bond, and take him as a disciple? The Buddha contemplated this, saying, "But is that feasible? Tu Xing Sun is not to be trifled with. Should he become enraged, we would not stand a chance against him in Lingshan." Guanyin Bodhisattva responded, "Let's first release Zhuan Ti. Thus, even if Tu Xing Sun comes, he would not dare to act against Lingshan, as he is not a sage yet." The Buddha smiled. "That is also a good plan. I shall seek out Zhuan Ti and have him ready at all times." Having finally entered the fold, Chenxiang's cultivation had reached the great ascension stage, nearing the threshold of tribulation. However, he stood before the earthen temple and spoke. "Master, I have something I cannot comprehend. Could you enlighten me?" Wu Xiaomu, upon hearing Chenxiang's arrival, exited the temple. Observing Chenxiang's swift advancement from immortal to the great ascension stage, he felt a twinge of envy. Truly, being of half-immortal lineage allowed for rapid progress. He said, "Speak your mind. I shall share all that I know." Chenxiang inquired, "Master, I have been feeling unsettled lately. Could it be a sign of a problem in my cultivation?" Wu Xiaomu examined Chenxiang's body and discerned no issues, replying, "Perhaps you have advanced too rapidly, causing your mindset to lag behind. Your current task is to stabilize your cultivation. Master, when shall I be able to defeat my uncle?" "I wish to rescue my mother swiftly." Wu Xiaomu sighed, saying, "Do not rush. Do you understand what your uncle has endured? Furthermore, he is currently at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, nearing quasi-sainthood, while you have just reached the great ascension stage and are still wandering in the mortal realm. Master, why is the lifespan of mortals so short while immortals can live for such extended periods?" Chenxiang questioned. "Mortals once enjoyed long lifespans, but since the demise of the human sovereign, humanity has been suppressed by the heavenly Tao, leading to our lifespans being controlled by it. Master, I wish to inquire further. Why has the human sovereign disappeared? What would happen if the human sovereign were to return?" Wu Xiaomu considered Chenxiang's words and reflected. "Let me put it this way. The human sovereign and the Jade Emperor would be on equal footing. What do you think? Even immortals would pay their respects to the human sovereign. With a human sovereign, humanity would not be bullied by the myriad gods and Buddhas. However, now that the human sovereign has perished, Chenxiang, perplexed, asked, why not establish a new human sovereign? In the realm of humanitarian slumber, following the Shang dynasty, there was no sovereign to reign. The Zhou dynasty came to be known as the Son of Heaven. And from that point onward, humanity found itself under the dominion of celestial beings. The ascension of the next emperor was determined by the heavens, resulting in humanity's loss of autonomy. Observing his master lost in contemplation, Chenxiang quietly departed, perplexed by the significance of the earthly spirit son to humanity, still unaware of the essential truths of existence. Far to the west, the Buddha Tathagata chuckled as he addressed Guanyin Bodhisattva, instructing her to summon Sun Wukong from a May mountain to mentor Chenxiang, assuring her that the saint of the Pure Land would oversee the process, should the earth spirit son dare to intervene. He would be imprisoned for a millennium. Guanyin Bodhisattva set forth to find Sun Wukong, while Chenxiang diligently practiced, now at the stage of great completion, poised to transcend the tribulations of the heavens and attain the status of a human immortal. Aochuan, Xiaoyu, and Chenxiang were all engaged in their cultivation when Sun Wukong abruptly interrupted. Inquiring about their slow progress, he proposed to expedite their training, offering to take them on as disciples. Aochuan challenged, "And who are you?" Xiaoyu glared at Sun Wukong, accusing him of having slain her parents, vowing vengeance. Yet, Xiaoyu was no match for Sun Wukong. Aochuan joined the fray, and soon Chenxiang followed, but they were swiftly bested by Sun Wukong, who laughed, "See how formidable I am. Wouldn't you rather have me as your master?" Chenxiang retorted, "Can you defeat Erlang Shin? Or perhaps my master?" Sun Wukong, troubled, pondered how to convey his prowess to Chenxiang, knowing he could not defeat Erlang Shin, let alone the Earth Spirit Son. Wu Xiaomu, hearing the commotion outside, emerged to find the six-eared macaque in animated conversation, but he approached, exclaiming, "Isn't that the Buddha of the war against demons? What brings you to this humble shrine?" Sun Wukong turned with a grin, "Land deity, I merely passed by and noticed some promising cultivators. I thought to take them as disciples. Be gone, or you won't leave at all. My mood is foul, and I long for a fight. You are no match for me. You couldn't withstand even a single blow," he declared. "I shall take my leave now, for I suddenly recall I have matters to attend to in the Pure Land." Wu Xiaomu retaliated with a strike, sending Sun Wukong fleeing, then turned to Chenxiang, saying, "Cultivation is a gradual process. If you wish to advance rapidly, your foundation must be solid. Once you reach the level of the Luo Jinxian, further progress will be exceedingly difficult. I possess ample elixirs. Should you desire swift advancement, I can provide them." Chenxiang replied, "No, master, I prefer to cultivate at my own pace. I am determined to reach your heights." Chapter 41. Zhuan Ti arrives. Yuan Shi Tianzun protects his disciple. Chenxiang returned to the land deity's temple, contemplating his slow progress in cultivation. If consuming immortals' elixirs could swiftly elevate him to the Luo Jinxian, he feared it would stifle his future growth. Conversely, without the elixirs, it would take him a millennium to attain that status. In his moment of frustration, Aochuan approached and asked, "Chenxiang, what troubles you? Have you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation? Speak freely. Perhaps I can assist you. If not, we shall seek the master." Chenxiang replied, "I just returned from my master. I am fine. I merely wish to hasten my progress to rescue my mother from Mount Hua." Aochuan said, "Chenxiang, cultivation is not a swift endeavor. I spent 800 years in the transition from birth to transformation. Had it not been for my master, I would still be a celestial immortal. Look at me now, having reached the late stage of Xian, and Xiaoyu is also at the late stage of celestial immortal. With diligence, you will surely succeed." Chenxiang mentioned, "My master spoke of a type of elixir that can elevate mortals directly to the Luo Jinxian. He inquired if I desired it, but I expressed my wish to progress step by step. Yet, I wonder how many years it will take to reach the Luo Jinxian." Aochuan replied, "What a Luo Jinxian? Are you mad? Do you not know that aside from the original the Luo Jinxian, few can cultivate to Tai E Jinxian? One could say that achieving Tai E Jinxian is the pinnacle of mortal cultivation. If you can attain that, You will be able to rescue your mother from Mount Hua. I have heard that when Sun Wukong caused havoc in the heavenly palace, he too was a Tu Xing Sun. Yet he toppled the celestial court. We can do the same. Should Sun Wukong have overheard Aochuan's words, he would surely have exclaimed, "Back then, I was deceived. No Luo Jin Xian ever fought me." It was all a ruckus. Chenxiang felt invigorated and resumed his cultivation. Aochuan reflected, "Chenxiang, I wish to return to the Dragon Palace. I have been away for too long and wish to check on things." Chenxiang agreed. "You ought to visit home. Following me, you nearly got captured." Aochuan informed the Earth Spirit Sun and set forth on the journey back to the Dragon Palace, unaware that it was under siege by 3 ferocious dragon demons, minions of the demon master Jingpeng, who were unafraid of the heavenly court. Upon arrival, Aochuan heard the sounds of battle as the Dragon King engaged the 3 dragon demons. The Dragon King was a late-stage Tu Xing Sun, while the 3 dragon demons were at the early stage, resulting in a fierce back-and-forth conflict. Many of the Dragon King's soldiers had already perished. Aochuan joined the fray and was astonished by his own strength. Realizing just how formidable he had become, he was evenly matched against a demon of early-stage Jin Xian. The Dragon King took note of Aochuan's prowess, but could not leave his post. The West Sea and North Sea were similarly under attack, while the South Sea's White Dragon had returned. The West Sea was held by the eldest prince, but the North Sea fared the worst. After a hard-fought battle, they managed to repel the 3 dragon demons, and one approached Aochuan, urging, "Hurry, we cannot withstand this assault much longer. You must leave and return once you have furthered your cultivation to avenge us." The 3 dragon demons laughed. "You think you can leave so easily? Do you not regard us at all?" Aochuan, incensed, retorted, "You dare to lay hands on the family of the Chan teaching. Do you not fear their wrath?" The Dragon King chuckled. "Are you now a disciple of the Chan teaching? Have you brought your fellow disciples with you?" Aochuan replied, "I merely wish to check in, yet fate has brought me to this confrontation. If I do not return often, my master will surely come looking for me." He secretly transmitted a message to Chenxiang and Xiaoyu, urging them to seek their master for assistance. Receiving the message, Chenxiang and Xiaoyu swiftly arrived at the land deity's temple and informed the Earth Spirit Sun of the situation. Wu Xiaomu pondered. The demon master, Jingpeng, truly has a bold mouth. Is he not afraid of the heavenly court dispatching forces to exterminate them? A streak of light flew toward the Dragon Palace, revealing Aochuan embroiled in a heated dispute with the dragon demons. Wu Xiaomu approached, asking, "Are these the 3 dragon demons, my disciple?" Upon seeing his master, Aochuan stood firm, declaring, "Indeed, these are the 3 dragon demons, and they have slaughtered many of our soldiers." With a mere wave of his hand, the 3 dragon demons were reduced to nothingness. The Dragon King inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed immortal you are from the Chan teaching?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "I am the disciple of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching, the Earth Spirit Sun. Truly a disciple of the Chan teaching, and a direct disciple at that. The Dragon Palace is saved. If we cannot defeat them, we still have the 12 golden immortals above, and Yuan Shi Tianzun as well. What is there to fear?" Suddenly, a powerful demonic aura surged from the sea. Wu Xiaomu smiled, addressing Jingpeng, "Why do you not remain quietly in the North Sea? Have you come seeking death?" Jingpeng, incensed, retorted, "Earth Spirit Sun, I was once a peer of your master. How can you speak to me thus?" They had encountered one another during the Fengshen era, though Jingpeng had not paid heed then. Never imagining his current growth in a confrontation, he would struggle against the Earth Spirit Sun, who practiced the profound art of the 8-9 mysterious skill, rivaling the ancient Wu clan. "When did you become my elder? The Chan teaching recognizes no such kinship with you. Clean yourself up and await your fate." Wu Xiaomu had long heard that Jingpeng was not to be trifled with. Now that he had arrived, it was the perfect opportunity for his disciple to test his mettle. "You insolent brat. Dare to humiliate me? Watch as I teach you a lesson." With that, the battle erupted, shaking the East Sea to its core. The conflict raged for days and nights without a clear victor, as Jingpeng's tough hide proved impenetrable. Desperate, Jingpeng called out to the heavens, "Zhuan Ti, how long must you watch? If you do not intervene, I shall be roasted and consumed by this Earth Spirit Sun." The presence of Zhuan Ti altered the stakes. No matter the circumstances, he could not contend with a saint. Zhuan Ti materialized, addressing Wu Xiaomu. Earth Spirit Son, we meet again. How have you remained so arrogant after being subdued for so long? Wu Xiaomu thought. What arrogance? If I become a saint, you shall be the first to feel my wrath. Just wait. He replied. Zhuan Ti, what brings you here? Has the Buddhist sect allied with the demon race once again? Zhuan Ti, preparing to subdue the Earth Spirit Son, responded, I've come merely to see you, with no ties to Jingpeng. Wu Xiaomu grinned. How could there be no connection? Had you not forcefully taken Jingpeng's seat during our past discussions? He might have achieved sainthood by now. You owe him a debt of gratitude, do you not? What ancient grievances are you speaking of? The Earth Spirit Son is unaware of such matters. Those who were present in the Purple Cloud Palace have either secluded themselves or passed on. Suddenly, a familiar aura of sanctity descended from the heavens, confirming Wu Xiaomu's suspicions that his master had arrived. Zhuan Ti, do you intend to strike my disciple again? Last time, I spared you due to the calamity of heaven and earth. Yet you are truly shameless. A wave of sanctity surged toward Zhuan Ti, who could not hope to withstand Yuan Shurtonzun's might. In no time, he was left with a bruised face. Indeed, it was his large visage that emboldened them to act shamelessly, daring to assault a disciple of the Taoist school of Chan. A bull should possess the ability to endure a beating. Chapter 42 narrates the growth of Chenxiang as he descends the mountain for his trials. He was struck by the primordial heavenly sovereign, which incited great ire in the Zhuan Ti, yet they were powerless against the primordial heavenly sovereign and thus retreated in disgrace. The primordial heavenly sovereign turned to Tu Xing Sun and said, Disciple, should you require anything, seek out your master uncle on Kunlun Mountain. He shall assist you, for you have endured much hardship over the years. Wu Xiaomu chuckled and replied, Master Ancestor, I have not suffered over the past millennium. It has merely been dull here. Now, however, I have taken on disciples, and our Chan school has grown stronger. The primordial heavenly sovereign smiled but said nothing further, turning to return to the celestial realm. Leaving Chenxiang and the others exchanging glances, Wu Xiaomu, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, What are you still doing here? Hurry and cultivate. None shall leave until they attain the golden immortal stage. The Dragon King then spoke, O immortal, how fortunate I am that my 8th prince can join your Chan school. I have endured much suffering in my dragon palace these years. Enough of that. Old Dragon King, Wu Xiaomu retorted, You have gained much. Were it not for your karmic burdens, I believe you would have reached the status of a Zhuan saint by now, and do not think I am unaware that you have another ancestor yet to emerge. The Dragon King glared and said, You refer to the Zhu Long ancestor, do you not? He has been in deep meditation in the abyss for years, only to emerge when the survival of the Dragon Clan is at stake. Well, I shall say no more. O Chan is now one of our Chan school's 4th-generation disciples. For any matters, simply report to us at the Chan school. After speaking, he took Ao Chun, Chenxiang, and Xiaoyu and departed the Dragon Palace. Returning to the Earth God Temple, Wu Xiaomu inquired, What insights have you gained from this outing? The others shook their heads in silence, which distressed Wu Xiaomu, who exclaimed, Let me tell you, in this world, the weak are devoured by the strong. If your cultivation is low, those with higher cultivation will consume you, so you must cultivate diligently to ensure your own survival. Back at the thatched cottage, Chenxiang remarked, This time, O Chun nearly fell victim to the Buddhist sect's schemes. Had it not been for Master Ancestor's timely arrival, we would have surely been subdued by the Zhuan Ti saint. What? The Zhuan Ti saint sought to subdue our master. The highest among us is myself, at the mid-level of profound skill that a mere breath from the Zhuan Ti saint could spell our doom. Ao Chan exclaimed excitedly. Xiaoyu added, I once thought Sun Wukong was the mightiest. Now I see that the existence of saints in this world renders us insignificant, so I must accelerate my cultivation. I shall not leave until I achieve the golden immortal stage. Chenxiang affirmed, Indeed, just wait. I shall eventually defeat Erlang Shenyang Jian. The group diligently cultivated, and after several years, Ao Chun broke through to the golden immortal stage. Thanks to the fortune of the Chan school, the Dragon Clan's karmic burdens were significantly alleviated, and with Ao Chun's hard work, he suddenly reached the initial stage of the golden immortal. Xiaoyu also attained the mid-level of the profound immortal stage. And although he had yet to break through, only Chenxiang remained, having just reached the human immortal realm. However, he did not give up and continued to steadily pursue them. Time passed unnoticed in cultivation. Chenxiang finally reached the profound immortal realm, and Xiaoyu achieved the initial stage of the golden immortal, while Ao Chun reached the mid-level of the golden immortal, aided by the nine-dragon technique, transforming Ao Chun into a six-clawed golden dragon. They were all elated, and Chenxiang too felt joy, albeit knowing his cultivation was lower. Still, his happiness for Ao Chun and Xiaoyu was genuine. Xiaoyu had now grown a fourth tail. Wu Xiaomu summoned Chenxiang to the Earth God Temple and said, "Chenxiang, I have witnessed your efforts over the years. Do not compare yourself to them. Ao Chun is of the Dragon Clan, a born ruler, while Xiaoyu belongs to the Fox Clan. They both possess inherent foundations. Whereas you are of the human and divine clans, your body cannot bear such immense energy, hence your slower progress. However, do not despair. With diligence, you shall surely reap rewards." Chenxiang asked, "Master, when will I be able to rescue my mother?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "Do you truly believe Yang Jian is the one suppressing her? He is merely following the decree of heaven's way. Even Yang Jian himself cannot rescue your mother. The one who can save her is you. If you can alter the heavenly edicts, your mother will naturally be freed. You have endured much hardship in your cultivation. It is time for you to descend the mountain for further trials." Chenxiang left the Earth God Temple without inquiring whether he would venture forth alone or with others. He decided to ask them if they would join him. Arriving at the thatched cottage, Chenxiang asked, "My master has instructed me to descend the mountain for trials. Will you accompany me?" Ao Chun smiled and said, "I shall go with you." Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and replied, "I shall not join. I still have techniques to comprehend that I will wait until I reach the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage before venturing out." Chenxiang and Ao Chun arrived at a county town, observing the bustling human folk as they moved toward a certain location. Chenxiang and Ao Chun closely followed, arriving before the temple of the three holy mothers, where the incense was abundant. Upon exiting, they encountered the catalyst of their troubles, a young girl named Dingxiang, who was practicing with a Taoist priest. Upon seeing that the Taoist could perform nothing and had even swindled Dingxiang of 100,000 taels of silver, Chapter 43 unfolds with the theme of hidden protection as Chenxiang journeys to Mount Hua. Chenxiang and Ao Chun exposed the false Taoist identity, which angered Dingxiang. As events unfolded, Dingxiang found herself enamored with Chenxiang, while Ao Chun was drawn to Dingxiang, creating a complicated dynamic. Wu Xiaomu, watching over his disciples from the Earth God Temple, felt uneasy and followed Chenxiang closely. Witnessing this budding romance, Wu Xiaomu gazed at the sky, pondering, what is love if not a bond that causes life and death to entwine? My restless disciples truly give me cause for concern. Chenxiang and Ao Chun encountered no monsters along their journey and soon reached the foot of Mount Hua. Chenxiang was now a profound immortal, yet the mountain was guarded by profound immortals and Tai golden immortals, making a brute force entry impossible. Ao Chun suggested, "Chenxiang, why not let me distract the guard while you slip inside?" Dingxiang, perplexed, interjected, "Must one sneak into a mountain? Are there monsters here? You should rely on me." Dingxiang, the heroine, as she spoke, she began to ascend the mountain. Chenxiang glanced at Dingxiang and said, "Dingxiang, my mother is trapped beneath Mount Hua. You should leave. There are celestial soldiers guarding this place." "How ridiculous." "Chenxiang, your boasting knows no bounds. Celestial soldiers. Where are they? I have never seen a deity in my life. Let this heroine see one." Ao Chun explained, "Dingxiang, have you not heard of the three holy mothers at home? I have heard that the three holy mothers descended to the mortal realm and bore a child with a mortal, only to be sealed beneath Mount Hua by her brother, Erlang Shun." "Ha ha! You believe those tales?" Dingxiang scoffed. Ao Chun insisted, "This is no tale. It is true. Chenxiang is the child of the three holy mothers, and I am the 8th prince of the Dragon Palace. Your mother is imprisoned here." Dingxiang laughed and said, "So you are immortals? Show me some magic, so this heroine can witness it." Fearing that Dingxiang would not believe him, Ao Chun transformed into his true dragon form. Dingxiang's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "A dragon! I've seen a dragon. Chenxiang, am I dreaming? Ao Chun transformed back into a dragon, prompting Chenxiang to say, quickly return to your human form. The celestial soldiers have surely noticed us. You handle that Tai golden immortal. Ao Chun reverted to his human form, and Dingxiang hurriedly approached, feeling Ao Chun all over, her eyes widening as she said, Celestial soldiers, I am dreaming again. Chenxiang recognized the familiar faces of Yang Jian subordinates. The 6 monsters of Meishan. Their cultivation levels range from the profound immortal realm, with the eldest and the third being golden immortals. Above them was a Tai golden immortal whom neither Chenxiang nor Ao Chun recognized. Observing the respect the 6 monsters of Meishan showed this deity, they resolved to press on. The Tai golden immortal admonished, how dare you trespass in this forbidden area? Depart at once. The eldest of Meishan urged Chenxiang, hurry and leave. We do not wish to trouble you. Do not force our hand. Ao Chun, aware of their master's formidable reputation, boldly declared, do you dare lay a hand on us, knowing the Chan school will come after you? The eldest of Meishan was momentarily taken aback, saying, you are now disciples of the Chan school? Ao Chun proudly affirmed, indeed, we are both disciples of the Chan school. Dare you lay a hand on us? I suggest you clear the path and allow Chenxiang to meet his mother. The Tai golden immortal queried, whose disciples are you? I have not heard of any disciples being accepted by the Chan school. And why should we tell you? Ao Chun retorted, leaving the Tai golden immortal speechless. I could see that moment. The earth god emerged and said, I am the earth god here. You should leave, even if you are disciples of the Chan school. You cannot trespass in forbidden areas. Chenxiang interjected, we are 4th-generation disciples of the Chan school, under the tutelage of Tu Xing Sun. That should allow us entry. Upon hearing this, the earth god fell silent, stepping aside, while the 6 monsters of Meishan also retreated, not wishing to provoke Tu Xingsun, who had even bested Yang Jian. The Tai golden immortal did not impede their passage and said, Chenxiang, you may enter. Let them wait outside, but do not linger too long, lest it complicate our situation. Chenxiang stepped into the forbidden area, arriving at the place where the 3 holy mothers was imprisoned, his heart aching at the sight of his mother bound by magical forces. He approached and said, Mother, I will surely rescue you. Wait for me. The 3 holy mothers looked at Chenxiang and asked, how did you get in? Did the celestial soldiers outside harm you? Chenxiang remarked, I am now a 4th-generation disciple of the Chan sect, and they ought to show some respect towards it. Upon witnessing Chenxiang's formidable powers, the 3 holy mothers said, indeed, you possess the techniques of the Chan sect. With diligent practice, once you surpass your uncle, you will be able to rescue me. And who is your master? My master is Tu Xing Sun, who saved me from my uncle's clutches. Tu Xing Sun, that master seems rather unreliable. Isn't he also imprisoned? How did he manage to save you? Chenxiang recounted to the 3 holy mothers the tale of his rescue by Tu Xing Sun, including how Tu Xing Sun had bested Yang Jian, upon hearing that her brother had been defeated by Tu Xing Sun once more. The holy mother Yang Chan felt a surge of anger, but acquiesced, reasoning, well, he did save Chenxiang, so I shall pardon him this time. De Wu Xiaomu, observing from the shadows, made his presence known to Yang Chan, saying, Sister Yang Chan, your brother deserves a good thrashing. Look how he's kept you here all these years, and yet you still defend him. Yang Chan, irate at the sudden appearance of Tu Xing Sun, retorted, Tu Xing Sun, how many times have you crippled my second brother's legs? You are supposed to be fellow disciples. Ah, Sister Yang Chan, it was your brother Ineza who attacked me first. I had no choice but to defend myself. Besides, neither of them could best me. They simply cannot afford to lose. Yang Chan sighed. Let it be. You are now Chenxiang's master. What do you intend to teach him? The same as your second brother, the 8-9 mysterious arts. This will enable Chenxiang to better utilize his own abilities. Chapter 44, Wu Tian's Visit. The new cataclysm approaches. Yang Chan turned to Tu Xing Sun and inquired, can Chenxiang truly master the 8-9 mysterious arts? I am aware that this technique is particularly arduous to learn. Only you and my second brother have achieved it within the entire Chan sect. Wu Xiaomu replied, I've entrusted it to him. If he fails, it will not be my fault. Chenxiang can now cultivate the Chan sect techniques to the quasi-saint level. Whether he practices or not is of little consequence. Yang Chan addressed Chenxiang. You may decide for yourself. I am merely here, so do not take risks on my account. That Wu Xiaomu, observing their exchange, chose not to interject and quietly departed, allowing them to converse at length. After a while, Chenxiang emerged, his demeanor noticeably altered. Wu Xiaomu paid him no mind, and soon, Chenxiang, Ao Chun, and the valiant Dingshang set off toward Wu Xiaomu's earth temple. Dingshang, after a moment of contemplation, chose to accompany them silently, while Ao Chun tended to her with great care, akin to what modern vernacular might call a devoted admirer, though Dingshang remained preoccupied with her concern for Chenxiang. After a month-long journey, they finally returned, having located Yang Chan's magical artifact, the Bao Yin Ding, which fortified Chenxiang's resolve to defeat Yang Jian and rescue his mother. Throughout their journey, Wu Xiaomu remained hidden in the shadows, and upon their return, he retired to the Earth Temple for rest, awaiting Chenxiang's arrival. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of demonic energy approaching him. Wu Xiaomu was taken aback, contemplating what a formidable demonic aura. It must belong to a being of quasi-saint caliber. Before long, the demonic energy was upon him, and a voice inquired, Are you Tu Xing Sun? Are you the one who nearly obliterated the Buddhist sect? Wu Xiaomu disdainfully replied, And you are who exactly? What does the Buddhist sect have to do with you? If you do not leave this place, do not blame me for being inhospitable. In his heart, he mused, What audacity! A mere quasi-saint mid-tier demon dares to confront me. Who gave you the courage? Wu Tian spoke. Very well. You are the first to speak to me so boldly since my transformation into a demon. Now tell me, how do you wish to meet your demise? Wu Xiaomu laughed and replied, Have you lost your mind after becoming a demon, or has a donkey kicked your head? You, a mere quasi-saint mid-tier, dare to speak to me in such a manner. Even the demon ancestor Luo who would not presume to do so. With that, he unleashed the pressure of a quasi-saint peak upon Wu Tian, who found himself prostrate on the ground. His earlier bravado dissipated, he thought, This lad truly is powerful. No wonder the Buddhist sect dares not provoke him. Were it not for Cunny, the Buddhist sect might not even exist anymore. Perhaps it is best to retreat. That he called out, I am a great sage of the demon realm, the future Wu Tian Buddha. If you spare me, I swear never to trouble you again. Wu Xiaomu replied. So you claim to be the bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, Jin Naluo? I was wondering why such a strong demonic aura was present. Very well, I am in a good mood today. I shall let you go. However, in the future, should you encounter my disciple, do not approach him, for even if you become Wu Tian Buddha, I will still seek you out. Now leave, and do not let me see you again. Wu Tian, now possessing a newfound respect for this land deity, said nothing further and transformed into demonic energy, fleeing the scene. Wu Xiaomu chuckled. It seems the cataclysm is drawing near. And Chenxiang is still not strong enough. The Buddhist sect is about to descend into chaos again. Perhaps I should provide Chenxiang with a 9-turn golden pill to expedite the resolution of this calamity. After returning from Huashan, Chenxiang's days were consumed with rigorous cultivation. Yet his progress stagnated. He pondered, I have been striving diligently, yet why do I see no advancement in my cultivation? I must seek out my master for guidance. Arriving at Wu Xiaomu's earth temple, he called out, Master, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. Please instruct me. Wu Xiaomu, sensing Chenxiang's presence, appeared beside him and asked, Disciple, what is it that you wish to know? Master, why is my cultivation not progressing? Chenxiang inquired. Wu Xiaomu smiled and explained, Given your innate talent, your progress is appropriate. As a demigod, you must supplement your cultivation with elixirs. But he contemplated, Isn't this all a ploy of the heavenly Tao? Chenxiang's cultivation can only reach the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Very well. I shall provide him with an elixir. He produced a 9-Xian golden pill and told Chenxiang, This 9-Xian golden pill will elevate your cultivation to the great Luo Golden Immortal. You must seize this opportunity. In his heart, he mused, It seems that even Sun Wukong provided Chenxiang with elixirs, albeit they were all 5-turn golden pills along with a variety of others. If I directly present him with a 9-turn golden pill, perhaps it can alter the course of his destiny. Chenxiang gazed at the golden pill and remarked, Master, did you not say that cultivation requires a step-by-step approach? If I consume this golden pill, will I not forfeit my opportunity for advancement? Wu Xiaomu replied, this is a 9-turn golden pill, crafted by my grandmaster, not by his avatar, Taishang Lao Jun, but directly by the sage Laozi himself. There are few of these pills remaining. Consume it, and your cultivation will surge to the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Chenxiang took the golden pill, examined it, and swallowed it, that a surge of energy erupted within his stomach. Leaving him drenched in sweat, that Wu Xiaomu instructed, regulate your breathing and channel the Chan Sex techniques to stabilize your mind. Chenxiang entered a meditative state, and over the course of a month, his body became enveloped in leaves, effectively concealing him. Upon awakening, an aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal emanated from within him. Chenxiang thought, how powerful is this truly me? This strength could surely cleave Huashan in two. Wu Xiaomu observed Chenxiang and asked, how do you feel? You must now seek the Kai Mountain Axe. Only it can cleave Huashan, and it will serve as your magical artifact. However, this is a task you must accomplish on your own. As Ao Chun and Xiao, you have other matters to attend to. Go forth. Chapter 45. Chenxiang causes a ruckus in the heavenly palace. Neza aids the factory. Chenxiang embarked on his quest for the Kai Mountain Axe. While Ao Chun and Xiao, you were also engaged in their own cultivation. Ding Shang and Wu Xiaomu paid them little mind, allowing them to train together, though Ding Shang exhibited commendable aptitude and soon reached the foundational stage. The fourth princess of the Dragon Palace, aware of Chenxiang and Ao Chun's training under Tu Xing Sun, sought to meet them. After much contemplation, Ao Chun finally arrived at a residence and inquired, where is Chenxiang? Why haven't I seen him training with you? Ao Chun replied, Master has sent Chenxiang down the mountain for training. It will be a while before he returns. Is it dangerous? Is your master providing him with covert protection? Ao Chun chuckled, Sister 4. Chenxiang is now a great Luo Golden Immortal. Does he require protection? What? A great Luo Golden Immortal? That is far too swift. For a mortal to reach the great Luo Golden Immortal stage typically takes tens of thousands of years. How is it possible that he has achieved such a feat? I have cultivated for several thousand years and am only a Golden Immortal. How could he possibly be a great Luo Golden Immortal? Ao Chun laughed and replied, what's so difficult about it? I am on the verge of breaking through to the Taiji Golden Immortal stage, and even Xiaoyu is already at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal level. You wouldn't stand a chance against either of us. Ao Zunshin, astonished, remarked, you are nearing the Taiji Golden Immortal stage. How old are you? Your cultivation is nearly on par with Father King. The Dragon Palace shall have a strong backing. Ao Chun replied with a grin, what is it to me? If I wish to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, it will be a matter of moments. However, I prefer to progress step by step. Ao Zunshin mused, did Chenxiang consume elixir? No wonder his cultivation has surged so rapidly. But hold on, what elixir could propel a mortal directly to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage? Even Taishang Laojun does not possess such a pill. Where did you find it? Ao Chun laughed and said, we are the 4th generation disciples of the Chan sect. What kind of elixirs do we not have? Our grandmaster is a sage. How boastful. You haven't even reached the Taiji Golden Immortal stage yet. Even if you were a Taiji Golden Immortal, there are many who surpass you. Oh, Zinshin interjected, by the way. Where is your master? I wish to meet him. Ao Chun replied, he should be resting now. Perhaps you should wait a while before visiting. And my master has a rather poor temper. Should you provoke him, I may not be able to protect you. I merely wish to meet him. How formidable could your master possibly be? Ao Chun inquired with a smile. 4th sister, who have you encountered that is the most formidable? Ao Zunshin replied, thus far, the most formidable beings I have encountered are Guanyin Bodhisattva and the heavenly court's god of war. Yangjin, I your master even more powerful than them. Ao Chun responded, my master has managed to scare Guanyin Bodhisattva away on several occasions, and even Yang Jian takes care to avoid him. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? Hearing his disciple praise him, Wu Xiaomu felt a bit bashful and chuckled as he interjected, you, the 4th princess of the Dragon Palace, what brings you to my humble abode? Upon recognizing him as a local deity, Zunshin pondered before replying, as a local deity, Why are you not managing your own territory instead of teaching disciples here? Wu Xiaomu sensed a hint of disdain in her tone. However, it was true that his official rank in the heavenly court was quite low. After all, he had offended Zhang Zia during the deification process. There was no way around it. Smiling, Wu Xiaomu said, "This is indeed my territory. Do you see my temple right here?" "Ayo," Sun Xin remarked. "Why would the fourth princess leave the comforts of the dragon palace to come to this desolate wilderness?" "Ayo," Sun Xin continued. "I have a good relationship with the three holy mothers and simply came to check on Chenxiang." Wu Xiaomu replied. "Chenxiang is doing well. He has attained the status of a Deluo golden immortal and is generally unharmed by most celestial beings." "Ayo," Sun Xin inquired. "Has your disciple's cultivation already surpassed yours? How will you teach him?" Wu Xiaomu chuckled and said, "Do you recall the journey to the west? I nearly led to the downfall of the Buddhist sect. If it weren't for Zhuan Ti, I wouldn't be here today." Surprised, Xin thought to herself, is this the mysterious powerhouse who almost caused the Buddhist sect's demise? He certainly doesn't look the part. She then asked, "What level of cultivation do you possess? You nearly brought ruin to the Buddhist sect, yet you seem unafraid of the consequences." With an imposing aura, Wu Xiaomu's presence nearly obliterated Sun Xin. How incredibly powerful, she thought. And no wonder Chun said Guanyin Bodhisattva was scared off by him several times. This pressure is that of a quasi-saint. With a smile, she exclaimed, "So you are a quasi-saint. Why would you settle for being a local deity?" Wu Xiaomu inquired, "Who do you think is the mightiest in the heavenly court?" After a moment of contemplation, Sun Xin answered, "In the heavenly court, I believe Yang Jian possesses the highest cultivation." Wu Xiaomu laughed heartily. "You refer to that illegitimate child who has now become the god of war of the heavenly court. However, you are mistaken. The most powerful being is the Jade Emperor." Meanwhile, Chenxiang had a smooth journey, discovering the opening mountain axe within a grand mountain, learning that it belonged to Xing Tian. After acquiring the axe, Chenxiang proceeded to Huashan to rescue his mother. Wu Xiaomu, accompanied by Chun and Xiao Yu, also arrived at Huashan, where Yang Jian awaited them, and the Jade Emperor observed from afar. Chenxiang summoned all his power and swung the axe at Huashan, but it was repelled by the force of the heavenly Tao, causing Chenxiang to panic that he struck the mountain again, yet to no avail. Seeking answers, he approached Tu Xing Sun and asked, "Master, why can't I break through?" Wu Xiaomu gazed at the mark of the heavenly Tao, uncertain of how to proceed. Yang Jian remarked, "This is a matter of the heavenly laws. As long as the laws are amended, your mother can be freed." Chenxiang queried, "How can we change them?" Yang Jian replied, "Then we must create a commotion in the heavenly palace to alter the laws." Determined, Chenxiang set off towards the heavenly court, and Wu Xiaomu, concerned, followed closely behind. At the southern heavenly gate, they found Neza guarding it, and together, Neza and Chenxiang infiltrated the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor was powerless, for the laws were decreed by the heavenly Tao. The Queen Mother managed the emotional aspects of the laws. Chenxiang successfully reached the Queen Mother's residence, aided by Neza along the way. Chapter 46. The Buddhist catastrophe approaches. Seeing Chenxiang and his companions arrive, the Queen Mother felt helpless, given her cultivation level. They were still insufficient adversaries, but she understood that amending the heavenly laws would be beneficial, as her daughters were also undergoing trials in the mortal realm. She sincerely hoped that Chenxiang would succeed. Wu Xiaomu, aware of the strength of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, refrained from intervening. Knowing that the heavenly court's combatants were deliberately absent, he understood that if the Jade Emperor acted, this group wouldn't stand a chance against him. Observing the Jade Emperor's and Queen Mother's helplessness, he recognized their parental concerns. The Jade Emperor approached Wu Xiaomu and asked, "Do you think they will succeed?" Wu Xiaomu pondered and replied, "I cannot say. You are the sovereign of the three realms, and if you do not know, how could I?" The Jade Emperor glanced towards the Queen Mother and added, "The rule set by the heavenly Tao cannot be broken by anyone, not even the venerable Hong Jun." Wu Xiaomu thought to himself, "Isn't Hong Jun the heavenly Tao now? If he spoke, wouldn't it suffice? No, the heavenly Tao has already taken control of Hong Jun." "Master Uncle, I believe they have done their utmost. Perhaps we should allow the three holy mothers to emerge." With Liu Yanchang deceased, they should be able to stay together peacefully in the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor sighed. If it were possible to release them, I would have done so long ago. The heavenly Tao's mark resides upon Huashan. Unless one is a saint, I cannot intervene as saint. I will go seek Tong Tianjuju. He still owes me a favor from the deification. Transforming into a gust of wind, he departed for Jinao Island. The Jade Emperor used his powers to proclaim, Chenxiang, cease your actions. Your master has gone to find a solution for you. You should wait for news at the foot of Huashan. Upon hearing that his master was seeking connections on his behalf, Chenxiang felt uneasy but complied and went to wait at the foot of Huashan. After their departure, the Queen Mother asked, Has Tu Xing Sun found a solution? The Jade Emperor replied, There is no solution. As long as we are in the primordial chaos, the heavenly Tao reigns supreme. In the past, there were human and earthly Tao to contend with it, but now the heavenly Tao has taken precedence. The best outcome we can hope for is to release Yang Chan. Wu Xiaomu arrived above Jinao Island and called out, Disciples of the Chan sect, Tu Xing Sun seeks an audience with Master Uncle. A voice from the sky responded, Enter. Wu Xiaomu stepped onto Jinao Island, which was immense and filled with celestial energy, truly befitting a sacred ground. Upon seeing Tu Xing Sun, Tong Tianjuju smiled and said, I understand your intentions. The Chan sect owes you a favor. Let us go to Huashan and resolve the matters there. Wu Xiaomu expressed his gratitude. Master Uncle, is it truly impossible to amend the heavenly laws? Tong Tian chuckled. The heavenly Tao is heartless. It is impartial that if celestial beings were to have offspring, they would be born as heavenly immortals. And humanity would not remain idle. In such a case, the human Tao and heavenly Tao would clash, leading to the end of the primordial chaos. The two quickly made their way to the foot of Huashan, where Tong Tianjuju used his powers to break the restrictions on the mountain. Freeing the three holy mothers and Yang Chan, the Jade Emperor allowed Chenxiang and Yang Chan to remain in the heavenly court. Far in the west, the Buddhist realm sensed an impending catastrophe. The Tathagata Buddha spoke a few words before transforming into a breeze to reincarnate. Meanwhile, in the earthly realm, the Lady of Peace smiled and said, If you wish to traverse the 6 realms, you must leave behind your memories. Let the Buddhist sect experience some hardship. That Wu Xiaomu was unaware of the impending catastrophe and returned to the local deity temple. Instructing his disciples, Go out and experience the world. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. He then turned to Xiaoyu, saying, As a member of the demon clan, you must not harm the human race. Otherwise, I shall personally eliminate you. O Chun and Xiaoyu departed. With Xiaoyu now, a Tai golden immortal, a formidable force among the demon clan, returning to Qianhu Cave, O Chun also returned to the Dragon Palace, where the Dragon King valued her highly due to her master's affiliation with the Chan sect. After they left, Wu Xiaomu fell asleep in his local deity temple. Outside, the Buddhist realm was overtaken by the demonic forces of Wutian. And Sun Wukong returned to the Buddhist sect, hoping to find Tang Sung, only to discover the place had been seized by the demons. That he fled and reunited with Tang Sung. Together, they sought the Tathagata. Knowing only he could expel Wutian, Wu Xiaomu paid no heed to their affairs. Neza approached Tu Xing Sun, asking, Are you truly not going back to the heavenly court? What is there to gain here in this desolate wilderness? Don't you find it dull? Wu Xiaomu smiled and replied, This place is quite nice. It is peaceful here. What brings you away from your duties in the heavenly court? Neza replied, I was feeling bored and wanted to visit my second brother. But he is out, so I came here instead. That Wu Xiaomu dismissed Neza, not wishing to get involved. Soon, the demonic forces seized control of the heavenly court. In this catastrophe, the heavenly court could only comply, and all were imprisoned in the underworld. The Lady of Peace attempted to resist and clashed with the heavenly Tao. The demons took advantage of the situation and also occupied the underworld. The 3 realms now fell under the control of the demonic forces. Wu Tian, aware of the difficulty in targeting the human race, knew that Tu Xing Sun would undoubtedly seek him out, yet he was not yet strong enough to confront him. Tang Sung and Sun Wukong continued their search for the Tathagata's mortal form, but were unable to locate him, wandering the mortal realm and engaging in skirmishes with the demonic forces. They arrived at Wuzhuang Temple, patiently awaiting news. Meanwhile, Bo Fairy was engrossed in her cultivation, unaware that she had become a part of the looming catastrophe. Chapter 47. The Growth of Little Tathagata, the Tathagata Buddha, Feigned Transformation. Secretly enlisting the protection of the golden-winged Great Peng, Wu Xiaomu was aware of these events. Initially, he had no desire to intervene, but curiosity about the young Tathagata's appearance compelled him. He transformed into a gentle breeze and arrived at Xiao family village. Taking the guise of a Taoist priest, waiting for the Tathagata's reincarnation, as people came and went, Wu Xiaomu approached the entrance and inquired, "What is happening here?" The guard replied, "The eldest lady of the Qiao family is about to give birth." "Taoist priest, from where do you hail?" At that moment, the village head also approached and asked Taoist priest, "What brings you here?" Wu Xiaomu chuckled as he remarked, "I have noticed 5-colored auspicious clouds in the sky. It seems a noble being is destined to be born in your village." The master of Qiao village stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask where you hail from, Taoist priest?" Wu Xiaomu replied with a smile, "I'm a humble disciple of the Chan sect, merely passing through and wishing to pay a visit." Just as they were conversing, a cry pierced the air. The birth of the little Buddha had arrived. The village master extended an invitation to Wu Xiaomu to enter and witness the newborn, who was wailing in distress. Upon seeing Wu Xiaomu, the infant Buddha ceased his cries, gazing at him with an expression of bewilderment. Wu Xiaomu pondered, "Isn't this Buddha devoid of memory? Why does he stare at me so intently?" In truth, Wu Xiaomu was overthinking. This was merely the innate reaction of the Buddha. The master of Qiao village approached, cradling the little Buddha, and exclaimed with delight, "Truly, a divine Qilin has descended from the heavens." He laughed heartily that Wu Xiaomu thought to himself, "What is there to laugh about? This child may very well lead your Qiao village to ruin. Wait until you find reason to weep." The master of Qiao village, being a kind-hearted man, turned to Wu Xiaomu and said, "I implore you, Taoist priest, to bestow a name upon my grandson." Wu Xiaomu, observing the child's spirited demeanor, suggested, "Let us name him Qiao Linga." The village master responded with a grin, "Ah, it seems we are of one mind then. Qiao Linger it shall be." However, little Qiao Linger appeared to be quite wary of Wu Xiaomu. Watching him with suspicion, Wu Xiaomu addressed Qiao Linger, saying, "For now, you are but a child. Even if your true form were to appear, you would not stand a chance against me. I suggest you relinquish any notions of defiance." As he spoke, he chuckled, while the golden-winged Great Peng, lurking in the shadows, dared not reveal itself, fearing discovery by the Earthwalker son who might end its existence. Wu Xiaomu mischievously suggested, "Master Qiao, I feel a connection with this little one. Why not take him as my disciple? I wonder how you perceive this." The village master replied with a smile, "Indeed, it would be a blessing for Linger to follow you, Taoist priest." Thus, with a mere stroke of fate, Qiao Linger became Wu Xiaomu's disciple. Even ranked behind Xiao Yu, Wu Xiaomu contemplated, "You have now taken a step into the realm of the Chan sect. The Buddha of the Buddhist school is now my disciple. How delightful." The golden-winged Great Peng, witnessing the Buddha's safety, mused, "But how could the Buddha possibly become a Taoist? What will become of the Buddhist school?" The Earthwalker son was indeed stirring trouble. It was imperative to report this matter to the Buddhist mother. Jun, if the Buddha were to become a Taoist, it would be a disgrace for the Buddhist school. The golden-winged Great Peng hastened to relay the news, while Wu Xiaomu sensed its presence yet chose not to intercept it. He reveled in the potential embarrassment of the Buddhist school. After all, Wu Tian dared not act against the saints. The Chan sect boasted 7 quasi-saint levels, while the had over 10, and even the human sect had 3. None of the 3 major sects were within Wu Tian's reach. Even if Zhen Yuanzi had not suffered damage during the journey to the west, Wu Tian would hardly dare to make a move. Only the heavenly court, under the guidance of the Tao ancestor, was able to play along. Otherwise, without the intervention of others, the Jade Emperor could effortlessly dispatch Wu Tian with a single hand in the blink of an eye. Little Buddha had grown to 7 years of age. Wu Xiaomu had been imparting the virtues of the Taoist way to him. And now, Qiao Linga, upon stepping outside, would proclaim, "What can this humble priest do?" Wu Xiaomu had also resided in Qiao village for 7 years. Suddenly, Wu Xiaomu sensed Jin Ti's imminent arrival and informed the village master, "I must step out for a moment. I shall return to teach Linger further spells." Without waiting for the master's response, he transformed into a gust of wind and departed. Upon arrival, Zhuan observed Xiao Linger studying the teachings of the Chan sect, which incensed him greatly, prompting him to pursue Wu Xiaomu. Before leaving, he instructed the golden-winged Great Peng to protect the little Buddha, who, feeling helpless, realized he could not contend with the Earthwalker Sun after 3 days of pursuit. Zhuan finally caught up with Earthwalker Sun and immediately attacked. The minions of Wu Qian, passing by, were nearly driven to madness. Fearing the confrontation was aimed at them, none dared to intervene. Zhuan brandished the Seven Treasures luminous tree and struck at Earthwalker Sunday. Wu Xiaomu, realizing he could not match the attack, shouted, "Master Ancestor, save me! If you do not arrive soon, your disciple shall be slain by the shameless Zhuan." The Seven Treasures luminous tree was just about to descend upon Wu Xiaomu's head when a jade rui miraculously deflected it. Wu Xiaomu clasped his hands to his chest, laughing, "You nearly scared me to death. I thought this was the end for me." "Thank you, Master Ancestor." Zhuan, in a fit of anger, retorted, "Earthwalker Sun, how dare you allow my Buddha to become your disciple and teach him the teachings of your Chan sect? You are truly deserving of death." Wu Xiaomu laughed heartily. "Such cunning tactics, my disciple, but the Chan sect does not require such refuse." Yuan Shi Tianzun chuckled as he spoke. Tom Tianjiao Zhu also expressed his ire, stating, "A traitor cannot possibly enter the Chan sect." Zhuan, are you seeking to wage war against the 3 teachings? In a huff, Zhuan departed, casting a fierce glare at Earthwalker Sun, as if wishing to eliminate him on the spot. Wu Xiaomu made a face at Zhuan, nearly causing him to spit blood in fury. Chapter 48. The 3 Realms in Turmoil, by Lianhua, is defeated by Qiaoling. Yuan Shi Tianzun regarded Earthwalker Sun and remarked, "This is the Buddhist school's calamity. Zhuan is powerless against it. They still wish for Buddhism to spread more widely among mortals." He advised, "Do not overstep your bounds. Return home." Tong Tianjiao Zhu added with a smile, "You are quite capable. Fear not. Should Zhuan dare to return, I shall also make my appearance." That Wu Xiaomu returned to Qiao village, where 6 years had passed. Qiao Linger was now 14, more diligent than ever. Determined to attain immortality, in the shadows, the golden-winged Great Peng quietly urged Qiao Linger to practice the Buddhist teachings, only to be reprimanded by the youth, that Wu Xiaomu, witnessing the scolded golden-winged Great Peng, felt a sense of joy, thinking to himself, "You meddling little bird, wait and see. I shall eventually rid myself of you." The golden-winged Great Peng, sensing the killing intent, fled in fear and did not appear again. Meanwhile, the monk Tang Sung was still searching for the Buddha, and Sun Wukong sought news of him as well. Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong even contemplated rescuing the Jade Emperor from the underworld. Time sped by, and Xiao Linger had reached 18. She now radiated an aura of vitality and had become a renowned practitioner capable of overcoming tribulations. Returning to Qiao village, she attended the birthday banquet of the village master. Just as the atmosphere was joyful, an urgent shout erupted, announcing the arrival of bandits, causing the dining guests to scatter in panic. Ba Lianhua, the notorious bandit leader, entered Qiao village and, upon seeing Qiao Ling, was instantly smitten, wishing to abduct her for marriage. Qiao Ling, spotting Ba Lianhua, boldly declared, "Who dares to disturb my home? Do you not fear that I shall send you to the underworld?" The bandits, upon gazing at the enchanting Qiao Ling, laughed. "She is such a lovely girl. Let us take her as our chief's bride." Ba Lianhua echoed with a grin, "Seize this girl and take her to the mountain stronghold. Tonight, we shall wed." Qiao Ling, incensed, retorted, "You ruffians know not who I am. Dare you lay a hand on me? Prepare to pay with your lives." Far above, the golden-winged Great Peng grew anxious, thinking, "O Buddha, you must not unleash a killing spree. If you do, you may never return to the Mountain of Spirits." Just as he was fretting, a legion of demon soldiers appeared, swiftly slaughtering Ba Lianhua's men. Seeing the monsters, Ba Lianhua attempted to flee, but was captured by the demon soldiers. Qiao Linger charged into battle against the demon soldiers, but was quickly subdued. Observing the chaotic scene, Sun Wukong and Tang Sung hurried to intervene. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaomu, hidden in the shadows, ensured the safety of the villagers, preventing any from being harmed. The village master approached Wu Xiaomu and inquired, "Who are these assailants? Why do they target Ling?" Wu Xiaomu explained, "Xiao Ling is, in truth, a celestial being sent to the mortal realm for trials. These are his enemies from the heavens, seeking revenge while he is still vulnerable. Fear not, for I shall intervene when the time is right." Sun Wukong swiftly repelled the demon soldiers, bringing Xiao Ling and Bai Lianhua to the five. While Xiao Ling was still in a daze, Bo Fairy served him tea. Upon seeing her, Xiao Ling felt a stirring in his heart. Tang Sung and his disciples were puzzled by the Buddha's practice of Taoist techniques. What was truly happening? The master of the five, Zhen Yuanzi, pondered, what is the meaning of this? The Buddha has adopted the teachings of the Chan sect, and he is on the verge of becoming an immortal. Is this the design of the two saints of the West? Sun Wukong asked Xiao Ling. You have been practicing the teachings of the Chan sect. Who is your master? Xiao Ling, seeing a monkey inquire about him, replied, I am Xiao Ling, the fourth-generation disciple of the Chan sect. My master is Wu Xiaomu. Tang Sung contemplated and queried Zhen Yuanzi, is there a Wu Xiaomu in the Chan sect? Zhen Yuanzi responded, I have not heard of him. Who is he? Perhaps he is a newly accepted disciple of the Chan sect. But how can a reincarnated Buddha practice Taoist techniques and still hope to attain Buddhahood? Sun Wukong suggested, why not just nullify his techniques? Xiao Ling, astonished, asked, what do you mean? I tell you, when my master arrives, none of you shall fare well. Do you know the Buddhist Saint Junti? He cannot harm my master. Do you think you can? His words left everyone speechless, wondering who this master could be. That a loud laugh resonated from outside the five. I wish to know who possesses the audacity to attempt to nullify my disciple's cultivation. A gentle breeze swept in, and Wu Xiaomu appeared beside them. Xiao Ling rushed to his side, exclaiming, Master, which monkey seeks to nullify my abilities? You must avenge your disciple. As Sun Wukong beheld the Earth Master, his temper dissipated, and he withdrew to a corner. Tang Seng's corporeal form had been vanquished by the Buddhist order, leaving only the golden cicada behind. Yet his cultivation remained insufficient. The only one capable of contending with the Earth Master here was Zhen Yuanzi. Though he was also injured and at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, that Wu Xiaomu addressed Sun Wukong, saying, That monkey, come here. Are you intent on incapacitating my disciple? Sun Wukong replied with a smile, Oh, Earth God, this is a misunderstanding. Had I known he was your esteemed disciple, even with borrowed courage, I would not dare. Wu Xiaomu then turned to Zhen Yuanzi, asking, Master Uncle, do you wish to lay hands on my disciple? Zhen Yuanzi, being of the same generation as Yuanshi Tianzun, was addressed as Master Uncle by virtue of Yuanshi Tianzun's words. Nephew son, I was unaware he was your disciple. Come now, we are all family. Hasten and join us for tea. I shall send a boy to fetch some ginseng fruits for you to enjoy. Chapter 49, The Great Battle Against Wu Tian, The Awakening of Tathagata, Wu Xiaomu said with a smile. Master Uncle, I thank you for your kindness. I have never tasted ginseng fruit before. Xiao Ling added, Master, I was pursued by several demons, and it was these individuals who rescued me. Silence enveloped the group as Wu Xiaomu inquired. What are your intentions? Tang Sung replied, The heavenly court has been seized by Wu Tian, and the underworld is likewise under occupation. The deities of the heavenly court have been imprisoned in the netherworld. We plan to first rescue the deities and then jointly assault the spirit mountain. Zhen Yuanzi remarked, The netherworld has a river of the dead. No soul can cross it. Zhu Beiji interjected, Perhaps I can manage it. I was once Marshal Tianpeng, so it should be feasible for me. Zhen Yuanzi concluded, Then let us consume the ginseng fruit and proceed. As everyone prepared, Wu Xiaomu approached Zhen Yuanzi, saying, Master Uncle, your performance seems somewhat contrived. Zhen Yuanzi, taken aback, asked, What do you mean? What am I pretending? The heavenly court has been conquered, yet your Wuzhuang temple remains unscathed. Moreover, you are situated so close to the spirit mountain. Why has it not been attacked? With your prowess, not even Wu Tian or the initial stage of saint could best you. Yet you claim not to be acting. Zhen Yuanzi laughed, seeing through the facade yet remaining silent. We are still good friends. You are merely too earnest. Did you not notice the deities of the three realms are all performing? Even the Jade Emperor is acting. If I were to reveal myself, it would be a slight to the heavenly court. Furthermore, this affair pertains to the Buddhist tribulation. Why should I bear the brunt? Wu Xiaomu chuckled. So you took Bai Xuanzi as a disciple, intending to board the grand vessel of Buddhism. Is it not exhausting for you all? How did you come to know of Bai Xuanzi? I, too, did not anticipate that taking an outer disciple would lead to such a significant connection with Buddhism. And why do you teach Tathagata Taoist techniques? Are you not afraid he will seek you out for trouble upon awakening? Wu Xiaomu laughed. I desire to vex the Buddhist order for having confined me for such an extended period. Additionally, I wish to impart a hint of Taoism to Tathagata and observe the outcome upon his awakening. After consuming the ginseng fruit, Zhu Beiji, Tang Sung, and Sun Wukong ventured into the netherworld. Wu Xiaomu, feeling bored, fell asleep nearby, while Bai Xuanzi remained beside Qiao Linga, discussing matters of cultivation. Bai Lianhua, in a state of confusion, also practiced nearby. Qiao Linga, worthy of being the reincarnation of Tathagata, swiftly grasped the teachings. Yet, when attempting to break through to the human immortal stage, he found himself unable to succeed. After several failed attempts, Qiao Linga approached Wu Xiaomu, asking, Master, why can I not break through to the human immortal realm? I feel I am on the verge of success, yet suddenly it halts. Wu Xiaomu advised, a cultivator must possess perseverance and not fear failure. Take your time, and you'll come to understand. Wu Xiaomu mused internally. If you were to break through to the human immortal realm, how would Tathagata return to his position? My dear disciple, I do not wish for you to become Tathagata, yet it seems I have no control over it. Let fate decide. I end the netherworld. Zhu Beiji entered with great ease, locating the various deities and informing them of the timing for the assault on Spirit Mountain. Upon hearing of the impending attack, the Jade Emperor became invigorated and spoke to Neza. When the time comes, smash everything you can. Do not hold back. We shall play our part, yet we must be compensated for our performance. Neza replied. Oh, Jade Emperor, are you not concerned that Zhuan might suddenly appear? Moreover, the Buddhist figures will also likely show up. That if things go awry, will it not lead to conflict? The Jade Emperor laughed. You foolish child. Could you not take the opportunity to smash the demon clan while they're distracted? Once this matter is settled, I shall permit you to strike your father once. Neza grinned. That is acceptable. Just wait for my performance, that I will not disappoint you. The Jade Emperor led the deities, and in no time, they reclaimed the heavenly court with nothing lost. The celestial soldiers and generals returned to their positions, awaiting the signal from Tang Sung and his disciples to jointly assault Spirit Mountain. Frustration brewed within Qiao Linga, who, unable to break through to the human immortal stage, stepped out of Wuzhuang Temple to clear his mind, only to be captured by passing demons. Wu Qian, also feeling bored, unexpectedly compelled Qiao Linga to practice the techniques of the demon clan, intending to alter the heavenly mandate from within. Wu Xiaomu followed the demons to Spirit Mountain, where Wu Tian, seated upon the Buddha's throne, sensed his presence and emerged to greet him, stating, We meet again. I am now at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. The outcome of our encounter remains uncertain. Wu Xiaomu, gazing at Wu Tian with a smile, replied, Then allow me to witness your capabilities. As he spoke, he activated the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art and engaged Wu Tian in battle, causing the very Spirit Mountain to tremble under their conflict. As the battle progressed, Wu Tian found himself increasingly outmatched, ultimately being struck down by Wu Xiaomu, who chose to leave without uttering a word. Wu Tian, dumbfounded, pondered, What does this mean? Is he looking down on me? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, ultimately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment, the deities surged forth, witnessing Wu Tian's injuries and the diminished demon forces. Neza, undeterred, charged in with a barrage of strikes, and the celestial soldiers of the heavenly court joined the fray. Qiao Linga seemed to sense something and closed his eyes in anticipation. The collective might of the gods proved insufficient against the wounded Wu Tian when, unexpectedly, a voice resonated. Wukong, you are the final relic of enlightenment. Only through the sacrifice of your corporeal form can Wu Tian be vanquished. As the deities beheld Sun Wukong's transformation into the relic, he exclaimed, I cannot do this. What must I do to become a relic? The Buddhas instructed, unify your heart and mind. Think of nothing else. Sun Wukong complied, but internally ruminated, how despicable. To make me pretend to be Sun Wukong, now rendered useless. Integrate the relic that was bestowed upon me long ago into my being. Then allow me to forsake my corporeal form to fulfill Tathagata's will. I have been deceived by the Buddhist order. Whatever is said now is too late. Sun Wukong was transformed into the final relic, soaring toward Tathagata, facilitating Tathagata's return to his rightful place. Upon absorbing this relic, Tathagata's form underwent a transformation, as a power representing the teaching of the Tao contended with Buddhist doctrine for control over Tathagata's form. Wu Xiaomu observed, contemplating, should Xiao Linger attain the human immortal realm, the Buddhist order may no longer have Tathagata's affairs to manage, yet the heavenly mandate does not permit it. Suddenly, a divine force struck the Taoist power, and Tathagata returned to his rightful state, nearly overwhelmed by the Taoist energy. The radiant Buddha light enveloped Spirit Mountain, causing Wuqian to dissipate within its brilliance. Upon regaining consciousness, Tathagata beheld the ravaged state of Spirit Mountain, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Following this, he bestowed rewards upon the deities. By Lianhua was granted the title of Lotus Bodhisattva, and by Yu Xianzi was also honored with the title of Bodhisattva. The deities received their accolades, and Tathagata, noticing Wu Xiaomu in the distance, declared, the Earth Master has imparted wisdom upon me. I shall confer upon him the title of Earth Buddha. Wu Xiaomu, chuckling, replied, my dear disciple, I shall decline. I am of no use to your Buddhist order. Rather, you should resurrect the six-eared macaque. With that, he vanished. Chapter 50. The acceptance of disciple Su Hanwen. Tathagata, incensed, retaliated with a beam of Buddha light directed at Wu Xiaomu. Wu Xiaomu, smiling, responded, my dear disciple, you are a product of my teachings. I cannot allow you to strike me. He effortlessly absorbed the attack. Turning to Tathagata, he declared, we shall settle our accounts in the future. For now, you are still unable to challenge me, even with your enhanced powers. Come seek me again when you achieve sainthood. The other Buddhas were left in bewilderment, unaware that Tathagata had targeted Wu Xiaomu. Believing instead that he had long departed, Wu Xiaomu returned to the Earth Temple, peacefully falling asleep, for the tribulation had just passed, and the three realms required time to recuperate. Tathagata revived Sun Wukong, who, though reluctant, recognized he could not contend with Tathagata. Frustrated, he retreated to a main mountain. The passage of time in the wilderness was inscrutable, and many years had elapsed. The desolate mountains began to host numerous visitors, and the humble Earth Temple became bustling with activity. It was even refurbished, bringing joy to Wu Xiaomu's heart. As light rain began to fall from the sky, travelers hurried along their paths as a small boy passed by the Earth Temple, bowing several times and presenting offerings of fruit, beseeching, Earth God, please bless my parents with health and longevity. After finishing his supplication, he departed. Wu Xiaomu observed the boy. Sensing a protective aura surrounding him, he gave it little thought. Considering that the heavenly court had dispatched deities to assist the earthly rulers in governance, making the occasional appearance of celestial beings quite normal, that a few days later, the small boy returned, weeping as he implored the Earth Temple. Earth God, why do you not bless my parents? They have both passed away, and now it is just my sister and me. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. That Wu Xiaomu materialized, asking, little one, what troubles you? Why do you claim that I have not blessed them? The fate of a person is predestined by the heavens, and at times, even deities are powerless to intervene. The young boy stared blankly at the apparition of the Earth deity and exclaimed, the Earth deity has manifested. Kneeling down, he pleaded, Earth deity, I beseech you, save my parents. Wu Xiaomu was taken aback, pondering, what? To save your parents? Are you unaware that your descent to the mortal realm is a trial? If they were to survive, how would you grow? With a solemn tone, he replied, little one, your parents have already reported to the underworld. However, I can take you as my named disciple. What is your name? The Earth deity is about to take me as a disciple. I shall also become a deity. exclaimed Su Hanwen. Since my parents are gone, I am preparing to accompany my sister to Hangzhou. Wu Xiaomu, astonished, thought to himself, "What? You are Su Hanwen. Then are you not Su Xian? Are we swiftly returning to the tale of the white snake? Forget it. This Su Xian is also a tragic figure. Since I have accepted him as a disciple, let us alter his fate." Observing the 7 or 8-year-old Su Xian, Wu Xiaomu felt dazed, pondering what he should teach him. Young Su Xian looked at Wu Xiaomu and asked, "Master, can I become an immortal? If I become an immortal, can I find my parents?" Wu Xiaomu chuckled and said, "Do you think becoming an immortal is that simple? You must cultivate slowly. I have a set of cultivation methods for you. Take your time and see how far you can progress." After imparting the cultivation methods to Su Xian, the young boy returned home, seemingly to accompany his sister to Hangzhou. Watching Su Xian depart, Wu Xiaomu thought, "Silly disciple, let us see if you can change your fate this time." Upon returning home, Su Xian said to his sister, "Sister, I am now the disciple of the earth deity. I can also become an immortal. Once I attain immortality, you will no longer have to face death." Su Jiarong smiled at her brother and said, "When my Hanwen grows up, I shall entrust your protection to him." I Gongfu also smiled, saying, "Hanwen, grow up quickly. Sister and brother-in-law still need your protection." Once they were ready, they set off. Young Su Xian etched these words into his heart and began cultivating diligently. Though progress was slow, he took steady steps forward. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed, and Su Xian had reached the foundation establishment stage. His lifespan extended through cultivation, and he appeared quite handsome. He studied diligently, practiced cultivation, and learned medicine. Leading a fulfilling daily life, as March arrived, Su Jiarong approached Su Xian, saying, "Hanwen, today you shall go to help our parents clean their graves." Upon hearing this, Su Xian replied, "Sister, I shall go alone this year and visit my master as well. He will surely be astonished at how I have changed. You truly have a master. You're not jesting with us, are you?" "I genuinely have a master. My master is the earth deity," Su Xian asserted. "Did I not mention this to you all when I was young?" Su Jiarong laughed. "That's quite good. Having some skills will keep you safer." Su Xian set forth on his journey home, feeling exhilarated as he contemplated what he would say upon meeting his master and whether his master would commend him for his growth. Upon returning home, he found the house in disrepair, like his parents' graves. He shared the events of the past years as gentle rain began to fall. Su Xian then visited the Earth Temple, bowing in reverence to his master. Upon seeing Su Xian, Wu Xiaomu assessed his disciple, noting, "Not bad. You have reached foundation establishment in just 10 years." He stepped out and advised Su Xian, "When you encounter danger in the future, simply declare yourself a disciple of the Chan sect." Su Xian committed this to memory and prepared to return to Hangzhou. While passing by West Lake, he found no boat and waited by the shore on a boat. Bai Sujin soon spotted Su Xian, recognizing him as her benefactor through her magical perception, and approached him with her companion, the little green snake. Initially, Su Xian failed to sense Bai Sujin's formidable aura, but upon encountering the little green snake, he detected a trace of demonic energy, prompting him to be on guard. Bai Sujin smiled and asked, "Are you looking to cross the river? You may join us as a cultivator." Su Xian did not engage in the excessive politeness depicted in the original tale and stepped onto the boat with confidence. Though he remained silent, the little green snake sensed the ominous aura emanating from him. They began to sing a song as they traveled. The lyrics are lengthy, so I shall not include them. As the atmosphere shifted, Bai Sujin used the opportunity of offering an umbrella to become acquainted with Su Xian. She thought to herself, "Why is this man not reacting? Most men would be entranced upon seeing me." Su Xian truly is a virtuous gentleman. Wu Xiaomu also observed Bai Sujin, noting her striking appearance, while Su Xian's tribulations began to unfold. Feeling somewhat resistant due to the demonic energy he sensed from the little green snake, he dismissed his concerns, attributing them to his own insufficient cultivation. Chapter 51. Su Xian's turbulent journey. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across a mountain, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. Under Bai Sujin's persistent courtship, Su Xian finally consented to her proposal of marriage. That he stated, "I must first inform my sister and my master to seek their opinions." Bai Sujin replied, "It seems you possess some skills. Your master must also be a practitioner." Su Xian proudly declared, My master is an immortal. He is the earth deity. What? The earth deity is your master. Bai Sujin thought to herself. The earth deity is indeed a celestial being. Though he is the least among the deities, he can discern many things. While Guanyin Bodhisattva has guided me, I must not be careless. Perhaps I should consult my master. She is a powerful entity and will surely assist me. Su Xian traveled from Hangzhou to Suzhou, where his sister resided. Upon arriving home, he eagerly told Su Jiaorong, "Sister, I am getting married. Would you like to accompany me to see?" Su Jiaorong smiled and asked, "Really? Which young lady would fancy you? Let me guess, is it your little junior sister from the medical school?" Su Xian chuckled. "No, this young lady is someone I met on my way home," but he recounted how he met Bai Sujin to his sister. Su Jiaorong did not comment further, merely feeling happy for her brother as he was about to establish a family. Just then, her husband returned. Su Xian excitedly shared the news of his impending marriage with Li Gongfu, who was preoccupied with worries over lost treasury funds and casually congratulated him before leaving again. Su Xian asked his sister, "Sister, why does brother-in-law seem so distracted? Is something amiss?" Su Jiaorong sighed. "It is because someone has stolen the treasury funds, and the magistrate is pressuring your brother-in-law to solve the case within a month. It has made him quite anxious, and he has hardly been home these past few days," Su Xian remarked. "The audacity of these thieves! How dare they steal from the treasury? By the way, sister, I'm going to see my master to inform him of my upcoming marriage. You all should come to my wedding." This time, Su Xian did not plan a secret wedding with Bai Sujin, indicating a change in his approach. Su Xian arrived at Wu Xiaomu's earth temple. Kneeling as he said, "Master, I have returned. Please allow us to meet." "I have matters to discuss." Wu Xiaomu had already anticipated Su Xian's arrival and stepped out to inquire. "Disciple, why are you here instead of cultivating at home?" Su Xian smiled and replied, "Master, I am getting married. I humbly invite you to attend my wedding." Wu Xiaomu smiled and said, "I see. You truly are fortunate. Go on, and I will surely attend. Here are some protective talismans. Take them with you. They will safeguard your life in times of peril." Su Xian expressed his gratitude to his master and returned home. Bai Sujin ascended Mount Mei to find her master, the Li Mountain Mother, and said, "Master, I have found my benefactor and plan to marry him. However, his master is the earth deity, and I fear he may act against me. Please instruct me." The Li Mountain Mother replied, "A mere earth deity cannot discern much. Your act of repaying kindness is a divine mandate. The earth deity cannot influence anything. Here are some items to conceal your demonic aura, allowing you to repay your kindness on earth. Additionally, Guanyin Bodhisattva has enlightened you. She will also assist you." Just as they were speaking, Guanyin Bodhisattva arrived and said to Bai Sujin, "This is the trial of love you must endure. Once you transcend it, you shall attain your true form." Bai Sujin knelt in gratitude and conversed with her master before returning. Thinking to herself, "With my master and the Bodhisattva's protection, there is nothing to fear." The day of Su Xian's wedding soon approached, with Su Jiaorong and Li Gongfu already present. The little green snake asked Su Xian, "Will your master be attending?" "Let us wait a moment. My master will arrive shortly." A gentle breeze swept by, and while Wu Xiaomu did not come, the Li Mountain Mother did. The little green snake bowed to her, prompting Su Xian to also kneel, but he merely saluted the Li Mountain Mother and ushered her inside. Upon witnessing the purity of Su Xian's cultivation, the Li Mountain Mother was taken aback. Pondering, such pure Taoist methods still exist in the three realms. This boy truly has a connection to the Taoist path, and a wonder the earth deity took him as a disciple. When Wu Xiaomu arrived, Su Xian joyfully rushed over, saying, "Master, why have you come so late? My bride's master has already arrived. You are the last." Wu Xiaomu smiled, remaining silent as he entered. The Li Mountain Mother and Wu Xiaomu exchanged glances. And Wu Xiaomu thought, "So this is the incarnation of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. After all, the three teachings are one family. I should greet her." He addressed the Li Mountain Mother. "I am a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, paying respects to my esteemed aunt." The Li Mountain Mother responded, "You are the disciple of the earth deity. How amusing. I wondered why Su Xian possesses such authentic Taoist methods. It turns out we are family." Bai Sujin and Su Xian were both bewildered, and Bai Sujin remarked, "Master, Why have I never heard you mention your sect? The venerable Lishan Lamu replied, I am a second-generation disciple of the Jiejiao. Known as Jinling Sheng my master is Tong Tian Shengran, and this individual is a third-generation disciple of the Chanjiao. His master is one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao, and his grandmaster and your grandmaster are brothers. Hong Lian, Baiyu, and King Hai originally belonged to the same lineage. Quickly pay your respects to your senior brother, she instructed Bai Sujin. Bai Sujin turned to Wu Xiaomu and said, I pay my respects, senior brother. Does that mean I am Su Xian's uncle? Can we still marry? Wu Xiaomu chuckled. The Buddha of Enlightenment is still my disciple. Have I become proud? We each have our own matters to attend to. Let us proceed to the wedding. Shaoqing scoffed. You truly have a knack for boasting. You claim the Buddha is your disciple. Why not say the Jade Emperor is your master? Wu Xiaomu merely smiled and said nothing, watching Su Xian and the others as they completed their wedding ceremony. After the ceremony, Lishan Laomu departed, and as Wu Xiaomu prepared to leave, he addressed Su Xian, Disciple, you must diligently cultivate. This is your tribulation, and your master will assist you. Soon, with Bai Sujin's aid, Su Xian established the Bowen Hall and became renowned as a divine physician far and wide. However, at this juncture, someone reported finding official silver in the Bai residence, leading to Su Xian's arrest. In Chapter 52, Su Xian was apprehended and exiled to Yangzhou. Confined in the county jail, Su Xian pondered, what is happening? I was perfectly fine. How did I become a criminal accused of stealing official silver? I was unaware of any wrongdoing. I wonder how my wife and the others are faring. The discovery of a substantial amount of official silver solidified Su Xian's guilt, prompting the county magistrate to decree his exile to Yangzhou, aided by Li Gongfu. Otherwise, Su Xian might have languished in prison for several years. He was escorted to Yangzhou, and the journey proceeded smoothly. After several days, they arrived within the borders of Yangzhou. Throughout the journey, Su Xian remained silent, simply walking until they finally arrived. After reporting to the local authorities, Su Xian settled in Yangzhou. Meanwhile, Bai Sujin and Shaoqing had also arrived in Yangzhou, seeking to reunite with Su Xian. Yet they found it challenging to locate him in the sprawling city. Shaoqing remarked, Sister, at this rate, when will we find him? Why not open the Bowen Hall and wait for Su Xian to find us? Bai Sujin considered this and replied, You are right. Let us seek a place and establish the Bowen Hall. The two sisters quickly set off to find a suitable location, while Su Xian was searching for Bai Sujin, confident that she would come to find him. Fortunately, he had the assistance of a friend of his brother-in-law. Otherwise, he would have had nowhere to stay. After several days of searching, Su Xian still had not located Bai Sujin. Observing Su Xian's distracted demeanor, his companion reassured him, Brother, do not worry. If your sister-in-law arrives in Yangzhou, we will undoubtedly find her. Wu Xiaomu, who had been napping in a temple, suddenly sensed something amiss and decided to take a stroll to check on his disciple. Knowing Su Xian was in Yangzhou, he planned to find him, aware that many events would unfold there. While Su Xian was walking with Li Gongfu's friend, he spotted the sign of the Bowen Hall and thought, Is there a Bowen Hall in Yangzhou too? He inquired of a passerby, Good sir, does Yangzhou have a Bowen Hall? The man replied, No, not that I know of. Perhaps it has just opened. Why are you interested in that sign? Su Xian explained, I also run a Bowen Hall in Hangzhou. Thus, I thought you had one here as well. Shall we go inside to inquire? If it proves satisfactory, we might purchase it and you could also establish your own Bowen Hall. Upon entering, they were intercepted by an elderly man who said, Sir, we have yet to open for business. If you require medicine, please return in a few days. Su Xian asked, Are you the proprietor here? The old man responded, I am not the owner. Our bosses are two women who have gone out and will return shortly. Excited, Su Xian asked, Is your boss's surname Bai? The old man confirmed, Indeed. How did you know our boss's surname is Bai? Su Xian inquired further, And who is the physician here? The old man replied, The physician is the boss's husband, surnamed Su. Given name Hanwen, Su Xian was elated. He had found his beloved. Observing Su Xian's unusual excitement, the bystander approached and asked Brother Su, What is the matter? Su Xian smiled, Good sir, I found my wife. This Bowen Hall is run by my beloved. Just then, Bai Sujin and Shaoqing returned from outside, and upon seeing Su Xian, they were overjoyed. Bai Sujin exclaimed, Husband, we have searched for you for several days, and, having no other choice, open the Bowen Hall. Su Xian introduced her to the bystander, saying, "Good sir, this is my wife," and turned to Bai Sujin, adding, "Since my arrival in Yangzhou, this gentleman has taken great care of me." Bai Sujin expressed her gratitude. "I am most thankful for your care of my husband." The bystander replied, "It is my duty to assist, especially since I am a friend of Li Gongfu. How could I ignore his sister-in-law in distress?" Turning to Xiaoqing, he continued, "Xiaoqing, please prepare some food and drink, so that we may enjoy a hearty celebration." After finishing their meal and drinks, the bystander departed, leaving Su Xian and Bai Sujin alone. Su Xian then asked, "My dear, what is the story behind the official silver?" Bai Sujin feigned innocence, saying, "We are uncertain. Perhaps someone is framing us. Now that my husband has arrived, we shall establish the Bowen Hall in Yangzhou to benefit the local populace." Days later, the Bowen Hall in Yangzhou officially opened. Unbeknownst to Su Xian, the Sanhuang Zushi Hui was also present and had not been notified of the opening, leading to complications. They sent two beggars, a mother and daughter, to have the mother consume a lethal poison and seek Su Xian's aid. While Su Xian was attending to another patient, the pair approached, and the mother complained of illness, requesting Su Xian's examination. Upon inspection, Su Xian realized she had ingested a potent toxin. Her lips turned black. He attempted to send them away, but the daughter insisted they would not leave. With no other option, Bai Sujin discerned the situation and led them to the back room. Once in the back, it became evident that the poison had reached the mother's heart. She was beyond salvation. Bai Sujin utilized her powers to expel the toxin, but tragically, the mother's soul was seized by the messengers of death. Bai Sujin pursued, just as the mother was about to cross into the gates of the underworld, and engaged in a fierce battle with the messengers. Despite sustaining injuries, she ultimately managed to save the mother. Consequently, the people began to refer to her as Lady Bai. Renowned for her miraculous healing abilities, Su Xian's reputation soared alongside Bai Sujin's, earning him acclaim as a distinguished physician, and the Bowen Hall thrived. He was even invited by the Sanhuang Zushi Hui to join their ranks, thus obtaining a medical practice certificate. During this period, Su Xian had neglected his cultivation, preoccupied with treating patients. Bai Sujin took a stroll through the streets and witnessed a Taoist swindling money from the people. Out of kindness, she intervened, but the Taoist bore a grudge against her. He later approached Su Xian, saying, "Fellow Taoist, I see you possess some degree of skill. Does your family harbor a demon?" Su Xian replied, "Pray tell, where do you practice your Tao?" The Taoist introduced himself. "I am Wang Daoling, practicing at Maoshan. Here is a talisman. Affix it to your wife's person." Su Xian chuckled. "How did you come to know of my whereabouts?" Wang Daoling inquired about Su Xian's own practice location, to which Su Xian replied, "I am a fourth-generation disciple of the Chenxiang. How dare you call my wife a demon? I sense a demonic aura about you. Could you be a demon yourself?" Offended by Su Xian's retort, Wang Daoling stormed off. Upon returning home, Su Xian recounted the encounter to Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing, inciting the fiery Xiaoqing to chase down Wang Daoling and give him a beating. Wang Daoling never returned, but a grudge was certainly formed. Su Xian remarked, "My dear, the Dragon Boat Festival approaches. We should purchase some Realgar wine." Upon hearing Realgar wine, Xiaoqing's expression shifted, for snakes fear Realgar, and even Bai Sujin appeared concerned. Nevertheless, they agreed, and after Su Xian departed, Xiaoqing said, "Sister, I wish to hide for a few days until the festival has passed." Bai Sujin replied, "Xiaoqing, your cultivation is still insufficient. Very well, you may hide for a few days." Xiaoqing added, "Sister, why not join me and hide for a few days?" Bai Sujin reassured her, "With over 1,000 years of cultivation, a few cups of Realgar wine will not harm me, as long as I do not overindulge." Xiaoqing said nothing further and returned to a main mountain, leaving Bai Sujin and Su Xian to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival at home. Su Xian mused, "My master is the earth god. How could he not discern whether my wife is human or demon?" When the festival arrived, Bai Sujin prepared a lavish feast, and as they sat down, Su Xian proposed, "My dear, today is a festive occasion. Let us enjoy a few drinks." In Chapter 53, Bai Sujin reveals her true form, and the golden elixir saves Su Xian. After consuming a few cups of Realgar wine, Bai Sujin's body grew exceedingly warm as a cold-blooded creature. The snake's nature combined with the potent alcohol left her feeling restless. Su Xian, believing Bai Sujin had become intoxicated, urged her to rest on the bed. Where she lay down, Su Xian thought, "My dear still cannot handle her liquor after just a few cups of realgar wine. She is in this state. I shall prepare her some tea to sober her up." Meanwhile, Bai Sujin, in her drunken state, felt as though her entire being were on fire. Though she possessed a millennium of cultivation, it was insufficient to withstand the effects of the realgar wine. When Su Xian finished brewing the sobering tea and approached the bed to offer it to Bai Sujin, he noticed something moving beneath the covers. Initially thinking she was merely restless from the alcohol, he drew closer only to see a massive snake head emerging, as large as that of an ox. What on earth is this enormous snake doing here? It is certain that the lady has been devoured by this serpent. Even the somewhat skilled Su Xian was unafraid. He seized a stool and hurled it at the white snake. However, with the limited power he possessed, it was hardly a sight to behold. The white snake had lost consciousness and instinctively struck back at Su Xian, who was knocked to the ground by its tail, his head colliding with the wall, rendering him unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, the white snake escaped and plunged into a well for a refreshing bath. As her body cooled, she regained her human form. In haste, she returned to the room to check on Su Xian, only to find him lifeless. She placed Su Xian on the bed, intending to steal the resurrection grass from the heavenly realm. Wu Xiaomu, witnessing all this from outside, refrained from intervening, merely observing Su Xian's reaction. In his heart, Wu Xiaomu mused, "Not bad, he knows to retaliate, though his cultivation is woefully inadequate. Yet his courage is commendable." Bai Sujin ascended to the heavens, while the emissaries of the underworld, he and Bai Wuchang, came to collect Su Xian's soul for their report to the underworld. Su Xian shouted, "I am a disciple of the Chan teaching. Do you dare to seize me? Are you not afraid of my master causing trouble for you in the underworld?" Bai Wuchang paused, asking, "You truly are a disciple of the Chan teaching? Then why is your cultivation so poor?" He Chang added, "I have heard that the Chan teaching never accepts the useless. One like you would deceive even the spirits." Seeing he and Bai Wuchang, Wu Xiaomu thought, "If they take Su Xian to the underworld, it could pose a problem. I must save him first." Just as he intended to act, Su Xian cried out, "My lady, I am here." Bai Wuchang retorted, "That person has ascended to the celestial realm. She can see you, but she is far away. Do not shout. She cannot hear you." Wu Xiaomu appeared beside he and Bai Wuchang and said, "Gentlemen, this is my disciple. Could you let him go?" Bai Wuchang replied, "Who are you to obstruct the underworld from claiming a soul?" Wu Xiaomu asserted, "I am a third-generation disciple of the Chan teaching. Surely, you can show some respect to the Chan teaching." He Chang laughed. "Do you think the Chan teaching is your family-s? Anyone can claim to be from the Chan teaching. How are we to report back? I advise you to leave quickly, lest we be compelled to take action against you." Su Xian shouted, "Master, hurry and save me." Wu Xiaomu chuckled, "Just a moment. I must first drive off these two ghostly messengers." With that, he unleashed the might of a quasi-saint, overwhelming he and Bai Wuchang, who felt as if they might combust under the pressure, exclaiming, "Stop at once. We shall release him," as emissaries of the underworld. Their cultivation was at the earth immortal level, sufficient to deal with minor demons, but this was a quasi-saint. Even the king of hell was but a golden immortal. How could they continue to serve as messengers? Watching the flustered escape of the ghostly emissaries, Su Xian laughed. "Why are you leaving? Whereunto you here to take me to the underworld?" Wu Xiaomu smiled. "You should quickly return to your body. Otherwise, it will begin to rot." Wu Xiaomu produced a soul-reviving pill and administered it to Su Xian, also giving him a golden pill to enhance his cultivation, for his foundational level was too weak. Upon consuming the golden pill, Su Xian's internal magical power surged, swiftly advancing to the nascent soul stage, granting him some measure of self-defense. As Su Xian regained his senses, he remarked, "Master, my lady has ascended to immortality." Wu Xiaomu replied with a smile, "What do you mean? That white snake is your lady. She came seeking you out of gratitude, and her journey to the heavenly realm was to save you. But do not worry about her. Guanyin has enlightened her, and the immortals will show her respect." "What? That great serpent is my lady? Master, did you know this all along? Why didn't you tell me?" You have no idea how close I came to being frightened to death. Had it not been for your teachings, I would have been finished. Wu Xiaomu responded, Disciple, that is a matter of your own emotional entanglement. You must navigate it yourself. Moreover, you are now at the nascent soul stage, while Bai Sujin is only at the tribulation phase. You are several realms apart. You cannot defeat her. Su Xian inquired. What about Shaoqing? Is she also a serpent demon? What is her level of cultivation? Wu Xiaomu pondered and replied, Shaoqing is also a serpent demon, but she possesses dragon blood, though she is cultivated for 600 years. Her level is at the Mahayana stage. You would not stand a chance against her either. Su Xian, feeling despondent, lamented, I cannot defeat anyone. Master, I will strive diligently in my cultivation. I will not let you down. Wu Xiaomu smiled and departed, leaving Su Xian in the room. Su Xian contemplated, My lady is a white snake, and Shaoqing is a green snake. No wonder that Taoist said my lady is a demon. Never mind, I shall wait for my lady's return to discuss it further. Bai Sujin, having reached the heavenly realm, stealthily entered, preparing to seize the celestial herb when she was spotted by the celestial attendant. He Tongzi, and the two engaged in battle. Bai Sujin was quickly defeated and pleaded with the celestial boy, explaining that she wished to save her husband. Moved by her words, the boy released her. Bai Sujin returned swiftly, and upon seeing Su Xian, exclaimed in surprise, Husband, you are well. Who saved you? How did your cultivation advance so rapidly? Su Xian replied with a smile, I was saved by my master. He also provided me with a celestial pill, granting me the ability to protect myself. So, my lady, you need not worry. Bai Sujin, displeased, retorted, I risked myself to steal the herb from the heavenly realm, yet your master did not appear sooner. I could have avoided so much harm. Su Xian comforted her, my lady. I understand. I am truly sorry. Had it not been for the wine of Realgar, you would not have revealed your true form. Bai Sujin asked, You know, I am a demon, yet are you not afraid? I am capable of devouring humans. Su Xian chuckled. Enough, my lady, do not frighten me. In a few days, when Shaoqing returns, we shall go home. We will stay at my sister's house, and our family will never be separated again. Bai Sujin, feeling shy, inquired, Does her master have any more golden pills? Could you procure one for me? Years ago, I consumed one and extended my life by 300 years. If I were to have another, would I not become an immortal? Su Xian laughed. When next I see my master, I shall ask him. I do not know if he has any left. Wu Xiaomu, overhearing Su Xian's words, thought to himself, This foolish disciple, selling me out so quickly. There are still plenty of golden immortals. Even a few 9 transformation golden immortals remain when Bai Sujin ascends to immortality. I will have Su Xian consume one, directly elevating him to golden immortal status, and Bai Sujin will surely be envious. Chapter 54. The Arrival of Fa. Su Xian goes to battle. Wu Xiaomu paid no further heed to Su Xian and the others and returned home. The scenery along the way was rather pleasant. Truly, above there is paradise, below there is Suzhou and Hangzhou. After a perilous night, Su Xian and Bai Sujin's relationship had grown even closer, and they awaited Shaoqing's return to visit Su Xian's sister. 2 days later, Shaoqing returned, and the group deliberated. Su Xian stated, My lady, this time when we return, we shall not come back. Please gather all our belongings. Bai Sujin replied, Husband, we need not rush. Moreover, there is the Bao Hanton to consider. The innkeeper must also be informed. Shaoqing laughed. The innkeeper is easy to handle. Just ask him if he wishes to leave with us. Bai Sujin added, and then there is the Sanhuang Ancestor Assembly. That is quite a troublesome matter. Shaoqing remarked. What does that have to do with those old men? I think we can simply leave. Su Xian laughed. The Sanhuang Ancestor Assembly is the largest medical society in Yangzhou. If we establish a good relationship with them, it will be of great benefit when we reach Suzhou. Just the annual supply of medicine they provide will be substantial. Bai Sujin concurred. However, once we arrive in Suzhou, there will be many matters to attend to. Although my sister and brother-in-law will assist, we must also contribute significantly. They split up their tasks. Su Xian went to the Sanhuang Ancestor Assembly. Bai Sujin approached the authorities regarding this matter, and Shaoqing sought out the innkeeper. Thus, 3 days passed before these matters were settled. as they prepared to depart, Tu Xing gazed at the streets with reluctance before heading back to Suzhou. The journey was quite peaceful. They traveled leisurely for a month before finally reaching Suzhou. Upon returning to his sister's house, an overjoyed Tu Xing shouted, "Sister, brother-in-law, I am back. Where are you?" Hearing Su Hanwen's voice, Su Jiarong joyfully rushed out, exclaiming, "Hanwen, you have returned. Let me see. You have lost weight over these years." Su Xian smiled, "Sister, I feel stronger than ever. Where's brother-in-law? Why do I not see him?" Su Jiarong replied with a smile, "Your brother-in-law has gone to the magistrate's office. He will return shortly. Come inside, and I will prepare a meal." After settling in, Li Gongfu hurriedly returned home, bursting through the door and calling out, "Hanwen, you are back. I heard at the magistrate's office that you had returned. I rushed back without delay." He then turned to Su Jiarong, saying, "Quickly prepare wine and dishes. Today, I shall share a drink with Hanwen." Su Xian joyfully ran out, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you are back. Look how strong I have grown." After exchanging pleasantries, they moved inside. Bai Suzhen and Shao Qing assisted Su Jiarong in preparing a meal, and soon a feast was laid out. Today, Li Gongfu was in high spirits and drank several cups, becoming quite inebriated and retreating to his room to sleep. Bai Suzhen and Su Xian discussed finding a pharmacy, deliberating for quite some time. Feeling tired, Su Xian expressed a desire to return to his room for rest. He turned around to see his sister still there and asked, "Sister, why have you not rested yet?" Su Jiarong replied, "I have something to discuss with my sister-in-law. You may return to sleep." Su Xian responded, "Very well, sister. I shall return to my room and not stay up too late chatting." Su Jiarong hesitated and said, "Sister-in-law, I have been married to your brother for quite some time, yet I am still not pregnant. Could you take a look for me?" Bai Suzhen replied, "Sister, please give me your hand. I shall examine you." After feeling her pulse, she said, "Sister, there is nothing serious, merely a cold wound that I will prescribe a few remedies. And I assure you that by the next year, you will conceive." Su Jiarong exclaimed in delight, "Really? Thank you so much, sister-in-law." Bai Suzhen responded, "Sister, we are family." She quickly wrote out the prescription and added, "When our medicine arrives, I will prepare it for you. It is quite late now. Dear sister, you should rest soon after several days of busyness. The Bowen Hall has reopened, and the streets are bustling with people." Su Xian is so preoccupied that he scarcely has time to eat. Su Xian attends to the men, while Bai Suzhen attends to the women, which has united them as a couple, saviors of the people. Having just finished his tasks, Su Xian desires to take a stroll outside and notices someone following him. Fei hastens his steps to reach Su Xian and says, "Esteemed benefactor, there are demons in your household." Su Xian glances at Fei and retorts, "What business does a bald monk have here? You claim there are demons in my home, yet I can sense demonic energy emanating from you. Pray, why are you masquerading as a monk?" Fei, taken aback, thinks to himself, "What a volatile individual. I merely wish to assist you. Is this how you speak?" He continues, "Esteemed benefactor, I am a monk from Jinshan Temple, a learned master. You must believe me." Su Xian chuckles and replies, "My master has advised against trusting monks. What kind of monk would come forth declaring there are demons in my home? Moreover, I find you quite unappealing. Should you not depart, do not blame me for being impolite." Fei, now incensed, declares, "You are quite unreasonable. Esteemed benefactor, allow me to convince you. Should you refuse to believe, I shall force you to submit." Su Xian counters, "Are you a monk or a bandit? You intend to force me? Come then, I shall see just how formidable you truly are." Fei shouts, "Dare you flaunt your trivial skills before me? Witness my grand incantation, great dragon of might, lord of the earth, perfection of wisdom, soaring dragon in the heavens." Su Xian retorts loudly, "I am a fourth-generation disciple of the Chan sect. Should you dare to strike me, do you not fear my master will overturn your Lingshan?" It seemed Fei had not heard him, as a golden dragon surged toward Su Xian. Thanks to Wu Xiaomu's jade pendant, he narrowly escaped and fled. Fei, witnessing his own handiwork, chuckles, "Now you see, do not underestimate this monk. Wait, I shall return." Su Xian returns to Bowen Hall and recounts the day's events to Bai Suzhen. She replies, "Fei from Jinshan Temple. We have a bit of history. Should he return, my dear husband, you must avoid him. I might not be able to contend with him. Tu Xing laughs and says, my dear, if you cannot face him, my master surely can. Besides, as a disciple of the Chan sect, I refuse to believe my master will not intervene if I am wrong, that I shall seek him out. Bai Sujin ponders, the Buddhist sect is a significant institution. Guanyin Bodhisattva is also of their order. If it were to fall out with them, it would be difficult to explain to the Bodhisattva. Su Xian reassures her, there is no need for you to explain. My master is present. I believe he once mentioned that the Tathagata is also his disciple. If my senior brother were the Tathagata, who would dare lay a hand on me in the Buddhist realm? Wu Xiaomu's master, Tu Sun Buddha, is currently on earth, residing in Jinshan Temple. His descent this time is to observe Fa Hai, and he sees Fa Hai hurrying back, saying to Tu Sun Buddha, Buddha, why have you come? I have yet to capture a certain snake demon. Tu Sun Buddha replies, a mere snake demon, and you cannot capture it? Fa Hai insists. This snake demon was guided by Guanyin Bodhisattva to come to the mortal realm to repay her debts of gratitude. I shall return in a few days to capture her. Tu Sun Buddha chuckles. Very well. I shall wait here for you. By the way, it seems Su Xian has cultivated to the Yuanying stage and claims to be a fourth-generation disciple of the Chan sect. What shall we do about that? Tu Sun Buddha responds with a smile. The Chan sect is now under the leadership of Guang Chengzi. There is nothing to fear. You may go with peace of mind. If anything arises, I am still here. A few days of good fortune pass, and Bai Sujin seeks to conceive. Upon witnessing the Wenchang star enter her womb, she hurriedly offers her gratitude. Returning home, she shares this news with Shaoqing, who exclaims in astonishment, Sister, we are demons. Can we truly bear children? The Wenchang star, this is simply unbelievable. Bai Sujin replies, I have been enlightened by the Bodhisattva. I no longer possess demonic energy, so bearing a child is indeed possible. Shaoqing gazes at Bai Sujin in disbelief. Then, sister, can I also bear children? Bai Sujin informs her, you cannot. Your body harbors toxins, and anyone who associates with you will be poisoned. Cast aside such thoughts. Su Xian enters and happily announces, my dear, I have wonderful news. Sister is pregnant. Bai Sujin exclaims, this is splendid news. After all these years, we shall finally have our own child. Su Xian continues, you cannot imagine how thrilled the brother-in-law is. He has been leaping with joy. Bai Sujin adds, my husband, I have news for you too. I'm also with child. You shall be a father. What? You too are with child. I shall be a father. Ha ha ha, brother-in-law. I shall also be a father, he exclaims, running outside to leap joyfully with Li Gong food. In recent days, Wu Xiaomu has felt an inexplicable unease and decides to check on Su Xian and the others. He thinks to himself, Su Xian has reached the Yuanying stage. The little demons cannot approach him. I fear that bald monk Fa Hai may stir up trouble. I just sent him away last time. Surely he will not return so soon. Su Xian, in high spirits, heads to Bowen Hall, feeling considerably uplifted. Under the protection of Tu Sun Buddha, Fa Hai devises a plan to capture Su Xian and bring him to Jinshan Temple, prompting Bai Sujin to come to his rescue. With Tu Sun Buddha present, who would dare intervene? Upon arrival, Fa Hai sees Su Xian smiling merrily. Unaware of the cause for his mirth, he approaches and says, Su Xian, we meet again. Su Xian, surprised, asks, Fa Hai, what brings you here again? I've told you that my wife is not a demon. How long will you persist in this folly? Should you push me too far? I shall take action. Fa Hai responds, you, at the Yuanying stage, dare to confront me, a master of the Mahayana. What gives you such audacity? Perhaps you ought to cultivate for a few more years. Su Xian, now furious, retorts, am I not granting you face? You are insufferable. If you have the ability, wait for my master to arrive. I shall see what words you dare utter, then my master had a rather fierce temperament. Fa Hai laughs, your master, is that a figment of your imagination? Why not summon him here? I wish to see what capabilities he possesses. Su Xian, still enraged, warns you, bald monk, dare to speak of my master. Just wait. One day, my master will make you regret your words. Fa Hai chuckles. You talk too much. Come with me, great dragon of might. Seize him. In an instant, Su Xian is captured. Struggling, he exclaims, "You wait, bald monk. The Chan sect will not let you off easily. You shall pay for this." Fei laughs. "I will await you in Jinshan Temple. I have divine beings to protect me. Should I fear you?" The staff at Bowen Hall, witnessing Su Xian's abduction by a monk, hurriedly seeks out Bai Sujin. They arrive at the entrance, calling out, "Madam Su, trouble has befallen us. Lord Su has been captured." Bai Sujin steps out, asking, "What has occurred? Speak slowly. Who has been taken?" The staff member replies, "It is Lord Su. He has been captured by a monk. I overheard that monk mention Jinshan Temple. You must hurry and rescue Lord Su. If you delay, he may be harmed." Bai Sujin instructs Shaoqing, "Accompany me to Jinshan Temple, brother-in-law. You must find my husband's master and summon him to Jinshan Temple swiftly." With that, Bai Sujin and Shaoqing transform into the wind and race off, while Li Gongfu hastens to the Earth God Temple, sensing that trouble is afoot. After a brief pursuit, Bai Sujin is on the verge of catching up to Fei, who quickens his pace. Soon leaving her behind, he produces the golden wave given by the Tathagata to further delay her. Fei thinks to himself, "Chase if you wish. Once we reach Jinshan Temple, I shall capture you both. Even if the Chan sect intervenes, we have Jiu Lusun Buddha on our side." Shaoqing queries, "Sister, why is Fei heading to Jinshan Temple? With his abilities, we could engage him there. Could this be a trap?" Bai Sujin responds, "We have no choice. He has taken Su Xian. We must pursue. If the situation becomes dire, you must flee and seek help from Su Xian's master. He will assist you." Shaoqing insists, "Sister, I cannot abandon you. If we must die, we shall die together." Bai Sujin replies, "Let us discuss that later. For now, we must hurry." Li Gongfu, being immortal, hastens his journey to the Earth God Temple without delay. Wu Xiaomu, feeling increasingly restless and uncertain about the situation, decides to visit Su Xian and the others. Upon reaching Jinshan Temple, Fei confines Su Xian to a room where he can witness the unfolding events. Bai Sujin and Shaoqing soon arrive at Jinshan Temple, where Bai Sujin confronts Fei, saying, "Fei, return Su Xian to me. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." Fei smiles and replies, "You two mere snake demons dare challenge me in Jinshan Temple, where the light of the Buddha shines. Today, you shall remain here." With that, he strikes at Bai Sujin. She and Fei engage in combat, with Shaoqing joining in. This time, Bai Sujin is genuinely furious and does not hold back against Fei, who soon finds himself overwhelmed and retreats into Jinshan Temple. Seeing Fei flee ignites Bai Sujin's fury. She casts a spell, intending to flood Jinshan Temple, while Shaoqing summons the shrimp soldiers and crab generals from the lake. Fei retaliates by summoning the Buddhist soldiers, and a fierce battle ensues, with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals quickly defeated. This moment, Bai Sujin unleashes her magical powers, unleashing a torrent of water upon Jinshan Temple. Fei hastily employs his powers to protect Jinshan Temple, preventing the waters from entering. Observing the spectacle from within, Jiu Lusun Buddha chuckles to himself, "Such feeble magic, and Fei cannot subdue it. Truly, this is a disgrace for the Buddhist sect. If I were to take action, I fear I might exert too much force and inadvertently cause her demise, which would surely incite the ire of Hang. Perhaps it is best to refrain for now and observe the situation. The waters have been obstructed by Fei, bringing untold suffering to the citizens of Zhenjiang. The deluge has swept directly into Zhenjiang, collapsing homes and leaving people desperately fleeing for their lives. Li Gongfu finally arrived before the land deity's shrine of Wu Xiaomu, kneeling and beseeching, "Oh, Lord of the land, please rescue Su Hanwen. He's been captured by Fei, and his sister-in-law has pursued him." Wu Xiaomu, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "How can this be? Hasn't the time not yet come? What chaos is this? You should return. I will surely rescue Su Hanwen." Li Gongfu departed. Wu Xiaomu pondered, how could the waters have flooded Jinshan Temple so swiftly? Or has it all gone awry? Regardless, I must head to Jinshan Temple and discern what game Fei is playing. Chapter 56. The Assembly of the Buddhas. Both the Chan and Jie sects have arrived, and a battle between Taoism and Buddhism has commenced. Transforming into a gentle breeze, I hastened to Jinshan Temple, where I beheld Bai Sujin casting a spell. I urged her, "Cease at once. Such actions will bring you karmic retribution." Bai Sujin, upon hearing this, halted her incantation. Hai chuckled. "Could it be that you are Su Xian's master? Have you come to rescue him as well? We have deities stationed here." Utilizing my divine sense, I called out to the temple, "Ju Lushun Buddha, will you come forth? Or shall I enter?" Bai Sujin, astonished, remarked, "What? Even the Buddha has arrived. We are surely doomed. Quickly, Shaoqing, you must flee and not look back. Run as far as you can." Ju Lushun Buddha emerged, reproaching, "Tu Xingsun, is this how you speak to your master? You ungrateful disciple." I retorted angrily. "My master is one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, not the Ju Lushun Buddha of the Buddhist order. Should you dare impersonate my master again, I will ensure your soul is shattered." Hai, recognizing me, addressed Ju Lushun Buddha. "Buddha, quickly subdue him. He shows you disrespect." Ju Lushun Buddha, with a grim expression, thought to himself, "How could I possibly subdue him? If I could have, I would have done so already." He proclaimed loudly, "Tu Xingsun, it is best you refrain from meddling here. Depart, and I shall consider this matter as never having occurred." Secretly transmitting to the Buddhist order, he urged, "Hurry here, Tu Xingsun is present." "I am no match for him." I chuckled. "Are you truly so foolish? You have captured my disciple and expect me to leave? Is the Buddhist order filled with imbeciles?" "Ha ha ha." Bai Sujin interjected, "Brother, this is not amusing. Please stop. I am becoming frightened. What is there to fear?" I declared, borrowing a phrase from another tale, "If I become a Buddha, there will be no demons in the world. If I become a demon, what can the myriad gods and Buddhas do to me?" "Ha ha ha. Would you not agree?" Ju Lushun Buddha? Shaoqing chimed in, "Your boasting is about to be your undoing. Stop while you still can. If you continue, I fear that Buddha may take action against you." Just then, a radiant light filled the heavens as the Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Wenshu Bodhisattva, Puxian Bodhisattva, and numerous other Buddhas appeared. Bai Sujin exclaimed, "Brother, have you truly gone too far? The entirety of Ling Mountain has arrived. We cannot escape." I responded with a smile, "What is there to fear? What are they capable of?" Guanyin Bodhisattva questioned Bai Sujin, "Why are you with Tu Xingsun? Did you not come to repay a debt of gratitude?" Bai Sujin replied, "Bodhisattva, Hai has captured Su Xian. I suspect the flooding of Jinshan Temple is all his doing." Hai retorted, "You wicked creature, how dare you speak so boldly? I shall see to your capture." I addressed them, "Have you finished speaking? If so, may we commence battle? I have not fought in a millennium. Who shall be my opponent?" "Tathagata, are you not the leader of Ling Mountain? Shall we begin with you?" Hai laughed. "You, a mere land deity, dare to show such disrespect to the Buddhas, even if you are from the heavenly court. Your fate is sealed." Sensing the presence of disciples from both the Chan and Jie sects, I called to the skies, "Are there any disciples of the Chan sect here? Any from the Jie sect?" Soon, Guang Chengzi led the Chan sect's disciples, while Zhao Gongming led the Jie sect, accompanied by the 3 heavenly maidens and even Sun Wukong. The Tathagata inquired, "Tu Xing Sun, do you seek battle? The Buddhist order fears you not." Yin Xiao exclaimed with a laugh, "You, a traitor of the Jie sect, dare to speak? Who gave you such audacity?" Guang Chengzi chuckled, "A band of traitors, truly. You dare to detain disciples of the Chan sect. Who grants you such courage? If Jane and Juanti were present, they would not allow this. Do not think my master and uncle have gone to the outer heavens. You shall reap what you sow." Shaoqing, having never seen so many divine beings, was nearly blinded by the sight. Bai Sujin, witnessing her master among the Jie sect, was utterly astonished. Sun Wukong shouted, "Six-eared macaque, come forth. Let us engage in combat." He charged at the six-eared macaque. The Buddhas joined the fray, and both the Chan and Jie sects unleashed their powers. I directed my attacks at the Tathagata, and the skies trembled with the sounds of battle, thunder roaring incessantly. Bai Sujin cowered in a corner, trembling, while Shaoqing was rendered speechless by fear. The mortals believed the end of the world had come. As I pursued the Tathagata, Shaoqing remarked, "Sister, that individual truly did not exaggerate. Look at him chasing the Tathagata." Even Guanyin Bodhisattva has been vanquished. What shall we do? In that moment of distraction, I located Su Xian, smiling as I said, Disciple, do you see? This is the Chan sect, a disciple of the Chan. You must not shy away from challenges. I handed him the 9-turn golden elixir, urging him to consume IT.to by Sujin and Shao Qing. I instructed protect him and help him familiarize himself with battle. Upon consuming the elixir, a surge of potent energy coursed through Su Xian, instilling him with newfound confidence. His cultivation rapidly ascended, transcending tribulations, becoming a human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, profound immortal, and finally, a golden immortal. Bai Sujin watched in disbelief as Su Xian achieved golden immortal status in the blink of an eye. Her heart ached. After nearly 2 millennia of arduous cultivation, she had only just reached the tribulation stage. While Su Xian, blessed with a good master, attained golden immortal status instantaneously, Shao Qing felt overpowered by Su Xian's newfound aura. Su Xian laughed heartily. I am Su Xian, the 4th-generation disciple of the Chan sect. Who dares to challenge me? Ha ha ha. I beamed at Su Xian, saying, That's the spirit, disciple. We are disciples of the Chan sect. Who dares to threaten us? Ha ha ha. However, I did not allow Su Xian to join the fray, instructing him to escort Bai Sujin and Shao Qing back, for this place had become a battlefield. Any minor demon that approached would surely be obliterated, and it was evident that the Buddhist order was on the verge of defeat. Fa Hai, witnessing all this, thought to himself, this cannot be real. The Buddha is so powerful. How could he be defeated by a mere land deity? I must be dreaming. And how did Su Xian become a golden immortal? I have toiled for countless lifetimes to reach this level. I cannot accept this. A mouthful of blood erupted from Fa Hai's lips. His spirit shattered, and he realized he would never have the chance to ascend in this lifetime. The tide of battle had turned decisively against the Buddhist order, which was now in disarray. Unable to compete with the sheer number of disciples from the 2 Taoist sections soon, they were overwhelmed, and the Taoist faction emerged victorious. The Tathagata appeared utterly dejected, and the other Buddhas shared his grim countenance. That I chuckled. What seems to be the matter? Are you waiting for Zhuan? I apologize, but your saint has been detained by my master. You ought to ponder how to return to Ling Mountain. Guanyin Bodhisattva admonished. Tu Xing Sun, you have gone too far. We are also a sect of saints. Do you not fear the retribution of the saints? Yang Jian interjected. That is, if they can return at all. Neza added with a laugh. What is this? You find yourselves in such dire straits. You were so arrogant before. Why the sudden meekness? Come, let's duel for 300 rounds. Chapter 57. Zhuan Ti's sneak attack is once again subdued, his powers sealed in the outer heavens. Zhuan Ti, realizing that the Buddhist order could not triumph over Taoism, was being relentlessly pursued. Zhuan Ti thought, if this continues, Buddhism will be finished. I must devise a plan to assist the Tathagata and his followers. If my brother can hold them off for even a minute, I can drive them away and ensure the Buddhist order escapes unscathed. He transmitted to his brother, Brother, can you hold out for a moment? I shall descend to the mortal realm and rescue the Tathagata. And, feeling helpless, replied, I can barely hold on. I am on the brink of collapse. Yuan Shi Tianzun is determined to fight us to the bitter end. Zhuan Ti urged, then use the Buddha kingdom in your palm to trap them for a minute. That will suffice, and I can reach them swiftly. Otherwise, Buddhism will cease to exist. I cannot accept the loss of all we have painstakingly built. Jane conceded, Brother, I will burn my essence to buy a minute. You must act quickly, or I shall be lost. With that, Jane concentrated all his sacred power into his hands, igniting his vital essence to summon the Buddha kingdom in his palm against Tongtian Jiao Master and Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan Shi Tianzun remarked, It seems you have no recourse left, even burning your essence. Come, let us see what else you possess. Swiftly, Jin ensnared both Tongtian Jiao Master and Yuan Shi Tianzun within the Buddha kingdom. Zhuan Ti seized the opportunity to descend to the mortal realm. Witnessing the Tathagata and his disciples being pursued and forced to flee, which infuriated him, he saw me relentlessly pursuing the Tathagata. And with sacred power, he directed his energy towards me, that I sensed the overwhelming force barreling towards me. and there was no escaping it. A force of suppression descended upon Wu Xiaomu, instantly pinning him to the ground. The divine power was so immense that it nearly shattered the mortal realm, causing the gods to cease their battles and dedicate themselves to saving the world. Upon witnessing the catastrophic consequences, Zhuanti realized he had exerted too much force, causing the heavens to drift further from the earth, and thus he joined in the effort. After Yuan Shutianzun, the master of the heavenly teaching, emerged, he struck down Jin, affirming that saints are eternal in the primordial chaos. As long as saints exist, chaos will not perish. Soon after, Jin revived, albeit with his cultivation diminished to the second level of sagehood. They arrived in the mortal realm, witnessing the dire situation, and exerted all their strength to assist. Consequently, the mortal realm was divided into the realm of earth immortals and the mortal realm. The realm of earth immortals served as the domain for cultivation sects, where ascension to immortality was possible, while the mortal realm was the abode of mortals, with a trace of spiritual energy allowing for cultivation, albeit without the possibility of ascension. Zhuanti's strike had severed the connection between heaven and earth, bringing forth karmic retribution for the Buddhist sect. The most unfortunate among them was Wu Xiaomu, whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Eventually, tranquility returned to the heavens, and the gods departed. Yang Jian addressed Yuan Shutianzun, saying, "Master, Tu Xing Sun has been treacherously dealt with by Zhuanti. We cannot let this go unpunished." Neza added, "Indeed, we have no knowledge of Tu Xing Sun's fate. I witnessed the sealing power in Zhuanti's attack. He must be in dire straits." Yuan Shutianzun attempted to calculate Tu Xing Sun's location, but was unable to ascertain it. He then instructed the group, "Let us discuss this later. We shall remember this grudge. Anyone we encounter from the Buddhist sect shall be met with retaliation." The collective responded, "We shall heed the master's command. Upon encountering disciples of the Buddhist sect, we shall strike back." Wu Xiaomu awakened from darkness, bewildered. "Where am I? Who am I? What has happened?" His head throbbed painfully. "What is this place?" Just then, he was discovered by Jiu Shu, who remarked, "There's a young boy here. He appears to be quite young." Due to his peak quasi-saint cultivation, Wu Xiaomu had not changed in appearance, seeming only slightly older than Neza. Jiu Shu approached Wu Xiaomu and asked, "Little one, what troubles you? Why are you out so late? What is your name? Where is your home?" After a moment's thought, Wu Xiaomu replied, "My name is Wu Xiaomu. I do not know anything else." Jiu Shu responded, "Then come with me. Everyone calls me Jiu Shu. You may call me that as well. In these chaotic times, what is a child like you doing wandering about?" Wu Xiaomu followed Jiu Shu back, and upon arrival, he marveled. "What is this place?" Jiu Shu explained, "This is Yizhuang, a place for the deceased. Oh, not be afraid." He then called out, "Wen Kai, where are you? Come out quickly." Wen Kai, just waking up, rubbed his eyes and approached, inquiring, "Master, who is this?" Jiu Shu answered, "I found him on the road amidst the chaos. He may have lost his family and seems to be suffering from amnesia. Please take care of him." Wen Kai led Wu Xiaomu to the sleeping quarters. Wu Xiaomu, unafraid, slept beside a coffin, and he slept soundly. Despite forgetting his identity, feeling his physical form was quite powerful. How could it not be? This was the Nine Turns mysterious art. Although he had lost his magical powers, his physical body remained, with merely his physique. One could say Wu Xiaomu was unrivaled here, far surpassing even the zombies. Jiu Shu sensed the boy's remarkable physical strength, which prompted him to take him in as a disciple, though it was too late to voice his intentions. The next morning, Jiu Shu awoke to find Wu Xiaomu observing his surroundings. Smiling as he asked, "How did you sleep last night?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "I am grateful for your hospitality, but I still cannot remember who I am. I only know my name is Wu Xiaomu, and nothing else comes to mind." Jiu Shu suggested, "How about you join me in cultivating the Tao? Your physique is quite formidable, making you an excellent candidate for cultivation. Will you accept me as your master?" Wu Xiaomu pondered. As he knew no one and was unfamiliar with his surroundings, he said, "Master, please allow me to pay my respects as your disciple." As he knelt, Jiu Shu felt an overwhelming pressure and quickly urged Wu Xiaomu to rise, recovering his own strength in his heart. Jiu Shu mused, could this be the reincarnation of some celestial being? Otherwise, how could he exert such formidable pressure? Nonetheless, he considered himself fortunate to have gained an exceptional disciple, fulfilling his duty to Mao Shan. Jiu then addressed Wen Kai. This is your elder brother, and your second brother will arrive shortly. His name is Tu Xing. You must all strive to cultivate diligently and aspire to achieve greatness, so as not to waste your master's teachings. Soon, Tu Xing arrived and greeted the younger disciple. I am your elder brother. I will look after you from now on. Wu Xiaomu felt that this group was quite weak, as they seemed hesitant to exert themselves for fear of injury. Jiu announced, I'll be going to drink foreign tea, Wen Kai and Xiaomu. You should accompany me. After breakfast, Jiu led Wen Kai and Wu Xiaomu to a Western restaurant. Along the way, Wen Kai repeatedly proclaimed, We are going to drink tea at the Western restaurant. That Wu Xiaomu observed the surroundings, but said nothing. Jiu assumed it was just a child's curiosity and remained silent. That Wu Xiaomu had been suppressed by Zhuani for 500 years, awakening only to be discovered by Jiu. Had Jiu known this, he surely would have been terrified. Upon arriving at the tea restaurant, Wu Xiaomu began to observe, feeling a sense of familiarity. However, the memory eluded him, and a headache began to throb, though he did not show it. Jiu noticed Wu Xiaomu's discomfort and asked, Xiaomu, what troubles you? Are you recalling something? Wu Xiaomu shook his head. Master, I just feel a sense of familiarity, but I cannot place it. Jiu reassured him, Take your time. Amnesia is not something easily resolved. Lord Ren approached from a distance, greeting Jiu. How long have you been here? I had some matters to attend to, so I apologize for my tardiness. Jiu inquired, What brings you to seek us this time? Lord Ren replied, It concerns my father's grave relocation. I ask for your assistance. Jiu cautioned, Relocating a grave is a serious matter. You must think it through carefully. Lord Ren explained, My father expressed his wishes before passing, stating that we should relocate his grave every 20 years. At the tea that moment, a beautiful young woman approached and asked, Father, who are these people? Lord Ren urged, Hurry and greet Jiu. Who are these two? Jiu introduced, This is my disciple. Please address him properly. Wu Xiaomu and Wen Kai greeted Lord Ren. Greetings, Lord Ren. Lord Ren instructed his daughter. Quickly greet Jiu. She responded, Hello, Jiu. Being from the provincial city, she held skepticism towards gods and ghosts. Wen Kai, taken by Ren Tingting's beauty, gazed at her with a somewhat lewd expression, which displeased her, though she was fond of Wu Xiaomu. She asked, What is your name, little friend? Is Jiu also your master? Jiu replied, This is my newly accepted disciple, Wu Xiaomu. Ren Tingting remarked, Jiu, this child is so young. Is it appropriate to involve him in such matters? Living in the provincial city, she believed in science rather than the supernatural. Lord Ren admonished, How can you speak to Jiu like that? Tingting, just because you haven't encountered anything doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Take them out to play. Irritated, Ren Tingting retorted, I don't believe any of this. Wu Xiaomu offered, Sister, let me take you out to play. He led Ren Tingting outside, with Wen Kai hastily following. That Wu Xiaomu felt somewhat bullied but chose to stay silent and follow along. An unpleasant incident occurred when Xiu Xing mistook Ren Tingting for someone else, further aggravating her anger. Upon returning to Yizhuang, Jiu informed them about preparing for the coffin opening and grave relocation. Wu Xiaomu felt indifferent and bored. Noticing Wu Xiaomu's lack of interest, Jiu taught him a set of martial arts techniques, encouraging him to practice. Jiu, at the completion of the Qi refinement stage, was on the cusp of reaching the foundation establishment stage. Due to the battle with the Buddhist sect, spiritual energy had flowed into the realm of earth immortals, leaving the mortal realm devoid of spiritual energy. Thus, attaining the nascent soul stage would make one a master, excluding zombies. After practicing for a while, Wu Xiaomu found it dull and returned to sleep, with Jiu assuming he was still recuperating. The next morning, Jiu took them to the grave relocation site, where Lord Ren and Ren Tingting arrived, discussing the auspiciousness of the site. Soon, preparations for the coffin opening commenced, and ominous clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by the appearance of crows. Jiu recognized this as a dire omen and instructed Qioxing to light incense at each grave. They proceeded with the coffin, and Wu Xiaomu followed closely behind. Qioxing and the others hurried back to inform Jiu that the incense had burned into an unfavorable pattern of 2 long and 1 short, indicating great misfortune. He urged them, Quickly, gather paper. Ink, brushes, knives, and swords. Wen Kai queried. What do you mean? Jiu Shu clarified. White paper, brushes, ink, small knives, wooden swords. Hurry and prepare. While the others went to gather supplies, Wu Xiaomu remained silent, feeling no sense of danger, and returned to sleep, leaving the others to handle the preparations. Amidst the busy activity until midnight, Tu Xing intended to return, but was stopped by Wen Kai, who warned, Aren't you afraid of encountering something unclean at this hour? Tu Xing remarked. What is there to fear? I, too, am a practitioner of the D. As night fell, Lord Ren Zombie attempted to break free from its coffin, but was ensnared by Uncle Joe's. The night passed without incident, and come morning, Uncle Joe set out to investigate the tomb. Meanwhile, Ren Tingting visited Wu Xiaomu, inviting him to her home for a visit. Wu Xiaomu accompanied Ren Tingting, igniting a pang of envy in Wen Kai, who noted Wu Xiaomu's somewhat petty demeanor but paid it no mind as he went along. Upon returning, Uncle Joe noticed Wu Xiaomu's absence and inquired, Wen Kai, where's your junior brother? Wen Kai replied, he has gone to play at Ren Tingting's house. Arriving at the Ren residence, Wu Xiaomu felt no surprise. Simply enjoying his time with Ren Tingting, as night deepened, they decided to let Wu Xiaomu stay the night. Later that evening, Lord Ren emerged from his coffin, first consuming a chicken before making his way to the Ren estate. Hearing the commotion, Uncle Joe stepped out to discover that the zombie had vanished. He instructed Wen Kai to guard the house while he sought the zombie, concerned for his young apprentice still at the Ren household. The zombie, upon reaching the Ren estate, first bit a guard, alerting the household. It soon locked on a Lord Ren, advancing towards him. Spotting the zombie, Ren Tingting was rendered speechless in terror. The Wu Xiaomu, too, emerged, and Ren Tingting quickly shielded him behind her. However, as Wu Xiaomu witnessed the zombie in pursuit, he exclaimed, What is that thing? Why is it jumping around? This is quite entertaining. Ren Tingting, perplexed, thought to herself, My brother's life is in peril, and he finds this amusing. Lord Ren rushed over, calling out to Ren Tingting, Run. Seek out Uncle Joe. Wu Xiaomu interjected, This creature is rather weak. Why should we flee? With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending the zombie flying out of the Ren estate. Just as Uncle Joe arrived to witness the spectacle, he pondered, How did the zombie manage to fly away? This is dire. Lord Ren may be in danger. Upon entering, he found everyone staring at Wu Xiaomu, their eyes wide with astonishment. Uncle Joe exclaimed, Lord Ren, are you unharmed? Ren Tingting added, Uncle Joe, there truly is a zombie. And is this really a child? He kicked the zombie away with ease. Uncle Joe, astonished, asked Xiaomu, You really kicked the zombie away? Wu Xiaomu replied, Indeed, it was a zombie. I didn't even exert myself. It felt so weak that I feared I'd break it into pieces. Chapter 59. Following the four-eyed Taoist to the temple, Uncle Joe looked at Wu Xiaomu and said, That was indeed a zombie, and you sent it flying with a single kick. You are truly endowed with divine strength. Wu Xiaomu responded, It just felt weak, so I kicked it. I didn't expect it to be so fragile. Lord Ren remarked, Uncle Joe, your apprentice is truly formidable. Had it not been for him, we might have been bitten by my father. I am sincerely grateful. Ren Tingting, initially a skeptic of the supernatural, found herself believing after witnessing the zombie. She clung to Wu Xiaomu, feeling safe in his presence due to his remarkable strength. Uncle Joe advised, The zombie failed to bite any of its family today, but it may return tomorrow. You should consider staying in Yizhuang for a few days. This way, we can ensure your safety. Lord Ren replied, We were already contemplating a stay at your place until this matter is resolved. I shall compensate you for the repairs in Yizhuang. Thus, Ren Tingting and Lord Ren settled in Yizhuang. Upon their arrival, Wu Xiaomu remained silent, heading straight to his room to sleep. Ren Tingting lay beside him, while Lord Ren also took a spot nearby. Aware of Wu Xiaomu's strength, Uncle Joe intended to converse with him, but found him asleep. Turning around, he spotted Tu Xing, who had dozed off in a recliner. Uncle Joe recognized that Tu Xing had been enchanted by a spirit and planned to confront the ghost that night. He thought it prudent for Wu Xiaomu to accompany Tu Xing to witness Wu Xiaomu's remarkable abilities. After a full day of rest, Tu Xing decided to return to town, prompting Uncle Joe to say, Tu Xing, allow your junior brother to accompany you. This way, you can look after him. Without hesitation, Tu Xing agreed, and the two set off together. Along the way, Tu Xing insisted on entering a dilapidated estate. Wu Xiaomu observed the crumbling structure and questioned, "Senior brother, why must we enter this rundown place?" Tu Xing retorted, "What do you mean? This grand estate is hardly dilapidated. Now, come along." A female ghost awaited Tu Xing's arrival, but recoiled in fear upon seeing Wu Xiaomu. Urging Tu Xing to dismiss him, Wu Xiaomu noticed the ethereal figure, but saw nothing further. The female ghost trembled in terror at Wu Xiaomu's aura, instinctively wanting to flee. This was the pressure of a quasi-saint. And as a land deity, Wu Xiaomu was a nemesis to such spirits. Uncle Jiao observed from a distance, refraining from intervening, eager to see Wu Xiaomu's reaction. Wu Xiaomu, unperturbed, commanded her to leave, and she complied. Seeing Wu Xiaomu's lack of response, Uncle Jiao sensed trouble. The ghost engaged in combat with him, casting a spell to bewitch Tu Xing into attacking Uncle Jiao. Wu Xiaomu watched disinterestedly, finding the situation tedious. At Tu Xing's pleading, Uncle Jiao consented to allow the ghost to be reborn, leading to a poignant farewell between Tu Xing and the specter. Upon returning to Yizhuang, Uncle Jiao inquired, "Xiaomu, why didn't you assist me during the fight with the ghost?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "Master, she was hardly a match for you. You didn't require my help." Uncle Jiao was at a loss for words. Had there not been a zombie to contend with, he might have considered expelling Wu Xiaomu from his tutelage. After everyone settled for the night, the zombie returned, seeking Lord Run and Run Ting Ting, for only they could facilitate its ascension. Uncle Jiao, alerted by the noise, emerged to investigate but found nothing amiss and returned to his slumber. Wu Xiaomu, hearing the commotion, dismissed it as inconsequential, thinking, "What is there to fear from a mere insect?" The zombie approached Lord Ren's sleeping quarters, attempting to bite him, only to be discovered. Lord Ren hastily ran to Wu Xiaomu's room, and the zombie, deterred, redirected its focus to Run Ting Ting's chamber. Hearing the disturbance, Ren Ting Ting joined her father in seeking refuge in Wu Xiaomu's room. With the father-daughter duo occupying Wu Xiaomu's space, he sighed in exasperation. "This is my room. Yours is right next door," Lord Ren acknowledged. "I am aware this is your room, but there's a zombie outside. If you could just drive it away, we could return to our own quarters without further disturbance." Ren Ting Ting nodded in agreement. "Yes, please drive it away." Quickly, Uncle Jiao engaged the zombie in battle, though it appeared he was struggling. Tu Xing joined the fray, while Wen Kai kept his distance. Just then, Uncle Jiao's fellow disciple, the Four-Eyed Taoist, arrived, noticing Uncle Jiao in combat with the zombie, and joined the fight. With the addition of the Four-Eyed Taoist, they still faced challenges against the creature that Wu Xiaomu observed, irritated by the disturbance. "What an annoying little pest. Don't they realize I need my sleep?" With that, he struck the zombie with two powerful punches, obliterating it. The Four-Eyed Taoist and Uncle Jiao stared in disbelief, eyes wide, questioning, is this truly the strength of a human? This is a zombie, and he shattered it with just two blows. The Four-Eyed Taoist turned to Uncle Jiao, inquiring, "Who is this? He is astonishingly powerful." Uncle Jiao responded, "This is my newly acquired apprentice. You should address him as Uncle Shi." Wu Xiaomu greeted the Four-Eyed Taoist. "Greetings, Uncle Shi." Following this event, Uncle Jiao contemplated having Wu Xiaomu inherit his teachings, but also wished for him to undergo further trials. He addressed the Four-Eyed Taoist. "You should take Xiaomu to your temple. Impart your divine teachings to him. He will become a pillar of the Taoist community." The Four-Eyed Taoist concurred. "Since you have suggested it, I will agree. He shall accompany me tonight." Unbeknownst to Wu Xiaomu, he embarked on this journey for training, following the Four-Eyed Taoist. The journey proved enjoyable, with the Four-Eyed Taoist and the zombies leaping about, and Wu Xiaomu mimicked their movements. However, as they continued, a demon snatched one of the zombies, prompting the Four-Eyed Taoist to react, realizing he would incur a loss if he did nothing. Without hesitation, he engaged the demon in combat, which attempted to bewitch him in hopes of a fatal strike. Yet, the Four-Eyed Taoist, being a practitioner of the 8th level of Qi cultivation, easily overpowered the newly empowered demon. Soon enough, he triumphed. He turned to Wu Xiaomu, saying, "Nephew, did you see how this demon tried to bewitch me? I vanquished it. Remember, never show mercy to demons. Otherwise, you may find yourself at a disadvantage." Wu Xiaomu replied, "Uncle Shi, This demon was quite weak. What is there to fear? I could defeat it with ease, the four-eyed Taoist cautioned. Nephew, while I acknowledge your immense strength, brute force is not the only approach. Sometimes, one must employ strategy. Otherwise, what is the purpose of our study of the Tao? We should hasten our journey. Soon we shall see your senior brother, who is likely lounging at home. Wu Xiaomu remained silent, following the four-eyed Taoist, thoughts drifting. What is there to fear from such a feeble little demon? Truly ridiculous. Chapter 60. The debate between Buddhism and Taoism. The emergence of the golden armored zombie as dawn broke. After a night of travel, they arrived at a picturesque locale that Wu Xiaomu exclaimed, "Uncle Sure, is this your temple? The air here is truly refreshing." Simu remarked, "What is there to see? I sent a soul around. Save for that one that never mind. I shan't dwell on it. Speaking of which, I must tend to my disciple and recite the incantation for these zombies." So we find ourselves at Jia Li's bedside. Upon hearing his master's words, Jia Lu wisely refrained from falling into a trap, which unfortunately led to Simu suffering greatly, leaving him battered and bruised by the zombies. After arranging the zombies, Jia Lu prepared breakfast for his master and inquired, "Who is this person?" Simu replied, "This is your Sherbua's disciple, the junior brother. You must treat him well," implying that he should not provoke him, lest he face dire consequences. Jia Lu approached Wu Xiaomu and said, "Junior brother, let's go have breakfast." Just as they set the table and prepared to eat, a monk arrived at the door, accompanied by a female disciple. Imu's expression changed, and Wu Xiaomu also regarded the monk with suspicion. Jia Lu hastily interjected, "Master Ishio has just returned to partake in breakfast, and this is his disciple, Jing Jing." Master Ishio addressed Jing Jing, saying, "Call out to them." Jing Jing responded, "Greetings, Taoist Simu." Master Ishio then asked, "Who is this? Why do I sense hostility in your gaze?" Taoist Simu replied, "This is my disciple. Who could possibly regard you with friendliness?" Master Ishio retorted, "Little benefactor, do you harbor any misconceptions about our Buddhist teachings? Our sect is rooted in compassion, and with time, you will come to understand." Wu Xiaomu interjected, "While the three pure ones require mere clay bodies, the Buddha demands gold for salvation. Frankly, I have no desire to inquire further about your sect." Master Ishio, incensed, declared, "How dare you speak ill of my Buddha? I shall teach you a lesson. You, a mere child, are truly unaware of your own limitations." Wu Xiaomu, seemingly amused, replied, "The Tathagata? Even if he were to arrive, do you believe he would dare to speak with me in such a manner?" Master Ishio, infuriated, said, "I see you as a child. I shall not stoop to your level. Come, Jing Jing, let us depart. Our paths do not align." With that, they left. Imu chuckled and said, "Disciple, you truly have a remarkable prowess. This has been the most exhilarating encounter yet. Ha ha! Old monk, were you not the proud one?" After breakfast, Wu Xiaomu retired for a nap, while Master Ishio remained in a foul mood. Jing Jing questioned, "Master, why do you let yourself be angered by a child? He is raised in the Taoist way and will naturally speak accordingly. What is there to be so troubled about? Once he encounters the teachings of Buddhism, his views will surely shift." Master Ishio conceded, "Indeed, I have become attached to my views and fail to rise above them. Thank you, Jing Jing, that I shall ensure he witnesses the profundity of my Buddhist teachings." A knock at the door interrupted them. Is Taoist Simu home? Simu emerged, asking, "Junior brother, what brings you here?" "Taoist Qian," he replied, "I happened to pass by and came to borrow something from you." Simu inquired, "What do you wish to borrow?" "Taoist Qian," he responded, "a bit of glutinous rice." As Simu glanced at the copper coffin and questioned, "These are zombies. Why not incinerate them? This is far too perilous." "Taoist Qian," he explained, "this concerns a prince from the border, destined for the capital to seek the emperor's judgment." As Simu retorted, "It is now the Republic era. Where is the imperial authority? I suggest we burn him instead." "Taoist Qian," he replied, "there is no other option. We take others' wealth to avert disaster. It is our duty." After acquiring the glutinous rice, Taoist Qian, he prepared to leave, but was halted by Master Ishio, who insisted, with such splendid sunlight, it would be wise to let the zombies bask in it. It may dissipate some of their undead energy. Taoist Qian, he acknowledged, Master has indeed considered this well. I shall unfurl the canopy. Wu Xiaomu interjected. I sense thunder is imminent. It would be prudent not to dismantle the canopy. Taoist Qian, he inquired, is this your newly acquired disciple? Simu affirmed. This is my senior brother's disciple. Hurry and greet your Shushu. Wu Xiaomu addressed Taoist Qian. He, greetings, Shushu. I am Wu Xiaomu, disciple of Jiu Shu. Taoist Qian, he remarked, ah, a new disciple of my senior brother. I left in haste and brought little with me. I shall present you with a gift upon my return, that we must be on our way. As they watched Taoist Qian he depart, Simu felt an unsettling premonition, which intensified upon returning to the house. Several hours later, a sudden downpour began, prompting Simu to shout, "This is bad. The zombies are likely to emerge from their coffins. Jialu, stay here and look after your junior brother. I must step out." Upon reaching the entrance, he found Master Yi Xiu preparing to leave as well. Together, they witnessed the emergence of the zombies and the tragic demise of Taoist Qianhe. The zombies fled, but they managed to rescue the young prince and several guards, escorting them back to the Taoist temple while they pursued the zombies to the temple. They quickly located Jia Lu and the others. Jing and Jia Lu tended to the young prince, who had been bitten by a zombie. Jia Lu used glutinous rice to draw out the poison, while Jing assisted that Wu Xiaomu remained asleep despite the commotion. And when Simu and the others returned, they found the zombies had arrived. Jialu had barricaded the doors, hiding with Jing and the young prince. Jialu attempted to rouse Wu Xiaomu, but to no avail. Soon, the formidable zombie, far stronger than Old Master Run, appeared. It flew effortlessly, breaching the exterior and entering the house, lunging at the young prince. Jialu kicked it aside, but the zombie persisted. Simu and Master Yi Xiu, upon seeing Jialu engaged with the zombie, joined the fray, yet they proved no match for it. Master Yi Xiu unleashed his secret techniques, but they failed to inflict any harm. With no other recourse, Taoist Simu prepared to summon divine assistance. He approached the image of the ancestor and cried out, "Ancestor, save me!" Reciting the incantation, he soon became possessed. Initially, the battle went well, but Simu stepped on a nail. Breaking his spiritual form, with no option left, he pressed forward. Awakened by the ruckus, Wu Xiaomu emerged, irritable, and questioned, "Why are you disturbing my sleep? I was resting peacefully. You ought to be ashamed." The zombie, sensing danger from Wu Xiaomu, realized it was far more formidable than the one confronting Simu. If it did not flee, it risked death. However, its body was ensnared, as Mu urged Wu Xiaomu, "Quickly leave this place. Danger lurks here." Wu Xiaomu approached the zombie, which instinctively punched him. Yet Wu Xiaomu remained unperturbed, resulting in the zombie's arm shattering. Onlookers gasped, pondering, is this truly a child? A zombie struck him, and its arm broke. Who would believe it if they had not witnessed it firsthand? Wu Xiaomu declared, "Your turn is finished. Now it is my turn to strike. Are you prepared? For disrupting my slumber, I shall obliterate you." With a single punch, he annihilated the golden-armored zombie. Master Yi Xiu stood in shock. This was a golden-armored zombie. To be vanquished by a mere punch was astonishing. Taoist Simu exclaimed, "Disciple, what kind of cultivation have you practiced? This is extraordinary. Even the ancestor would be no match for you." Jing and Jia Lu were equally bewildered, questioning if he was truly human. Master Yi Xiu, wishing to guide Wu Xiaomu towards Buddhist teachings, invited him to his quarters for preparation, with Simu's dwelling in ruins. They had no choice but to take refuge at Master Yi Xiu's abode. Arriving there, they were surrounded by symbols of Buddhism that Wu Xiaomu sought a place to rest, only to be stopped by Master Yi Xiu, who said, "Young man, have you not noticed the serenity in my quarters? The light of the Buddha shines brightly here." That Wu Xiaomu gazed at the statues of the Tathagata and Guanyin, saying, "I feel as though I have seen these statues before. Yet I cannot recall." When Master Yi Xiu urged, "You should kneel and pray." "Let my Buddha bless you," Wu Xiaomu casually replied, "I fear they may crack. If you are unafraid, then I shall kneel." Master Yi Xiu insisted, "Only by kneeling will you understand. I see a connection between you and my Buddha. If you succeed, you shall join our order." As Wu Xiaomu knelt before the statues, they remarkably cracked, and Guanyin turned away. Master Ishio was speechless, pondering who this individual was, as even the Tathagata could not withstand his reverence. Taoist Simu entered, exclaiming, "You insufferable monk! What are you up to? I warn you, my disciple is the hope of our sect. You should abandon your ambitions." Wu Xiaomu stated, "I will return to Renjia town tomorrow. I feel rather fatigued and wish to rest." Unbeknownst to them, the seal on Kunni was gradually dissipating. Wu Xiaomu felt a surge of spiritual energy enter his body, swiftly breaking through to the qi refining stage, though he remained oblivious to his surroundings. The following day, Wu Xiaomu set off back to Renjia town, journeying for a day and a night until he arrived at Yizhuang. Upon his return, Jiushu was practicing and, upon seeing Wu Xiaomu, exclaimed, "Xiaomu, you have broken through to the 5th level of qi refining. How astonishing! Have you recalled anything?" Wu Xiaomu replied, "I cannot remember a thing. I merely felt a flow of spiritual energy and instinctively broke through." Jiushu remarked, "You two are at the 5th level of qi refining. Perfect timing. Soon we shall head to Jiuquan town, where I have another temple that I also took in 2 disciples there and wonder how they are faring." Wu Xiaomu responded, "All right, master, I shall freshen up and accompany you. I wish to meet them as well." Jiushu reminisced, "They too are unfortunate souls. It was for this reason that I took them on as disciples." Before long, the two of them journeyed to Jiuquan town, along the way assisting those in need, offering to show them their courtyards and helping to exorcise spirits. Soon, they arrived at Jiuquan town, where Wu Xiaomu and Uncle Jio were expected. But they found no sign of Uncle Jio's 2 disciples. Upon inquiry, they learned that the disciples had gone to capture ghosts. Uncle Jio, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "They haven't even mastered the basics yet, and already they're trying to capture ghosts? What if the spirits ensnare them instead? Let us go and see for ourselves." That Wu Xiaomu and Uncle Jio made their way to a wine estate, where they witnessed a man and woman engaged in a rather theatrical ghost-catching endeavor, with a hefty individual seated beside them, offering commentary. Before long, the female ghost appeared, while Xing and Xiao Yu pretended to exorcise her. Xing, upon spotting the ghost, was so startled that he stumbled over his words. Xiao Yu, with her eyes wide open, failed to see the ghost and engaged in casual conversation, internally commending Xing's acting skills, thinking, "This is promising, our earnings are secure." However, she soon realized something was amiss. Upon opening her eyes, she found the ghost staring intently at her, sending a chill down her spine. As fear gripped her, she attempted to flee, but her legs betrayed her. Xing, seeing this, prepared to confront the ghost. Oblivious to the futility of his efforts, in no time, he was captured and confined within a coffin. Observing his disciple's perilous situation, Uncle Jio rushed in to confront the ghost, swiftly sending her spirit reeling. Recognizing their master, Xing and Xiao Yu approached, asking, "Master, when did you return?" Xiao Yu, noticing a child nearby, inquired, "Master, who is this child?" Uncle Jio replied, "This is your junior disciple. He has already reached the 5th level of qi refining. And you haven't even entered the door yet." Uncle Jio's disappointment was palpable. Wu Xiaomu, silently observing the two, chose not to comment as he followed Uncle Jio back. The 2 disciples exchanged glances, then followed their master. Upon returning to the dojo, Xing asked, "Master, how long will you be staying this time? By the way, the church next door is opening, and a priest has arrived along with many monks." Uncle Jio remarked, "That church poses a problem. It cannot possibly be established without consequence. There will be trouble." He glanced at Wu Xiaomu, but chose not to elaborate, intending to take them along to investigate the church. The following morning, Uncle Jio led Wu Xiaomu, Xing, and Xiao Yu to the church, where the mayor of Jiuquan town was also present. Spotting Uncle Jio, the mayor inquired, "When did you return?" Uncle Jio, "Today marks the opening of the church." Uncle Jio remained reticent, knowing he couldn't outmatch them alone, but with Wu Xiaomu at his side, who could obliterate golden-armored zombies with a single punch, he felt a surge of confidence against the Western vampires. The church, from the outset, seemed suspicious that a priest emerged, addressing Uncle Jio, "We are indeed colleagues of sorts. I preach while you cultivate." Soon, the ceremony commenced, and Wu Xiaomu sensed something stirring beneath the ground, struggling to break free. Albeit feebly, he paid it no mind, following Uncle Gio and the others as they observed. Suddenly, the church trembled, and countless bats erupted from the earth, followed closely by a vampire who had been swept up by the swarm of bats. The priest hastily brandished a crucifix in an attempt to ward off the vampire, but proved ineffective. Uncle Gio joined the fray, engaging the vampire, yet found himself at a disadvantage. Uncle Gio, witnessing Wu Xiaomu merely spectating, urged, "How much longer will you watch? Strike him down swiftly, or Jiuquan Town will face annihilation." Just then, a voice called out, "May the Earth God protect us and ensure our safety." Wu Xiaomu suddenly recalled something. Though it slipped from his grasp, he turned to confront the vampire, this time channeling a modicum of his magical power, causing the vampire to retreat in disarray. Xing and Xiaoyu were stunned. Their master had trained them, yet the disparity in strength was stark. Xing questioned Xiaoyu, "Why is our junior disciple so formidable?" Xiaoyu replied, "Did you not see Master struggle against that Western fiend? How could he have taught him anything?" Xing conceded, "True enough. Yet our junior disciple is exceptionally powerful." Ultimately, Wu Xiaomu delivered a decisive blow to the vampire, resulting in its utter obliteration. A bystander remarked, "Thank goodness for the Earth God's protection. Otherwise, I would not have survived this calamity." A surge of energy flowed into Wu Xiaomu, prompting Uncle Gio to muse, "This is the power of faith. This disciple is extraordinary." As they made their way back to the dojo, Wu Xiaomu stumbled upon an Earth God temple. Though in disrepair, a few souls came to offer incense. Uncle Gio inquired, "Xiaomu, do you recall something? Why are you gazing at the Earth God temple?" Wu Xiaomu pondered. "I feel a sense of familiarity with the temple, but beyond that, I cannot say that." In chapter 62, as he embarked on a solitary journey, he encountered Jiang Chun. Uncle Gio was at a loss for words while Xing gazed at Wu Xiaomu in awe, exclaiming, "Junior disciple, you are incredible. Even vampires cannot stand against you. That if I possessed just 1/10 of your strength, I could traverse the martial world." Wu Xiaomu replied, "I'm unsure how I wield such power. It felt effortless, and the vampire shattered so easily. It is not my strength, but rather the weakness of the foe." Uncle Gio thought to himself, "This brat is quite the performer. What a pity I could not seize the opportunity. If I were equally strong, my disciples would undoubtedly be more obedient." Xiaoyu added, "Regardless, it was our junior disciple who vanquished that vampire. I wonder when he became so formidable that in truth, during his peak, Wu Xiaomu could contend with the likes of Tathagata, and if he were to fight earnestly, even Tathagata would struggle to prevail." Uncle Gio remarked, "Xiaomu, you may now venture out on your own and search for your lost memories. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out in Rinjia town." He thought to himself, "Hurry and leave. If you linger, my authority will dwindle. You have already reached the 5th level of qi refining. What will happen when Wu Xiaomu surpasses me? How will I teach him then?" Wu Xiaomu queried, "Master, where should I go? I have no clear direction." Uncle Gio replied, "You may go wherever you wish. Follow your instincts." Wu Xiaomu departed from Jiuquan town and Uncle Gio, embarking on a quest to reclaim his memories. His journey was relatively uneventful. He felt no hunger and required no sustenance as he progressed northward for several days. Eventually, he arrived at a village, hoping to rest there before continuing. Unfortunately, the village had been occupied by Japanese soldiers who were in the midst of a massacre. Upon sighting the soldiers, a surge of anger ignited within him, and he was poised to strike. Suddenly, a group of individuals charged forth, attacking the soldiers, and Wu Xiaomu found the spectacle exhilarating. Before long, the soldiers were in disarray, fleeing from the guerrilla fighters. One guerrilla fighter pursued a Japanese officer, and Wu Xiaomu followed, only to find that they both tumbled into a cave. Wu Xiaomu entered as well, but arrived too late. The guerrilla fighter and the officer had both fallen victim to the zombies. Wu Xiaomu engaged the zombies in combat. Relishing the opportunity to exchange blows, he refrained from unleashing his full strength, merely eager to spar with the undead. Wu Xiaomu sensed that this particular zombie was more formidable than the others, and Jiang Chun found himself in a precarious situation, taking a blow that left him reeling. The intensity of the fight caused Jiang Chun to question whether this zombie was akin to himself. As the combat continued, Wu Xiaomu felt invigorated, and his magical power gradually replenished, allowing him to break through to the 8th level of qi refining. Jiang Chun, growing increasingly fearful, thought to himself, "This is too powerful. Who is this individual? Since my awakening, I have never been so beleaguered. It seems he hasn't even exerted himself." Madonna, hearing the sounds of battle, dared to approach and was taken aback to see a child battling Jiang Chun. She mused, "This child is remarkably fierce. This is the zombie king, Jiang Chun. It appears he is utterly overmatched." That moment, she thought, if I could rush in and defeat Jiang Chun, I would be a hero of the Ma family. With that thought, she called out, "Jiang Chun, I, Madonna, have arrived. Do not flee." As she spoke, she summoned the divine dragon, but upon seeing Wu Xiaomu, the dragon quickly retreated. Madonna exclaimed in frustration, "Why has the divine dragon returned? Why are you not battling Jiang Chun? This is absurd. At this critical moment, you are of no use to me. I must rely on my own strength." She charged at Jiang Chun, only to be sent flying by his counterattack. Without the divine dragon, Madonna was at a loss. She could manage against lesser demons, but face the zombie king now. Wu Xiaomu pondered, "Who is this woman? And what is she doing here? Moreover, she possesses a dragon soul that feels so familiar. Who could it be? Why can I not recall?" Deciding it was best to dispatch this threat first, he thought this could be a valuable opponent to keep around for the future. Jiang Chun, realizing he was up against an exceptionally strong adversary, contemplated fleeing but found escape impossible, with a madwoman nearby, potentially hindering his escape. How tragic it was to awaken only to encounter a monster and a lunatic. If only he had awoken a day later. Madonna exclaimed, "What is happening? I must launch a surprise attack to show them that the Ma family of the Northeast is not to be trifled with." With that, she attempted to summon the divine dragon again. But this time it did not appear, infuriating her. Why is the divine dragon acting so strangely? It always arrives promptly when facing monsters. What is going on today? Do they know each other? No, that cannot be. This child appears to be no more than 8 or 9 years old, while the dragon has lived for over 1,000 years. It is not appropriate to wait for an opportunity to inquire about that child. Wu Xiaomu, having the intention to let Jiang Chun go, simultaneously engaged in combat while retreating. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chun swiftly made his escape. This left Madonna feeling increasingly frustrated. Why let Jiang Chun slip away when she had a chance to defeat him? This child must surely be out of his mind. With Jiang Chun gone, Madonna approached Wu Xiaomu and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? What possessed you to let him go during such a prime opportunity? Do you not realize that I've been searching for him for years? His escape is entirely your fault." Wu Xiaomu, taken aback, gazed at Madonna and nonchalantly responded, "Do you know him? Do I know you? What I choose to do is my own affair, that if you have nothing to discuss, kindly leave. You are quite bothersome." Madonna retorted, "What? You think I'm bothersome? You have no idea who I am. Allow me to inform you that I am from the Ma family in northeast China." "And you, child, who exactly are you?" Wu Xiaomu rolled his eyes, disregarding Madonna, and ventured into the cave to check on the two individuals. Upon entering the cave, he saw the guerrilla fighters undergoing transformation, while the enemy soldiers had fled. In the past, Wu Xiaomu would have effortlessly dealt with such a situation, but now he had forgotten how to save a life. He could only carry the injured person back to the village. Upon seeing the wound, Madonna understood the gravity of the situation. There was little she could do that it was now a matter of fate for this individual. Casually, she remarked, "Another zombie has emerged, a powerful one bitten by the zombie king. Should we not eliminate him? Otherwise, once he fully transforms, it will be exceedingly difficult to kill him." That Wu Xiaomu replied, "What are you saying? This is a hero fighting against the enemy. How could we allow him to perish? If you cannot help, then step aside, that I will see what can be done. There is a household nearby. Perhaps we can use glutinous rice to absorb the corpse poison." Madonna questioned, "Who on earth are you?" "This is a method from Maoshan." "Who are you?" Wu Xiaomu declared, "I am from Maoshan and my master is Jiu Shu, a Maoshan Taoist. I have learned a thing or two. Chapter 63. Kuang Guohua's Wandering Journey. Finally arrives in Hong Kong after 4 days of unconsciousness. Kuang Guohua awoke, unaware of his transformation. Seeing others around him, he instinctively grew wary and turned to ask, "Who are you? Where am I?" Madonna replied. You were bitten by the zombie king. There is little we can do to assist you. It appears you have adapted to the corpse poison. You will soon become a zombie, Wu Xiaomu added. I apologized. By the time I arrived, you had already been bitten. The Japanese man who was with you fled, and he was also bitten by a zombie. Kuang Guohua introduced himself. I am Kuang Guohua, the captain of the guerrilla squad. This village is my home. The enemy sought to retaliate against us and plan a massacre that we received word and dare to come, resulting in this scenario. It is infuriating that we could not kill that Japanese officer. He has slain many of our compatriots. Madonna cautioned, you should focus on your own well-being. You are becoming a zombie. You're no longer considered human. Therefore, you ought to hide, or else you may lose control and seek blood when it is too late. Wu Xiaomu remarked, I have fought zombies before. They lack the ability to speak. How can this one still think? Madonna explained, this one was bitten by the zombie king. Thus, he is considered a second-generation zombie. Inheriting some of Jiang Chen's abilities, Kuang Guohua stated, I do not care what I become, as long as I can drive the Japanese away. When I lose my sanity, you may leave me by the Japanese watchtower. Wu Xiaomu was moved by Kuang Guohua's patriotism. He, too, held a deep-seated animosity towards the Japanese, expressing sincerely, the Japanese deserve death. Madonna shared her anger at the actions of the Japanese. China was engulfed in conflict everywhere. Wu Xiaomu decided to stay with Kuang Guohua to fight against the Japanese. Although he had lost his memory, the hatred for the Japanese remained strong. Madonna asked, are you truly planning to fight alongside Kuang Guohua against the Japanese? You could join me in pursuing Jiang Chen, as he is also a zombie and poses a significant threat, Wu Xiaomu replied. Regardless of Jiang Chen's status, as I have always been with you. In a moment, I'll ask my mother, and I'll know, won't I? Ma Shaoling replied, no need, we can inquire ourselves. With that, she headed towards Wu Xiaomu's rental apartment, knocking on the door upon arrival and calling out, is anyone there? I am your neighbor. Come out to meet me. Upon hearing the knock, Wu Xiaomu opened the door and inquired, may I ask what brings you here? Ma Shaoling noticed a young child emerging and lowered her guard, saying to Wu Xiaomu, we have a custom here that when new neighbors move in, we go to the rooftop for a barbecue. Since I have nothing planned for the evening, why don't we go together? As she spoke, she stepped inside the house. Wu Xiaomu thought to himself, this woman is quite rude. Barging in like this, isn't she afraid we might be bad people? Yet, considering her slight demeanor, she seems rather weak. Only at the 7th level of qi refining could she possibly be Ma Shaoling. Ma Shaoling asked, is it just you in this household? Is there anyone else? Wu Xiaomu replied, there's another person, a police officer, who has gone to the station to report and will return shortly. Not finding what she was looking for, Ma Shaoling turned to leave, but was stopped by Wu Xiaomu, who said, I feel a strange familiarity about you, reminiscent of a madwoman I once encountered who also bore the surname Ma. Let me think. Ah, yes, her name was Madonna. Oh, you know her. You know my great-aunt? How is that possible? She has been dead for over a decade. How could you possibly know her? Besides, you were so young. If my great-aunt were alive, she would be nearly 90. Wu Xiaomu rolled his eyes and said, believe it or not, that house is yours, right? I sense something familiar within your home. What do you have in there? Ma Shaoling inquired, what is your name? And what is the name of the person you live with? Wu Xiaomu replied, I am Wu Xiaomu, and my roommate is Kuang Tianyu. When he returns, we will go to the rooftop together. Having said that, Ma Shaoling departed and approached Wang Jinjin, saying, Jinjin, you should head back. I have a matter to attend to. We will go to the rooftop together later. Wang Jinjin returned home alone, while Ma Shaoling hurried back, bursting into her room to summon Madonna, asking, Great Aunt, do you know someone named Wu Xiaomu and another named Kuang Tianyu? Madonna, who had been sleeping, was suddenly awakened by Ma Shaoling's summons and, feeling irritated, heard Wu Xiaomu's name and Kuang Tianyu's. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, I know Wu Xiaomu, but I do not know Kuang Tianyu. I assent to he with Kuang Guohua. Why do you ask about them? What? You really know him? That child you mentioned, how can he still look like a child when he is nearly 100 years old? Madonna replied, what does it matter? For cultivators, once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can extend your lifespan by 200 years. When I met this Wu Xiaomu, he had just reached foundation establishment. You haven't seen him, have you? I haven't seen him in decades. Then, great aunt, do you wish to see him? I could bring him here. Since you know each other, perhaps he could help you, Madonna retorted. You ungrateful child. If it weren't to protect you, I would have long since departed to the underworld, rather than be trapped in this jar. Yes, yes, great aunt, you are the best. Can I really call him here? Madonna replied. All right, at that time, he will be able to defeat Jiang Chen effortlessly. He is still a Taoist from Maoshan and should be able to assist me. Go ahead and summon him. Ma Xiaoling dashed out and returned to Wu Xiaomu's door, knocking and calling, Wu Xiaomu, my great-aunt wishes to see you. Can you come over? Wu Xiaomu opened the door, asking, Who is your great-aunt? You expect me to go just like that? Ma Xiaoling replied, I apologize. My great-aunt is Madonna. She is waiting for you in my room, but hasn't your great-aunt been dead for over 10 years? How can she see me? You must be joking. Ma Xiaoling insisted. No, actually my great-aunt has been guarding me in spirit form. You should go see for yourself. All right, I will go check it out, but if you're lying to me, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Upon entering Ma Xiaoling's room, he saw an urn, and Ma Xiaoling called out to it, Great-aunt, please come out. Wu Xiaomu stepped closer. Madonna exclaimed, It truly is you. You promised me that after the war ended, you would pursue Jiang Chen, but now I am gone. Let Xiaoling go with you instead. Wu Xiaomu retorted, You mad woman. Jiang Chen encountering you would be quite unfortunate for him. Why do you relentlessly pursue him? Ma Xiaoling explained, In our family, we pass the lineage through women, and the women's duty is to capture Jiang Chen, while the men are to propagate the family line. Only by capturing and defeating Jiang Chen can the women of the Ma family date and bear children. This is why we persistently pursue him. Wu Xiaomu gazed at Madonna, who nodded in agreement. Wu Xiaomu remarked, Your spiritual energy is quite weak. You will soon dissipate if this continues. Madonna replied, This is the side effect of summoning the divine dragon. I use my life force to summon myself, which is why I have perished so soon. Wu Xiaomu utilized his magical powers to help stabilize Madonna's spirit, causing her to appear much improved. He then told her, I might have a way to revive you, but I have yet to regain my memory. I can only assist you once I recover it. Really? I could be revived? But my physical body is gone. How can I return? Wu Xiaomu explained, Through the soul, generating bones anew, and reconstructing your physical form is all that is needed. He sighed, You are quite bothersome. I wish to return to sleep. When I devise a plan, I will come find you. With that, he exited, and Ma Xiaoling followed, asking, What is your current cultivation level? Wu Xiaomu replied, I should be at the golden core stage. Once I regain a bit more memory, I can assist your great-aunt. For now, please do not disturb my sleep. Elated, Ma Xiaoling rushed to find Uncle Chiu, eager to share this good news, for Uncle Chiu had admired her great-aunt since his youth. Upon reaching Uncle Chiu's residence, she exclaimed, Uncle Chiu, do you know, my great-aunt can be revived? Uncle Chiu asked, Is what you say true? To bring someone back from the dead requires the underworld's consent. Who possesses such power? Ma Xiaoling replied, This person has known my great-aunt for decades, yet he remains as he was. I asked him, and he told me he is currently at the golden core stage. What is the golden core stage? Uncle Chiu inquired, astonished. Golden core. There are still individuals capable of cultivating to the golden core. This is extraordinary. Only ancient beings residing in deep mountains can attain the golden core. Who is this person? Ma Xiaoling responded, Uncle Chiu, do you not know? If one can cultivate to the golden core stage, how many years could they live? It seems my great-aunt only reached the 9th level of qi refining. If she breaks through to foundation establishment, would she not remain youthful as well? Uncle Chiu explained, My master once said that reaching foundation establishment can extend one's life by 300 years. Golden core may grant even more. After all, I'm only at the 8th level of qi refining, far from foundation establishment. You are still young. Surely you can achieve foundation establishment with diligent practice. Avoiding the path your great-aunt took. After conversing with Uncle Chiu for a while, Ma Xiaoling returned to Jiai Mansion, as they would go to the rooftop for a barbecue later. Kuang Tianyu returned as well. And Wu Xiaomu cautioned him, When Ma Xiaoling invites us to the rooftop, do not reveal your true nature. You are a zombie, and she is a demon hunter. Do not let her catch on. Kuang Tianyu lamented, After all these years of hiding, this zombie identity allows me to live indefinitely, yet I cannot consume food and must resort to buying expired blood to drink. When will this end? Wu Xiaomu reassured him, do not fret. I sense I can resolve your issues, but I have forgotten. Once I remember, I will be able to assist you. For now, let us go enjoy the barbecue on the rooftop. The two made their way to the rooftop, where Ouyang Jiai and Wang Jinjin had already arrived, along with dozens of other residents. A Shaoling was grilling something nearby. Ouyang Jiai called out, hurry over. We were just waiting for you. Wang Jinjin, captivated by the handsome Quang Tianyu, approached him and said, you are here. Come quickly. We have drinks. Then she turned to Wu Xiaomu, saying, children cannot drink alcohol. You should just enjoy the barbecue. Wu Xiaomu glanced around but said nothing, as he was indeed young. Then a Shaoling beckoned, Wu Xiaomu, come over here. I have grilled some meat for you. Come eat. Wu Xiaomu retorted, what is it? You are unusually enthusiastic. You must have something to ask of me. The others observed the fierce Ma Shaoling and the childlike Wu Xiaomu, astonished. Is this really Ma Shaoling? When did she become so gentle? Ma Shaoling admitted. I have a request. Can you teach me how to cultivate? I want to be as formidable as you are. Wu Xiaomu replied. That may not be possible. I have lost my memory and only learned a bit of martial arts from Uncle Jiu of Maoshan. I truly do not know what I can teach you. So let it be. A Shaoling felt a tinge of disappointment, pondering, could it truly be that he has lost his memory? If only he could remember. He would be able to teach me. She then asked, by the way, I just accepted a task. Can you accompany me to Japan? Wu Xiaomu replied, coincidentally, Quang Tianyu wishes to go to Japan for some matters. You can go together, he's quite formidable as well. Wang Jinjin chimed in, great, we'll go together, first to have fun, then to work. That Wu Xiaomu glanced to the side, asking, who is that person? Ma Shaoling replied, that person is a Ping, who claims to be a celestial being descended to earth. He is quite the charlatan. Next to him is his mother, known around here as Ping Ma. Wu Xiaomu paid little heed. And the meal concluded swiftly, with everyone returning home. Quang Tianyu was also set to accompany Ma Shaoling to Japan, while Wu Xiaomu contemplated taking a stroll outside. As dawn broke, Quang Tianyu and the others set off, leaving the bored Wu Xiaomu wandering the streets of Hong Kong. Suddenly, I stumbled upon an acquaintance. Uncle Joe also spotted his apprentice and approached him, exclaiming, you rascal, it's been years since we last met. And you still haven't grown up? Master, you're quite something too. The apprentice replied, that I came looking for you, but they said you were away, without a hint of where you had gone. I even sought out Tu Xingsun Kai. But they were equally oblivious to your whereabouts, which is why I resorted to clandestinely crossing over to Hong Kong. A girl nearby inquired, Uncle, who is this child? You seem quite familiar with him. Uncle Joe responded, this is my apprentice, Wu Xiaomu. He then turned to Wu Xiaomu and added, this is my niece, Alian. The two exchanged greetings. Uncle, when did you take on apprentice? He's just a little kid, but he is quite adorable, Alian remarked. Uncle Joe, thinking to himself, mused, adorable. A child capable of obliterating a zombie with a single punch hardly qualifies as cute. Alian, do not be deceived by Wu Xiaomu's appearance. Wu Xiaomu asked, Master, what are you all doing? Are you out shopping? Uncle Joe replied, in a sense, yes. Recently, an incident occurred here, and I was tasked with investigating it. Alian chimed in, Xiaomu, are you going out to shop as well? If you're free, why not come back with us? Wu Xiaomu agreed. All right, I have nothing else to do, so I'll accompany you for some fun. They soon returned to Officer Lin's residence, whereupon entering, they found Officer Lin frozen in place. Uncle Joe immediately recognized that something had been inflicted upon him. He swiftly pulled him and placed him into the refrigerator, and soon enough, Officer Lin returned to his normal state. That Wu Xiaomu observed and then slapped Officer Lin. Dislodging a foreign object from his mouth, the object lunged toward Wu Xiaomu, who effortlessly caught it and extinguished its life. I have suffered greatly. What was that? Uncle Feng, speak up, Officer Lin exclaimed. Uncle Joe was astonished by Wu Xiaomu's prowess and quickly explained, this is a form of hex. The perpetrator is not far from here. Xiaomu, come with me. Wu Xiaomu nodded in agreement and accompanied Uncle Joe out. Officer Lin inquired, who is this child? He seems remarkably powerful. Lin responded, this is my uncle's apprentice. Are you convinced now? Hurry up and follow them, or you may miss them. They arrived at a villa where Uncle Joe dismantled several enchantments, proudly declaring to Wu Xiaomu, did you see that? These minor spells are no challenge for me. Wu Xiaomu retorted, "Master, with enough strength, nothing can withstand my punch." Uncle Gio rolled his eyes, thinking, this kid, does he not see me showing off? Truly lacking in synergy. Officer Lin looked on in admiration, his eyes gleaming. He mused, so Uncle Feng is this formidable. Moreover, his niece is even more beautiful. The demon slayer inside was aware of their arrival and emerged to duel Uncle Gio, augmented by Japanese ninjutsu, nearly overwhelming him. Still watching the show? If you don't join in soon, you may miss the chance to see me. Uncle Gio urged. Master, I was merely waiting for you to finish your performance. Wu Xiaomu replied. Lin chimed in. No more modesty. Go now. My uncle can hardly hold on. Officer Lin joined the fray, but was quickly thrown out. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xiaomu grasped the Japanese woman, sensing the malevolent aura emanating from her. Why do you harbor the essence of an ancient demon clan? He demanded. Uncle Gio interjected. What ancient demon clan? How did it get tied to antiquity? The Japanese woman replied. You know of our Yamada no Orochi. I was fortunate enough to behold it once. Wu Xiaomu questioned. What is Yamada no Orochi? I have never heard of it, but your demonic aura is indeed genuine. Uncle Gio asked Xiaomu, does this ring a bell? Wu Xiaomu replied, no. I simply find this aura detestable. An instinctive urge to eradicate it wells up within me. Officer Lin cautioned, this is Hong Kong. It is a society ruled by law. And one cannot kill indiscriminately. Wu Xiaomu clarified. I speak of demons, not humans. Demons feast upon humanity. Slaying demons is not a crime. Uncle Gio cautioned, there are benevolent demons, just as there are spirits. With the good comes the bad. Do not be so rigid in your views. Wu Xiaomu insisted. Her aura is wicked. Who knows how many lives she has claimed? Master, can we not vanquish such a demon? I should journey to Japan and confront this Yamada no Orochi myself. Chapter 66. Ma Shaoling helps Wu Xiaomu restore his memory. Uncle Gio remarked, I have heard of Japan's Yamada no Orochi, but that is mere myth. If it were real, it would be invincible. Wu Xiaomu countered, in a world limited by the absence of spiritual energy, no one's cultivation can flourish. I suspect this Yamada no Orochi to be the nine-headed insect. Uncle Gio retorted, the nine-headed insect is also a figure of myth. Xiaomu, do not invoke mythological tales as if they were fact. If the nine-headed insect from Journey to the West were real, it would have ascended to the heavens long ago, not hiding in Japan. Wu Xiaomu recalled, I have a faint memory of the nine-headed insect being defeated by Yang Jian, but its whereabouts remain unknown. Lin interjected, Uncle, what are you discussing? We should leave this place promptly. Xiaomu, are you returning with me or staying here? Uncle Gio turned to Wu Xiaomu and asked, what say you? Master, I have some matters to attend to. I must return to Jiajia Tower. You all go ahead. If anything arises, seek me out at Jiajia Tower. Very well. We shall depart now. Take care of yourself. And when you recall anything, come find me, Lin said. Uncle Gio and Lin left, while Wu Xiaomu remained outside. Ouyang Jiajia, mistaking Wu Xiaomu for a mere child, searched for him all day until he finally returned to Jiajia Tower. Where have you been? I've been looking for you all day. Thank goodness you are back. Ouyang Jiajia said anxiously, and no need to worry. I merely took a stroll. I want to be going out tomorrow. Did you need something? Wu Xiaomu replied, that I found a school for you. It's time for you to start your education. Especially since the school nearby is enrolling students. You should attend. Ouyang Jiajia exclaimed joyfully. Wu Xiaomu felt averse to the idea, yet he had no choice but to attend school, given his status as a child. As they conversed, Ping Ma passed by, and Wu Xiaomu noticed a sense of impending death surrounding her, indicating that she would not survive for much longer. Meanwhile, far in Japan, Kuang Tianyu accompanied Ma Shaoling to exorcise demons. And this time, they succeeded effortlessly. Kuang Tianyu also encountered someone akin to himself, Yamamoto Kazuo, who had also been bitten by Jiang Shun and had now turned into a zombie. Neither acknowledged the truth of the other's condition. Merely exchanging glances filled with animosity, Yamamoto Kazuo fixed his gaze on Wang Jinjin, who in turn continued to glance toward Kuang Tianyu. A Shaoling appeared to have developed a fondness for Kuang Tianyu as well. After spending a few days in Japan, they prepared to return home, with Yamamoto Kazuo treating them to a meal. During this time, Ma Shaoling discovered that her abilities still had many shortcomings. had it not been for Kuang Tianyu. The task would not have been accomplished so easily. She resolved to help Wu Xiaomu regain his memory upon returning, so that she could learn Taoist arts from him. Before long, they boarded a flight back to their homeland. And after several hours, they arrived in Hong Kong. Wang Jinjin held onto Kuang Tianyu's hand, who was somewhat resistant at first, but after a few days of interaction, he began to relent. Upon returning to Jiajia Tower, Ma Xiaoling retreated to her room to summon her grandmother. "Grandmother, if I assist Wu Xiaomu in regaining his memory, will he teach me Taoist arts?" She inquired. "Why not give it a try? After all these years, he hasn't recovered his memories. Do you think it will be so easy?" Ma Dana replied, "I have heard of someone who claims to be the reincarnation of Guanyin. Perhaps she could aid Wu Xiaomu." "Is that true? I find Wu Xiaomu intriguing. He possesses the ability to strike fear into Jiang Chun, casting doubt on the nature of zombies. Thus I support your endeavor," Ma Dana thought to herself. "Once Wu Xiaomu regains his memory, perhaps I might truly return to life and no longer have to reside in this Dana returned to her vessel, and Ma Xiaoling sought out Wu Xiaomu. However, upon reaching his room, she found him absent. She turned to Kuang Tianyu and asked, "Have you seen Wu Xiaomu? Where could he possibly be? I haven't spotted him since I came back. I intended to ask Ouyang Jiejia. Shall we go together?" The two decided, making their way to Ouyang Jiejia's residence. A Xiaoling entered and asked, "Aunt, have you seen Wu Xiaomu?" "We haven't seen him since our return." "Oh, that child? He went to school. You'll have to wait until school is over to see him again. That he should be back shortly." Ouyang Jiejia replied casually. "What do you mean he went to school? At his age, he should be beyond such things." "I cannot fathom his thoughts," Ma Xiaoling said in exasperation. The two returned to await Wu Xiaomu's return from school. Kuang Tianyu inquired, "What exactly do you seek Wu Xiaomu for?" "I wish to help him restore his memory and learn Taoist arts from him," Ma Xiaoling replied nonchalantly. Kuang Tianyu shared her desire to see Wu Xiaomu regain his memories, noting that it had been years without progress. Occasionally, he would exude a terrifying aura. Just then, Wu Xiaomu returned. Grumbling, "What a disgrace. I'm of an age where I should not be in school, singing children's songs with a bunch of little kids." Upon entering, he noticed Ma Xiaoling and Kuang Tianyu had returned and asked, "When did you come back? What do you want from me? What else could it be? I heard of someone claiming to be the reincarnation of Guanyin. She might have a way to help you. Shall we go see her?" Ma Xiaoling suggested, looking toward Wu Xiaomu. "I think that's a good idea. We've tried so many methods without success. Perhaps this person can truly assist you," Kuang Tianyu added. Hearing this, Wu Xiaomu contemplated, "Is this reincarnation of Guanyin reliable? Well, I suppose it's worth a look. What if it actually works? Very well. Where is this person? When shall we go?" Wu Xiaomu gazed at them and inquired, "Shall we go now? It's nearby. I will drive it." A Xiaoling exclaimed with excitement. Following Ma Xiaoling and Kuang Tianyu, Wu Xiaomu embarked on a quest to find the reincarnation of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Along the way, Ma Xiaoling remarked, "Once you regain your memory, you must teach me the ways of the Tao." "I will diligently study," Wu Xiaomu responded. "That's all well and good, but we have yet to see any signs of progress. We shall discuss it once I have recovered." Upon arriving at a courtyard, they were enveloped in a radiant aura of Buddhism, surrounded by statues of deities. Sakyamuni Buddha presided at the center, flanked by Guanyin Bodhisattva, while the 18 arhats sat below among numerous other effigies. Wu Xiaomu felt an overwhelming sense of aversion, but tolerated it, thinking that if it meant recovering his memories, he could endure. Xiaoling entered and conversed with the people inside for a while before emerging to tell Wu Xiaomu, "Let us go. Miaoshan wishes to see you. You must behave." Wu Xiaomu complied and followed Ma Xiaoling inside, where he encountered Miaoshan, who struck him as familiar, yet he could not place her. Miaoshan, too, regarded Wu Xiaomu with a sense of familiarity, though she could not recognize him, as she was merely a projection of herself, lacking true power. Miaoshan invited Wu Xiaomu to sit and began casting a spell upon him, but soon coughed up blood, exclaiming, "What a formidable seal! I cannot break it with my abilities." As the seal gradually dissipated, Ma Xiaoling anxiously asked, "Who could have sealed Wu Xiaomu? Can you discern anything?" "I will try again," she replied, casting another spell on the seal, which resulted in a stronger backlash aimed at Miaoshan. "This is a seal from the Buddhist realm. one of the highest order. Miaoshan seemed to sense something, and her demeanor shifted. Smiling, she said, Tu Xing Sun, we meet again. How do you find the experience of being sealed by the saint of Zhuan? Under the influence of her magic, Wu Xiaomu began to recover his memories, though his powers had yet to return. With a smile, he replied, You, a traitor, dare to speak so boldly. I have been schemed against by Zhuan, yet you are not in a much better position. Just wait. Once I recover, I shall visit Lingshan. Chapter 67, Memory Recovery, the True Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend. Miaoshan exclaimed that is Wu Xiaomu regaining his memories. Ma Shaoling asked. Kuang Tianyu looked on nervously, observing that the two appeared to have a grudge against one another, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. Suddenly, Miaoshan seemed transformed. It was evident that they recognized each other. Wu Xiaomu recognized Guanyin Bodhisattva, which implied a significant status. Though he had regained his memories, his powers had yet to return. The seal from the Mother of Buddhas was dissipating, but he would not regain his abilities anytime soon, Guanyin remarked. That is for me to decide. Do I call you Tsihong or Guanyin? This is not your true self. Is it? You are steeped in the teachings of the Chan school. Why do you not utilize the Buddhist methods? She continued. Call me whatever you wish. I have informed you of my matters, now that the heavenly court has retreated. Your disciples' whereabouts are unknown. Your third disciple, I believe, is called Ao Chun. It seems he, a golden immortal dragon, dared to attack us and was subsequently defeated by the 18 Arhats, banished to the mortal realm. Enough, I must take my leave. I cannot linger in this world for too long. With that, she departed, leaving Ma Shaoling and Kuang Tianyu exchanging glances. Have you regained your memories? Can you teach me the ways of the Tao? Ma Shaoling asked excitedly. Yes, but can we return first? I feel uncomfortable here, Wu Xiaomu replied. A Shaoling drove them back swiftly to the Jia building. Once they returned to the room, only Ma Shaoling and Kuang Tianyu remained. Wu Xiaomu smiled and said, I am a third-generation disciple of the Chan school. My master is one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Due to the conflict between Taoism and Buddhism, I was schemed against by the Mother of Buddhas and sealed for over 500 years, a figure from mythology. Then who are you? Kuang Tianyu asked anxiously. I am Tu Xing Sun during the Fengshen era. I was designated as the Earth God, governing all lands on Earth and in the heavens. That my cultivation level is at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, just one step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal. Wu Xiaomu explained the hierarchy of deities: human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, and quasi-saint, adding that the details below this level were unnecessary for them to know. What, are there truly deities here, and such high cultivation levels? Does this mean we can also become immortals? Ma Shaoling asked, bubbling with excitement. Because of the war between Taoism and Buddhism, this realm has been divided into the Earth Immortal Realm, with the higher realm being the Immortal Realm. That we reside in the Mortal Realm, where the spiritual energy has been siphoned away by the Earth Immortal Realm. To become an immortal is exceedingly difficult. Wu Xiaomu was unaware that this was a small world of Buddhism, intentionally crafted by Zhuan to confine him. How could he hope to find a way out? The primordial heavenly sovereign had failed to locate Tu Xing Sun multiple times. This place was already enveloped by Zhuan Ti's divine power. Having hope is enough. I will diligently cultivate, Ma Shaoling declared, kneeling to pay her respects to her master. Kuang Tianyu interjected, Can I also recover? After all these years, you must help me. Wu Xiaomu gestured for Ma Shaoling to rise, then addressed Kuang Tianyu. Your situation is more manageable. Once I regain some strength, I will assist you in transforming your fate. Can my great-aunt come back to life too? Ma Shaoling inquired. I can bring her back. Lead me to her. Upon reaching Ma Shaoling's room, she summoned her great-aunt, and Wu Xiaomu provided Ma Dana with a celestial elixir capable of reviving her spirit and restoring her physical form. Amidst a wave of agony, Ma Dana regained her corporeal body, and her powers returned. In the underworld, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sensed something amiss, not the true Ksitigarbha, but a fragment of his essence, possessing only the strength of the tribulation period, and hastily arrived at the Jia building. Astonished to find Ma Dana, who was supposed to report back, had been resurrected. Who did this? How dare you revive the spirits of the underworld? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva demanded. Wu Xiaomu retorted, a mere fragment dares to speak to me so? Even Ksitigarbha himself would not presume to address me in such a manner. You are Tu Xing Sun. Weren't you suppressed by the saints? How did you come be here? He continued, glancing at Wu Xiaomu's weakened state. Ah, your powers are diminished. I shall make you pay a price for your disrespect towards the Buddhist realm. Although Wu Xiaomu's powers were low, his physical form was robust. Ksitigarbha's projection could not penetrate Wu Xiaomu's formidable physique. Wu Xiaomu found himself at a disadvantage against Ksitigarbha, lamenting his lack of cultivation. Otherwise, he could have easily overwhelmed him. However, in their current states, neither could harm the other. Seizing the opportunity, Ksitigarbha unleashed a relentless assault on Wu Xiaomu. Wu Xiaomu stood still, allowing the strikes to land. This physical body is indeed powerful. The 8-9 profound art is no mere trick. Otherwise, how could Yang Jian attain sainthood through physical prowess? After a prolonged attack, Ksitigarbha retreated, leaving Ma Shaoling gazing at Wu Xiaomu with adoration, rendering him somewhat bewildered. What sort of gaze is that? It's quite off-putting, he remarked, turning to find Ma Dana, wearing a similar expression. This is absurd. Do you still wish for teachings? Both women chimed in unison. Yes, please teach us quickly. Kuang Tianyu attempted to interject, but was silenced by a look from Wu Xiaomu. Back in the underworld, Ksitigarbha contacted his true self to report on Tu Xing Sun and do not concern yourself with him. You cannot defeat him. Even I cannot approach him. It is best to leave him to the saints. The true Ksitigarbha advised. Reluctantly, Ksitigarbha sought the assistance of the human King Fushi's projection and the projection of Nuwa, aiming to band together against Tu Xing Sunday. Note, Fushi and Nuwa are creations of Zhuan-Ti. Thus they are aligned with the Buddhist realm. After deliberating, they could not identify a weakness in Tu Xing Sun and resolved to confront him together. In this context, Fushi was known as the ancestor of zombies, while Nuwa was also considered an ancestor of the undead. Their formidable physical forms served as their treasures, and they were confident in their capabilities, especially with Ksitigarbha's magical power backing them. Unbeknownst to Wu Xiaomu, who was presently instructing Ma Shaoling and Ma Dana in their cultivation, both quickly made progress. Ma Shaoling achieved the first stage, followed closely by Ma Dana, who broke through to foundational establishment, causing Ma Shaoling to feel anxious. Meanwhile, Kuang Tianyu observed, and Yamamoto Kazuo's informant reported on the situation, prompting this Japanese adversary to return to Hong Kong. Yamamoto Kazuo rented a space in the Jia building to better monitor the developments. Ma Shaoling led Ma Dana to Uncle Chiu, who nearly fainted from shock. Had it not been for Ma Shaoling's assurance that her great aunt had been revived, Uncle Chiu would have attempted to take Ma Dana for himself. He soon learned of Wu Xiaomu's identity and expressed a desire to learn Taoist teachings, asking Ma Shaoling to convey this to him, that he had long wished to be with Ma Dana. And now that the opportunity presented itself in his old age, he could not let it pass by. Even if it meant kneeling at Wu Xiaomu's doorstep, he was determined to be taught. Chapter 68. The Great Battle with Yamamoto Kazuo. Wu Xiaomu was perplexed by their insistence on him teaching them the ways of the Tao, which was becoming quite bothersome. He longed to take a walk. Master, where are you going? Would you like me to accompany you? Ma Shaoling inquired with a grin. Just as Wu Xiaomu was about to step outside, he noticed Ma Shaoling, Ma Dana, and an elderly man trailing behind them. The old man approached and knelt before Wu Xiaomu, exclaiming, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. I wish to become an immortal. What is this? A random old man wishes to become my disciple. How can I ever leave my house again if everyone wants to be my apprentice? Wu Xiaomu thought, feeling exasperated. Master, this is a Maoshan Taoist. We call him Uncle Chiu. He's a good friend of my great aunt. Perhaps you could consider accepting him as well? Ma Shaoling pleaded. Looking at Wu Xiaomu, Aunt Dana also gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Waiting for his response, Wu Xiaomu surveyed the room and, regaining his composure, asked, Do all of you wish to become my disciples? However, our sect holds high expectations, so let me first introduce the members of our lineage. The elder brother of the Chan sect is Guang Chengzi, who currently oversees the affairs of the sect. Even those you may be familiar with, such as Guanyin Bodhisattva, Manjushri Bodhisattva, and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, were once part of the Chan sect. The ancient Buddha of the lamp previously served as the deputy leader of the Chan sect. You will soon be facing these formidable deities. Are you not afraid? Upon hearing about so many great beings from the Buddhist realm being associated with the Chan sect, Ma Shaoling, puzzled, inquired, then why did they betray the Chan sect? That is their concern. Should you become part of our Chan sect, you must remember them, for they have turned their backs on our teachings. That Wu Xiaomu refrained from mentioning his master, the Buddha of the 9 generations, perhaps feeling it was not honorable, and thus omitted his name. Just then, Yamamoto Kazuo, who was about to leave, noticed several individuals arriving at Kuang Tianyu's residence and contemplated going to see what was happening. Though he hesitated, fearing discovery, Wang Jinjin, observing Yamamoto Kazuo, asked, "Are you planning to step out?" Yamamoto Kazuo, having come specifically to see Wang Jinjin, disregarded Kuang Tianyu and engaged in conversation with her. "Miss Wang, do you have any hobbies? When you have time, let us dine together." Wang Jinjin regarded the elderly man, unsure of how to respond, merely nodding in agreement before turning back to Kuang Tianyu. Wu Xiaomu, noticing the commotion and seeing Wang Jinjin's arrival, paid little heed and addressed the group. "You should ponder carefully before seeking me to become your master." A Shaoling turned to Ma Dana, smiling as she asked, "Annie, how does it feel to be a foundational cultivator now?" Qiushu also fixed his gaze on Ma Dana. "It's nothing extraordinary. I merely feel more powerful. However, even if I were to encounter Jiang Chun, I would still be unable to defeat him," Ma Dana remarked casually. Kuang Tianyu, wishing to become a disciple as well, kept his thoughts to himself, awaiting Wu Xiaomu to restore him to his former human state. He had no desire to remain a zombie. The group engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Kazuo found his daughter, Yamamoto Mirai. Upon seeing her father, Yamamoto Mirai said, "Father, we have done as you instructed. What shall we do next?" "Both Kuang Tianyu and I were bitten by Jiang Chun. Our strengths are comparable. You were bitten by me, so you cannot defeat him. Return for now and await my command to swiftly capture Kuang Tianyu and Ma Shaoling," Yamamoto Kazuo declared arrogantly. Yamamoto Mirai departed, leaving Yamamoto Kazuo, who still wished to observe Wang Jinjin. Inwardly, he mused, "It seems Schwerer no longer recognizes me. How can I make her remember me? Presently, she seems quite taken with this Kuang Tianyu that if I were to eliminate him, I wonder how her affections would shift. If I could absorb his blood, would I not become even more powerful?" Unbeknownst to Kuang Tianyu, he was already in Yamamoto Kazuo's sights, preoccupied with thoughts of how to become human again. All his hopes rested upon Wu Xiaomu. Wu Xiaomu was nearly driven to frustration by Qiushu's incessant chatter and, in desperation, provided him with a basic technique, which was still far superior to their current methods. This delighted Qiushu, who became wholly engrossed in his cultivation. A Shaoling and Ma Dana were also immersed in their training, leaving only Kuang Tianyu feeling bored. Seeking a diversion, he decided to take a walk, coincidentally running into Wang Jinjin, and the two ventured out together. Upon reaching the bustling streets, Wang Jinjin expressed a desire to visit the mall. With nothing pressing on his schedule, Kuang Tianyu, back from Japan with a month of leave, thought it the perfect opportunity for leisure. The two spent a day indulging in various activities, but as they were about to return, they encountered Yamamoto Mirai, who swiftly attacked them. The individuals accompanying Yamamoto Mirai captured Wang Jinjin, and fearing she would discover his zombie identity, Kuang Tianyu refrained from using his full strength. This allowed Yamamoto Mirai to seize the moment and swiftly escape with Wang Jinjin. After pursuing them for a while, they found themselves in a desolate mountain area, where Yamamoto Kazuo awaited Kuang Tianyu. "We are alike. Your blood can make me stronger, so do contribute it willingly," Yamamoto Kazuo proclaimed arrogantly. "You Japanese scoundrel, you couldn't defeat me before. And now you stand even less of a chance," Kuang Tianyu retorted as he lunged at Yamamoto Kazuo. A fierce battle ensued, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Soon, Yamamoto Mirai joined the fray, and with no other choice, Kuang Tianyu transformed. Yamamoto Kazuo also shifted forms, unleashing a malevolent aura so potent that even Wu Xiaomu sensed it, contemplating, "What an overwhelming malevolence! Who is fighting over there?" Ma Shaoling, perceiving the aura, inquired of Wu Xiaomu, "Master, who is battling over there?" The malevolence is too intense. Should we not go and investigate? We must certainly check it out. It could be Kuang Tianyu under attack. We need to hasten. Ma Dana and Xiao Shu also prepared to advance, but Wu Xiaomu halted them. Focus on your cultivation. Without the divine dragon, Ma Dana would be ineffective in battle, and Xiao Shu's skills are insufficient. Ma Xiaoling possesses the divine dragon and can hold her own, he stated, prompting the two to proceed. They quickly arrived at the battlefield, where they saw Kuang Tianyu transformed into a Xiaoling called to the heavens. The soldiers of battle gather before me, and vanquish the evil. A golden divine dragon soared from her being, heading straight for Yamamoto Mirai. Unable to withstand the divine dragon's might, Yamamoto Mirai and her companions were swiftly defeated. Wu Xiaomu observed the divine dragon with a sense of familiarity, and the dragon occasionally cast glances at him. Absent assistance from Yamamoto Mirai, the battle between Yamamoto Kazuo and Kuang Tianyu remained unresolved. You Japanese scoundrel, you can fight quite well. Let me shatter your body, Wu Xiaomu shouted. He seized Yamamoto Kazuo, instilling in him a sense of crisis, the first he had felt since becoming a zombie. Wu Xiaomu paid no mind to this, launching a relentless barrage of strikes that left Yamamoto Kazuo defenseless. Just as it seemed he would be defeated, Yamamoto Mirai self-destructed, saving her father. This allowed Yamamoto Kazuo to escape. And though Kuang Tianyu wished to pursue, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Where is Jinjin? I do not see her, Ma Xiaoling exclaimed. She was captured by Yamamoto Mirai. I fought Yamamoto Kazuo to save her. And now I have no idea where she is, Kuang Tianyu replied. Not waste time. If we cannot find Jinjin, I will not let this matter rest with you. Kuang Tianyu, Chapter 69. The furious Wu Xiaomu returns to heaven. As Yamamoto Kazuo fled, he did not forget to take Wang Jinjin with him, which alarmed both Ma Xiaoling and Kuang Tianyu, prompting them to hasten their pursuit. Wu Xiaomu, observing the direction in which Yamamoto Kazuo fled, wondered why this Japanese scoundrel was heading east. What could be occurring there? After contemplating, he could think of nothing but felt an unease brewing. Instead of following Ma Xiaoling and Kuang Tianyu, he returned to the Jia building. Upon his return, he encountered a ping. What have you been up to? Why have I not seen your mother these past few days? A ping, looking anxious, replied, My mother has been unwell and has been resting at home. Wu Xiaomu sensed a heavy aura of death surrounding a ping. Though a ping claimed all was well, he kindly advised, You carry a significant burden of death energy. It would be wise to refrain from going out to avoid harm. A ping smiled in acknowledgement and turned to head home. Kuang Tianyu found Wang Jinjin, injured, in a villa on the outskirts, while Yamamoto Kazuo had been overpowered by Ma Xiaoling's divine dragon and slain. This Japanese scoundrel has killed many in our country. Such a death is too lenient, Kuang Tianyu declared angrily. Supporting the frightened Wang Jinjin, Ma Xiaoling urged Kuang Tianyu to swiftly return to the Jia building. She too sensed something amiss and wished to confer with Wu Xiaomu as Kuang Tianyu and Ma Xiaoling escorted Wang Jinjin back to the Jia building. They felt the oppressive energy of death intensifying. Following this malevolent energy, they arrived at a ping's home. Why is there such a heavy death aura here? Has something happened to a ping? Ma Xiaoling inquired anxiously. I too sense a significant weight of death energy here. Such an aura suggests several days of death. Perhaps we should consult Wu Xiaomu to see if he knows anything, Kuang Tianyu suggested. Turning to leave, a Xiaoling wished to investigate further, but upon hearing Kuang Tianyu's words, decided to accompany him back. On their way, Ma Xiaoling ensured Wang Jinjin returned home safely. Ouyang Jia, noticing the unconscious Wang Jinjin, asked Xiaoling, What happened to Jinjin? Has something occurred? Auntie, she is fine. Jinjin merely fainted from fright. A little rest will revive her, Ma Xiaoling assured her. Ouyang Jia scrutinized Ma Xiaoling, but said nothing further, covering Wang Jinjin with a blanket. A Xiaoling hurried back, finding Wu Xiaomu, and stating, Master, a ping seems a bit off. The death energy there is quite heavy. I just saw a ping, who claimed all was well, so I did not think much of it. Have you discovered anything? Wu Xiaomu turned to Ma Xiaoling, asking, What did you observe? I noticed not only death energy, but also resentment in a ping's home. This could herald the emergence of a malevolent spirit, she replied. I share your concern, but after all, It is a Ping's home. Without his permission, we should not intrude recklessly, lest we cause misunderstanding, Kuang Tianyu added. Given the circumstances, we cannot afford to be cautious. If there is a malevolent spirit, a Ping could be in danger that we must act to save him, Wu Xiaomu asserted to Kuang Tianyu and Ma Shaoling. Without hesitation, they turned and made their way to a Ping's home. A Shaoling knocked on the door. Calling a Ping. Are you home? I have something to discuss with you. From within, a Ping's voice emerged. I am home. I am unwell. Wait until I recover before seeking you out. Please return for now. Kuang Tianyu was not one to be easily dissuaded. He charged straight in, and upon crossing the threshold, a foul stench assailed his senses, the unmistakable odor of decay. A Shaoling ventured deeper, but was halted by Aping, who resolutely barred her passage, with a swift motion. Kuang Tianyu shoved Aping aside. Once inside, they were met with the sight of Ping Ma in a state of decomposition. Aping attempted to push past, only to be restrained by Ma Shaoling, who demanded, How did Ping Ma die? Why won't you allow her to rest in peace? Your actions benefit neither her nor yourself. Weeping, Aping lamented, It is all my fault. My mother compelled me to frame you. But I refused, and in her recklessness, she met her end. I am not a good child. In that moment, the vengeful spirit of Ping Ma materialized, her gaze fixed malevolently upon Ma Shaoling and the others as she hissed. It is all you're doing. You have ruined my son's livelihood, and I shall demand your lives as retribution. With that, she lunged at them, but Ma Shaoling deftly subdued Ping Ma using her divine dragon, easily overpowering her and even arranging a proper funeral for Aping. Days passed, during which it felt as though nothing had transpired, yet an unsettling air lingered. Wu Xiaomu sensed a profound unease. Over the years, aside from the abdication of the human emperor, there had been little of note. But what was this new disturbance? Atop a towering edifice, the avatar of Luo, who was conspiring, plotting to realize his grand design. It is important to note that this was not the true Luo who, but a creation of Zhuan-Ti. Nearby, also upon the rooftop, were the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the human King Fuxi, the goddess Inhua, and the Queen Mother of the West, all deliberating on how to counter Wu Xiaomu. However, despite their lengthy discussions, no viable solution emerged. Perhaps we should allow Luo, who to implement his scheme, drawing Wu Xiaomu out, and then seize the opportunity to strike, thereby fulfilling our higher mandates, proposed Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Indeed, I have heard whispers that Wu Xiaomu, discontent with the absence of a human emperor, has fallen out with Jiangxia and has been relegated to the status of a land god. If Luo were to annihilate the human race in this realm, do you think the Earthwalker Sun would remain dormant? The false Hua chimed in with a grin. The heavenly Tao of this realm is under the aegis of the Buddhist sect, and as such, we should be safe, Ksitigarbha reassured the assembly. Meanwhile, in the Jejia building, Wu Xiaomu suddenly felt an overwhelming aura of annihilation permeating from all directions. This formidable energy of destruction spread rapidly, and its presence was palpable to Ma Shaoling, Ma Dana, Qiu Shu, and even Jiu. However, Kuang Tianyu, being a zombie, remained oblivious, observing the tension among the others. What is the matter? Why this expression of distress? Has something occurred? Wu Xiaomu inquired, casting a worried glance at Kuang Tianyu. I sense an immense force of destruction advancing towards us. We must halt it, lest this realm be obliterated. Is it truly so powerful, capable of annihilating our world? What should we do? Ma Shaoling asked anxiously. That we must trace the source of this destructive power, that it surpasses the golden immortal level and could potentially bring about our demise, and even obliterate the underworld here, Wu Xiaomu warned. The group hastily sought the origin of this malevolent force, quickly pinpointing a building from which the sinister energy emanated. We must hurry. Qiu Shu, go retrieve our master quickly. We cannot face them alone. Ma Shaoling urged urgently. Qiu Shu dashed off to fetch Wu Xiaomu, while Kuang Tianyu and the others, impatiently waiting, charged into the structure, only to be captured by Luo, who thwarted even Ma Shaoling's divine dragon. When Wu Xiaomu finally arrived, he found Kuang Tianyu sprawled on the ground, wounded, while Ma Shaoling lay gravely injured, and Ma Dana was gasping for breath against a wall. Who are you? Why have you attacked here? Wu Xiaomu demanded. Ah, so you are the Earthwalker's son. Surely you're not unfamiliar with Luo Hu. I'm a master of the demonic realm. Luo Hu. How dare you claim to be Luo Hu? What power do you possess? You are but a pawn of the Buddhist sect. Wu Xiaomu retorted defiantly. Just wait. I shall utilize the lives of these billions of humans to pave my path to ascendance. Ha! Upon hearing Luo Hu's intent to harm humanity, Wu Xiaomu could no longer contain his fury and charged at him. But his cultivation level was no match for Luo Hu, that he was swiftly brought to his knees. Rage and helplessness swirled within Wu Xiaomu, and at that moment, Zhuan Ti's seal shattered, causing Wu Xiaomu's power to surge. He ascended to the peak of the quasi-saint level, his overwhelming presence dispelling even Luo Hu's destructive force. Seeing no escape, Luo Hu hesitated, while the gods watching from afar dared not intervene, fearing the wrath of Wu Xiaomu. Under his relentless assault, Luo Hu was reduced to nothing in a flash. Wu Xiaomu appeared beside the gods, delivering a flurry of blows until none remained as he departed. The world seemed to reject Wu Xiaomu, yet he took a moment to restore Kuang Tianyou's physical form and bestowed upon him a celestial pill, elevating him to the golden core stage. Each of you shall receive a pill to enhance your cultivation. This realm is devoid of gods now. You must live well here. When the time comes for ascension, I will be there to welcome you, he declared before being sent away by the realm. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the heavenly court. What a delight! Zhuan Ti, wait for me. I may not be able to best you, but I shall not shy away from confronting your Buddhist sect. Finally returned, Wu Xiaomu contemplated reporting to the Jade Emperor before taking on the Buddhist sect. On his journey, he encountered no familiar deities until he reached the southern heavenly gate, where he was halted by the heavenly guards. State your business. This is the heavenly court, and you cannot enter without prior notice. You must return, one guard insisted. What? Are you new here? Do you not recognize me? Who is in charge here? Let them come speak with me, Wu Xiaomu demanded. The guards, perceiving the gravity of his presence, reported to Neza, who, feeling rather bored, was eager for some excitement. 3 Princes, a child wishes to enter the heavenly palace and demands to speak with you. It seems he has some significance. Perhaps you should entertain him. One guard suggested. What audacious deity dares to intrude upon the heavenly palace? Watch as I teach him a lesson, Neza exclaimed with a grin. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback. Why, it's the long-lost Earthwalker's son. I thought you were done for, tricked by Zhuan Ti. Yet, here you are again. The Buddhist sect is bound to face calamity. Well met. It is a long tale. Zhuan Ti imprisoned me in his little world and sealed my powers. Had I not suddenly broken free, I would have perished at the hands of the deities residing there. I see. The Jade Emperor Haoyan Mirror could not find you, and we feared you had perished. My second brother and I searched for you multiple times, but to no avail. Your disciple, the 8th Prince Ao Chun, was ambushed by the Buddhist sect while seeking you, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Chenxiang ventured out to find you, but has yet to return. You must take action against the Buddhist sect now that you have returned. They've become increasingly arrogant since your suppression. Indeed, they will soon learn that our sect is not to be trifled with. Let us summon Yang Jian and pay them a visit. Wu Xiaomu replied with a mischievous grin. You should pay a visit to the Jade Emperor first. We cannot be certain of your next destination. Neza advised, anywhere is fine, as long as I can strike at the Buddhist sect and vex them. Wu Xiaomu shrugged nonchalantly. Neza relayed a few words to the guards, who then saluted Wu Xiaomu and permitted him entry. Upon reaching the Lingxiao treasure hall, Wu Xiaomu approached the Jade Emperor and bowed respectfully, saying, I pay my respect to my esteemed granduncle. I have returned. The Jade Emperor smiled warmly at Wu Xiaomu, saying, You have endured much hardship. The positions in the heavenly court are now full, and I will have the tie by star observed before notifying you of your assignment. Thank you, esteemed granduncle. I shall seek out Neza and the others. Wu Xiaomu replied before exiting the hall. He found Neza on duty, awaiting a shift change. After a brief wait, the 4 heavenly kings arrived to relieve Neza. Together, Neza and Wu Xiaomu headed to Guanjinku to seek out Yang Jian. Upon arrival at Yang Jian's abode, they were greeted by the howling celestial dog, who watched them curiously. "Where is your master?" "Hurry, summon my second brother," Neza urged, "and my master is out and has been for an entire day. He should return shortly. Would you care to wait?" The howling celestial dog replied. "Since we have some time to spare, why not venture out and see if we can encounter any disciples of the Buddhist sect? It would be a fine opportunity to vent your frustrations," Neza suggested with a chuckle. Wu Xiaomu pondered. "What are the chances of encountering disciples of the Buddhist sect? Surely they are scarce." On the contrary, the Buddhist sect is thriving, filled with followers. They are nearly pushing us out. Then let us venture forth and provide the Buddhist sect a taste of true compassion," Wu Xiaomu exclaimed with a laugh. As they proceeded, they unexpectedly encountered the 18 arhats, though their purpose remained unclear. Neza promptly obstructed their path. The 18 arhats, desiring to engage in reasoning, were disheartened upon noticing the earth spirit nearby. The dragon subduing arhat pondered to himself, "What misfortune to encounter this individual! How can I avoid a beating?" Regardless, he approached with a smile and inquired politely, "Ah, the earth god is here as well. Where are you two mighty deities heading? Shall this humble spirit guide you?" As they say, one does not strike a smiling face. This display left Wu Xiaomu feeling quite awkward. However, Neza held a different sentiment. He stepped forward and declared, "How dare you smile at us? This is an affront." He then unleashed his fury upon the 18 arhats, proving himself to be the quintessential rebellious spirit. With reasoning that was truly unparalleled, Wu Xiaomu joined in the fray, relishing the excitement. And soon the 18 arhats, battered and bruised, retreated in silence. Neza exclaimed, "Was that not exhilarating? This group of arhats dared to smile at us, showing utter contempt. They deserved the beating they received." Indeed, it was quite satisfying. After all these years, such a release felt wonderful. Let us return and see if Yang Jian has returned. We shall seek trouble with the Buddhist sect together. The two swiftly made their way back to Yang Jian's residence. Where they found him just returning, he spotted the earth spirit and seized him, demanding, "Have you seen Chenxiang? He has been searching for you for several centuries and has yet to return." "I have not encountered Chenxiang. I have only just escaped my own predicaments that I came to seek your assistance in confronting the Buddhist sect. Are you brave enough to join us?" "Of course. How could the illustrious Erlang Shun Yang Jian miss out on such an affair? I have heard that Mithra Buddha is holding a Buddhist assembly. We should attend and simultaneously search for Chenxiang." With that, they set off to Mithra Buddha's assembly, arriving at Shiwido Mountain, the very place where Mithra attained Buddhahood, that a multitude of devotees had gathered, and Mithra was at the center, extolling the virtues of Mahayana Buddhism. Neza stepped forward and demanded, "Mithra Buddha, we have received complaints that your gathering is disturbing the peace. You are responsible for this. Disperse at once." Yang Jian added, "I am the judicial deity of the heavenly court. If you do not disperse immediately, we shall not hold back." The previously jovial Mithra's demeanor darkened as he retorted loudly, "I am in my own sacred space, propagating the Dharma. What concern is it of the heavenly court? You should return whence you came. Out of compassion, I shall not pursue this matter further." Wu Xiaomu stepped forward with a grin and addressed Yang Jian, "Judicial deity, did I err in my statement? This raucous crowd has made it impossible for me to sleep. Hurry and expel them." Mithra was taken aback upon seeing Wu Xiaomu, reflecting, "Isn't this deity supposed to be suppressed by the saint of the primordial purity? When was he released? And now he appears without a word. If the earth spirit were to strike me in my own domain, how could I maintain any dignity while teaching the Dharma to my followers?" He smiled at Wu Xiaomu and said, "When did the earth god return? My apologies for disturbing your slumber. We shall disperse at once." With that, he urged the devotees to leave. Mithra attempted to flee, but was intercepted by Neza. Yang Jian charged in, and upon noticing Mithra's intent to escape, Wu Xiaomu pursued and struck him, nearly bringing Mithra to tears. "Must you strike me in the face?" In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor heard the report from the celestial soldiers regarding the earth spirit. Neza and Yang Jian causing trouble at the Buddhist sect, and, with a chuckle, asked, "Is there a suitable position for Tai Bai Jinxing? Expedite his appointment. Your Majesty, there is still a position for a land deity on a certain island in the sea." Perhaps we could assign the Earth Spirit there? The Jade Emperor wished to assign the Earth Spirit some duties, lest he continue to wreak havoc in the heavenly court. In Chapter 71, they journeyed to Meizhou Island to become the land deity. After thrashing Mithria, the trio was eager to unwind and retreated to a tavern in the mortal realm for some drinks, contemplating whom to trouble next. This predicament had Tai Bai Jinxing in a frenzy. As he could not report back without locating the Earth Spirit in a quaint tavern, Wu Xiaomu ordered several dishes and a few jugs of wine. While they feasted, he proposed, "Who shall we target next? This is exhilarating. Perhaps we should visit the South Sea and seek out Guanyin Bodhisattva." Neza chuckled. "Are you eager to give your elder brother a beating?" "How did you know?" Neza replied. "I didn't even mention it. I merely wish to add some trouble for the Buddhist sect." "Fine. Let us heed Neza's suggestion. We shall head to the South Sea shortly to confront the Sihong. She has been mocking me in the small world. When we meet, do not hold back. Strike first and flee afterward." Wu Xiaomu mischievously replied. "Shall we beat everyone? Leave no one unscathed?" Neza lamented. Yang Jian patted Neza, smiling. "Indeed, strike everyone you see. Spare no one," after satisfying their appetites. The trio set off for the South Sea. Meanwhile, Guanyin Bodhisattva felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. After attempting to divine the cause, she found nothing amiss. "What is wrong with me? I feel something is afoot. Yet I cannot discern what it is. Perhaps I have been overexerting myself in my cultivation, that I shall take a stroll when the opportunity arises." While she contemplated, she heard commotion outside. Recognizing was the guards at the entrance. She thought, "What is happening? Are they so reckless as to make such a racket?" Just as she was about to investigate, a figure appeared, Mu Jia, battered and bruised. Enraged, Guanyin shouted, "Who dares to wreak havoc in my South Sea?" No sooner had she spoken than another figure entered, revealing it to be the Dragon Lady. "Who lacks humanity enough to strike such a lovely maiden?" The Dragon Lady reported, "Neza, the Earth Spirit, and Yang Jian have entered, striking without a word, and even attacking the fish in your pond. You must intervene." "What?" "Neza, Yang Jian, and the Earth Spirit are together. Neza and Yang Jian I can handle, but that Earth Spirit is too stubborn. Perhaps I should flee." Just as she contemplated escape, she was ensnared by the Earth Spirit's binding rope, rendering her unable to escape. As the three approached, they unleashed a torrent of strikes upon her. Without any hesitation, they finished their attack, and the Earth Spirit retracted the binding rope without a second thought, fleeing at great speed. Guanyin, still reeling from the assault, called after them in anger, "You shall not get away. I will have my revenge." Having suffered their blows, she dared not pursue. Feeling utterly vexed, the entire South Sea was shrouded in gloom. Meanwhile, the trio, laughing as they ran, were soon confronted by the ever-determined Tai Bai Jinxing, who relayed the Jade Emperor's decree. The Earth Spirit is to be appointed to Meizhou Island as the land deity, to serve the local populace. What sort of place is Meizhou Island? Wu Xiaomu inquired of Yang Jian. "I have no idea," he replied, turning to Neza. "I know." Neza exclaimed, "It was once a desolate island, uninhabited, but over time, fishermen began to settle there. I have heard it is quite the enjoyable place. You should go. When time permits, I shall visit you. My disciple's territory. It will be a fine opportunity to seek out Ao Chun, who was suppressed by the saint of primordial purity. I wonder where he has gone." The group then parted ways, with Neza returning to the heavenly court and Yang Jian heading back. Wu Xiaomu also set off for his new post on Meizhou Island. Upon arriving, Wu Xiaomu searched thoroughly, but found no land deity shrine, though he did come across an impressively grand Dragon King temple. Feeling a twinge of envy, he sought out his own land deity shrine and, after a lengthy search, finally discovered it in a thicket overgrown with weeds. What an insult to the gods! Why is the Dragon King temple so magnificent while my shrine is on the verge of collapse? As he spoke, the shrine indeed began to crumble. Now I have nowhere to rest. Very well, I shall repair it myself. Wu Xiaomu pulled up the weeds and attempted to restore the shrine with the stones at hand. A passing woman remarked, "Where are you from, child? Why are you repairing the land deity shrine?" "We are by the sea, praying to the Dragon King for favorable weather. Praying to the land deity is futile." Wu Xiaomu was infuriated. "What do you mean futile? Am I not here? I shall not stoop to her level." he thought. When the woman saw he was ignoring her, she walked away, muttering, "Is this child ill? They say it's unnecessary to repair it. Yet here he is, truly mad." Finally, having restored the land deity shrine, Wu Xiaomu clapped his hands in satisfaction, declaring done, now to sleep. After all, no one comes to offer incense. Villagers returning from fishing noticed the shrine had been repaired, filling them with wonder, though none spoke of it before returning home. Only the Jade Emperor, Taibai Jinxing, Neza, and Yang Jian knew of the Earth Spirit's arrival on Meizhou Island. Days passed swiftly, and after a nap, Wu Xiaomu awoke to find his shrine overrun with weeds once more. These people are truly insufferable. Am I not a proper deity? If they won't offer incense, at least they could pull the weeds. Once again, he set to work, uprooting the weeds before returning to sleep. Soon, word spread through the village that the land deity could pull weeds all by himself. At that moment, a woman spoke to the crowd. Not long ago, I saw a child pulling weeds from the land deity's shrine and repairing it, but I have not seen him since. That I suspect it was indeed that child who did it. Upon hearing this, the crowd acknowledged that there was indeed another child and understood that the weeds had not been pulled by the earth god on its own. They each returned to their homes. Lin Yuan went home and recounted the strange events of the day to his family. Little Lin Emonyang listened with great interest, but her family, being devout Buddhists, paid little attention to the earth god. It was not until several years later, when Lin Emonyang encountered magical powers, taught to her by the barefoot immortal, that she began to grasp the essence of Taoism that in the blink of a few years. Little Emonyang had grown up, and upon returning from the sea, she had rescued a girl whose parents had fallen into the ocean. Seeing her plight, Lin Emonyang took her in. Gui Hua had also heard about the earth god pulling weeds by itself and was curious. Coming from the mainland, she was inclined to believe in the earth god. After observing for several days, she saw no evidence of the earth god pulling weeds and thus gave up. Was Lin Emonyang out saving people again? Gui Hua approached the earth god's shrine, sincerely lit an incense stick, and prayed, "Earth god, please protect Emonyang and ensure her safe return. I bow to you." In Chapter 72, Encountering Danger at Sea. Taking action to save. What is happening today? I have been here for several years, and no one has come to pray me. This young girl seems to be a stranger. Otherwise, why would she seek my assistance? Wu Xiaomu quietly observed Gui Hua as she formally bowed before the earth god. In her heart, Gui Hua thought, "Earth god, Sister Emonyang is a good person. She saved me from a sea. Please ensure her safe return." The name Emonyang sounded so familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Regardless, it had been years since anyone had come here. She could not disappoint this rare visitor. No matter what, she would go to the sea to ensure Sister Emonyang's safe return. Transforming into a gentle breeze, she soared over the ocean, because Lin Emonyang's cultivation was still lacking. Each time she went to rescue someone, she would fall asleep and use the soul separation technique to fly out and save them. Wu Xiaomu followed Lin Emonyang and spotted several fishing boats far out at sea being battered by waves and on the verge of capsizing. Lin Emonyang employed her magical powers to stabilize the boats, and Wu Xiaomu discerned a water demon stirring up the waves, making them grow larger. Lin Emonyang also noticed the water demon and shouted, "Water demon, how dare you harm my fishermen?" Yet, she was no match for the water demon. The Wu Xiaomu, motivated by Gui Hua's prayer for Emonyang's protection, had no intention of confronting the water demon. He merely wished for Emonyang to be unharmed. The water demon cast a spell at Lin Emonyang, sending waves crashing towards her, but she managed to evade them and exchange blows with the water demon for a few rounds. Unfortunately, she was soon subdued by the water demon. Wu Xiaomu, witnessing this, exerted his pressure to subdue the water demon. As Lin Emonyang observed the now motionless water demon, she seized the opportunity to flee. Taking several fishing boats with her, suddenly 2 fish demons appeared, attacking Lin Emonyang. With no other options, Wu Xiaomu revealed himself. Looking at these minor demons, he hesitated to strike, as they were so weak that he could defeat them without using any magical powers. The water demon and fish demons, seeing Wu Xiaomu's sudden appearance, laughed and said, "This is the Dragon Palace's affair. Outsiders should not interfere, lest the Dragon Palace take action against you." Hearing the fish demon's words, Wu Xiaomu regarded them with a look of incredulity, thinking, what is wrong with the Dragon Palace? Can these minor demons truly represent it? How does Ao Guang discipline his subordinates? He replied with a smile. I am the Earth God of Meizhou Island. Someone prayed to me to protect Lin and Monyang, so you cannot harm her. The fish demon chuckled. You, a mere Earth God, dare to challenge us from the Dragon Palace? Are you not afraid of being obliterated? Did the previous Earth Gods not warn you to steer clear of Dragon Palace matters? How dare a puny fish demon speak to me like this? If it were not for Ao Chun's favor, you would have perished long ago. Depart quickly while I am still in a good mood, or you shall not leave at all. The water demon interjected. Despite what Jiazhua says, this is still an Earth God, a legitimate deity from the heavenly court. I think we should let this go. But what about the prince? If we fail our mission, we shall face the consequences upon our return. Jiazhua mumbled. That is better than losing our lives. I think we should heed Yin Gong's advice. Let us withdraw. Jiayu agreed with Jiazhua. Lin Monyang pondered. The Earth God of Meizhou Island? How come I have never heard of it? There used to be a shrine there, but no one believed in it. Who prayed for it? While she was lost in thought, the water demon and fish demons departed. Lin Monyang approached the Earth God and asked, Are you truly the Earth God from our land? Why have I never heard of you all these years? What is there to hear? Since I arrived here, the shrine has collapsed, overrun with weeds. I have had to repair the shrine and pull the weeds myself, leaving me no time to concern myself with you. Wu Xiaomu angrily replied. What? The villagers said that the child was you. It turns out the Earth God repaired the shrine and pulled the weeds himself. We thought it was a child from outside. Never mind. I will not hold this against you. If it were not for Gei Hua asking me to protect you, I would still be sleeping in the shrine. Hurry back. Your soul cannot leave your body for too long, or you will truly perish. Lin Monyang expressed her gratitude to the Earth God, saying, I shall return at once. Upon my return, I will surely come to offer incense. With that, she took the fishing boats back, and Wu Xiaomu also returned home to the Dragon Palace. Yin Gong reported to the fish demons, stating, We were so close to success, but then a land god suddenly intervened and saved Lin and Monyang. We cannot be blamed for this. Yi, upon hearing that it was a land god, angrily inquired, Did you not mention that this was a matter concerning the Dragon Palace? How dare this land god interfere in Dragon Palace affairs? We shall make him pay when the opportunity arises. But it seems he has no fear of the Dragon Palace, and even threatened us, saying that if we did not leave, he would kill us. We had no choice but to retreat, Jiayu innocently explained. You bunch of useless fools. You cannot even handle such a simple matter. What use are you to me? By the way, do you have any news regarding Bayan? Yi inquired as he lounged in his chair. Not yet. Since the fourth prince fled, we have been unable to locate him. We do not even know where he is hiding. Our subordinates are urgently searching. They replied. Then you should hurry and find him. When the opportunity arises, kill Lin and Monyang. We must also find Bayan. I cannot rest easy until he is found. After they left, Yi contemplated. How dare a land god challenge us from the Dragon Palace? Such audacity! If it were not for Father S.'s strict governance these days, I would certainly confront this land god. Upon returning home, Lin and Monyang awoke and said to Gei Hua, Thank you, Gei Hua. If it were not for you, I might not have returned. Gei Hua was bewildered, asking, What? What did I do? Why is Sister Monyang thanking me? Did you pray at the shrine for the Earth God to protect me? Yes, we all believe in the Earth God, and he is indeed powerful. Sister Monyang, could it be that the Earth God saved you? Indeed, I was besieged by the water demon and fish demon, and just as I was about to be defeated, the Earth God appeared and frightened the sea demons away. He said you were the one who prayed for my safety. The Earth God truly manifested. Sister Monyang, let us go to the shrine to thank the Earth God. We must indeed go along with father, mother, and sister. We must show our sincerity and our gratitude to the Earth God. Wonderful. When shall we go? I will first inform father and let him decide. We shall go whenever he says. After exiting, Lin and Monyang sought out her father and recounted how the Earth God had saved her, mentioning that the Earth God had repaired the shrine and pulled the weeds himself. Their family resolved to visit the Earth God the following day to express their gratitude, and also called back her married sister and brother-in-law, to join them. In Chapter 72, Yazi's revenge and rescuing by the Lin family busily prepared for their visit to the Earth God's shrine the next day. A passerby approached Emonyang and asked, Emonyang, what are you and your family so busy with? Auntie, we are preparing to visit the Earth God to thank him for saving me. Emonyang, your abilities are remarkable. Who could have ensnared you? And was it truly the Earth God who saved you? I have never seen the Earth God manifest in all my years. Yes, it is true that we all believe in the Earth God. He is indeed powerful. As she spoke, she smiled and walked away. Left behind, Emonyang turned to see her sister and brother-in-law returning. She rushed over, saying, Sister, you're back, and brother-in-law is with you. Father will surely be delighted. Hurry inside. Sister, why has father summoned us back in such haste? I went to sea to rescue someone and was entangled by a water demon and fish demon. I was nearly killed, but the Earth God of this land saved me. Therefore, tomorrow father will take the whole family to the shrine to offer thanks, Lin Emonyang joyfully explained. Wang Xiaofan, who had already been transformed by the water demon, thought to himself, it is all because of this land god that Lin Emonyang is alive. I must inform the prince and prepare to teach this land god a lesson tomorrow. Then, Emonyang, I shall leave Miaozhu here. I will return early tomorrow morning, he said. Miaozhu, you stay here with your family. I will come to fetch you home tomorrow. Lin Miaozhu was aware that Wang Xiaofan was a demon, but was treated well and said nothing, fearing that the Earth God would discover his true identity. She turned and followed Emonyang back inside. Yin Gong chuckled to himself, thinking, just wait, tomorrow, let us see what this land god will do. I should report this first. As I turned around, I beheld a familiar figure. Although the appearance was not quite right, the aura of dragon energy emanating from him was unmistakable. Lord Yin smiled and took flight, intending to visit the Dragon Palace to seek an audience with the second prince, urging him to address the troubles caused by the land deity. After all, the land deity is a legitimate deity, with at least the cultivation level of an earth immortal, whereas they were merely unaccomplished demons. Such a confrontation was implausible. However, the second prince was another matter entirely. He stood at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. It was he who had previously frightened the land deity away. The same could be expected this time. Upon arriving at the Dragon Palace and finding the second prince, he addressed him, Your Highness, tomorrow the Lin family intends to pay their respects to the land deity. Should we not go and witness the proceedings? Is that so? The second prince replied that a mere land deity dares to challenge my Dragon Palace. How audacious! I shall pay him a visit tomorrow and intimidate him. Though I mustn't go too far. If he were to report this to the heavenly court and my father were to find out, I would surely face his wrath. Indeed, your highness is most considerate. I shall take my leave now, Lord Yin said, stepping out. Upon exiting, he encountered Jiazhua and Jiayu, but chose to ignore them and departed. Lord Yin refrained from mentioning the figure resembling Bayan to the second prince, as he wished to confirm his suspicions before informing him. Thus, he proceeded to investigate further. Arriving at Yang Shengxuan's residence, he found the fourth prince asleep. Upon confirming that it was indeed Bayan, he decided to wait until tomorrow to inform the second prince, allowing him to decide on the appropriate course of action. The following morning, the Lin family prepared to visit the land temple to express their gratitude to the land deity, bringing along offerings. The fishermen, having heard the news, joined in, eager to see if the long-abandoned land temple truly harbored any divine presence. The throng of people made their way to the land temple, and upon witnessing the crowd, Wu Xiaomu feared that they intended to demolish his shrine. He contemplated fleeing, lest he lose face in front of the deities. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he realized that a demolition accompanied by offerings seemed rather odd. Just then, Lin's father arrived at the temple. Lighting incense and setting out the offerings, he knelt before the shrine and proclaimed, I thank the land deity for saving my daughter's life. I have brought my family to express our gratitude. With that, he led the Lin family in bowing down in reverence. Yang Shengxuan's father questioned, Do you truly believe in this land deity? For years, we have seen no blessings from him. Were it not for Emonyang's timely interventions every time we ventured to sea, I would argue that we ought to worship her instead. The crowd murmured in agreement, recalling how they had narrowly escaped peril at sea thanks to Amon Yang's aid. Wu Xiaomu, listening to their remarks, felt no need to counter them. It was indeed true that without Lin Amon Yang, they would have faced danger. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to speak up lest they think the land deity was ineffectual. Just as he was about to do so, dark clouds gathered overhead, and a bolt of lightning struck near the temple, causing the crowd to flee in terror. Lin Amon Yang sensed the overwhelming power and realized that only her master could withstand it. She was powerless. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the temple, soaring toward the dark clouds, which quickly dispersed. Yaji stood upon the clouds, contemplating the land temple. Is this truly a land deity? Such power is nearing the level of a profound immortal. No wonder he dares to oppose the Dragon Palace. He possesses some cultivation. Yet he could not allow this to stand. He descended, preparing to attack the temple, but was met by a barrier that thwarted his efforts. What? My attack was blocked. How can this be? What level of cultivation does this land deity possess? He realized that his actions could not reach the heavenly court and decided to retreat. The crowd, witnessing the dispersal of the storm, began to believe in the presence of the land deity. Kneeling in worship before the shrine, as the second prince prepared to leave, Lord Yin interjected, "Your Highness, do you not see who lurks yonder?" Yaji turned to see Bayan hiding nearby. Although his form had changed, the aura of dragon energy remained unchanged. To think I would find you here without searching far and wide. Come, let us seek out the fourth prince. In no time, they surrounded Bayan, who was still recovering from his injuries sustained in the temple. Unable to fight back or escape, he found himself cornered. Just then, Yang's father, returning from offering incense, knelt before the land temple and pleaded frantically. "Land deity, please show your power. Quickly save my son, who is entangled with demons. If you delay, he may perish." Upon hearing this, Amon Yang hurried to find Yang Shangquan, aware that he was no match for Lord Yin, and certainly not for Yaji. Nevertheless, she pressed on. Wu Xiaomu, having witnessed the scene, used his invisibility to follow her. With his level of cultivation, he could remain undetected unless confronted by a sage. "What do you intend to do with Shangquan?" "Release him at once. Otherwise, when my master arrives, you shall all face dire consequences." Amon Yang cried out anxiously. "Ha! Even Lin Amon Yang has come. We shall slay her together. Even if Xiantan arrives, you will still perish." Yang Shangquan shielded Amon Yang, shouting, "Yaji, do not kill me. Let her go, and I will accompany you willingly to Bayan. Even in your current state, you still wish to protect her. You shall all die here. None can save you. By the time Xiantan learns of this, we will have already returned to the sea. May I interject?" Wu Xiaomu chimed in with a grin that I am. After all, the land deity here, is it truly appropriate to kill before me? Suddenly, Neza and Yang Jin arrived, driving Yaji back. Yaji glared at the land deity, arrogantly demanding, "So you are the land deity who dares to oppose the Dragon Palace? I had not sought you out. Yet you present yourself before me. Do you not recognize me? Even Ao Guang dares not speak so defiantly in my presence. Who bestowed upon you such audacity?" Wu Xiaomu replied with a mischievous smile. "How dare you speak of my father in such a manner? Do you seek war with the Dragon Palace?" Yaji glared at Wu Xiaomu in fury. Onyang speaks the truth. It is this band of demons that has continually harmed the fishermen at sea. Yaji scrutinized Wu Xiaomu, pondering, though he could not recall where he had encountered this land deity. However, he sensed familiarity that it was understandable. When the Dragon Palace was attacked, O Guang had ordered them to retreat, leaving only Ao Chun and himself to face the demons. Thus, they had never met Wu Xiaomu. Regardless, Ao Chun was also of the East Sea Dragon Palace. He could not bear to harm him. Therefore, Wu Xiaomu refrained from attacking, hoping they would withdraw on their own. Yaji regarded the land deity, realizing he was no simple foe, one even his father recognized. Perhaps it would be prudent to let this opportunity pass and seek another chance to eliminate them. Yet, the prospect of relinquishing such a favorable opportunity left him unsatisfied at that moment. The clam's spirit sneered. "What? Are you not afraid of us flooding Meizhou Island? You would do well to surrender her. Otherwise, our East Sea's shrimp and crab soldiers will descend upon you, and it will be too late for regrets. You are truly despicable to kill me without regard for these innocent people." I will go with you, but spare Mo Nyang and the others. Otherwise, I shall fight to the death. Bayan declared furiously. Fourth Prince, what right do you have to make such demands? You cannot even protect yourself. Let alone them. Jiazhua and Jiayu laughed derisively. You demons were my master here. You would surely be slain. And Mo Nyang retorted angrily. Have you forgotten about me? I am still here. Yaji, what is your decision? Will you leave or stay? I grant you this time to choose. You land deity, how dare you speak to us like that? Were you not a legitimate deity of the heavenly court, you would have perished long ago. The clam spirit cooed seductively. Yaji, glancing between Wu Xiaomu and Bayan, ultimately made his decision. Today, I shall slay you all. When the higher-ups arrive, I will place the blame on Bayan and the land deity. You shall all perish. Bayan, if you join me, I may spare your life. Do you think I have grown feeble, or that I cannot wield a blade? You are overestimating your worth, and you will regret this. Choose your demise. I shall grant you this pleasure. Wu Xiaomu seethed with rage. Unyang silently prayed. Master, please come quickly. Otherwise, I may never see the light of day again. Just as he was about to strike Yaji, she sensed a familiar presence in the heavens. It was Neza and Yang Jian. Why had these two arrived, and why were they merely observing from above? Neza turned to Yang Jian, asking, Brother, do you think the Earthwalker will slay Yaji? I doubt it. Based on my knowledge of him, he would not kill Yaji, but rather incapacitate him. Not forget about Ao Chan. He must maintain some semblance of respect for him. Yes, they spoke. The barefoot immortal rushed in. Where have you been, barefoot immortal? Neza inquired. Why are you here with the third prince and the god of justice? I received a signal from my disciple and sensed her peril. So I rushed here. What brings you both here? Yang Jian pointed downward. Look there. The Earthwalker is quite audacious. Lin and Mo Nyang is safe, and it appears Yaji's end is near. Should we notify the Dragon King of the East Sea? Neza chuckled. I do not think that is necessary. If the Dragon King arrived, what could he say? I believe you should return, barefoot immortal, my brother, and I shall descend shortly. Yaji may not recognize the Earthwalker, but he recognizes me. After all, I have been rather kind to the Dragon Palace in the past. The barefoot immortal contemplated. The Dragon King of the East Sea is doomed. What sort of company is this? You once flayed his son alive. Wouldn't that terrify Yazi to death? Then I shall return. You must protect my apprentice, for he is the sea god desired by the Jade Emperor. Understood, second brother. Do you think we should descend now, or wait a while? Neza inquired with a smile that I believe we should go down at once. Tu Xing Sun has long since detected our presence. If we delay, who knows what that rascal might do? Two beams of golden light descended, and upon seeing this, Yazi exclaimed, Isn't that Neza? What brings him here? Wu Xiaomu looked at the two and remarked, Aren't you weary from watching the spectacle above? Wouldn't it be simpler to come down sooner? We saw Lin Monyang's master up there. He had matters to attend to, which is why we descended. Even if we hadn't, wouldn't you have been able to handle it? Yang Jian replied with a smile. Everyone thought, Who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Wait a moment. The second prince's gaze is different, and so is Bayan's. They seem to fear these two deities. Neza grinned at Tu Xing Sun and asked, Would you like a belt? There are two here just right for you, and second brother. Is that agreeable? Yazi spoke in fear. No, third prince, why are you here in the EC instead of the heavenly court? The crowd wondered, Who is the third prince? Is he also a prince of the Dragon Palace? Do I need to inform you if I go there? Are you trying to meddle in my affairs? Neza responded with a smile. No, the third prince can go wherever he pleases. We have our own matters. Otherwise, we would take our leave. That Bayan was still intent on confronting Neza, but upon seeing Yazi's demeanor, he angrily said, Second brother, are you truly this cowardly? He killed third brother. Today is the perfect opportunity for revenge. Yang Jian chuckled. Revenge? Do you think you can manage it? Don't forget, we two are also here. Even if Ao Guang were to come, he might very well be frightened away. And who are you? Why do you involve yourself in my vendetta against Neza? Bayan retorted angrily. Yazi glanced at Yang Jian, equally curious about his identity. You know, the judicial deity of heaven. This is the judicial deity of heaven, Yang Jian. With no further options, Yazi fled with his subordinates. They chose not to pursue, merely gazing at Bayan. Neza remarked. If you still wish for revenge, you must first heal your wounds and elevate your cultivation. I am not in haste. I shall await your readiness. Lin Monyang finally grasped the situation and asked, Are you deities from above? Have you seen my master? Is he also a deity from the heavens? Neza remained silent, while Yang Jian addressed Lin Monyang. Yes, we are deities. Your master has requested not to be mentioned. But he has always been concerned for you. Now, my fellow brothers and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Chapter 75. See God Mazu takes her position. The three returned to Wu Xiaomu's Earth Temple. Neza cheerfully inquired, Why not teach that Yazi a lesson? Just seeing him makes me furious. When I visited the East Sea Dragon Palace years ago, he didn't even dare to speak. Now look at how he acts. As if he were the supreme ruler. Neza mused. After all, he is the brother of Ao Chun, who is yet to be found. If I were to strike down his brother, would that not be problematic? Wu Xiaomu replied, Indeed, after all, Ao Chun is missing in his quest to find you. Yang Jin chimed in, What brings you here this time? You're not on duty in the heavenly court, and if the Jade Emperor finds out, you'll be reprimanded. Wu Xiaomu questioned the two. Neza, with a hint of exasperation, explained, Boredom let us out for a bit of fun. We had no destination, so we decided to visit second brother, and then we conferred to come see you. In the Earth Temple, they were undisturbed. Neza had brought wine, while Yang Jian provided dishes. The three engaged in conversation and drinking. Monyang turned to Bayan and asked, You're not Sheng Quan, so who exactly are you? Where is Sheng Quan? Bayan sighed. Your Sheng Quan has perished. That day, while I was being pursued by Yazi and his crew, I witnessed the fallen Sheng Quan and took over his body to evade them. Subsequently, I returned home with Yang's father. I am Bayan, the fourth prince of the Dragon Palace. Monyang inquired, You are brothers. Why does Yazi wish to kill you? Bayan replied with a pained smile, Power has clouded Yazi's judgment, leading him to turn against our brotherhood, that we are helpless. Our father has scarcely attended to Dragon Palace affairs in recent years, leaving everything to Yazi. Perhaps we have become obstacles in his path, prompting him to seek our demise. Listening to Bayan, Monyang refrained from commenting, realizing it was a family matter of the Dragon Palace, and as an outsider, she had little to say. She returned home and chose not to inform her family about Yang Shangquan and Bayan, simply stating she was tired before resting. Hohat noticed Monyang was preoccupied, but refrained from following her, allowing Monyang some solitude, intending to speak with her later. Back in the Dragon Palace, Yazi's heart raced as he pondered. Thank the heavens I escaped quickly. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences. The clam spirit, observing Yazi's fear-stricken face, questioned, Who were they? Even you appeared terrified. Yazi recollected. At that time, you had yet to attain your spirit form. The child who spoke to me was none other than Neza, the one who killed Ao Bing, and standing beside him is the Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Their presence near the Earth Temple suggests that even this land deity is not to be trifled with. What? Neza and Yang Jian. They're not beings we mere monsters can confront. The other creatures felt relieved to have returned alive, their legs trembling in fear. Upon returning to the heavenly palace, the barefoot immortal reported to the Jade Emperor about Tu Xing Sun's activities in the East Sea. The Jade Emperor inquired, Isn't it better that Tu Xing Sun is there? Why not have him lead Lin Monyang to become the sea god directly? However, he continued, but the Buddhist sect has designated me as her master, assigning Guanyin Bodhisattva to guide her to become Mazu, the sea god. If Tu Xing Sun interferes with this matter, the Buddhist sect will surely raise a ruckus. The barefoot immortal responded helplessly. After pondering, the Jade Emperor instructed, You descend to inform Tu Xing Sun, conveying my decree to refrain from meddling. Once the sea god is established, I shall allow him to assume other responsibilities. The barefoot immortal accepted the task and descended. Transforming into Xiantong Taoist, he first found Monyang and imparted some cultivation techniques to her. Following that, he arrived before the Earth Temple. At that moment, Neza was still criticizing Li Jing. The barefoot immortal overheard this and found himself in a dilemma. Neither entering nor remaining outside seemed feasible. The people in the Earth Temple noticed him, and the barefoot immortal, feeling awkward, decided to enter. Addressing Tu Xing Sun, he said, Earthstar Lord, The heavenly court does not permit you to intervene in Monyang's affairs. So, it would be best if you abstain. Neza questioned, are we to simply watch her perish at the hands of monsters? What, then, is the purpose of our divinity? Wu Xiaomu and the others turned to the barefoot immortal, who felt embarrassed. Aside from being able to spar with Neza for several rounds, he knew he would be defeated by the others without a fight. This is the decree of the Jade Emperor. We are the righteous deities of the heavenly court, and the Jade Emperors will supersede all. Therefore, Earthstar Lord, you should heed the Jade Emperor's command. Very well. I shall comply with the Jade Emperor. I will not concern myself with Lin Monyang. However, should Yazi come to my territory to commit murder, I cannot allow him to escape unscathed. Wu Xiaomu chuckled, after exchanging a few more inconsequential words. The barefoot immortal departed, uncertain what else to say in the presence of the three. Once the barefoot immortal had left, Yang Jian remarked, it seems there are matters involving the Buddhist sect at play. Otherwise, why would they not allow Tu Xing Sun to directly escort Lin Monyang to divinity? They want her to perish first before ascending to godhood. It clearly bears the hallmarks of the Buddhist sect schemes. It appears our Jade Emperor has made some promises to the Buddhist sect. However, once the sea god takes her position, the Buddhist sect will undoubtedly send emissaries. If we feel vexed, we can simply confront them. It would feel quite satisfying, Neza said, animatedly gesturing to Yang Jian and Tu Xing Sun. Let us proceed with this plan. You need not return. Wait here, as it seems the time is near. What do you think the Buddhist sect will make of our presence? Who cares? Once the sea god is established, we shall confront them. I suspect they have many followers here. It would be quite entertaining to strike them down before their devotees, Neza exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yang Jian remained silent, but implicitly agreed with this course of action, aware of the grievances he bore against the Buddhist sect for past betrayals. Thus, months passed, with fishermen occasionally visiting the Earth Temple to pay their respects. While the three awaited the arrival of the Buddhist sect, one tranquil day, Lin Monyang received a distress signal from the sea while asleep and set out to provide aid, keeping her intentions to herself. She approached the ocean's surface, where the waters were tumultuous due to the monsters assaulting several small fishing boats. Without further ado, she engaged in battle with the sea creatures. The underwater monsters exchanged blows with Lin Monyang, and on several occasions, she narrowly escaped death. Ti home. Hohat noticed Monyang still asleep and initially paid no mind. However, after several hours passed without her waking, she realized Monyang had gone to rescue someone. She intended to seek out the earth deity when she fortuitously encountered Yang Shangquan and informed him of the situation. Yang Shangquan, in a state of urgency, flew off to rescue Lin Monyang. Startling Hohat, she had forgotten to look for the earth deity, her thoughts racing as she watched Yang Shangquan soar away. This Yang Shangquan is also a deity. It seems he possesses even greater abilities than Monyang. When the Bayan finally arrived, Lin Monyang had already fallen victim to the treachery of his Z and his subordinates, who had dragged her soul back with them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Monyang had met her demise at their hands. The entire Meizhou Island had gathered to pay their respects to Monyang. That night, Lin's father dreamt of Guanyin Bodhisattva, who proclaimed that by the following day, Lin Monyang would ascend to divinity. It was said that her selfless act of saving fishermen at sea had moved the heavens, thus granting her the status of a deity. Chapter 76. The arrival of Guanyin and the battle with the Tathagata Guanyin Bodhisattva was reluctant to go, having already suffered at the hands of Tu Xing Sun and Neza Yang Jian, who had invaded her home. However, there was no choice, as the Tathagata had commanded her to act. After some contemplation, she could devise no better plan than to summon the Bodhisattvas Wan Shu and Pu Xian to accompany her. Unaware that Tu Xing Sun was also present, she informed the Tathagata of her intentions, urging him to intervene if the opportunity arose, lest they suffer disgrace before the Buddhist community. The Tathagata agreed. Stealthily following behind, the previously overcast sky suddenly cleared, illuminating the hearts of the fishermen. In the heavens appeared Guanyin, Wan Shu, Pu Xian, and the barefoot immortal, all there to escort Lin Monyang to her divine ascension. Guanyin addressed Lin Monyang. Due to your noble deeds of saving lives at sea, you have moved the heavens. Henceforth, you shall join the ranks of the immortals achieving true divinity, and be enshrined as the sea goddess, overseeing the safety of vessels traversing the four seas. The barefoot immortal bellowed. Lin Monyang, awaken and accompany me to the heavenly court for your official induction. Lin Monyang opened her eyes and followed the barefoot immortal to the heavenly court. Meanwhile, the troublemaking trio had sprung into action. Observing that only Guanyin, Wenshu, and Puxian remained in the sky, Neza circled around to hide behind the clouds. Yang Jian also concealed himself on the right side of the cloud, waiting for Tu Xing Sun to make his move. Guanyin continued to convey the profound teachings of Buddhism, the heavens aglow with golden light, compelling all to kneel and listen. Seizing the moment, Wu Xiaomu emerged, shouting at the sky, "Mere pretenders of the Buddhist law. Seeking to propagate your falsehoods on my territory? I see you desire a confrontation." From his hiding place, Yizi observed the confrontation, thinking to himself, "This land deity is finished. Guanyin will surely subdue him." "Who could possibly protect you now?" Lin Monyang. Upon hearing Wu Xiaomu's voice, Guanyin felt a surge of anger and was about to respond when she caught sight of Wu Xiaomu, her heart sinking. She attempted to flee, but Wenshu and Puxian also sought to escape, only to be encircled by the hidden Neza and Yang Jian. A fierce battle ensued between the three and the three bodhisattvas, leaving the onlookers bewildered. When had the earth god become so formidable, daring to confront even the bodhisattvas? It seemed they were even gaining the upper hand, as the three mortals relentlessly pursued the bodhisattvas. Just as the barefoot immortal and Lin Monyang returned with their orders, they witnessed this astonishing scene. Lin Monyang turned to her master and asked, "Master, what is happening? Why would the earth god attack Guanyin Bodhisattva?" The barefoot immortal replied, "Is it not due to the grievances inflicted upon Tu Xing Sun by the Buddhist community? He has endured suppression by the Saint of Purity twice. Anyone would feel angered." "Who is the Saint of Purity? I have never heard of them," Lin Monyang exclaimed. "The Tathagata is the leader of the Buddhist realm, and the Saint of Purity is his protector. Do you understand?" "But Master, is the earth god not afraid of the Saint of Purity's return to suppress him again? Does he not have his own backing?" The inquisitive Lin Monyang pressed that of course he does. "The Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, and the Lord of the Cut Sect are all his allies, not to mention the Saint of the Human Sect. Now do you see why the earth god is unafraid? Such a powerful deity, why then is he still merely the earth god? With such formidable backing, he should have attained a higher status long ago." The barefoot immortal sighed. "It stems from the time of the investiture of the gods. Tu Xing Sun offended Jiangxia for the sake of the human race, which is why he was relegated to the position of earth god." Lin Monyang contemplated the earth god, realizing the human race also has deities to assist them. Yet they are far too few. Otherwise, the human race would not suffer at the hands of monsters. That I must support the human race. They shall not be bullied by beasts any longer. The beleaguered bodhisattvas, running in disarray, cried out to the heavens, "Tathagata, save us! If you do not intervene, we are doomed." Yizi trembled in fear, pondering, who are these beings? Guanyin, Wenshu, and Puxian are all mighty deities. To be pursued and attacked by the earth god feels as trivial as driving away an ant. Suddenly, a majestic figure emerged amidst the golden light. It was the Tathagata himself. Glimmering with radiance, he addressed Wu Xiaomu, "Tu Xing Sun, why have you laid hands upon my Buddhist disciples?" Wu Xiaomu laughed. "Has the Saint of Purity not arrived? Can you handle this on your own, or should you summon the Saint of Purity? I fear I might lose control and cause you great pain. Ha ha ha." The Tathagata bellowed, "By the power of my Buddha realm." A colossal hand descended towards Wu Xiaomu. In response, Wu Xiaomu shouted, transforming the law into a manifestation of the heavens, and engaged in battle with the Tathagata. The prowess of the 8-9 profound arts was not to be underestimated. The strength of his physical form nearly sent the Tathagata plummeting from the sky. The Tathagata mused, "This Tu Xing Sun has been suppressed within the Buddha realm's minor world, yet his cultivation has not waned. How can I possibly contend with him? What a disgrace it would be to lose, and winning seems improbable as well. How can I turn the tide?" The onlookers were nearly frantic. This was the invincible Tathagata. Yet he was locked in a stalemate with the earth god. Who knew the earth god was so powerful? Bian finally recalled who this earth god was, the master of the eighth brother. The Lord of the Earth, Tu Xing Sun. No wonder he is so formidable. The eighth brother has been searching for him, yet has not returned with news. Yazi's legs quaked in fear. This cannot be real. I offended him so gravely last time, yet he showed me mercy. Why is he allowing me to escape? Bian approached Yazi, saying, "Stop pondering. He has ties to the Dragon Palace, being the eighth brother's master. Tu Xing Sunday, if it were not for the eighth brother, you would not stand a chance. Have you seen the Tathagata? It appears he has never contended with the eighth brother's master. Thus, you must thank the eighth brother. He saved your life." Yazi muttered to himself, "Such power! I once mocked the eighth brother for taking a land deity as his master. Perhaps I should seek a master as well." As the Tathagata and Tu Xing Sun battled, the saints in heaven and on earth observed intently. The Jade Emperor watched from the Haotian mirror. The primordial heavenly venerable kept a close eye on the saint of purity and the saint of guidance, while the lord of the cut sect prepared to offer assistance. Soon, Guanyin Bodhisattva broke free, with Wenshu engaging Neza and Puxian clashing with Yang Jian. Guanyin's involvement began to strain Wu Xiaomu. Previously, he and the Tathagata had been evenly matched, but now the Tathagata found himself at a disadvantage. Seeing the Jade Emperor arrive, the onlookers marveled. In my lifetime, I have witnessed the Bodhisattvas and the Tathagata, and now the Jade Emperor. What a life well lived. The Tathagata and Guanyin halted their combat, while Wu Xiaomu stood to the side and Neza and Yang Jian retreated. The Jade Emperor was accompanied by 100,000 heavenly soldiers. The gathered Buddhist monks also arrived. None of the deities wished to continue the fight, choosing instead to await the Jade Emperor's words. The Jade Emperor addressed the assembly. "This incident was instigated by Tu Xing Sun, and I will impose punishment upon him. Furthermore, you in the Buddhist realm have suppressed him twice, which has understandably incited his ire, leading to this confrontation." Chapter 77. Exile to the minor world. As the earth god, the Tathagata, surveyed the Buddhist disciples, then turned to the Jade Emperor and his 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Remaining silent for a moment, he asked the Jade Emperor, "This Tu Xing Sun has harmed my Buddhist disciples and assaulted Guanyin Bodhisattva. Such actions cannot simply be overlooked. If the Jade Emperor seeks to shield him, my Buddhist realm will also take action." Tathagata, who do you think you are scaring? Have you not already intervened? Or are you claiming it was not you who acted just now? You are quite disingenuous, Wu Xiaomu chuckled. The Jade Emperor suppressed a laugh, shifting his gaze to Tu Xing Sunday this time. "It was your fault. How could you act in the mortal realm? Look at the chaos on the sea. You must be more cautious in the future. Thankfully, this time no mortals were harmed. Otherwise, I would have surely punished you. Indeed, it was my mistake. I failed to consider the sentiments of the mortals, which led to my actions. I could not resist the urge to strike when I saw them behaving arrogantly. I will certainly be more mindful in the future." The Tathagata thought to himself, "Is this truly the end? Is this even a punishment? Merely words? Our reputation has suffered. How will the world perceive our Buddhist community now? To be chased and beaten by a land deity. What face do we have left? This cannot simply be overlooked. Jade Emperor, is this truly acceptable? If you do not handle this properly, I will go to the Purple Cloud Palace to seek judgment from the Tao Ancestor." The Jade Emperor reflected. What does this monk think he is? He dares to go to the Purple Cloud Palace. How audacious. Very well. I will punish Tu Xing Sun to silence the Tathagata. Turning to Tu Xing Sun, he declared, "Given these circumstances, you shall be exiled to the minor world to serve as the earth god. When you recognize your errors, you may return." The Tathagata opened his mouth to protest, but upon seeing the Jade Emperor's expression, he refrained. Those who were unaware of the Jade Emperor's might did not realize he could manipulate the fortune of the three realms. Should a conflict arise, even the Tathagata could not contend with him, especially with Tu Xing Sun present. Therefore, he accepted the situation and departed. Leading the Buddhist disciples back to Mount Ling, the Jade Emperor addressed the earthly spirit, saying, "Prepare yourself. In a few days, you shall venture into the small world. Do not forget to seek out promising candidates for the heavenly court." With that, he turned and returned to the heavenly court, followed by the 10,000 celestial soldiers and generals, while Neza and Yang Jian also took their leave. Wu Xiaomu returned to the earthly temple. where he awaited the arrival of his successor to take over so he could journey to the small world. The barefoot immortal, observing that everyone had departed, descended alongside Yang, presenting her with a residence, which was none other than the Mazu Temple. After discussing important matters, the barefoot immortal too returned to the heavenly court, leaving Lin and Yang to watch over the Mazu Temple. The onlooking mortals, still in a state of shock, were soon captivated by the sudden appearance of the Mazu Temple. Lin Fu gazed at the temple, realizing that Lin and Yang had indeed become the sea goddess Mazu. However, Hohat wished to remain with Yang. Although they could be together, Yang had ascended to divinity, and Hohat secretly aspired to become a goddess herself. She sought out the earth spirit, yearning to cultivate her own powers. Yet she was uncertain whether the earth spirit would accept her. Along the way, she arrived at Wu Xiaomu's earthly temple. Unsure of how to express her desires, Wu Xiaomu spotted Hohat in the temple and thought to himself, "Isn't this the young girl who has always believed in me? What troubles her so?" Regardless, he would soon be leaving, so he decided to investigate the situation and assist her if possible, for it was she who had offered incense on his behalf, thereby garnering faith in the earth spirit. Approaching Hohat, he inquired, "What is troubling you? You seem weighed down by concerns." Hohat, startled by Wu Xiaomu's sudden appearance, knelt before him and said, "Earth spirit, I wish to ask you for a favor." "Speak," he replied. In light of your unwavering belief in me, I shall do my utmost to accommodate your request." Gathering her courage, Hohat said, "I wish to cultivate immortality. Can you assist me? I see that Sister Yang has become a goddess, and I too wish to help her." "What? You desire to cultivate immortality? A mere mortal like you wishes to become immortal? It is not impossible. It merely depends on your comprehension." Wu Xiaomu responded, "Do you agree to take me as your disciple?" Hohat exclaimed in delight, "That would be wonderful. Then I too can become a goddess?" "Not quite. I did not say I would take you as my disciple, that I can teach you how to cultivate. But I am not your master. Furthermore, the path of immortality differs from that of divinity. Cultivating immortality retains your physical form, while becoming a deity requires forsaking it, resulting in a diminished connection to humanity. Even after achieving immortality, you will still be of the human race. Do you understand?" Seeing the bewildered expression on Hohat's face, Wu Xiaomu chose not to elaborate further. He imparted to her a simple method of qi cultivation and bestowed upon her a 4th-grade golden elixir, which would help transform her constitution. Hohat bowed her head in gratitude to Wu Xiaomu before seeking out Lin and Yang. Wu Xiaomu watched as Hohat hurried away, feeling a sense of joy for her. For the girl bore no ill intentions, that he hoped she could assist the sea goddess Mazu. Before long, Mazu established her own retinue, with Hohat contributing significantly. Having consumed the golden elixir, Hohat's cultivation reached the stage of spirit division. Wu Xiaomu looked upon them with happiness for Mazu. Time passed swiftly, and the earth spirit who was to replace Wu Xiaomu arrived on the day of his departure. Mazu also came, and Hohat, filled with reluctance, asked, "Earth spirit, you must visit Hohat when you have the time." Wu Xiaomu agreed, informed the earth spirit of few matters, and departed. Instead of returning to the heavenly court, Wu Xiaomu ventured to the depths of the sea, where he found Zi and gave him a fright. He then sought out Bian, providing him with a healing elixir before heading to report back to the heavenly court. Upon his return, he approached the Jade Emperor and inquired, "Master Ancestor, where do you wish for me to go?" The Jade Emperor smiled and replied, "You shall descend to the small world below and scout for promising candidates for immortality, who may also contribute to the heavenly court and enhance its fortunes." With a gesture, a rift in space-time appeared, and without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xiaomu leaped into it. For him, this was child's play. As a peak quasi-saint, he felt no fear. With a flash of white light, Wu Xiaomu arrived in this small world, wondering, "Where am I? Why is there not a soul in sight? Master Ancestor, where have you sent me?" Using his spiritual sense to survey the small world, he noted its diminutive size. There were indeed cultivators and monks here, so he decided to seek out the earthly temple first. Walking along the path, he felt quite pleased. Suddenly, a scholar approached him and inquired, "Young child, are you from this area? Do you know of any nearby places where one might find shelter?" Initially in high spirits, Wu Xiaomu felt a wave of annoyance at being called child. Thinking, what nonsense! I could be your ancestor. You and your family are the ones who are children. Nevertheless, he replied to the scholar, I am not from around here. Perhaps you should ask someone else, seeing that there was no one else around. The scholar, Ning Kaichun, decided to accompany Wu Xiaomu. This incessant chatter from Ning Kaichun began to wear on Wu Xiaomu's nerves. After some time, they finally encountered someone who informed them of a temple called Lanrua Temple located on the mountain ahead. The villagers warned them against going, claiming there were powerful ghosts there. Upon hearing of a free place to stay, Ning Kaichun, without a second thought, chose to go with Wu Xiaomu. Wu Xiaomu spotted an earthly temple halfway up the mountain, but it was in a state of disrepair. Without a second thought, he followed Ning Kaichun to the temple. Upon arrival, Wu Xiaomu sensed several weak traces of demon energy, alongside a faint aura of Taoism. As they entered, they were confronted at the entrance by a Taoist priest who warned them, hurry and leave this place. It is dangerous here. You risk your lives by remaining. Ning Kaichun, undeterred, retorted, we have no money, so we can only stay here. Do you have any? Wu Xiaomu looked at Ning Kaichun, wishing to distance himself from him. Was this fellow truly a scholar? How could he be so shameless? The Taoist priest, infuriated, ignored Wu Xiaomu and Ning Kaichun, retreating to sleep on the beam above.